In the Qingyuan realm, on Yuanshu Mountain, atop Zichen Peak, a young man lay beneath a tree, a look of contentment on his face, completely at ease. It's been 20 years. Lin Ming sighed, suddenly feeling wistful. It had been nearly 20 years since he came to this world. He wasn't born here. An accident brought him over, and then, by a stroke of fate, he entered Yuanshu Mountain and became the disciple of the master of Zichen Peak, one of its 7 peaks. A light breeze stirred. Lin Ming slowly closed his eyes. In his sea of consciousness, a wordless book floated up. You could almost call that wordless book the culprit behind Lin Ming's crossing. He found it while tidying up the old family house. At first, he thought it was a dynastic classic or some document left behind by his late grandfather. He even thought that ancient volume might make him rich overnight. The idea was nice, but reality was painfully thin. The so-called wordless heavenly tome, the cover and every page were blank, nothing at all. It left Lin Ming deeply disappointed. His dream of getting rich overnight crumbled on the spot. He kept flipping through the wordless book, page after empty page, and drowsiness welled up unbidden. Carried by that drowsiness, he fell into a deep sleep. When he woke, heaven and earth had shifted. He was in this world. Lin Ming's thoughts returned to that wordless heavenly tome. As his divine sense moved, the page seemed to turn to the very first leaf. Lin Ming. Cultivation, Nirvana, 9th turn. Core technique. Hunyuan refining the void scripture, 9th layer incomplete. Combat arts. Void tribulation finger perfected. 9 transformations of the wandering dragon perfected. Xuanji seal perfected. 5 elements, thunder art perfected. Divine abilities, none. Auxiliary professions. Alchemist 9th rank. Artifact refiner 9th rank. Formation master 9th rank. Spirit plant master 9th rank. This is as far as it goes. This wordless heavenly book, in a way, could also be considered my overpowered advantage. Activating this advantage is simple. Just spend money on spirit stones and spiritual treasures. The more you invest, the easier it becomes to obtain cultivation techniques and power. But now, he had reached his limit. With the help of the wordless heavenly book, Lin Ming had already touched the peak of the Qingyuan realm. He faintly sensed an invisible force blocking his path to breaking through to the Ascension realm. To transcend the Ascension realm, Lin Ming actually had only one path: ascending to the upper realm. He shifted his spiritual consciousness, and the wordless heavenly book immediately snapped shut. Lin Ming's consciousness withdrew from the spiritual sea and returned to reality. The next moment, as if sensing something, Lin Ming quickly stood up from beneath the tree and turned around. But it was already too late. "Where are you going?" A breathtaking woman appeared before him, her gaze locked onto him. Her warm voice whispered directly into his ear. "I suddenly remembered my spiritual plants haven't been watered yet. I should go back and take care of that," Lin Ming said with a straight face. "Master, do you need me for something?" he quickly asked. Fairy Yinhua didn't answer immediately. Instead, she looked at him with an ambiguous smile playing on her lips. "Starting this year, I'll be taking on a disciple. Go find one for me," she said slowly. "Taking on a disciple is such a major matter. Shouldn't you, Master, personally handle it? How could I possibly take your place?" Lin Ming hurriedly replied. As expected, his master never called him for anything good. Even the task of choosing a disciple had been dumped on him. "If it weren't for the insistence of the sect leader, I wouldn't even consider taking a disciple," Fairy Yinhua said with a sigh. Truth was, she had no interest in taking a disciple at all if not for the sect leader's mandate. She wouldn't have considered it. After all, life atop Zichen Peak was just fine with only the two of them, master and disciple. Lin Ming was very familiar with his master's eccentricities, so he wasn't the least bit surprised. After all, even he himself had been picked up off the streets years ago. "All right then, that's settled. You should get going now." As soon as the words left his mouth, Yinhua Jinjuan's figure vanished before Lin Ming's eyes. "Master, do you have any final instructions for your disciple? You'll figure it out as you go." Yinhua Jinjuan's voice echoed softly in Lin Ming's ear. Sigh. With a master like this, Lin Ming couldn't really say whether he was lucky or not. But deep down, he knew one thing for sure: his days of slacking off were officially over. He turned and began walking down the mountain. At the disciple initiation ceremony site, every 3 years, Yuanshu Mountain would open its gates wide to recruit new disciples, bringing in fresh talent to the sect. At the sect's main plaza, many disciples had gathered here, all for the same reason: to catch the excitement. Everyone wanted to see if this year's batch had any prodigies, and who would end up claiming them as disciples. As one of the top sects in the Qingyuan realm, Yuanshu Mountain received countless applicants, so the sect had to carefully evaluate each candidate's moral character, innate talent, and cultivation potential. Because of that, before any formal apprenticeships began, there was always an initial round of screening. After more than 10 days of selection, those who passed were now officially becoming disciples of Yuanshu Mountain, each assigned to one of the peaks. On the high platform, an elderly man with a kind expression looked out over the crowd below. He was the Grand Elder of Yuanshu Mountain, Ouyang Rue. The disciple initiation ceremony may now begin, Ouyang Rue said, glancing at the 5 peak masters standing behind him. The sect leader and senior Yunhua haven't arrived yet. Qin Weifeng spoke solemnly. Yuanshu Mountain was governed by the sect leader's main branch and 6 other peaks, making 7 in total. At the moment, 5 of the peak masters were present, but the sect leader and Yunhua Zhenjuan, head of Zichen Peak, were still missing. The sect leader is still in seclusion, and you all know how Master Yunhua is. Ouyang Rue smiled helplessly as he spoke. Just then, Lin Ming made his entrance. Looking as carefree as ever, he strolled casually through the crowd and stepped onto the stage alone, immediately drawing everyone's attention. Who is this guy? He just walked right up there. Which brother has that kind of guts? I remember now, this is senior brother Lin Ming from Zichen Peak. Lin Ming's senior brother? He's the only disciple personally taken in by Master Yunhua. Yeah, that's him. Being chosen and accepted by Master Yunhua, what amazing fortune this person must have. Right, he's the only disciple under Master Yunhua's tutelage. Why couldn't that have been me? As the only disciple under Yunhua's guidance, Lin Ming immediately became the center of attention the moment he appeared. Lin Ming, however, remained completely unfazed. This kind of scene was nothing new to him. Grand Elder, I've come on my master's behalf to help her choose a disciple, Lin Ming said respectfully to Ouyang Rue. Master Yunhua, this person. Ouyang Rue first blinked in surprise, then let out a bitter smile. He finally understood what Master Yunhua had been aiming for. Go ahead. The Grand Elder waved his hand, signaling permission. Lin Ming smoothly took his seat, settling into the very spot that originally belonged to his master. Greetings, junior uncles. Before sitting down, Lin Ming gave a brief nod to the 5 peak masters, the 5 junior uncles, and greeted them simply. Junior nephew Lin, give our regards to Master Yunhua when you see her. Qin Weifeng called out to him. They all knew their senior sister's personality all too well. This disciple recruitment was probably arranged by the sect leader himself. Yet Master Yunhua had just sent her own disciple to take over the whole thing. Even the sect leader probably didn't expect this to happen. Of course, Uncle Qin. And please give my regards to senior apprentice sister. The other 4 peak masters spoke in unison as well. Lin Ming naturally responded to each of them in turn. Disciples, being here today means you have passed the trials of Yuanshu Mountain and have officially become a part of it. From now on, each of you will choose one of the 6 peaks under Yuanshu Mountain to join. Ouyang Rue had originally intended to say 7 peaks, but since the sect leader's seat remained vacant and the main peak stood empty, he corrected himself to 6 peaks. We hope each of you will make the right choice. The mountain bowing ceremony is a decision made by the disciples themselves, not chosen by the peak masters. Each disciple will decide which peak they wish to join. Of course, the peak masters also have the right to refuse any disciple. As soon as Ouyang Rue finished speaking, the ceremony officially began. One by one, disciples stepped onto the stage and declared which peak they had chosen. Shangyang Peak, Lingxiao Peak, Sangjue Peak, Sanjin Peak, Feiyan Peak. Each of these 5 peaks received new disciples, and these peaks rarely ever turned anyone away. Only Zichen Peak was the exception. Lin Ming sat silently on his chair, watching expressionlessly as one by one, the disciples chose the other 5 peaks. Was Zichen Peak really this bad? Lin Ming thought that if just one disciple would choose Zichen, he'd accept them without hesitation. Just one would be enough. He didn't have any high expectations. Truthfully, Back then he himself had been dragged into Zichen Peak almost haphazardly by his master. So he didn't expect much from his future juniors either. But now, not a single disciple had come to Zichen. This made things a bit awkward. No one came. Lin Ming's side remained completely deserted. He had noticed a few disciples hesitating, glancing his way, but in the end, they still chose other peaks. Lin Ming said nothing about it. It could probably be summed up in just one sentence: fate had not yet brought them here. In the end, if no one chose to join Zichen Peak, Lin Ming wouldn't care much. Either returning empty-handed would just earn him a scolding from his master. That wasn't a big deal. Nothing else seemed particularly problematic either. At that moment, a rather handsome young man stepped onto the stage. The moment he appeared, he drew the attention of the 5 Peak Masters and the Great Elder. Kate Siyuan, would you be willing to become my disciple? Before Kate Siyuan could even open his mouth, Qin Weifeng blurted out first. Old Qin, don't rush. We all agreed the choice should be left to the disciples themselves. Ng Jingming shot a glance at Qin Weifeng and finally fixed his gaze on Kate Siyuan as well. Kate Siyuan, would you accept me as your master? Zhao Wuhan chimed in shortly after. Here we go. It looked like things were about to get exciting. I knew it. He was definitely going to be fought over. 8-section talent, this guy was bound to be snatched up. As soon as the Peak Masters started competing for him, the disciples in the audience weren't really surprised. They had expected this all along. After all, talented disciples were always the ones who attracted attention. 8 sections, no wonder everyone's interested. Lin Ming clearly overheard the murmurs from the crowd below, so he wasn't shocked at all. In the Qingyuan realm, there was a tool used to measure cultivation talent called the Spirit Test Bamboo. The bamboo had 10 sections, and each one that lit up represented a higher level of talent. This disciple named Kate Siyuan had lit up 8 of the 10 sections during the test. His cultivation talent was truly top tier. Even within Yuanshu Mountain, someone with 8 sections was rare indeed. No wonder all the Peak Masters were fighting over him. Lin Ming stayed silent. He didn't expect this guy to choose Zichen Peak. He wouldn't be able to offer the same tempting terms those other masters could. The Peak Masters. Master of Shangyang Peak Qin Weifeng. Master of Lingshao Peak Ng Jingming. Master of Cangzhua Peak Zhao Wuhan. The 3 Peak Masters surged forward, trying to snatch up Kai Ziyuan, while the other 2 couldn't have cared less, clearly not planning to make a move. I want to take the Grand Elder as my master. Kai Ziyuan's gaze swept over the 5 Peak Masters present, paused on Lin Ming for a beat, lingered on the Sect Master's empty seat for a moment, and finally settled on the Grand Elder. The scene caught people a bit off guard. With 3 Peak Masters vying for him, only for the kid to end up choosing the Grand Elder, Lin Ming almost couldn't help laughing out loud. He stifled it, though this wasn't the sort of occasion where you could just laugh. Oh, you want to take me as your master? Ouyang Rui asked. Yes. Kai Ziyuan nodded. He had originally come aiming for the Sect Master, but since the Sect Master wasn't present, he settled for second best and chose Grand Elder Ouyang Rui. He had indeed expected the 3 Peak Masters to fight over him, but he heard that Grand Elder Ouyang Rui's strength was no weaker than that of the 5 Peaks Masters, so he decided on Ouyang Rui. All at once, Kai Ziyuan grew nervous, unsure whether the Grand Elder even intended to take disciples. Would he accept him? The 3 Peak Masters also turned their eyes to Ouyang Rui. Well, would you look at that? While the 3 were still squabbling, the one watching from the sidelines was about to swoop in and steal the prize. Then you'll be my disciple, Ouyang Rui said with a smile. He hadn't planned on taking a disciple, but since someone had come to him of his own accord, he simply went with the flow and accepted him. Besides, the kid's cultivation aptitude wasn't bad. Seeing that, the 3 Peak Masters couldn't very well say anything more. It was his choice. After all, you can't strong-arm someone into it. The initiation ceremony continued. One after another, the disciples were taken in by the 5 Peaks. But on Lin Ming's side, it was still a total shutout. He didn't get a single person. That inevitably made Lin Ming start to doubt again. Was Zichen Peak really that bad? Surely not. Lin Ming hesitated. Should he make the first move and trick someone into becoming his disciple? Just then, a young woman walking onto the stage caught his attention. In fact, she captured everyone's gaze. It all came down to one thing. She was just too stunningly beautiful. Everyone was staring at her not just because of her looks, but also because of her extraordinary talent. Su Lianxue, with a cultivation aptitude of 9.5 nodes. Since Yuanshu Mountain's founding, the strongest talent had been its founding ancestor, Yuanshu Ancestor, who had already ascended to the upper realm. His talent was rated at 9 nodes. Since then, all descendants of Yuanshu Mountain had talent no more than 9 nodes matching the ancestor, but no one had ever surpassed it. But now, everything was different. Su Lianxue shattered the record the moment she appeared, with a rare aptitude of 9.5 nodes. In the Qingyuan realm, it would be hard to find anyone stronger than her. 9.5 nodes? Never thought I'd actually see someone this incredible in my lifetime. This junior sister is way too beautiful. I'm starting to fall for her. Fall for her. How about you look in a mirror and see what you look like first? Want to fight? Then let us settle it on the arena stage. Like I'd be scared of you. The center of attention, Su Lianxue, calmly walked onto the stage, completely unfazed by the gazes and murmurs around her. As a reincarnator, she had long grown accustomed to this kind of attention. Right now, she had only one goal: to join Yuanshu Mountain, quickly improve her cultivation, and then return to the upper realm. To achieve that, she had openly displayed 9.5 nodes during the talent test. Only by showing higher potential could she secure more cultivation resources, allowing her to rapidly strengthen in a short amount of time. With her true strength, lighting up a 10-node spirit measuring bamboo wouldn't be a problem at all, but she still held back a little, choosing not to reveal everything. 9 segments and a half, that's more than enough. At that thought, a subtle flash of sharpness flickered across her eyes. Exactly 9 segments and a half. Lin Ming had learned about Su Lianxue's aptitude from the other disciples, and with that knowledge, he quickly abandoned any idea of trying to persuade her to join his sect. With talent like hers, she'd surely be fought over by the 5 peak masters. There'd be no chance left for him. He decided instead to check the remaining disciples, hoping to find someone he could convince, just to report back with something. Su Lianxue, would you be willing to take me as your master? Even the usually silent sect leader of Hidden Sword Peak spoke up this time. She seems more suited for my peak. The sect leader of Flying Cloud Peak murmured. I feel this, young one, and I share a certain karmic connection. Ying Jingming added. Sure enough, the moment Su Lianxue revealed her aptitude, all 5 peak masters immediately began fighting over her. To everyone else, this wasn't too surprising at all. The only downside was that Yun Huajinjuan and the sect leader weren't even here. Some promised guaranteed ascension. Others bragged that she could be the next peak master. One tempting offer after another rained down on Su Lianxue, and the surrounding disciples couldn't help but get worked up. Damn it, why couldn't it have been me? Because you don't have 9 segment and a half talent, that's why. That kind of aptitude alone was enough to make the peak masters bring out such tempting offers. The other disciples wished they could take Su Lianxue's place in an instant. But Su Lianxue remained calm, seemingly indifferent to all the commotion. After all, she had once been an emperor-level expert. These offers were nothing special to her. Besides, even before stepping onto the stage, Su Lianxue had already decided which peak she wanted to join. Her gaze slowly shifted toward Lin Ming's direction. And just at that moment, Lin Ming happened to be looking straight at her. She must really have her heart set on it, probably wants to join our Zichen peak. He thought to himself, but soon after, he pushed that unlikely thought aside. How is that possible? Su Lianxue shouldn't have chosen to join Zichen Peak. After all, this peak couldn't offer her such favorable conditions, and Lin Ming knew his master well. Aside from her beauty, she had nothing else to recommend her. Plus, during the previous welcoming ceremony, every disciple who had attempted to join Zichen Peak had been rejected. That was precisely why no one chose Zichen Peak. Everyone assumed Lin Ming was just going through the motions. I wish to join Zichen Peak. Su Lianxue looked at Lin Ming and declared. As soon as those words left her mouth, everyone froze. No one had expected Su Lianxue to pass up the chance of joining one of the 5 privileged peaks and instead choose Zichen. For a moment, they all doubted whether she had said the wrong thing. Are you sure about this? Ouyang Rui's face flickered with surprise before he finally spoke. The 5 peak masters turned their gazes towards Su Lianxue, also questioning whether she had made a mistake by choosing Zichen Peak. After all, the sect leader of Zichen Peak, Cloud Divine Master, was indeed their senior apprentice sister. But she was obsessed with cultivation, and Zichin Peak had essentially been under caretaker management for years. She never took on disciples, and all the affairs of the peak were handled by Lin Ming, the disciple she had picked up from outside 18 years ago. Even the other elders rarely saw Cloud Divine Master more than a few times a year. And as for Lin Ming, even though he was the senior apprentice, he saw her even less often. In their eyes, Su Lianxue choosing to join Zichin Peak was nothing short of wasting her talent. Only by joining one of their peaks could her potential truly be realized. Yes, I am determined. I wish to join Zichin Peak, Su Lianxue said firmly. Su Lianxue, Zichin Peak isn't suitable for you. Please reconsider carefully. Qin Weifeng immediately spoke out. He wasn't about to let a promising talent go to waste like this. Oh, Master Uncle Qin, are you saying you have an issue with my Zichin Peak? Lin Ming cast a glance at Qin Weifeng and spoke. Disciple, you know exactly who your master truly is, right? Qin Weifeng responded. He dared not speak ill of Master Hua directly, so he hinted around the subject. If you already know who my master is, please enlighten me, Master Qin. I'll be sure to pass it along to her later. With a smile on his face, Lin Ming replied. This time, Qin Weifeng immediately clammed up. He had no interest in getting directly involved with Master Hua if something went wrong. It would only bring him trouble. Enough. Seeing this, Ouyang Rui stepped in and interrupted their exchange. Truth be told, he somewhat agreed with Qin Weifeng's view. But ultimately, these matters depended on the disciple's own will. They could guide, but never force. Master Lin's disciple, would Zichin Peak accept Su Lianxue as a student? Ouyang Rui asked. Do you truly wish to become a disciple of Zichin Peak? Lin Ming pressed further. This disciple does. Su Lianxue nodded and replied. Fine, then from today onward, you are officially a disciple of Zichin Peak. Lin Ming nodded in agreement. The 5 Peak Masters, the Grand Elder, and the surrounding disciples were both shocked and unsurprised at the same time. What surprised them was that Zichin Peak had actually accepted someone. But on the other hand, it made sense. Su Lianxue's talent was undeniable, so being accepted was only natural. Come with me. Lin Ming stood up, walked to Su Lianxue's side, and said, I was sent here by my master to recruit a disciple, and now that this mission is complete, I want to be staying for the rest of the ceremony. Lin Ming explained to the Grand Elder and the 5 Peak Masters. Now that the task was done, there was no need to continue with the formal mountain prostration rites. Lingering would only waste his time. Go ahead. The Grand Elder nodded in agreement. So it was all according to the big senior's own will. That explained everything. But then again, only the sect leader himself would have the authority and influence to make even the big senior take on a disciple. Seeing this, Su Lianxue followed Lin Ming's steps and left the sect's plaza together with him. Joining Zichin Peak was Su Lianxue's first choice. Only if Zichin Peak refused to accept her would she consider any other peaks. The reason was simple: freedom. She had once been an emperor-level cultivator, possessing ample cultivation experience and techniques, but what she lacked most was resources. Moreover, she didn't want to be bound by too many rules and restrictions. Before the mountain entry ceremony, she had done some research on the 7 peaks of Yuanshu and found out that Zichin Peak had only 2 people: its sect leader, Yunhua Jinjuan, who had already reached the bitter end realm, and 1 disciple. The reason Zichin Peak had so few people was mainly because Yunhua Jinjuan was obsessed with cultivation and had no interest in managing sect affairs, finding it troublesome. Even that 1 disciple had been randomly picked up from outside. In other words, life at Zichin Peak was free and came with minimal social interaction, which was exactly what Su Lianxue valued most. Her only concern was whether Zichin Peak would accept her after all. Even a disciple with an 8.5 spirit root rating had once been outright rejected. But now, that problem no longer existed. She had successfully joined Zichin Peak. From now on, she needed to carefully plan her path of cultivation. Following Lin Ming's steps, Su Lianxue arrived at Zichin Peak. The mountain itself looked quite ordinary. We disciples live halfway up the mountain, Lin Ming told her. As for the master, he lives in the mansion at the peak. Su Lianxue nodded slightly. Come, let us go meet the master, Lin Ming said, leading her toward the summit. After all, it was her first day joining the sect, she should pay respects to her new master. But when they arrived at the mansion, Lin Ming realized he had still underestimated his master. Before them, a layer of white mist completely shrouded Yun Hua Jinjuan's dwelling. There was only one reason for this situation, because her so-called master had just gone into retreat, which, in effect, left the young junior disciple entirely in his hands. Cough. Lin Ming faked a cough, then turned his head towards Su Lianxue. Little junior sister, he said, since master has gone into retreat, you might as well cultivate with me for a while. That's what Lin Ming said. Yes, senior brother. Su Lianxue nodded in agreement. Her gaze fell upon the swirling white mist. Sure enough, just like the rumors said, this peak lord of Zichen Peak was completely immersed in his cultivation. Looks like choosing Zichen Peak was definitely the right decision. However, most of the time, you'll still have to rely on yourself, Lin Ming said, looking quite serious as he addressed Su Lianxue. He had no intention of wasting his time playing mentor to his junior. His days were already packed with important tasks like sunbathing and watering flowers. I understand, senior brother. That suited her just fine. She had come to Zichen Peak precisely to avoid being restrained. Now, her nominal master was in retreat, and her senior brother didn't seem interested in supervising her, either letting her cultivate on her own. Everything was exactly what she wanted. Come with me. Let's go settle your living arrangements first. Lin Ming led Su Lianxue back to the hillside. In this row of wooden huts, the first one is mine. You can pick any of the others, Lin Ming said as he looked at the row of huts. Every single one of these huts had been painstakingly built by Lin Ming, brick by brick, tile by tile. Back then, he had actually believed his master's words that disciples would come eventually, so he should build the houses first. But after all these years, the only one who had actually arrived was Su Lianxue. Then I'll take this one. Su Lianxue chose the third room, leaving one empty hut between her and Lin Ming. Junior sister, what stage of cultivation are you at now? After settling the housing, Lin Ming shifted the conversation back to cultivation. The second stage of body tempering. Su Lianxue answered honestly. The path of cultivation began with body tempering. When Su Lianxue transmigrated into this world, she had absolutely nothing. Before joining Yuan Su Mountain, she barely managed to break through to the body tempering realm, completing her first tempering. Within just 10 days at Yuan Su Mountain, with the food supplies provided by the sect, she had already completed her second tempering. Senior brother will take you to collect the cultivation supplies for the body tempering realm, Lin Ming said. Disciples of different cultivation realms received varying amounts of resources each month. Thank you, senior brother, Su Lianxue replied, a faint smile appearing on her beautiful face. They immediately headed down the mountain, following Lin Ming to the sect's supply office, where they also finalized Su Lianxue's official disciple registration. Zichen Peak had finally gained its second disciple, and Lin Ming was no longer the only one. Thinking about this, Lin Ming couldn't help but feel a quiet sense of sentimentality. Little junior sister, you really turn a lot of heads, Lin Ming teased as they walked. Because of her stunning beauty, Su Lianxue ranked among the top beauties in the sect, and as they walked, many people couldn't help but stare. What does turning heads mean? Su Lianxue asked seriously. It means everyone is looking at you, Lin Ming explained with a chuckle after a brief pause. I see. Su Lianxue nodded in understanding. Senior brother, what's your current cultivation level? She asked curiously. As for me, I'm just at the Lingtai realm for now, Lin Ming replied. Body tempering, spirit attraction, sea opening, Lingtai, Lingzong, bitter sea, other shore, nirvana, feathering. These were the 9 known stages of cultivation that Lin Ming was aware of. There might be higher levels beyond them, but he wasn't certain. Perhaps only after ascending to the upper realm would he learn more. For now, the upper limit in the Qingyuan world was the Nirvana realm. Of course, there was no need for Lin Ming to reveal that he had already reached the Nirvana realm, and he certainly wouldn't. For now, reaching the Lingtai realm was already quite sufficient. To attain this level by the age of 20 at Yuanshu Mountain was considered above average. After all, he was a disciple of Jinjuan Yunhua. He couldn't afford to look bad. But at the same time, Lin Ming didn't want to stand out too much either. The Lingtai realm suited him just fine. Being 20 and already at the Lingtai realm was actually quite decent. Su Lianxue had long known that Lin Ming was only 20, and that his cultivation had reached the Lingtai realm. In the upper realms, while not considered a genius, it was at least passable. But compared to herself, she couldn't even be compared. We're here. The two had arrived at the place where disciples receive their monthly stipends. As soon as they walked through the main entrance, they saw many disciples already lined up to collect their rewards. Disciples at the Kidi realm still can't use storage bags, so you'll have to carry it yourself for now, Lin Ming said. The monthly stipend for a Kidi realm disciple was 1 low-grade yuan stone and 2 bottles of qi blood pills. Each bottle contained 10 pills, 2 bottles made 20 in total. As for that low-grade yuan stone, it had only one practical use for Kidi cultivators exchanging it for cultivation resources. It was practically useless otherwise. After all, Kidi cultivators were still unable to draw in the ambient yuan energy. Moreover, new disciples were also allowed to choose one Kidi cultivation technique. As for Su Lianxue, who had no shortage of techniques, she just randomly picked one. It didn't matter anyway, since she wouldn't use it. Thank you, senior brother, Su Lianxue said after receiving the items. Once they had collected everything, Lin Ming led Su Lianxue back up the mountain. Give me the pills and the yuan stone, Lin Ming said to Su Lianxue. She looked at him in surprise. Could it be that her senior brother was envious of her resources and wanted to keep them all for himself? Don't get the wrong idea. I have no interest in your little share of cultivation resources, Lin Ming said flatly, easily reading her thoughts. Lin Ming wasn't desperate enough to steal cultivation resources from his junior female senior, and honestly, this kind of thing wasn't even worth his notice. Seeing this, Su Lianxue handed the pills and spirit stones to Lin Ming. After Lin Ming accepted her cultivation items, he immediately pulled out 3 bottles of blood qi pills and tossed them to Su Lianxue. The mid-grade blood qi pills have too many impurities. Eating too many will hinder your cultivation. These are top-grade ones, Lin Ming said casually. Top-grade blood qi pills. Su Lianxue quickly took 1 bottle, poured out a pill, and examined it carefully. Sure enough, it was indeed a top-grade blood qi pill. The quality of pills was categorized by the amount of impurities from failed pills, low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, to top-grade. Top-grade pills were practically impurity-free and wouldn't cause pill poisoning from residue buildup after consumption. Senior brother, did you make these pills yourself? Su Lianxue's beautiful eyes filled with surprise. This was truly a top-grade pill. Although it was just a blood qi pill, the quality was no small feat. There weren't many alchemists capable of producing such a high-level pill. If it was really her lucky senior brother who made it, then his talent in pill refining was nothing short of extraordinary. Of course not. Lin Ming waved his hand dismissively. Technically speaking, the pills really were made by him. As a 9th-stage pill master, crafting top-grade blood qi pills was effortless. But for now, he had no intention of revealing his identity. They were prepared for you by Master, Lin Ming added casually. Blaming it on Master for now would suffice after all. Master was currently in seclusion and wouldn't be disturbed over trivial matters like this. Even if Master ended his retreat later, such a small matter wouldn't even be worth mentioning. He could easily brush it off then. Thank you, Master. Su Lianxue looked toward the direction of the peak and said, with this top-grade qi and blood-enhancing pill, I might be able to push further in the body tempering stage, perhaps even beyond the 9th tempering. Normally, after tempering the body 9 times, one could invite the primal energy of heaven and earth into their body, advancing into the spirit-drawing stage. However, 9 isn't the limit. There's still the 10th, the 12th, and even the 13th tempering possibilities that exist beyond the norm. The further one goes, though, the greater the risk becomes. One careless move and the body could be ruined for good. But if one truly succeeds, the benefits to future cultivation would be immense. Before her reincarnation, Su Lianxue had once reached the 11th tempering at the body tempering stage. Before obtaining the top-grade qi and blood pill, her goal for tempering had been to reach 11. But after acquiring the pill, her mindset shifted. She now believed she might be able to go even further. As long as there was a steady supply of these pills, there wouldn't be a problem. Come see me every month after you get your qi and blood pills and spirit stones, Lin Ming said. After all, she was his junior apprentice sister. He figured he couldn't be too stingy with family. Since the master didn't interfere, as the senior apprentice brother, he felt it was his duty to step in and take care of things. Su Lianxue nodded slightly as she replied. If you need something, come find me. Otherwise, don't bother your senior brother, he added before turning and walking away. That big brother seems not bad at all, Su Lianxue murmured softly, a faint smile tugging at the corner of her lips as she watched his retreating figure. Moments later, she walked into the wooden hut she had chosen. After tidying up the room briefly, she stepped outside onto the open ground and took out one of the top-grade qi and blood pills, placing it in her mouth. As soon as the pill touched her tongue, a warm current slowly spread through her limbs. She immediately launched into a set of martial arts forms, fully integrating the effects of the pill into her body, beginning the process of tempering and refining her physical form. Looks like my little junior sister isn't as ordinary as she seems. Lin Ming walked slowly forward, keeping his spiritual sense fixed on Su Lianxue and not out of nosiness, but because it was his little senior sister's first day arriving at Zichen Peak, so he had naturally paid a bit more attention. That's when he saw her throw a punch. The first time he saw that martial arts form, he sensed something extraordinary about it, clearly not from Yuan Shushan's teachings. After all, over the past 20 years, he had become intimately familiar with almost all of Yuan Shushan's techniques. But this set Su Lianxue was using was obviously from a different source, definitely not from their sect. It seemed this little sister of his had her own hidden experiences. But Lin Ming didn't mind. Everyone had secrets, didn't they? She had hers, and he had his own. Lin Ming approached a waterfall, stepped onto the surface of the water, and walked straight through the cascading curtain. As he neared, the rushing water naturally parted around him, not a single drop even touching his body. Beyond the waterfall lay a cave dwelling he had carved out himself his own hidden sanctuary. Inside the cave, there was an open space filled with various spirit plants, ranging from the 1st to 9th tier, each one thriving. Lin Ming passed through the garden of spirit herbs and arrived at his alchemy area, where a copper-colored furnace stood waiting. A thin wisp of azure flame flickered from his fingertip, and with a light wave of his hand, it drifted down beneath the cauldron, igniting the fire beneath. Then, he poured out the qi blood pills he had received from Su Lianxue. 20 pills floated in the air before him. With a flick of his spiritual will, the 20 pills flew into the furnace, melting instantly under the intense heat into a glowing liquid. Soon after, thin strands of black mist began to rise and twist out from inside the furnace. The flames had barely dissipated when 2 blood-red qi-enriching pills shot out of the cauldron and landed in Lin Ming's palm. Seems like my skills haven't gotten rusty yet. Lin Ming stared at the 2 high-grade qi-enriching pills and gave a slight nod of approval. Shortly after, Lin Ming stepped out of the pill refining chamber and cast his gaze towards several spiritual plants growing in the garden. This is the 3rd time already. Su Lianxue came to a stop and stood rooted in place, sensing the surging energy within her body. Just 1 high-grade qi-enriching pill had allowed her to complete her 3rd body-tempering breakthrough. This achievement made her increasingly confident about her cultivation path ahead, even leading her to believe she might surpass the limits she had in her previous life. Humph! Thinking about it, Su Lianxue softly exhaled, a few wisps of turbid air escaping her lips. Cultivation, one must balance hard work with rest. Obsessing too much could backfire. At that moment, Lin Ming stepped forward and offered these words to Su Lianxue. Looks like this little junior sister was just like the master, truly a cultivation fanatic. Yes, I understand, senior brother, Su Lianxue replied with a nod. Oh, senior brother, by the way, where can I take a bath around here? Su Lianxue asked. Just keep walking straight in this direction, and you'll find a pond, Lin Ming answered. Got it, Su Lianxue said, heading back to her room to grab clean clothes before making her way toward the pond. Before long, she arrived at the water's edge, where a waterfall came into view. She laid her clean clothes out on a rock. Looking around to confirm she was alone, she took off her garments and slowly stepped into the pond with her pale, fair skin glistening. She submerged her entire body beneath the water. A dozen seconds later, she suddenly burst out from beneath the surface, sending a spray of water flying into the air. Water droplets struck Su Lianshue's lustrous hair and slid down the strands, dripping back into the pool, creating a delicate, understated scene. Is something wrong? Suddenly, she felt that something about the waterfall wasn't quite right. There seemed to be something hidden behind it. She was able to notice this thanks to the lingering power of her soul essence. After her reincarnation, her cultivation base had vanished completely, leaving her an ordinary person. Still, a faint trace of her divine soul remained. Though this power was less than 1,000th of what it once was, it was enough to sharpen her awareness of her surroundings. It was precisely this soul essence that had detected the anomaly behind the waterfall. Su Lianxue slowly approached the waterfall. The rushing water, plunging from above, splashed onto her body. She stopped in her tracks. She could feel that something was off behind the waterfall, but in her current physical state, she wouldn't be able to withstand the force of the falling water. If she forced her way in, she'd likely end up seriously injured. That was the last outcome she wanted. Is this a forbidden area of Zichen Peak? She asked curiously. Lin Ming had given her a general introduction to Zichen Peak before, saying that there were actually no real restricted zones here except perhaps for the private cultivation cave of Yunhuazhenjuan. Other than that, there really weren't any other forbidden places. But now, things seemed a bit different. Either Lin Ming hadn't noticed the anomaly in the waterfall himself, or he had deliberately hidden something from her. In either case, in her current state, she simply wasn't strong enough to get through. Once her cultivation recovered a bit more, she could come back and investigate properly. After quickly rinsing herself off and changing into clean clothes, Su Lianxue made her way back to her small hut. She hadn't even reached her quarters when a mouth-watering aroma drifted over. The smell had her swallowing before she knew it. When she got to the wooden cabin, she saw Lin Ming carrying out dish after dish and setting them on the stone table out front. "Junior sister, come eat." Seeing Su Lianxue back, Lin Ming waved her over. Su Lianxue put away her clothes and sat down in front of the cabin. "Senior brother, you actually cook for yourself?" she asked. "Up here it's just me and master, so of course I had to learn a bit," Lin Ming answered with a smile. "The other 6 peaks have mess halls, but Zichen Peak is just me and true Lord Yunhua, so we never even set one up. At first I mooched meals off the other peaks. Later, I just started cooking for myself before I crossed over. I lived alone, and cooking was already a basic skill. Even though I've already reached Bigu and don't rely on food to maintain my inner energy, I never kicked the habit of loving good food. Besides, now that I've got a junior sister at the body tempering stage, you're nowhere near Bigu. You need to replenish your energy. Let us eat." Lin Ming set 2 bowls of white rice on the table and slid one to Su Lianxue. She picked up a piece of meat with her chopsticks and slipped it into her mouth. In that instant, her taste buds flared. Rich, but not greasy. Melt in your mouth. It grabbed her at once. And not just flavor, she felt a faint warmth follow the bite, flowing in and melding with her body. This was no ordinary meal. Realizing that, Su Lianxue sped up, her chopsticks flying as she ate. "Easy, no rush," Lin Ming said, still smiling as he watched. Their beauty and their delicious food, what a blissful combination. The sun dipped low in the west. The dishes on the tray had been completely devoured, not a crumb left behind, and most of it had gone straight into Su Lianxue's stomach. "Senior brother, your cooking is actually really good." Su Lianxue couldn't help but praise. "It's passable," Lin Ming replied casually as he stood up and started clearing the plates from the table. Su Lianxue sat quietly, watching the scene unfold before her. Although they had only known each other for less than a day, Lin Ming didn't seem like a cultivator at all. He felt more like an ordinary person. Men like senior brother, she had seen many times before. They cultivated by immersing themselves in the mortal world, refining their hearts through the trials of life and the path of worldly existence. Cultivators like that weren't rare. She even knew an old eccentric who walked the same path. But senior brother was only at the spiritual terrace stage, nowhere near that level of cultivation. Perhaps this was simply his way of life. There's no way he could be one of those old freaks, right? Su Lianxue shook her head, silently scolding herself for even thinking of comparing him to those oddballs. "Get some rest early," Lin Ming said to her. "But the sun hasn't even set yet," Su Lianxue replied, puzzled. This was way too early to call it a day. The sun was still up. "I'm going to rest. See you tomorrow." Lin Ming said, then turned and walked into his little hut, closing the door behind him. Rest? More like cultivation, Su Lianxue thought. Her confusion slowly faded as she realized she didn't believe for a second that he was just going to sleep. He was definitely off to practice his cultivation. That rest was just an excuse. Seeing this, Su Lianxue returned to her own wooden hut. Today's cultivation could wait. Now, she began to reflect on her own path forward. Should she retrace the steps of her past cultivation, or carve out a new, uncharted path of her own? Su Lianxue retraced her old path. Confident she could return to the Emperor realm, it was only a matter of time. But there was one complication: the realm beyond the Emperor immortality. As for becoming an immortal, she wasn't very confident. Even before her reincarnation, her chances of breaking through to the immortal realm hadn't exceeded 40%. After all, millions of years had passed, and no immortal had ever appeared. Throughout that endless span of time, cultivators who attempted to ascend from the Emperor realm to immortality either failed or vanished under mysterious circumstances. Not a single useful clue had been left behind, so everything would have to be figured out by Su Lianxue herself. Now that she had been reincarnated, she had to start from scratch. Before her lay two paths. One was the familiar road she had once walked before. The other was to rely on the legacy of an immortal. Once, within a cave left behind by an immortal, she had received a transmission and learned a cultivation technique passed down by immortals. However, this technique required one to dismantle their existing cultivation base before beginning training. At that time, Su Lianxue obviously couldn't afford to undo all her hard-earned progress. If she truly chose to dismantle her cultivation and her enemies found out, the consequences would have been disastrous. So she had temporarily set aside that immortal legacy. But things were different now. Since she had to start over anyway, she finally had the chance to cultivate that technique. Still, she had some lingering concerns and found herself hesitating between the two choices. "I'll decide when I reach the spirit drawing stage," she finally said with a shake of her head. She would make her choice after reaching the spirit drawing stage, when it was time to pick her cultivation method. Night fell. A full moon hung in the sky. Inside the wooden hut, Lin Ming slowly stood up, a white, featureless mask somehow now in his hand. He walked out of the wooden cabin holding the faceless mask in his hand, cast a brief glance towards Su Lianxue's house, then made his way down the mountain. His figure gradually faded beneath the moonlight. Shanyang Peak. Jiang Xiyuan walked alone through the mountain, cautiously glancing around before stepping into a narrow mountain ravine. Time passed, second by second. His expression grew increasingly tense, his movements even more careful. About 10 minutes later, Lin Ming finally appeared within his line of sight. At that moment, Lin Ming wore a white mask and a long black robe. "Senior," Jiang Xiyuan softly called out. The moment Lin Ming arrived, Jiang Xiyuan showed clear signs of respect. "Not bad. I heard you're now the top disciple of Shanyang Peak." Lin Ming's voice came through, slightly hoarse. "All of these achievements are thanks to the guidance of you and my master," Jiang Xiyuan replied modestly. "You sure know how to flatter," Lin Ming said, suddenly producing a storage pouch from his sleeve. "This is what you asked for," he said casually, handing the pouch to Jiang Xiyuan. Jiang Xiyuan took the pouch, and the moment he glanced inside, a grin uncontrollably spread across his face. "Thank you, senior," he said gratefully, pulling out a storage ring of his own and tossing it back to Lin Ming. "Each gets what they need," Lin Ming said, accepting the ring. After glancing at the pile of high-grade spirit stones inside, he gave a slight nod. "Senior, I'd like to ask you to concoct a pill for me," Jiang Xiyuan then spoke. "You should already know my rules," Lin Ming replied, looking at him. Jiang Xiyuan nodded. "I've prepared the formula, the ingredients, and the deposit." He took out another storage ring and placed it in the palm of his hand. Lin Ming reached out, and the ring floated from Jiang Xiyuan's hand into his own. "Let us say the same time next month then." The moment the words left his lips, Lin Ming's figure vanished into the mountain stream. "Senior," Jiang Xiyuan whispered. After confirming that the mysterious senior had already left, Jiang Xiyuan carefully departed the stream as well. Lingshao Peak, Zhongjian Peak, Sangjue Peak, and Feiyun Peak, these were the names of the sect's towering mountains. Lin Ming visited his contact in the same secretive manner, wrapping up this negotiation while also laying the groundwork for the next. This was part of Lin Ming's strategy and investment, a way to secure resources. Over the years, he had gone to great lengths trying every method he could think of and had indeed acquired a large amount of valuable materials. Take Jiang Xiyuan from Shanyang Peak, for example. He had been Lin Ming's first investment. With a rare 7-tier cultivation talent, Jiang came from the prestigious Jiang family of cultivators, was the son of the current clan head, and also a disciple of one of Shanyang Peak's elders. Using a few clever tricks, Lin Ming made Jiang believe he was an unnamed senior from Yuanshu Mountain, and under the guise of mentoring a junior, he obtained resources from him ranging from martial techniques and pills to refined weapons. And indeed, Lin Ming's judgment had been spot on. As someone from a noble cultivation family, Jiang had no shortage of spirit stones. In just a few short years, Lin Ming had collected a considerable amount from him. Of course, Lin Ming had simply taken advantage of him. With Lin's guidance, Jiang had successfully broken through to the spirit storage realm and had even become the top disciple of Shanyang Peak. It was a win-win situation. After that, Lin Ming applied the same method to other peaks, handpicking disciples and making similar deals, from which he gained even more resources. It was one of Lin Ming's more successful investments. Once the deals were done, Lin Ming removed his mask and returned to Zichen Peak, stepping back into his little wooden cabin. The next day, early in the morning, the noise outside woke Lin Ming up. As soon as he opened his eyes, the door swung open, and a striking figure appeared before him. It was Su Lianshu as she stood in the clearing, flowing through a full set of fist techniques. Junior sister really has been putting in the work, Lin Ming murmured as he watched. After stepping outside and splashing water on his face, he headed to the little makeshift kitchen he'd set up. He scooped a spoonful of spirit rice into the pot. Before long, the clean fragrance of spirit rice was drifting out. Catching the aroma, Su Lianshu stopped without meaning to. She was, in fact, a bit hungry. Junior sister, come have some breakfast. Lin Ming came over carrying 2 bowls of spirit rice porridge and a few plates of his own pickled vegetables, setting them on the stone table. Seeing that, Su Lianshu walked over on instinct and sat down. 3 meals a day, don't skip them, Lin Ming said with a smile. He picked up some pickles, popped them into his mouth, and chewed. Su Lianshu raised her bowl, looked at the steaming porridge, blew on it a couple times out of habit, then drank it slowly. It didn't take long for her to finish the porridge in her bowl. Once she was done, she went back to training. Lin Ming sipped his porridge at a leisurely pace, chewed on the pickles, and watched Su Lianshu temper her body in the distance. About 2 hours passed before she finally paused. Almost there, Su Lianshu murmured to herself. With top-grade blood essence pills to replenish her, and the food senior brother cooked that was rich in vital energy, her 4th body tempering would come soon. She was confident she could break through to the body tempering realm in short order. She had absolute confidence in that. Junior sister, you're really going hard with your training, Lin Ming called out, teasing her from under a tree not far away. Senior brother, don't you like cultivation? Su Lianshu walked up to him and asked. During this past hour, Su Lianshu noticed that Lin Ming had just been sitting under a tree, lying back against the trunk with no intention of cultivating at all. In her eyes, it did seem a bit of a waste of time. I wouldn't say I like it, Lin Ming replied, shaking his head. Does he like cultivation? Lin Ming never truly enjoyed cultivation. The only reason he practiced was so he could one day lie back and live a peaceful, easy life. Su Lianshu didn't press the issue further. Everyone had their own path to walk, and she had no intention of interfering. She'd rather just focus on her own matters. Junior apprentice sister, you must be close to your 4th body tempering stage, right? Lin Ming asked. He could sense the surging energy within Su Lianshu from this close distance, probably because she had just finished cultivating. The 4th body tempering stage? Of course, that was something Su Lianshu had told Lin Ming herself. As for progress in cultivation, Su Lianshu had never kept much from him, nor did she see any reason to hide it. Almost there, she replied with a nod. Then, junior apprentice sister, would you like to try a herbal bath? A herbal bath? She asked, slightly puzzled. Exactly. A herbal bath, Lin Ming confirmed with a nod. This kind of treatment can be beneficial for those in the body tempering stage. It might even help speed up your progress. When he said that, a slight look of curiosity appeared on Su Lianxue's beautiful face. She had never tried anything like that before, so she couldn't tell whether his words were trustworthy or not. Still, she leaned toward believing him. After all, there was no reason for Lin Ming to lie to her. Besides, it was possible that he had tried it himself before suggesting it to her. "It's worth a try," she finally said with a nod. This time, she decided to trust her senior apprentice brother. He wouldn't deceive her. "Then let me know when you're about to reach the 4th stage. I'll prepare the herbal bath for you," Lin Ming said. "Okay," she replied softly. Su Lianxue dipped her head in acknowledgement. In a soft voice, she called, "Senior brother Lin." Just then, a shout came from not far away. A pretty young woman came into view. She hurried up to Lin Ming, gave him a quick glance, then fixed her eyes on the Su Lianxue beside him. "You're Su Lianxue, the one with the 9-segment aptitude?" Yu Qingyao looked Su Lianxue up and down, curiosity in her voice. "This is Yu Qingyao, daughter of the Peak Lord of Hidden Sword Peak." Lin Ming introduced her to Su Lianxue as well. Still, the moment Yu Qingyao appeared, a faintly pained look crossed Lin Ming's face. "Senior brother, didn't you say Zichen Peak wasn't he taking disciples? How come you're recruiting again?" Yu Qingyao asked, her tone edging into a playful whine. "Ask Master about that. It's all his decision," Lin Ming said. "Uncle Master Yanhua," she blurted. A hint of fear flickered across Yu Qinyao's face. She really didn't want to face Uncle Master Yanhua. "Then I want to disturb Uncle Master in his cultivation." Her gaze drifted back to Su Lianxue. She had to admit, Su Lianxue was beautiful enough to stir a twinge of envy. Up on Flying Cloud Peak, she heard plenty of talk about Su Lianxue, how her looks ranked among the very best of the disciples. At first she bristled at the rumor, but seeing her in person, she had to concede she couldn't quite measure up. "She really is pretty," Yu Qingyao muttered under her breath. Su Lianxue shot her a glance, but let it pass without comment. "All right, what brings you up the mountain?" Lin Ming asked. He had a pretty good idea why Yu Qingyao had come, though he hoped it wasn't what he thought. "Senior brother, please give me some pointers." Yu Qingyao stepped back, drew the long sword at her waist, and addressed Lin Ming. He'd seen this coming a mile away. Ever since he absent-mindedly beat Yu Yaoqin in that spar, the girl had been pestering him nonstop. Even when he deliberately took it easy on her, she still wouldn't let up. So Lin Ming had laid down a rule with Yu Yaoqin. They spar once a month. It had been exactly a month since the last bout, and here she was again. What a pain. Still, he'd given his word, and he had to keep it. "Fine." Lin Ming turned back into the wooden cabin and came out with a long sword. The two of them headed for the clearing. "Senior brother, careful. I've already broken through to the 5th layer of the Lingtai realm," Yu Yaoqin said to Lin Ming. "I know," Lin Ming replied with a slight nod. "Let us begin," he said. In the next instant, Yu Yaoqin struck first. Her sword shot toward Lin Ming, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. But Lin Ming read her attack with ease and brought his blade down in a casual stroke. The two swords collided. Yu Yaoqin kept pressing forward, launching attack after attack, never giving Lin Ming a chance to catch his breath. Off to the side, Su Lianxue watched their exchange in silence. She quickly saw the truth. Yu Yaoqin's moves looked fierce, but Lin Ming was dismantling them without effort. It was as if he saw through every technique, none of it could touch him. And she sensed that her senior brother was doing it on purpose, like he was putting on a show. Yes, he was acting. She wasn't mistaken. With every one of Yu Yaoqin's strikes being defused, he should been able to end it fast. Yet Lin Ming was stretching the match into a drawn-out fight. That left Su Lianxue a little baffled. Was he hiding his strength? Bang! With a clear, ringing clash, Yu Yaoqin pulled away from Lin Ming of her own accord. She knew that with just those few attacks, taking down Lin Ming wouldn't be easy. So she'd really put in the work lately. In a flash, several arcs of sword chi burst from her hands and swept toward Lin Ming. Sword intent. Watching those streaks of sword chi, Su Lianxue saw more than just the chi itself, she saw the intent contained within. But it was only the embryonic form of sword intent. Still, once you've grasped the embryonic form, fully comprehending sword intent is only a matter of time. To realize sword intent at such a young age, her aptitude would be notable even in the upper realm. Looks like the lower realm hides quite a few talents. Maybe. A thought slowly surfaced in Su Lianshue's mind. Her gaze landed on her senior brother, and she found herself thinking he might very well lose to Yu Yaoqin. This girl really doesn't pull her punches. Watching the waves of sword chi and the nascent sword intent within rushing straight at him, Lin Ming thought to himself. He could, of course, sense the embryonic sword intent in the attack, and seeing that Yu Yaoqin had comprehended even that much did surprise him a little. But for a girl who only just grasped the embryonic form to turn it on him so soon, that was downright ruthless. With that, Lin Ming raised the long sword in his hand. Sword intent. Su Lianshue's gaze locked onto Lin Ming and didn't let go. There was no mistake. It was definitely sword intent. Though Su Lianshue wasn't a sword cultivator, she had plenty of sword cultivators under her command and had crossed blades with many others. She wasn't unfamiliar with the feel and nature of sword intent. And she could tell this sword intent was anything but ordinary. Sword intent is stratified. 9 tiers mark the boundary. Only above the 9th is it considered complete. Even though Lin Ming had deliberately concealed his sword intent, so most cultivators wouldn't notice, Su Lianshue still caught it with her divine sense. Senior brother's sword intent was anything but ordinary, very likely beyond the 5th heaven. Could her senior brother be a prodigy of the sword path? The sword chi dispersed in an instant. Faced with Lin Ming's consummate sword intent, those strands of sword chi were cut down one after another. But after those few streaks of sword chi, Yu Yaoqin's offensive pressed in again. Not wanting to hurt Yu Yaoqin, Lin Ming reined in his sword intent. Still, this bout had gone on long enough. It was time to call it. Junior sister, you've already lost. Lin Ming thrust with a single point. The tip stopped no more than a thumb's width from her throat. Mother said I would win. Seeing this, Yu Yaoqin reluctantly sheathed her long sword. Inwardly, she thought, Mother clearly said I could beat senior brother, yet I lost again. Peak master, you wasn't wrong. I just happened to make a small breakthrough recently. Lin Ming said it to comfort her. Judging by their past bouts, he might not have been able to defeat Yu Yaoqin. It was just that, unfortunately for her, he nudged his cultivation forward this time. A lie. Su Lianshue knew Lin Ming was definitely lying. A level like that couldn't be reached by some recent, minor breakthrough. More likely, Lin Ming had been hiding his edge all along. This senior brother's talent in the sword was unquestionably worthy of the word prodigy. Even in the upper realm, he live up to that title. She hadn't imagined he'd conceal himself this deeply. All at once, Su Lianshue found herself growing ever more curious about him. Why hide such strength on purpose? Next time, I'm definitely going to beat you. Yu Yaoqin spoke with her cheeks puffed in indignation, refusing to concede. She really looked awfully cute. Then I'll be waiting for your next challenge, Lin Ming said with a smile. According to their agreement, the competition for this month was already over. If she wanted to challenge him again, she'd have to wait until next month. Next month it is, then, Yu Qinrao replied. How about staying for lunch? Lin Ming asked. Well, since you're the one inviting me, I guess I can do you that favor. Yu Qinrao agreed immediately. Just thinking about the dishes Lin Ming cooked made her stomach growl. The food he made was clearly way better than the stuff they served in the cafeteria. And so, lured by the temptation of delicious food, Yu Qinrao decided to stay at Zichen Peak for the time being. Before they knew it, noon had arrived. Lin Ming arrived at a small lake above the waterfall, where a school of spirit fish swam. You're the one, Lin Ming said, his gaze landing on a black-tailed brocade fish. He reached out his hand, and in an instant, the fish leapt out of the water and landed in his grip. The black-tailed brocade fish struggled violently, but against Lin Ming, it was utterly powerless. In the end, it was carried back to the kitchen. How come those two got so chummy so fast? Lin Ming muttered, glancing toward a pair of figures not far away. Su Lianshue and Yu Qinrao had somehow already sat down together and were chatting animatedly. Just earlier, they had been complete strangers, and now they talked as if they couldn't get enough of each other. Lin Ming didn't really care. There was still food to prepare. A chef's knife landed in his hand. He slammed it down on the fish's head. The fish instantly went dizzy and stunned from the blow. Then, with a single swift motion, he sliced. Not long after, steaming bowls of fragrant, mouth-watering dishes were placed on the stone table. Yu Qingyao had already been sitting by the stone table waiting, her gaze fixed intently on the black-tailed brocade fish without so much as blinking. I absolutely love eating fish, Yu Qingyao said, barely able to contain herself. Then by all means, eat as much as you want, Lin Ming replied with a smile. In that case, I'll start then, she said, quickly picking up a piece of fish and popping it into her mouth. Instantly, a strange sense of happiness spread across her face. Su Lianxue wasn't shy either, quickly devouring everything on the stone table. When it came to things that could benefit her cultivation, she never hesitated. As a result, most of the dishes on the stone table were eaten by the two of them, especially the black-tailed brocade fish. Yu Qingyao alone had eaten almost 2/3 of it. Oh, by the way, senior brother, I need to go to Mingshan City in 3 days. Do you want to come along? Yu Yaoqin glanced at Lin Ming and asked, Why are you going to Mingshan City? He asked in return. Mingshan City was a town built by Yuan Su Mountain, located several hundred miles south of the mountain. It was a place where many cultivators lived, practiced, and conducted business. There's going to be an auction in 7 days, and there's something I need, Yu Yaoqin answered honestly. That was exactly why she needed to go in person. Senior brother, will you come with me? She asked, a hint of mischief in her tone. Sure. Actually, I was planning to go to Mingshan myself. Lin Ming thought for a moment and replied. He had been meaning to make a trip there recently to take care of some business. Since Yu Yaoqin had invited him, he decided to accept. I'll let you know when we're leaving, she told him. Lianxue, you should come too. I'll show you around Mingshan City. Yu Qingyao extended the invitation to Su Lianxue as well. I'll think about it later, Su Lianxue replied with a shake of her head. Meanwhile, outside of cultivation, she wasn't too much interested in anything else for the time being and didn't want to waste time on other matters. It's settled. I'll let you know when the time comes. With that, Yu Yaoqin rose and left, heading straight down the mountain as if she hadn't heard Su Lianxue at all. Don't take it to heart. Junior sister Yu has always been lively, Lin Ming said to Su Lianxue. Senior sister Yu really is pretty interesting, Su Lianxue replied. Elsewhere, after leaving Zichen Peak, Yu Yaoqin made her way back to Hidden Sword Peak, to her mother Yao Churuo's quarters. Yao Churuo was the peak lord of Hidden Sword Peak. Yao Churuo sat in a chair with her eyes closed, resting. On the table was a freshly brewed cup of hot tea, still steaming. Mom. Yu Yaoqin stepped into the room and called out. Yao Churuo slowly opened her eyes, and when she saw Yu Yaoqin, a barely noticeable trace of doting flickered across her face. Qiner, how did that spar turn out? Yao Churuo asked. Mom, you lied to me, Yu Yaoqin said solemnly. How did I lie to you? Yao Churuo put on an innocent look. Only in front of her daughter would she show this expression. Outside, she was the cold, ruthless, decisive peak lord of Hidden Sword Peak. You lost to Lin Ming? Yao Churuo suddenly put it together and asked, a bit surprised. Yu Yaoqin nodded. That shouldn't have happened, Yao Churuo said. The rudiments of sword intent. With her guidance, Yu Yaoqin had grasped a nascent form of sword intent. It wasn't a complete sword intent yet, but against sword cultivators of the same realm who comprehended sword intent, or most cultivators who weren't sword cultivators, it should have been more than enough. Besides, she personally trained her own daughter. Although Lin Ming was senior sister Yinhua's disciple, senior sister Yinhua had been in closed-door seclusion for years and hardly had time to instruct her disciples. So she felt reasonably confident her daughter could beat Lin Ming. Yet whenever Yu Yaoqin crossed swords with him, wins were few and losses many. She was basically always on the losing end. Something about that didn't add up. Walk me through exactly how your bouts went, start to finish, Yao Churuo said. Seeing this, Yu Yaoqin recounted every detail of their exchanges to her mother. After listening, Yao Churuo fell silent, lost in thought. Lin Ming has probably already grasped sword intent, she said at last, her expression complicated. If her guess was right, Lin Ming had very likely comprehended sword intent. If that's true, he has been hiding it well. I knew it, Yu Yaoqin said immediately. She had that feeling all along. Without sword intent, she wouldn't keep losing to him. I knew senior brother Lin wasn't as mediocre as people in the sect make him out to be, she continued. How could someone who keeps defeating her be a nobody? She didn't believe a word of those sect rumors. Since martial nephew Lin Ming entered senior sister Yunhua's tutelage, he has never taken part in the sect's grand tournaments and the like, so it's normal people don't know him well, Yao Churuo said. Ever since taking venerable Yunhua as his master, Lin Ming had kept a low profile, rarely appearing in public, so the sect's disciples knew little about him, only that he was venerable Yunhua's sole disciple. The rest was anyone's guess, which is why the rumors about him were understandable. Senior brother will show his real skill sooner or later, Yu Yaoqin said earnestly. You really are strong in the sword path, senior brother, Su Lianxue said as she walked up to Lin Ming. You're just at the qi refinement stage, what do you know? Just focus on your cultivation, Lin Ming replied with a slightly amused smile. Su Lianxue paused for a moment before realizing Lin Ming had looked down on her. Well then, let him underestimate me. After all, my current strength is weak only at the 3rd refinement stage. But just wait. Once I surpass Lin Ming, it'll be a different story. Su Lianxue believed she would catch up to and even overtake Lin Ming in a short time. After all, she had once been an emperor-level expert. She still had that confidence. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. With the help of top-grade qi-enhancing pills and the meals Lin Ming had prepared, her cultivation had already reached the threshold of the 4th qi refinement. She could undergo the 4th refinement anytime she wished. But she hadn't forgotten what Lin Ming had told her earlier. About the herbal bath. She was actually curious to see whether this bath would truly help her cultivation. Senior brother, I'm about to begin my 4th qi refinement, Su Lianxue said, seeking Lin Ming out to tell him directly. At that moment, Lin Ming was still lounging under a big tree, but this time, instead of leaning against it, he was lying on a homemade recliner. On the wooden table beside him sat a cup filled with homemade fruit wine. I know. I'll prepare everything for you tonight, Lin Ming answered casually. He picked up the cup and downed the entire glass of wine in one gulp, looking thoroughly relaxed and content. Only then did Su Lianxue understand why her senior brother's cultivation level seemed so low. In these past few days, she hadn't once seen him actually training. He was either napping in a chair under a tree or down by the lake with a fishing rod, though he usually came back empty-handed. During the day, Lin Ming didn't spend any time on cultivation at all. As for his nights, Su Lianxue didn't live with him, so she had no idea. Senior brother, aren't you going to cultivate? Su Lianxue couldn't help asking, curiosity in her voice. Cultivate? Junior sister, what makes you think I'm not cultivating? Lin Ming shot back. Because you're either sleeping or out fishing, and you never catch anything, Su Lianxue said earnestly. Can't catch fish? Lin Ming's mouth twitched. What do you mean I can't catch fish? He was playing by only the willing bite the hook, only fish with a destined affinity for him would take the bait. If he didn't reel them in, it simply meant there was no fate between them. He certainly wasn't going to admit he couldn't catch fish. Then why do you think that doesn't count as cultivation? He countered. I've seen the method of tempering the heart through the mortal world in the texts. Some elders do cultivate that way, but you're not like them, Su Lianxue said. What elder tempers their heart through worldly affairs by lying down to sleep? As for fishing to temper the heart, she did know someone, and that person had something in common with Lin Ming. He couldn't catch fish either. Besides, it wasn't that she looked down on Lin Ming, she just figured his strength hadn't reached the level for worldly heart tempering. Why not me? Lin Ming asked, a little curious. Inwardly, she wondered why he hadn't reached that so-called worldly heart tempering. Because your realm hasn't reached that stage, Su Lianxue said bluntly. Being looked down on. Lin Ming understood his junior sister had just looked down on him. He really wasn't doing any worldly heart tempering, he was just plain kicking back. If one wanted to advance further in cultivation, the only path was to ascend to the upper realm. But Lin Ming didn't have plans for that, at least, not yet. Disciple sister, your words are a bit harsh, Lin Ming said. Disciple brother, I'm just speaking the truth, Su Lianxue replied. You should focus more on your cultivation and not waste the talent you have in the sword path. Su Lianxue didn't want to see her senior brother squander his natural gift. She could tell from his fight with Yu Yaoqin how strong he really was. And she also knew he hadn't revealed everything he was capable of. That was exactly why she hated seeing Lin Ming so indifferent toward his own potential. If Lin Ming were serious about cultivating, and with her help, ascending to the upper realm wouldn't be out of reach. Su Lianxue was confident about that. Little disciple sister, you should just focus on your own cultivation first. Save the lecturing for when you've surpassed me, Lin Ming said with a light smile. Want to lecture me? Try doing it after you've passed me in cultivation. With that, Lin Ming returned to his reclining chair, lay back, stared at the leaves dancing in the wind, and slowly closed his eyes. Such a nice day would be a shame not to sneak in a nap. He wouldn't let a few of Su Lianxue's words shake him. Totally hopeless, Su Lianxue thought bitterly as she looked at Lin Ming lying there. Her master, whom she had never met, was a total cultivation fanatic. Yet her senior brother here didn't seem to care much about cultivation, despite clearly having a natural talent for the sword. Why couldn't her master push Lin Ming a little harder? Thinking about that, Su Lianxue turned her gaze toward the mountaintop. She didn't know when she would finally meet her master. Then, her eyes drifted back to Lin Ming. She was determined her cultivation wouldn't stay below his for long. And when the time came, she'd make sure to give her senior brother a proper wake-up call. Such a talent for swordsmanship would be a real shame if he didn't work hard to cultivate it. Perhaps in the future, Lin Ming could even become an ally to her. Su Lianxue turned and walked back to her wooden hut, deciding not to continue her cultivation tonight. If she kept going, she feared she wouldn't be able to hold back and would complete her fourth body tempering breakthrough. Night fell. Meanwhile, Lin Ming had cleared out an empty room. Inside were placed two large wooden barrels, both filled to the brim with clean water. Under one of the barrels, several bricks were stacked along the rim, lifting the barrel slightly off the ground. A flame burst to life in Lin Ming's palm. He muttered a low command, "Go." The flame shot downward, landing beneath the barrel, slowly spreading until it fully surrounded the bottom. Before long, the water inside began to bubble and boil. Lin Ming then pulled out handfuls of spirit plants one after another. Qingyang flowers, Xianling grass, cooling fruits each appeared in succession. These were all grade 1 spirit plants, typically used by cultivators at the spirit drawing stage. Yet Lin Ming simply tossed them one by one into the boiling water. If other cultivators saw this, they would surely accuse him of wasting valuable resources. After all, using such high-grade materials for someone at the body tempering stage was nothing short of extravagance. But Lin Ming didn't care. If it was a waste, then so be it. After all, he had gone through the same process during his own body tempering phase. Now, he was just making his junior sister retrace the same path he once walked. Whatever he had experienced back then, not a single thing was spared for his junior now. Who could he blame? Their chief master had long since abandoned his duties, leaving Lin Ming to take up the responsibility of training his junior. As time passed, the clear water gradually changed color with the addition of the spirit plants, first a light green, then a deeper green, and finally a rich, dark emerald green. When the timing was right, Lin Ming scattered the flames beneath the wooden tub. After finishing, Lin Ming turned and walked toward the door. Su Lianxue had already been waiting outside. "Come in," Lin Ming said to her. Seeing this, Su Lianxue stepped inside, her eyes landing on the herbal bath in the tub. A faint, pleasant fragrance rose from it. She had already caught the scent outside. "Take all your clothes off and get in. Just stay until you've absorbed all the medicine's effects," Lin Ming instructed. "The other tub is for rinsing off afterward." With that, he stepped out and casually shut the door behind him. He had said everything he needed to. What came next was up to Su Lianxue, and he had no intention of getting involved further. Su Lianxue walked up to the tub, staring at the steaming medicinal bath, standing silently for a moment. Then, she began to undress. Piece by piece, she removed her clothes, until she stood completely naked before the tub. Then, she stepped up onto the platform. Her long, pale legs slowly dipped into the hot herbal bath. Her beautiful eyes slightly narrowed as she felt the intense heat. But she had already undergone 3 body tempering sessions. Her body could just barely handle the scorching temperature. Her entire body sank into the tub, fully submerged except for her head. The medicinal bath surrounded her completely. As she soaked, the medicine gradually seeped into her body, beginning the process of tempering and strengthening her physique. This was her 4th body tempering session, and naturally, the results came with it. Before she even realized it, Su Lianxue had completed her 4th round of tempering in the herbal bath. But the bath was far from over. The medicinal energy continued to surge in, slowly fusing into her very being. This process lasted about half an hour. The medicinal effects were completely absorbed by Su Lianxue, and the broth gradually became clear. Unexpectedly, at the same time, a layer of filth began to surface on her skin. This grime was actually the impurities from within her body. The herbal bath, while tempering her physical form, had also forced these toxins out. For her future cultivation, this was truly highly beneficial. At this moment, Su Lianxue herself could genuinely feel the advantages of the medicinal bath. With this boost, her cultivation progress would surely accelerate. Su Lianxue stepped out of the wooden tub and climbed into another one, washing away the dirt from her body. Once the filth was gone, her skin appeared even more delicate and radiant, making her look even more enchanting. After changing into clean clothes, she pushed open the wooden door and walked outside. Lin Ming sat on a stone bench not far away. Seeing her come out, he gave a slight nod. Clean those 2 tubs properly. We'll use them again next time. Lin Ming spoke to Su Lianxue. Tomorrow, she asked. Since she had already felt the benefits of the medicinal bath, naturally, she wanted to soak in it again. Of course not. Lin Ming shook his head. This herbal bath should only be used when you're nearing the end of your body tempering, that is, when it'll be most effective. Next time will be before you complete the 5th stage of tempering. I understand. Su Lianxue nodded. Since that was the case, she would follow Lin Ming's instructions. Then she turned and went back inside, carried out one of the wooden tubs, and headed toward the pond. Finish cleaning them early and get some rest, Lin Ming said, watching her retreating figure. Su Lianxue didn't respond. Lin Ming stretched lazily and then returned to his room. A busy day had finally ended. It was time to rest well. The next day, knock, knock, knock. The knocking started early in the morning. Senior brother, wake up. Don't sleep anymore. The sun's already shining on your backside. It was Yu Yaoqin's voice from outside the door. She successfully woke Lin Ming from his sleep. This little brat. Lin Ming opened his eyes, looking rather helpless. He got up, walked to the door, and pushed open the wooden door. Yu Yaoqin stood before him. Today, she was wearing a pink outfit that made her look especially adorable. Senior brother, why do you always oversleep? Yu Yao teased him playfully. And look at senior junior sister Lianxue. She's always diligently cultivating, she added, glancing behind her toward the open courtyard. Su Lianxue was alone there, practicing her cultivation. When Yu Yao had climbed up Purple Dawn Peak earlier, she had already seen Su Lianxue hard at work. Comparing that to Lin Ming, who was still asleep, the difference was huge. You could try cultivating as hard as she does. Lin Ming glanced briefly at Su Lianxue before responding to Yu Yao. I have been working really hard, you know. Yu Yao raised her hand and clenched her little fist, shouting defiantly. And if you're already trying hard, yet still can't beat me, then you've got even more reason to step it up. Lin Ming replied with a teasing smile. I will defeat you next time for sure. Yu Yao couldn't think of a comeback, so she just pouted and declared stubbornly. Then I'll be looking forward to your next challenge. Lin Ming said, still smiling. Ready to head out? He changed the subject, asking. Today was the day they were supposed to depart for Mingshan City. Not yet. The sect's spirit boat won't leave for another hour. Yu Yao replied. The sect operated spirit boats to Mingshan City on a regular schedule, and they planned to take one. All it required was a small payment in spirit stones. Compared to walking all the way, taking the spirit boat was much more convenient. It's still another hour. Couldn't you at least let your senior brother get some peace? Lin Ming grumbled. Only 1 hour passed? You come to bother me already? Senior brother, I'm hungry. Yu Qingyao spoke up. Go to the cafeteria to eat. Lin Ming said directly. The food from the cafeteria can't even compare to what my senior brother cooks. Yu Yaoqin shook her head. The cafeteria food wasn't bad, but compared to what Lin Ming cooked, it was miles behind. I know. Lin Ming sighed and said, Senior brother, I want to eat red cooked pork. Yu Yaoqin immediately placed her order. Who eats red cooked pork this early in the morning? Lin Ming refused quickly. Senior brother, I just want some. Yu Yaoqin grabbed Lin Ming's arm with both hands, pouting slightly as she begged. Su Lianxue, not far away, glanced over briefly before returning her focus to cultivation. I don't have the ingredients. Lin Ming shook his head. That's already taken care of. Yu Yaoqin had clearly been waiting for this response. She pulled out a small bag from her storage ring. It's blood fong boar meat. The cafeteria just slaughtered one today, so I grabbed a bit. She handed the bag to Lin Ming directly. Seeing this, Lin Ming couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. So she had been waiting here for him all along. You little rascal. Lin Ming took the bag and lightly flicked Yu Yaoqin's forehead. Ouch! Yu Yaoqin quickly covered her forehead with her hand. Wait here. Lin Ming walked past her and entered the kitchen. He pulled the blood fong boar meat from the bag and placed it on the cutting board, grabbing a nearby cleaver. He swung the knife down once. The aroma of meat instantly spread. The rich fragrance floated out, drawing Yu Yaoqin and Su Lianxue over from a distance. Distracted by Yu Qinyao's constant pestering, even Su Lianxue temporarily stopped her cultivation. Senior brother, is it done yet? I'm starving. Yu Yaoqin couldn't hold back her excitement and quickly spoke up. Sit down first. It'll be ready in a moment. Lin Ming calmly looked back at Yu Yaoqin and said, Okay. Yu Yaoqin immediately took Su Lianxue's small hand in hers. The two of them sat at the stone table. Your senior brother's cooking is really amazing, Yu Yaoqin praised, looking at Su Lianxue. Su Lianxue nodded in agreement. Having tasted Lin Ming's cooking before, she naturally shared Yu Yaoqin's sentiment. Before long, Lin Ming placed 3 bowls of congee on the stone table, followed by 2 side dishes. Finally came the braised pork, what Yu Yaoqin had been eagerly waiting for. As soon as the dish hit the table, Yu Yaoqin's eyes didn't leave it for a second. Without hesitation, she grabbed her chopsticks and picked up a piece of pork, popping it into her mouth. The meat melted on her tongue, and the rich aroma instantly filled her mouth, spreading even into her heart. A look of indescribable satisfaction unconsciously surfaced on her face. Senior brother's skills just keep getting better and better, Yu Yaoqin said with a smile. Lianxue junior sister, go ahead and try it. Senior brother's braised pork is incredibly delicious. She turned and called out to Su Lianxue. Seeing this, Su Lianxue also took a piece and brought it to her mouth. Just as Yu Yaoqin said, the braised pork really was that good. Instinctively, Su Lianxue began eating a bit faster. The entire plate of braised pork was almost entirely devoured by Yu Yaoqin and Su Lianxue, while Lin Ming only had a few pieces. This was just too good, Yu Yaoqin said contentedly after finishing the last bite. Don't forget to wash the bowls after you're done, Lin Ming said, glancing at Yu Yaoqin. Senior brother, can you really bear to make your cute little junior sister wash the dishes? Yu Yaoqin immediately gave him a playful pout. Then I won't cook next time, Lin Ming replied with a smile. Fine, fine, I'll wash them. I'll wash them. Hearing this, Yu Yaoqin immediately agreed. What a heartless senior brother, she muttered, picking up a bowl from the table. Lin Ming pretended not to hear her comment. Junior sister, let's go check out Ming Mountain City together, Lin Ming said, turning to look at Su Lianxue. Since joining Zichen Peak, Su Lianxue was either cultivating or on her way to do so. Lin Ming thought it was time for his junior sister to relax a bit. There was no need to push herself so hard all the time. Sometimes, balancing work and rest was crucial. I'll pass, Su Lianxue shook her head. She had absolutely no interest in places like Ming Mountain City. She'd rather use that time for cultivation. Some of the medicinal energy absorbed from last night's herbal bath still lingered within her, not yet fully absorbed. She needed to transform that energy into her own cultivation foundation as soon as possible. Come on, why are you hesitating? Yu Yaoqin took a step and stood beside Su Lianxue in an instant. She grabbed Su Lianxue's hand. Junior sister, your senior sister is taking you out for a walk. Give me a little face. One to you? At the entrance of Yuan Su Mountain, the 3 of them appeared. After persistent coaxing from Yu Yaoqin, Su Lianxue couldn't withstand the attack and finally decided to go with them to Ming Mountain City. As soon as the trio showed up, they immediately drew the attention of many disciples, especially from those eyeing Yu Yaoqin and Su Lianxue. Wow, who is that? So beautiful. Our sect actually has such a gorgeous girl, and I didn't even know, someone exclaimed. Of course you didn't know. The one on the left is Yu Yaoqin, the daughter of the Hidden Sword Peak Master. The other one is Su Lianxue, one of only 2 disciples ever accepted by Zichen Peak. Su Lianxue, the genius with the 9 joint and a half talent. Exactly. No wonder she's so stunning. That beautiful girl, I wish she could be my cultivation partner. Don't even think about it. She probably wouldn't give you a second glance. Murmurs began to rise, nearly all of them circling around Su Lianxue and Yu Yaoqin. As for Lin Ming, the crowd instinctively ignored him. Although a few recognized his identity, their attention was quickly drawn back to Yu Yaoqin and Su Lianxue. This minor commotion didn't bother the trio much. Boom. Suddenly, a loud rumble came from above. Many people shifted their gazes from the two women up to the sky. They saw a mid-sized spirit vessel descending from the heavens, slowly coming to a stop before them. This is one of our sect's spirit vessels. It's a mid-grade spirit artifact at the 5th stage, called Qi Yan. Yu Yaoqin explained to Su Lianxue as they looked on. Once the vessel landed, a middle-aged man stepped off and scanned the crowd with his eyes. Same rule as always, only those with a pass may board, said the middle-aged man. The pass he referred to was, of course, proof of eligibility to board. There were two ways to obtain one, either issued by the sect for those on official missions, which allowed free passage, or purchased with spirit stones. Lin Ming and the others clearly belonged to the second category, but Yu Yaoqin had come prepared, having bought 3 passes in advance. After handing the passes to the man, the 3 boarded the vessel without issue. Senior brother Guyuan. Once aboard, Lin Ming spotted a middle-aged man standing at the front of the vessel. He happened to know him. Junior brother Lin Ming. Well, this is a rare sight. Guyuan noticed Lin Ming and smiled as he spoke. Most juniors stayed behind at Zichen Peak, rarely seen outside. It was indeed somewhat unusual to see him leaving the sect. I'm heading to Mingshan City to buy something. Lin Ming nodded in response. That must be Su Lianxue, the one rumored to have a 9.5 grade aptitude. The gaze that settled on her belonged to Gu Yuan. Greetings, senior brother, Su Lianxue said, a hint of respect in her voice. Junior sister, Gu Yuan replied with a nod. As for her, she was nothing more than a curiosity to him. He knew she was destined to become Yuanshu Mountain's next prodigy, assuming the one on Zichen Peak actually took her training seriously. I need to take the helm of the spirit boat. We'll talk later, Gu Yuan said. Go ahead, senior brother, Lin Ming nodded. The 3 of them grabbed a few seats. Before long, the spirit boat was packed. A translucent blue barrier wrapped around the hull, then the boat rose, lifted off, and arrowed toward Mingshan City. Junior sister Su Lianxue, I'm Guan Xiong from Shangyang Peak. A disciple approached and introduced himself. Hi. Su Lianxue's response was cool, just that one word. From the look on his face, she could more or less guess what he was after, and had no intention of entertaining it. Junior sister Su, mind if we get to know each other? Guan Xiong asked. Her chill only piqued his interest. No, she said, cutting him off without hesitation. Guan Xiong's smile froze. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. The refusal was so crisp it left him a little stunned, at a loss. Then I won't bother you, he managed. After a few awkward seconds, he hurried away. Junior sister, you really are popular, Lin Ming teased. Even now, plenty of eyes, intentional or not, kept drifting her way. Her beauty was undeniably captivating to these men, and her near-perfect 9.5-star talent made her a rising star in Yuansu Mountain, if nothing unexpected happened. The only real pity was that she had become a disciple of Zichen Peak. Brother Senior, how much longer until we reach Mingshan City? Su Lianxue asked. About an hour or so, he replied. Based on the speed of the red swallows, it would take just over an hour to get to Mingshan City. Don't worry, little junior sister. I've got your back, Yu Yaoqin said, knowing full well that Su Lianxue hated being bothered, so she stepped in like that. With you junior sister here, there's definitely nothing to worry about. Lin Ming chimed in with a teasing smile. With Yu Yaoqin's personality, this kind of thing really wasn't a concern. After all, even he himself had to give her a little leeway on certain things. At that moment, a fairly handsome man approached, followed by a few companions. Han Zizong, what do you want? Yu Yaoqin saw him coming and spoke up immediately. Her gaze landed on Han Zizong, her face clearly showing her displeasure. You junior sister, I'd just like to get to know Su Lianxue junior sister. Han Zizong said with a friendly smile. He stepped past Yu Yaoqin and turned his eyes towards Su Lianxue. Su Lianxue simply ignored his gaze. Well, I don't feel like getting to know you, so why don't you just go cool off somewhere else? Yu Yaoqin shot back at Han Zizong without giving him any face. She had already said she'd help keep people away from Su Lianxue, and now she was truly standing right in front of her like a shield. Yu Yaoqin always meant what she said. You're not Su Jr.'s sister yourself. Who gave you the right to speak for her? Han Zizong retorted. Whatever. Yu Yaoqin snapped back irritably. Su Jr.'s sister, I'm Han Zizong from Lingxiao Peak. May I have the honor of making your acquaintance? Han Zizong went ahead and addressed Su Lianxue directly. Sure, here's a natural and immersive English translation of the passage in a novelistic tone, tailored to fit American English storytelling conventions. Su Lianxue chose once again to ignore him, not even sparing a glance, as if the man didn't exist. All right, you said you don't want to meet anyone, so don't hang around here bothering my junior sister. Yu Yaoqin spoke up again. Han Zizong didn't respond to Yu Yaoqin. Instead, his gaze shifted to Lin Ming, who stood beside Su Lianxue. Lin Ming noticed the stare immediately, and for a brief moment, their eyes met. But it lasted less than a second before Lin Ming deliberately looked away. He had no interest in men, nor did he have any unusual preferences. Then I'll take my leave, junior sister. Han Zizong was the son of one of the elders from Lingxiao Peak. He was known for his lecherous nature, and rumors even said his father had obtained a dual cultivation technique for him. He was said to have had ambiguous relationships with several female disciples. Yu Yaoqin added, in theory, as a disciple from Zhangjian Peak, I should have little to do with someone from Lingxiao Peak like him. But Han Zizong used to be quite famous, so I remember him. Su Lianxue gave a slight nod. In the past, whenever she encountered men like him, someone else would always step in before she even had to act. She could only conclude that she was still too weak and needed to grow stronger as soon as possible. Next time you go out, I'll have you wear a mask. No one will recognize you then. Lin Ming said with a smile. Then I'll trouble you, senior brother. Su Lianxue's eyes lit up. It was actually a great idea. A mask would definitely help her avoid a lot of unwanted attention. At her current level of strength, this was a practical solution. Leave it to me then. Seeing that Su Lianxue was actually serious about it, Lin Ming readily agreed. After all, she was his junior sister. This was a small favor, nothing at all out of the ordinary. Let me know if you'd like help continuing the translation or adjusting the tone further. Sometimes being too good-looking only brings trouble. With Yu Yaoqin's commanding presence and Su Lianxue's cool aloofness, the disciples nearby lost any thought of striking up a conversation. Still, a few faces turned sour. After a while, a massive city slowly came into view. Mingshan City had been founded by Yuanshu Mountain 100 years ago. It housed plenty of mortals and cultivators, most of whom had ties to Yuanshu Mountain in one way or another. The Red Swallow didn't pause, flying straight into Mingshan City. Of course, only Yuanshu Mountain spirit boats were allowed into Mingshan City. Any other faction or private spirit boat barging in without permission was basically a provocation against Yuanshu Mountain. The moment the Red Swallow entered the city, it drew a lot of eyes from both inside and outside the walls. Some people looked puzzled, some curious, others were envious or wary. A whole range of expressions played across their faces. That Yuanshu Mountain spirit boat, but it's full of their disciples. When will I ever get accepted into Yuanshu Mountain? Quit dreaming. Go dream somewhere else. Maybe in your next life, if you're born lucky, you'll get in. Then I guess I should just work hard at my cultivation in this life. After the Red Swallow flew into the city, it settled down in a designated area. Once it was steady, everyone disembarked one after another. Come on, junior sister. I'll show you around Mingshan City, Yu Yaoqin said to Su Lianxue. The auction Yu Yaoqin had mentioned wouldn't start for 4 days, so they'd be staying in Mingshan City for a bit perfect chance to look around. I've got something to take care of first. You two go ahead and wander, Lin Ming said to them. Got business? Senior brother, don't tell me you're heading to the Wanhua Pavilion? Yu Yaoqin said, a mischievous grin playing at her lips. Wanhua Pavilion? Where's that? Su Lianxue asked, a little curious. Wanhua Pavilion is the #1 brothel in Mingshan City. Yu Yaoqin shot Su Lianxue a sidelong glance and grinned wickedly. At the word brothel, Su Lianxue's cheeks flushed. She clearly knew what it meant. She looked over at Lin Ming, thinking, is this senior brother really planning to go to a place like that? What are you imagining? Lin Ming gave her an impatient glare. This girl was always letting her imagination run wild. Here, take it. Lin Ming fished a storage pouch from his robe and tossed it to Yu Yaoqin. There are some spirit stones and silver in there. Whatever junior sister Lianxue wants to buy, just pay for it for her, Lin Ming said. Su Lianxue couldn't use a storage pouch yet, and handing her spirit stones and silver directly would have been inconvenient. So Lin Ming passed the money to Yu Yaoqin to pay on her behalf. You're really good to your junior sister, Yu Yaoqin said with a teasing lilt as she took the pouch. You could always apprentice under our master too, Lin Ming said, giving her a look. Pass. Yu Yaoqin refused without a second thought, shaking her head. She had no desire to make martial Uncle Yinhua her master. Thank you, senior brother, Su Lianxue said, thanking him repeatedly. Have fun. Before the words even faded, Lin Ming had already turned and left. He headed toward a quieter spot, slipped into a narrow alley, and came out looking like a middle-aged man. Then he made his way to the Yunhai Chamber of Commerce. The moment he stepped through the doors, a young, pretty woman came forward to greet him. Welcome, sir. What can I get you? She asked. I want to see your manager. Lin Ming immediately produced a token. Honored guest, please follow me. At the sight of the token, her expression changed in an instant, and she grew much more respectful. She led Lin Ming upstairs to the second floor and into a VIP room. Please wait a moment, honorable guest. Manager Wang will arrive shortly. As soon as the words left her mouth, the beautiful woman turned and walked out. The room was left with only Lin Ming inside. Not long after, a middle-aged man walked in with a smile. Brother Yan, I've been waiting for you for days. Manager Wang approached Lin Ming and said. Lin Ming didn't waste words. A glass vial appeared in his hand, containing 2 crimson pills. As soon as Wang Hai saw the 2 pills, his expression changed dramatically. Could this be? His face suddenly turned tense. Red emptiness-dispelling pills, aren't these exactly what you're looking for? Lin Ming said calmly. Brother Yan, this is no longer something I can decide. Please wait a moment, Wang Hai said seriously. Then he quickly stepped out. Throughout, Lin Ming remained calm and expressionless. About a quarter of an hour later, an old man hurried into the room. I am Qi Rong, head of the Yunhai Trading House in Mingshan City. The elder introduced himself first. Wang Hai entered behind Qi Rong, followed by another elderly man. Are these truly red emptiness-dispelling pills? Qi Rong's gaze locked onto the 2 pills. Be my guest, Lin Ming replied. Qi Rong immediately picked up the pills for a close inspection before passing them to the elder behind him. There's no mistake, Director. The elder named Sun Chung confirmed after examining them. It's definitely the red emptiness-dispelling pills. Thank you, fellow cultivator. Yunhai Trading House owes you a great favor, Qi Rong said solemnly to Lin Ming. Just fulfill the promise you made, Lin Ming replied indifferently. Of course, Qi Rong nodded. Oh, and I want everything converted into spirit stones, Lin Ming added. The things you promised me are of no use to me. Spirit stones will be more practical. Agreed. Qi Rong nodded in agreement. Oh, by the way, the auction 7 days from now is that hosted by your Yunhai Trading Guild. Meanwhile, on the other side of town, Yu Yaoqin and Su Lianxue were also walking down the street side by side. As soon as they appeared, they naturally drew quite a few curious glances. Yaoqing Sr., may I ask what kind of person is senior brother exactly? Su Lianxue ignored the looks and turned to Yu Yaoqin with a question. After spending these past few days together, she had started sensing something strange about Lin Ming, though she couldn't quite put her finger on what it was. Senior brother, huh? Yu Yaoqin paused for a moment, then fell silent as she gathered her thoughts. Honestly, senior brother is actually pretty lazy, she said after a while, choosing her words carefully. It's like he doesn't really care about anything, not even cultivation. That was how she saw it anyway. She could barely recall ever seeing Lin Ming train. And yet, no matter how hard she tried, she always ended up falling short of him. That frustrated her more than she cared to admit. Well, there is one thing he takes very seriously, Yu suddenly recalled, quickly adding. What is it? Su Lianxue asked, intrigued. Eating, Yu Yaoqin replied simply. At the mention of food, she couldn't help but recall the red braised pork her senior brother had once made. Hearing this, Su Lianxue fell silent for a moment. She began to think that maybe she shouldn't have asked such a direct question. Perhaps this was something she should figure out on her own. She had this nagging feeling that something was off about this senior brother of theirs, she just couldn't tell what. Her suspicions about Lin Ming were mostly based on instinct. But one day, she would uncover the truth herself. "Come on, Lianxue." Yu Yaoqin gently took Su Lianxue's hand. "Let's go. Who knows what treasures we might find on this street." As night fell, at the fragrant Emerald House, in one of the private rooms on the 5th floor, "Senior apprentice brother, you've really never been to the Wanhua Pavilion? All the female cultivators there practice dual cultivation. Who knows, maybe a little dual cultivation with them could give your cultivation a huge boost." Yao Qin Yu looked at Lin Ming with a mischievous grin as she spoke. "Why don't you go try it then?" Lin Ming shot her a flat glance before replying. "I wouldn't mind going, but unfortunately, I'm not a man." Yao Qin Yu feigned disappointment. "Then after we return, I'll go request Master Zhangjian to find the Heavenly Demon Rebirth Sutra for you," Lin Ming said with a slight smirk playing at the corner of his mouth. The Heavenly Demon Rebirth Sutra was one of the cultivation techniques from the Meryl sect. When mastered, it could transform men into women and women into men. However, since the destruction of the Meryl sect, the manual had been lost to the world. "Don't, senior brother, I take it back, I was wrong." Yao Qin Yu immediately backed down. She had only meant it as a joke, but she definitely didn't want her mother to find out. If her mother got wind of it, she'd be in serious trouble. "Stop thinking about useless things all day," Lin Ming said coolly. As a matter of fact, he had been to the Wanhua Pavilion before. He had only gone to watch the dancing and listen to music, nothing else happened. He definitely planned to return someday, but now wasn't the time. "Little junior sister, what did you buy?" Lin Ming turned to Su Lianxue and asked. "Just a few little trinkets," Su Lianxue replied with a smile. She had actually made a few unexpected discoveries. It was all just good luck, really. Just then, the door to the room was pushed open. A series of delicious dishes were brought in by maids and placed on the table. The aroma quickly caught Yao Qin Yu's attention. "Senior brother, I won't hold back then." With that, Yao Qin Yu picked up her chopsticks. "Please, eat as much as you like." The day of the auction had finally arrived. The auction was being hosted by the Yunhai Chamber of Commerce. They'd actually been promoting it for quite a while. When Lin Ming and the others arrived, they saw crowds filing into the Yunhai Chamber of Commerce. Leveraging Yuanshu Mountain-S backing, and with a VIP token Yu Yaoqin had somehow procured, they made it into a private box on the 2nd floor. This auction has been hyped for a month by the Yunhai Chamber of Commerce. There should be plenty of good stuff inside, Yu Yaoqin said. This time, she had her eye on just one treasure. About 2 hours passed. Sun Qing finally took the stage. He swept his gaze around the room. "Thanks for coming out to support the Yunhai Chamber of Commerce and joining our auction," he said. "I'll be presiding over this auction, and I ask everyone to observe the rules. The first lot is up." Sun Qing didn't waste words and cut straight to it. 4th grade spirit plant, moonlight fruit, a fruit formed by condensed moonlight. Starting bid, 100 mid-grade spirit stones. 110. 120, I'm taking that moonlight fruit. 130, sorry, I happen to need it. The price of the moonlight fruit kept climbing and finally hammered at 250 mid-grade spirit stones. The next items up included pills, cultivation methods, and weapons, the sort of things cultivators commonly needed. Lin Ming and his group weren't interested in any of that, not until the 11th lot suddenly appeared. Lot 11, 9 nether-tempered Een iron, sourced from the Een nether mountain. An irregular chunk of iron, silver all over and radiating a chilling aura, was set out for all to see. And that very piece of 9 nether-tempered Een iron was exactly what Yu Yaoqin had come for. The starting bid was 1,500 mid-grade spirit stones. 1,600. 1,700. I bid 2,000 mid-grade spirit stones. The price kept rising rapidly, and in no time it had already broken past 3,000 mid-grade spirit stones. After it passed 3,000, the pace of bidding finally began to slow. Yu Yaoqin had tried to bid a few times as well, but each time someone else outbid her. This caused Yu Yaoqin's expression to gradually darken. Only then did she realize she hadn't brought enough spirit stones. Never had she imagined so many people would be fighting over the Jiuming Duaning iron. "Senior apprentice brother, Do you still have any mid-grade spirit stones left? Yu Yaoqin finally turned to Lin Ming. What? The daughter of the Sword Pavilion's sect leader is actually short on spirit stones. Lin Ming teased with a smile. Senior apprentice brother, you know very well what kind of situation I'm in. Yu Yaoqin replied helplessly. Though she was the daughter of the Sword Pavilion's leader, she didn't receive any special treatment beyond the title itself. Everything else, including cultivation resources, she had to earn or obtain on her own. Even her mother offered no extra support. She had to work for everything she had. How many spirit stones did you bring? Lin Ming asked. 3,000 mid-grade ones. She had saved every last one of them through frugality, thinking it would be enough. But now, she realized she had underestimated the competition. Forget it, I'll back you up. Congratulations to the guest in box 21 for successfully winning the Jiuming Duanin Iron. The final price, 3,900 mid-grade spirit stones. In the end, the Jiuming Duanin Iron was secured at that price. After obtaining the item, Yu Yaoqin finally relaxed, a faint smile returning to her lips. Even though it meant taking on a bit of debt, it was worth it now that she had the Jiuming Duanin Iron. Everything else was fine. Senior apprentice brother, shall we keep watching or leave? Yu Yaoqin asked. Her goal had already been achieved, so the rest of the auction wasn't of much interest to her. Let us stay, Lin Ming replied. After all, his item hadn't even come up yet. The 12th item is a top-grade Sea of Bitterness breakthrough pill. It can raise the chance of advancing to the Sea of Bitterness realm to 60%. The moment that was announced, the crowd lit up, especially the disciples from the sects and aristocratic clans. 60% wasn't a small chance. This was a rare opportunity. It could very well add another Sea of Bitterness stage cultivator to their clan or sect, which was unquestionably a big win for them. This pill our Zhao clan is taking it. Like hell you are. This pill belongs to the Wang clan. The Zhao and Wang clans? Who cares? The Nanyang sect is claiming this pill. The pill had been provided by Lin Ming. For him, refining a Sea of Bitterness breakthrough pill was no trouble at all. After all, it was only a 5th-grade pill, and he was a 9th-grade alchemist. But for the people present, this was their only hope of reaching the Sea of Bitterness stage. A top-grade Sea of Bitterness breakthrough pill. Who on earth refined it? Yu Yaoqin asked, curious. Her sect had people who could make this pill, but producing a top-grade one was another matter. No one could tell which alchemy master had crafted it. What they didn't realize was that the alchemy master was sitting right beside her. Starting bid, 2,500 mid-grade spirit stones. 2,600. 2,700. Bids shot up fast, blasting past the 4,000 mark in a heartbeat. After 4,000, fewer people stayed in the running. Wang Tianming, you're not young anymore. Don't keep fighting us over this pill. The Zhao clan offers 4,500 mid-grade spirit stones. Old Zhao, cut the crap, 4,600. 4,800. The price surged past 5,000 mid-grade spirit stones. In the end, the pill was won by a cultivation sect for 5,500 mid-grade spirit stones. Let us go? Lin Ming rose to his feet and said, at this price, it's acceptable. So loaded. Yu Yaoqin muttered. The three of them then left the Cloud Sea Chamber of Commerce. Senior brother, the spirit boat back to the sect leaves tomorrow morning, Yu Yaoqin said. Shidi already booked the morning spirit boat back to the sect. MHM. Lin Ming nodded. They returned to the inn. Yu Yaoqin was up to her ears in debt and couldn't be bothered to go shopping anymore. Su Lianxua stayed in her room at the inn, cultivating her body tempering. She could feel that once they got back to the sect tomorrow, she'd complete her 5th tempering. The medicinal power left in her from the last medicinal bath had just about been used up. She also understood what senior brother had said. When you're close to a breakthrough, you take a medicinal bath. Meanwhile, not long after getting back to the inn, Lin Ming slipped out alone and changed his appearance in an unnoticed corner. He swaggered straight into the Cloud Sea Chamber of Commerce. The beautiful attendant who had received him yesterday quickly recognized him. Senior, please come with me. She led Lin Ming into a VIP room, making a show of herself along the way in a bid to catch his eye. Lin Ming acted as if he didn't see any of it. Brother Yin, you're here pretty early today, Wang Hai said as he hurried into the VIP room to greet him. Both his tone and expression carried a hint of respect. After all, The man before him was an alchemy master, perhaps even at the grandmaster level, someone you befriend, not offend. Besides, thanks to the Scarlet Void Fiend breaking pill, he de-pocketed quite a few benefits. I'm leaving Mingshan City today, Lin Ming said calmly. Wang Hai presented a storage pouch. Here are the 5,000 mid-grade spirit stones from this auction, no commission taken. This is the payment for the Scarlet Void Fiend breaking pill. And this is what you asked for, Brother Yin. Wang Hai quickly caught Lin Ming's meaning. He watched as Lin Ming produced 3 storage rings and explained their origins one by one. Also, this is a grade B token from our Yunhai Merchant Guild. At any Yunhai branch, you'll get a 20% discount and a certain amount of assistance. Wang Hai pulled out a token as he spoke. The old token in Lin Ming's hand only marked him as a regular VIP of the Yunhai Merchant Guild, while this new one bumped him up to second tier. Clearly, the Yunhai Merchant Guild held Lin Ming in high regard. Seeing that, Lin Ming put the token away. Then he left the Yunhai Merchant Guild. He hadn't gone far before he sensed someone tailing him from the shadows. After a few streets, Lin Ming shook off all the pursuers with ease, then reverted to his original appearance and returned to the inn. The next morning, the 3 of them headed to the spirit boat's berth at first light. Armed with that document, they boarded the spirit boat without a hitch. 2 hours later, the spirit boat rose into the air and flew toward Yuanshu Mountain. Senior brother, I'm going to begin my 5th round of body tempering. Su Lianxue stepped forward to speak to Lin Ming. You really do put in the work, Lin Ming said with a smile, looking at her. He felt this junior sister was becoming more and more like their master. Both were the type who loved to delve into cultivation. He figured that during these few days in Mingshan City, Shidi spent all her downtime cultivating. Senior brother, you should be putting in more effort too, Su Lianxue pressed, fixing her eyes on him. Lately, Shidi heard quite a bit about Lin Ming from Yu Yaoqin. Because of that, she concluded that this senior brother wasn't lacking in cultivation aptitude or talent with the sword, he was just too laid back. That was something Su Lianxue could hardly tolerate. She couldn't stand by and watch Lin Ming waste his gifts. She was already plotting to build her own faction, so this senior brother naturally made the shortlist. She needed to figure out a way to drag senior brother back onto the path of cultivation. She couldn't let him spend his days slacking off like this. Work hard. Let us not get ahead of ourselves. Lin Ming shook his head. We can talk about effort later. Life was pretty comfortable right now. Hopeless. Senior brother S, just like this. Yu Yaoqin stepped forward and said, beat me first, then you can judge. Lin Ming glanced at her and replied with a smile. Just wait, you lousy senior brother, next time I'm taking you down. Yu Yaoqin's tone was firm. I'll be waiting. Lin Ming waved a hand as he spoke. Su Lianxue's beautiful eyes settled on Lin Ming as well. Looks like the only way is to crush senior brother with a stronger cultivation and put him in his place. Then he'll actually commit to training. We'll see. You people from Yuanshu Mountain, I've been waiting for you. Outside Mingshan City, a man in a blood-red robe fixed his gaze on Yuanshu Mountain's spirit vessel, a vicious grin tugging at his lips. Senior brother, are you planning to enter the Intersect tournament this year? Yu Yaoqin asked. Yuanshu Mountain holds an Intersect tournament every 3 years, and any disciple under the sect can compete. 3 years ago, Yu Yaoqin took part, but she was knocked out in the second round. As the sole disciple of Purple Star Peak, Lin Ming had never entered a single tournament. Yu Yaoqin still hoped he would compete this time. Why bother with that? Lin Ming shook his head again. The Intersect tournament didn't offer him anything worthwhile. Fighting for that measly bit of resources wasn't worth it. You're the Peak Lord's disciple on Purple Star Peak, you really should take part. Yu Yaoqin said at once. This year, I'll have Ling Xue represent Zichen Peak in the sect's grand competition. Lin Ming turned to Su Lingxue and said, you're actually willing to let Senior Miss Su take the stage for the competition? Yu Yaoqin couldn't help but mutter sarcastically. Well, Lin Ming really doesn't treat people like people anymore. Su Lingxue only reached the body tempering realm. It's true that the grand competition isn't based on cultivation level. Disciples from Yuanshu Mountain can all participate. But sending someone at the body tempering stage is basically asking for a beating. No worries, just treat it as gaining experience for the future. Lin Ming said with a smile. Since we've got a new disciple joining Zichen Peak, It's only right we shoulder a bit more responsibility for the sect. Senior brother, is that really your excuse for not participating in the grand competition? Su Lingshua's lips twitched slightly as she spoke. What? You want me to fight too? That's just an excuse to get out of it. This senior brother really takes laziness to a whole new level. Come on now, senior Miss Su, don't misunderstand. Your senior brother only has good intentions. Lin Ming replied solemnly, trying to defend himself. Then why don't you go up with Lingxua? There's no rule saying only one person per peak has to compete. Yu Yaoqin pressed on, her tone a bit more forceful. Beasts are coming. As Lin Ming was about to reply, he suddenly heard someone shout. This immediately caught the attention of Lin Ming and the others. They saw several black feathered hawks diving straight toward them. That's unusual. Yu Yaoqin's brows knitted together as she saw the hawks approaching. This area was supposed to be under Yuan Su Mountain's jurisdiction, and they had already cleared out all the beasts. Encounters like this were extremely rare. Looks like we've run into something out of the ordinary. Everyone, stay calm. Black feathered hawks at the 4th stage don't pose much of a threat to us. A calm and gentle voice drifted over. It was from Su Baichuan, who addressed the group. He happened to be the helmsman of this spirit vessel, and his cultivation had already reached the spirit storage realm. Over at Yuanshu Mountain, the rule is that spirit boats running fixed routes only allow cultivators at the Lingzong realm to serve as temporary pilots. A 4th-tier black feathered eagle corresponds to the Lingtai realm, so Su Baichuan hadn't thought much of it. Was there really no danger at all? The thought flashed through Lin Ming and Su Lianshua's minds at almost the same time. He looked first at that black feathered eagle, his gaze slid past it and locked onto the direction behind it. Meanwhile, Su Lianshua's divine sense warned her that this wouldn't be so simple. Still, she didn't tell Yu Yaoqin and the others what she sensed. She had no proof, and even if she said something, it might not convince anyone. All she could do was pray they get through this crisis safely. Scree. Several black feathered eagles dove straight at the spirit boat. Seeing them closing in, Su Baichuan made his move. He formed a hand seal, and power flared from his palm. Wind blades rapidly coalesced and slashed toward the eagles. Under the barrage of wind blades, the black feathered eagles scattered. One failed to evade, took the hit, and plummeted toward the ground. For a 4th-tier demonic beast like that, senior brother Baichuan can handle it just fine, Yu Yaoqin said with a shake of her head. With such a clear gap in strength, they weren't the least bit flustered. Junior brothers and sisters, prepare for a forced landing. Su Baichuan's tone suddenly turned heavy. That made everyone instinctively raise their guard. Over there, a disciple seemed to have spotted something amiss and shouted out. In the distance, a much larger black feathered eagle swooped toward them. Compared to the others, it looked far more savage. A 5th-tier black feathered eagle. Everyone, get ready for battle, Su Baichuan said in a low voice. Against a 5th-tier demonic beast, even Su Baichuan couldn't promise a sure victory. The black feathered eagle gave him a rather unusual feeling indeed. So he had no choice but to make an emergency landing with the spirit boat. A 5th-tier beast? How could a 5th-tier beast appear here? Yu Yaoqin was also quite puzzled. Such a beast should have already been eliminated by the sect. How could it still be running loose? Could it have sneaked in from outside the region? Watch out, Lin Ming shouted immediately as a warning. He instinctively glanced toward a certain direction. The spirit boat was soon forced to land. Su Baichuan took the initiative to charge at the 5th-tier black feathered eagle, breaking away from the boat to engage it in battle. The remaining disciples grouped together, fighting the eagles as one. These eagles weren't all 4th-tier, some 3rd-tier ones were mixed in as well. Among the disciples, besides Lin Ming, there were 3 others at the Lingtai stage, while the rest were cultivators below that level. Be careful. Suddenly, a black feathered eagle dove straight toward Lin Ming and his group. One of the disciples quickly shouted a warning. In the blink of an eye, his sword was already unsheathed. Lin Ming cut the eagle down with a single stroke, once again displaying his Lingtai stage strength. Against these black feathered eagles, the power of the Lingtai stage was more than sufficient. Junior sister, stand behind me, Lin Ming said to Su Lianxua. Okay. She nodded gently. At a moment like this, naturally she needed to find a safe place to protect herself. Su Lianxua quietly fixed her gaze on Lin Ming. Just now, with that single slash, She had sensed the sword intent within it. The eagles were no match for the disciples. After a few of them suffered minor injuries, the group managed to kill all the beasts. They waited anxiously for Su Baichuan's return. About 15 minutes passed. After those 15 minutes, Su Baichuan finally returned. He came back, dragging the corpse of the black-feathered eagle, his body covered in numerous wounds. Clearly, killing that black-feathered eagle had cost him, too. Clap. From the forested ridge before them, a sudden burst of clapping rang out. "You disciples of Yuanshu Mountain Haven Tea, let me down. Who the hell are you?" Su Baichuan turned toward the suddenly appeared middle-aged man and the two behind him, barking low. He could tell they'd come with ill intent. "Who I am doesn't matter," the man said, shaking his head. His gaze fell on Yu Yaoqin, the daughter of the hidden sword peak's master at Yuanshu Mountain. "If you die here, that would be quite amusing." He chuckled. At that, Yu Yaoqin couldn't help but take a step back. Clearly, he was here for her. Gather. Su Baichuan saw through his intent in a heartbeat, but he would never let the man have his way. In an instant, a gale gathered. The wind coalesced into dozens of blades, hemming the three in. He jabbed a finger downward. Dozens of wind blades split and hurtled toward the trio. In a blink, the three were completely engulfed. Useless. Lin Ming watched it all, unperturbed. Su Baichuan's technique wouldn't touch these three. He didn't know who they were, but he already gauged their strength. The leader had reached the fourth tier of the Sea of Suffering realm, while the two behind him were at the first and second tier of the Spirit Repository realm. With Su Baichuan at the fifth tier of the Spirit Repository realm, hurting them would be anything but easy. When the wind blades dispersed, the three stood. The Bloodslaughter Old Demon, a ruthless rogue cultivator of the Devil Dao, was known for his extreme cruelty and bloodthirsty nature. Once, he slaughtered an entire city of over 100,000 people, using their lives as spiritual nourishment to ascend to the Bitter Sea realm. At Yuanshu Mountain, many disciples had fallen victim to this old demon's hands. As a result, he was placed on Yuanshu Mountain's demon-slaying list. 3 years ago, he crossed paths with the sect's sword pavilion master. After barely surviving a single sword strike from the master, he fled and vanished without a trace. Many believed the Bloodslaughter Old Demon had perished under that sword blow. After all, Yao Ruochu was a peerless realm swordsman. Killing a mere Bitter Sea cultivator would have been effortless. But who could have imagined that he not only survived, but now reappeared before everyone's eyes? "You're actually still alive." Su Baichuan stared at the Bloodslaughter Old Demon, shock and suspicion written all over his face. "Of course I'm alive." A dark, sinister glint flickered across the demon's face. That sword strike 3 years ago had nearly taken his life. If not for the terrible price he paid, he would have long been rotting in his grave. Since he was still alive, naturally he intended to make Yuanshu Mountain pay dearly. Through some secret means, he learned that Yu Yaoqin had arrived in Mingshan City, so he decided to strike first. If he couldn't defeat Yao Ruochu, couldn't he at least eliminate her daughter? So he resolved to start with her. A Bitter Sea realm cultivator. Su Lianshua's gaze also settled on the Bloodslaughter Old Demon. If a cultivator of that realm were to attack them directly, they probably wouldn't have any chance of escape. This was exactly why their spirit sense alarms had gone off. Still, they weren't completely without hope. Su Lianshua glanced at Yu Yaoqin beside her. Since she was the daughter of a peerless realm cultivator, she couldn't possibly be without any life-saving techniques or treasures. "You all leave first." Su Baichuan immediately shouted to the people behind him. Fighting against a Bitter Sea realm expert, they stood no chance at all. Don't forget, he's the only cultivator at the Spirit Repository stage aboard this spiritual vessel. Everyone else is merely at the Spirit Platform stage or lower, no match whatsoever for a Sea of Suffering expert. The only thing he could do was find a way to buy time, giving his junior brothers and sisters a chance to escape. Especially Yushimi and Su Shimi, those two absolutely couldn't die here. "Do you really think you can run away?" Shuetu, the bloodthirsty fiend, burst into laughter. In an instant, a crimson barrier enveloped the area where they stood. Everything around them was instantly bathed in blood red. "It's actually a formation?" Su Baichuan said grimly. It was clear now that Shuetu had planned this from the beginning. The black-feathered eagles were likely part of his scheme too, all to lure them step by step into his trap. I told you before, Shuetu said coldly. Today, all of you will die here. A wave of blood-colored energy spread from his hands. He didn't feel the need to waste any more words. Once he killed them, he planned to leave Yuan Su Mountain-S territory as quickly as possible. Who kills who? That's still up in the air. Yu Yaoqin stepped forward, her expression serious as she faced Shuetu. In the next moment, Yu Yaoqin suddenly drew a wooden sword from her sleeve. A powerful sword intent erupted from the wooden blade. Just as Su Lianxue had guessed, as the daughter of the sword-hiding Peak-S sect leader, how could she not have a secret safeguard? Hidden within that wooden sword was a sword intent left behind by Yao Chiruo. An intent from a sword cultivator at the bitter end stage, something few could withstand. The sword slashed directly toward Shuetu, locking him down completely, giving him no chance to escape. Yao Chiruo. Shuetu sensed the familiar sword intent and immediately recalled that single slash from 3 years ago, the one that nearly cost him his life. Suddenly, a ring appeared in his hand. This ring exuded an ancient, aged aura. Just as the wooden sword was about to strike Bloodslaughter Elder Demon, a surge of blood-colored energy erupted from the ring and collided head-on with the sword intent. The aura of the transcendent realm manifested. Lin Ming sensed that the power bursting from the ring was indeed that of the transcendent realm. It was the overwhelming pressure of a peak transcendent expert. Upon impact, the two forces sent shock waves rippling outward, forcing everyone nearby to retreat, unable to withstand the crushing pressure. Su Lianxue stumbled backward violently, her body involuntarily tilting as if about to fall. Being the weakest cultivator among them, she was naturally the least able to endure the aftershock. Just as she was about to collapse, Lin Ming appeared behind her and caught her before she could fall. The disciples behind them all fell to the ground, with only Lin Ming, Su Baichuan, and Yu Yaoqin still standing. Yu Yaoqin and Su Baichuan looked visibly strained, nearly at their breaking point, while Lin Ming remained completely calm and composed. This scene did not escape Su Lianxue's eyes. Still, it was the first time she had ever been this close to a man, and she stood frozen for a moment before snapping back to reality. Then the pressure dissipated. The sword intent and the blood-colored energy had clashed, canceled each other out, and finally both faded into nothingness. The wooden sword also crumbled into dust, scattering into the wind and vanishing into the sky. Bloodslaughter Elder Demon, sensing the collision of the two attacks, let out a cold chuckle. He had expected all along that Yu Yaoqin carried a hidden trump card prepared by Yao Ruochu, and had already braced himself. Now, it was his turn to strike. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. Bloodslaughter Elder Demon issued the order to the two behind him. The moment the words left his lips, his figure darted forward like a ghostly wraith, surging toward Lin Ming and the others. Quick, retreat! Yu Yaoqin shouted to the group. She only had that one strike in her arsenal. She never expected that the sword technique passed down by her mother would actually be blocked. Her mother should have sensed the activation of that sword technique by now. If they could just hold out for a little while longer, her mother would arrive to rescue them. Where else do you think you can run? Su Baichuan said bitterly. This area had already been sealed off by a formation. Unless they could break through it, there was no way out. And even without the formation, facing the Bloodslaughter Demon of the Bitter Sea realm, they had practically no hope of victory. Adding to that, the earlier clash between two Beyond the Shore cultivators had nearly wiped out their entire fighting strength. Right now, they were as helpless as lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Su Lianxue, however, was already ready to fight. She was preparing to take on this demon cultivator of the Bitter Sea realm. She still had one last trump card left, a final strike she could unleash through her soul essence. But that attack would severely damage her physical body. After all, she was in the process of starting over from scratch. Her body, at the current stage of body tempering, simply couldn't withstand the power of her soul. She could only use it once, and even that would come at a heavy cost. This move was something she would only resort to in a life or death situation. And now, it truly seemed like that moment had come. In an instant, the Bloodslaughter Demon rushed toward Yu Yaoqin, his hand shooting out toward her head. In his mind, He could already picture himself crushing her skull with one hand. Yu Yaoqin didn't even have time to react. She could only watch helplessly as the scene unfolded. Just as his hand was about to make contact with her head, a sense of danger, as if facing death itself, suddenly surged over him. It caused the blood-slaughter demon to instinctively recoil, instantly retreating dozens of steps. The other two saw this and also pulled back immediately. This terrifying sense of danger reminded him of the overwhelming pressure he once felt when facing Yao Rachu all those years ago. Who the hell is it? Bloodthirsty elder demon muttered in a low voice. This isn't right. Before he acted, he had checked thoroughly. The strongest among them wasn't even past the spiritual vault stage. And with his formation active, anyone approaching should have triggered a warning. Could it be that a cultivator at the shore transcending realm has secretly drawn near? Impossible, right? If someone of that level truly showed up, the formation should have alerted him first. Yet he hadn't received any sign at all. Or perhaps these people have hidden tricks they haven't used yet. Bloodthirsty elder demon's gaze settled on the disciples of Yuanshu Mountain. Senior apprentice brother? Su Lianxue shifted her gaze toward Lin Ming beside her. Just moments ago, as she was about to attack, she sensed something strange and unfamiliar from Lin Ming. It was precisely because of that strange sensation that she had paused her strike. Stand firm. Lin Ming glanced at Su Lianxue and murmured. Then, he stepped past her and moved forward toward Yu Yaoqin as well. Leave the rest to me. He said the same as he passed by Yu Yaoqin. Senior apprentice brother. Yu Yaoqin looked at Lin Ming, her previously tense expression finally easing. She had nearly been killed just now. But the bloodthirsty elder demon had suddenly withdrawn, likely because of Lin Ming. He must have some trump card left behind by true Lord Yunhua, which scared the enemy away. She had actually forgotten that her senior apprentice brother was a disciple of true Lord Yunhua. Lin Ming stared at the bloodthirsty elder demon, expression calm. Show me whatever tricks you've got, he murmured. Daring to be so arrogant at just the soul manifestation stage, you're asking for death. The bloodthirsty elder demon spat coldly. Even so, he remained highly vigilant toward Lin Ming. Suspicious as he was, his goal remained unchanged: to slaughter every last person here. Twisted, eerie waves of blood energy surged from his body, spreading outward like a dark tide. What they call the blood demon seal. The blood chi coagulated into a sigil and lunged toward Lin Ming, surging forward with a devouring force. Facing the incoming blood demon seal, Lin Ming calmly drew the sword at his waist. The blade swept down. The blood demon seal was cleaved in two on the spot. At the same time, Lin Ming unleashed a piercing sword intent straight toward Bloodslaughter, old demon. The moment Bloodslaughter saw the sword intent, a sense of danger struck him like ice down his spine. He quickly pulled out that ring again and poured his blood chi into it. A surge of crimson energy erupted from the ring in response. But before it could even last a second against Lin Ming's sword intent, it was sliced apart. What? Shock and horror twisted Bloodslaughter's face. How was this possible? Why couldn't he block that move? He had no time to think. Facing a threat as deadly as the Reaper's scythe, all he wanted was to escape. But it was already too late. The sword strike severed Bloodslaughter's life force. This single blow ended him completely. The body of Bloodslaughter, old demon, crashed heavily to the ground. Behind him, the two figures collapsed as well. These two had never really looked alive to begin with, more like corpses under his control. The sight left the disciples behind utterly stunned. Just like that, a sea of suffering realm expert was gone. Senior brother, you're amazing. Seeing this, Yu Yaoqin couldn't help but exclaim. It's not that I'm strong, Lin Ming replied, turning to look at her. It's Master who's truly powerful. Of course, he had no intention of taking credit for killing Bloodslaughter himself, not in the least. The most reasonable explanation was to attribute the feat to his master. And he was certain no one would believe that a Lingtai realm cultivator could defeat a sea of suffering expert. That was simply impossible. Could it have been some secret technique from Master? Su Lianxue's gaze remained locked tightly on Lin Ming. She didn't believe Lin Ming killed the old demon blood butcher by relying on their master's methods. She thought so because that sword intent was the very same one that burst forth when Lin Ming cut down the old demon blood butcher. It was exactly the same sword intent he revealed when he crossed swords with Yu Yaoqin. Only now it was clearly stronger than it had been that day. Because of that, a suspicion suddenly surfaced in Su Lianshui's mind. Lin Ming hadn't slain the old demon blood butcher by borrowing their master's arts at all. He'd done it on his own strength, which also meant Lin Ming's cultivation wasn't at the spirit platform realm. He'd been hiding his true level all along. She couldn't be mistaken. Su Lianxue kept replaying the moment Lin Ming struck. If he had used someone else's power, by rights her divine sense should have picked it up. That strike, that sword intent, was absolutely not foreign. It was Lin Ming's own. High stage bitter sea, or even the other shore. That demonic cultivator called the old demon blood butcher was actually a mid-stage bitter sea cultivator. For Lin Ming to cut him down with a single sword meant his own cultivation couldn't possibly be weak. Her senior brother was definitely concealing his strength. All at once, Lin Ming became even more of an enigma in Su Lianshui's mind. Reaching high stage bitter sea at 20 or outright the other shore. When she was 20, she hadn't come close to that level. And at that realm, with that kind of power, he'd count as a prodigy even in the upper realm downright monstrous. If she hadn't gotten to know him better lately, she might have thought he was some old monster masquerading as a youth. Could her senior brother be like her a reincarnated? Or had she been underestimating his talent all along? What? Junior sister Su, were you dazzled by your senior brother's heroic bearing? Noticing Su Lianshui's gaze, Lin Ming smiled and teased her. You are pretty handsome, senior brother. Su Lianxue gave a slight nod. It seemed she would have to revise her opinion of this senior brother. Crack. At that moment, the blood-chi barrier that had taken the strike split open with a sharp snap. It shattered all at once, breaking apart like glass into countless pieces. With the formation broken, a figure appeared before them and before Yu Yaoqin. It was the peak master of Hidden Sword Peak, Yao Ruochu. Qiner, are you all right? Yao Ruochu looked her daughter over, seeing she wasn't gravely hurt. She finally let out a breath. The instant the sword intent she'd left on her daughter was triggered, Yao Ruochu had rushed over at top speed. Mother, if not for senior brother, you wouldn't be seeing your adorable daughter right now. Yu Yaoqin threw herself into Yao Ruochu's arms, tears slipping down uncontrollably. That sense of looming death had been all too real. If Lin Ming hadn't stepped in, the blood butcher old demon would have succeeded. It's all right now, Yao Ruochu soothed. Then she turned to the blood butcher old demon's corpse. Blood butcher, you sure had your share of lucky encounters, Yao Ruochu said coolly. She took the moment to make sure he was truly dead. If he was only feigning death, she would have to finish him for good. From her daughter's words, she could roughly infer that he had used some method to forcibly withstand her sword intent. He wasn't without his tricks 3 years ago. He took a sword from her and lived. And 3 years later, he could still endure another wisp of sword intent. Lin Ming, thank you. She certainly didn't believe Lin Ming could have taken down the blood butcher after all. He was only a spirit platform realm cultivator. He must have used some life-saving method senior sister Yinhua had given him. This is what I should do, Lin Ming nodded and replied. Anyone who dared lay a hand on his junior sister people like that, of course he would take care of them. Then let us go? Yao Ruochu swept her gaze over the gathered disciples and was the first to step onto the spirit boat. Clearly, she intended to return to the sect with them to prevent any further incidents. Martial Ant, allow this disciple to put away these spoils, Lin Ming said. Since the man had already been dealt with, whatever he carried counted as spoils of war. Besides, there was something on him that Lin Ming cared about. He wasn't about to let it slip away. Dispose of the bodies, Yao Ruochu said coolly. Yes. After collecting everything, Lin Ming used a spell to dig a large pit and buried the 3 corpses. After that, they took the spirit boat back to the sect. Once they returned, Yao Ruochu first calmed her daughter. Then, as Peak Master of Hidden Sword Peak, she sent out a summons to the sect master and the other 6 Peak Masters. Senior sister, what happened that you had to call us all here? Zhao Wuhai asked upon arrival. We'll talk when everyone's here, Yao Ruochu answered, expressionless. Aside from the sect master and true Lord Yinhua, the other Peak Masters had arrived. The sect master's lineage was represented by the Grand Elder this time, which everyone took in stride. What exactly happened? Ouyang Rue looked at Yao Ruochu and asked. He knew that, given her temperament, she wouldn't gather everyone for no reason. My daughter was just attacked, Yao Ruochu said, her tone icy. She recounted how Yu Yaoqin and the others had been attacked by the Blood Butcher. Those demonic cultivators are getting way too brazen. Zhao Wuhei's face darkened, a trace of killing intent flickering in his eyes as he spoke. Someone actually dared to launch an attack on our territory? This is clearly spitting in our faces. He Fenghua, the master of Feiyun Peak, replied. I just received word recently. The cult sects have been getting a little too restless. He Fenghua oversaw a special intelligence unit stationed at Feiyun Peak, responsible for gathering information across the Qingyuan realm. 500 years and these bastards are causing trouble again, Ing Jingming said coldly. 5 centuries ago, a massive war had erupted between the orthodox and dark sects in Qingyuan realm, with Yuanxishan taking part. In the end, the righteous sects had emerged victorious. While they hadn't completely eradicated the dark forces, they had driven them into hiding, forcing them to operate in shadows ever since. Now, 500 years later, those same dark sects were stirring once more. Feng Zhuhi, I'll leave it to you to keep a close watch on this, Ouyang Rui said, looking at He Fenghua. He Fenghua nodded in agreement. Even without being asked, he had already planned to do so. This is our land, Ouyang Rui continued, and we won't allow any chaos to take root here. Yuanxishan's domain had to be firmly controlled by them. There was no way they would allow disorder, let alone infiltration by dark sections. That was something they absolutely would not tolerate. We'll need to root these forces out, Ouyang Rui added after a moment of thought. The 5 peak masters nodded slightly in agreement. Since the sect leader was currently in retreat, major decisions within the sect were made jointly by the Grand Elder and the various peak masters. Qin Fengzhu, I'll leave the arrangements to you. Ouyang Rui turned toward Qin Weifeng. I understand, Qin Weifeng replied with a nod. Ouyang Rui was right, this was their territory. It must not fall into chaos. Disciple, prepare the medicinal bath for tonight. Lin Ming returned to Zichen Peak and said to Su Lianxue, Thank you, senior apprentice brother. Su Lianxue gave a slight nod in response. She had become somewhat curious about her senior's true cultivation level and the depth of his sword intent. But she knew even if she asked, Lin Ming probably wouldn't tell her. After all, to outsiders, Lin Ming was just a cultivator at the Lingtai stage. After giving Su Lianxue some instructions, Lin Ming made his way toward the vegetable patch he had cultivated on the mountain. There was plenty of land on the mountain, and back then, he had been the only disciple. It would have been a shame not to use it. So he specifically cleared a plot for growing vegetables, saving him from having to go by them every day. He formed a hand seal, and immediately light rain appeared above the vegetable garden, gently watering the plants. After being nourished by the drizzle, the vegetables looked even more vibrant and full of life. Then, Lin Ming grabbed the fishing rod he had made and headed to the lakeside to fish. After an hour without catching anything, Lin Ming packed up and ended his fishing session for the day. He returned to the tree, lay back in his reclining chair, and slowly closed his eyes. This was a typical day in Lin Ming's ordinary life. Su Lianxue had been watching Lin Ming, intentionally or not. She had learned about his daily routine from Yu Yaoqin. Lin Ming lived like this almost every day, and Yu Yaoqin had experienced it multiple times herself. Living such a leisurely and unhurried life, yet still reaching his current cultivation level, clearly showed how incredibly gifted Lin Ming was truly a rare talent. At this rate, ascending to the upper realm shouldn't be a problem for him. She had even been thinking about stepping in to help him with his ascension. What a pointless worry that had been. Now it was obvious that Lin Ming could handle it all on his own. Unfortunately, Lin Ming was wasting his talent. Forget about it. Su Lianxue shook her head and redirected her focus back to herself. She felt like she was paying a bit too much attention to Lin Ming. This couldn't go on like this. She decided to shift her focus back to her own cultivation. Only with enough strength could one control everything. The sky slowly grew darker. After a short nap, Lin Ming woke up from his dream. He got up from the reclining chair, stretched lazily, and wore a contented expression on his face. It's time to cook dinner, Lin Ming muttered to himself. Soon after, several dishes were placed on the dining table by Lin Ming. However, there was now an extra person sitting at the table, which surprised Lin Ming, though it also somehow made sense. It was none other than Yunhua Zhenjuan. She was also the master of both people present. "Master, are you done with your retreat?" Lin Ming greeted with a smile upon seeing Yunhua's appearance. Of course, this master had a reputation for appearing out of nowhere. "Not really. I just got a bit hungry and came out for a bite to eat." Yunhua looked at Lin Ming with her beautiful eyes, lips slightly upturned, giving a smile that could stop hearts. "Hungry? Yeah, right." Of course, Lin Ming didn't tea by his so-called master's words. They were both at the bitter sea stage, capable of abstaining from food entirely while still maintaining their life force. And now Yunhua was telling him she was hungry? Naturally, Lin Ming didn't believe a word of it. The prettier the woman, the more likely she is to lie. This piece of timeless wisdom was something Lin Ming still remembered clearly. And especially when it came to this conveniently assigned master of his, that belief only grew stronger. "Well then, master, please eat as much as you'd like." Lin Ming kept smiling as he responded to Yunhua. If his master said she was hungry, then fine, this wasn't the first time, and it probably wouldn't be the last. Lin Ming had long since started accepting this as normal. Su Lianshua's gaze settled on Yunhua Zhenjuan. The woman had appeared beside her so suddenly that only after Lin Ming's reminder did she realize the stranger before her was the master she never met. She was an other Zhenjuan as well. She was, in fact, very beautiful. That was Su Lianshua's first impression of Yunhua Zhenjuan. "You're my disciple, Su Lianshua," Yunhua Zhenjuan said, looking at her. "Greetings, master." Su Lianshua rose and gave a slight bow. "What made you lose your head and choose Zichen Peak?" Yunhua asked. The kid had 9.5 segments of aptitude. Obviously, the senior brothers and sisters would be vying for her. Yet she had entered Zichen Peak and become Yunhua's disciple, which genuinely surprised Yunhua. Even if Su had still been a new recruit at the time, there was no way she didn't know what Zichen Peak was like. And she still chose Zichen Peak. That was interesting. Because Zichen Peak is more free, Su thought for a moment, then said. "Freedom," Yunhua repeated, looking at her with a hint of surprise. She could tell the kid wasn't lying. She was also taken aback that Su would give up the offers from the other 4 peaks for the sake of this so-called freedom and throw in with Zichen Peak. "Freedom isn't a simple thing," Yunhua said. "It sounds simple, but in practice it isn't. Besides, Zichen Peak might look free on the surface, but that freedom comes with a price." "I'll do my best," Su Lianshua replied. "Also, I spend most of my time cultivating and want to have the time to teach you personally. If you have questions, go find your senior brother." As Peak Lord, Yunhua Zhenjuan didn't concern herself too much with day-to-day affairs, so most of that burden fell on Lin Ming. "Yes," Su Lianshua nodded. Lin Ming let out a faint, helpless smile. He had known all along that his master would say something like this. The way he was taking on a disciple, it didn't look like the master was accepting a student, but rather Lin Ming himself was begging someone to join. But what could he do? Once the master spoke, he couldn't really refuse. And truth be told, his master never really gave him the chance to say no anyway. Even if there was an opportunity to decline, the master would likely just use his authority to override him. So he had no choice but to give in. Looks like your cooking skills haven't gotten rusty," said true monarch Yunhua after tasting Lin Ming's dish, nodding slightly. Of course, Lin Ming replied with a touch of pride. Don't forget, Lin Ming's biggest hobby had always been experimenting with different kinds of food. "All right, I'll be going back into retreat. Unless it's urgent, don't disturb me," Yunhua declared after finishing his meal, then stood up and left. He returned to his immortal cave dwelling and resumed his cultivation retreat. "So is your master always like this?" Su Lianshua turned to Lin Ming and asked. It had only been a short encounter, but Yunhua had definitely left an impression on her. "In time, you'll understand for yourself," Lin Ming replied. "You're now a disciple under true monarch Yunhua. There will be plenty of time to get used to him. This is just the beginning." This jade token and the ring. Su Lianshua looked at the jade token and the ring resting on the right side of the table. They were the items Yunhua had left behind before leaving. "These were left behind by the master as a last resort protection for you," Lin Ming explained, glancing at the jade token. This was one of the life-saving items prepared by the master for his disciples. Lin Ming himself had one too. "What about this ring?" she asked, pointing. Lin Ming picked it up casually. It was a storage ring, and inside were several mid-grade spirit stones. There are spirit stones prepared by the master inside the storage ring, Lin Ming said, placing the ring back down. You'll be able to use it once you reach the spirit gathering stage. Seeing this, Su Lianxue put away the jade token and the ring. Life-saving items and cultivation resources were something she naturally kept in reserve. Get ready, we're doing a medicinal bath tonight, Lin Ming reminded her. Su Lianxue nodded. Ever since Shidi tried the medicinal bath last time, Shidi taken it especially seriously, which was why Shidi sought Lin Ming out on her own. Someone else coming. Lin Ming looked toward the mountain path. A man was walking up. His arrival immediately drew both Lin Ming's and Su Lianxue's attention. What is a disciple from Shanyang Peak doing on our Zichen Peak? By the man's attire, Lin Ming recognized him as a Shanyang Peak disciple. The 7 peaks of Yuanshu. Aside from Zichen Peak, the other 6 peaks all had their own uniforms, so you could tell at a glance where someone belonged. Zichen Peak was small in number, so it had no dedicated garb. Greetings, Senior Brother Lin. I'm here on orders to pay out the bounty on the blood butcher old demon, Zhang Wenwu said with a touch of deference. His gaze, however, lingered more on Su Lianxue. As the rumors said, this junior sister was indeed beautiful. Oh, you're fast this time, Lin Ming said, a bit surprised. You know the sect is usually slow about reviewing the bounty board, normally 3 or 4 days, to guard against imposters and allow time to verify. A sign note from the Peak Lord of Hidden Sword Peak was enough, Zhang Wenwu replied. With the Peak Lord's handwritten attestation, they didn't need further checks. Leave it here, Lin Ming said. Yes. Zhang Wenwu set a storage ring on the table. Then I won't disturb you, Senior Brother. With that, he left. No need to see him out, Lin Ming said as he reached over and picked up the storage ring. Inside the storage ring were a few items, some mid-grade yuan stones, a 6th-tier low-grade yuan artifact, and some cultivation pills and healing pills meant for practitioners at the Lingtai cultivation stage. The sect was actually pretty generous in this regard. But aside from the yuan stones, most of those items weren't particularly useful to Lin Ming right now. He decided to just keep them for now. Night fell. Su Lianxue stripped off all her clothes and plunged her body into the steaming medicinal bath, fully submerging herself. She took a long, deep breath, then sat still, waiting quietly as the medicinal power slowly seeped into her body. Outside the wooden hut, Lin Ming sat on a stone bench for a moment, glancing at the hut before standing up and walking away. He went to the waterfall, stepped onto the water's surface, walked through it and into the waterfall, passed through the formation, and returned to his cave dwelling. About time. Arriving at the spirit herb garden, Lin Ming saw that several spirit plants were nearly mature and ready for harvest. After entering the stone chamber, 2 rings appeared in his hands. These were the spoils he had taken from the blood slaughter old demon. One of them was the storage ring. A sea of suffering staged devil cultivator. And still this poor? Lin Ming couldn't help but mutter in complaint. Shouldn't these devil cultivators usually be pretty well off? After all, wasn't robbery, murder, and pillaging their usual routine? Especially a devil cultivator at the sea of suffering stage like the blood slaughter old demon. With a bit of anticipation, Lin Ming opened the storage ring only to be deeply disappointed. Inside were fewer than 50 mid-grade yuan stones, a 4-tier mid-grade broadsword, several bottles of suspicious-looking pills, and a few devil sect cultivation techniques and incomplete martial arts manuals. Blood Sea Buddhist Sutra. Lin Ming glanced at this cultivation manual and guessed it must be the secret technique used by the blood slaughter old demon. It required living blood as a catalyst, forging a crimson path to the heavens. As for techniques like blood soul invocation or ghost forging hand, Lin Ming casually flipped through them, but found practically none that he could actually use. This blood butcher old devil was indeed pathetically broke. After shifting his attention away from the storage ring, Lin Ming turned his gaze toward another, more ancient-looking ring. It was precisely this ring that had allowed the blood butcher to block Yao Ruochu's sword intent. Lin Ming had noticed something odd about this ring, which was why he had picked it up in the first place. His spiritual sense extended outward and entered the ancient ring in an instant. The next moment, a vast, white void appeared before his mind's eye. Young friend, please hold on a moment. As the gentle voice echoed, a kind-looking old man materialized within the white space. Who is this senior? Lin Ming put on a look of confusion as he asked. Could it be the ring old man? Was he about to pass down some supreme cultivation technique and set Lin Ming on the path to ultimate success? My name is Fu Xuzi. I was once a senior elder of the Wujich. After being secretly attacked and losing my physical body, my soul has been temporarily dwelling within this Rongyuan ring. Fu Xuzi spoke slowly. So the Wujich really did exist. Lin Ming remembered that it had once been a great orthodox sect, but for unknown reasons, it had later been completely wiped out. What proof do you have that you were truly an elder of the Wujich? Lin Ming continued his act, carefully asking. I can transmit the Wujich's cultivation techniques to you. Fu Xuzi replied. If you, young friend, are willing to help me restore my physical body, I shall pass on all of the Wujich's cultivation techniques to you. Fu Xuzi said solemnly. Although the Wujich no longer existed, its teachings were still considered top-tier throughout the Qingyuan realm. I'm willing to lend a hand, senior. Lin Ming nodded in agreement. As a gesture of sincerity, I shall first pass on the upper scroll of the Wuxi Yin Yang Sutra to you. Fu Xuzi nodded with a smile upon seeing this. He seemed quite satisfied that Lin Ming was willing to help. Then thank you, senior. Lin Ming said repeatedly, expressing his gratitude. Release your divine consciousness. I'll transmit the first part to you. Fu Xuzi said slowly. His soul form approached Lin Ming's spiritual awareness, and with a flick of his finger, he entered Lin Ming's mind. Then, Fu Xuzi's soul form exited from the Rongyuan ring. Ha ha! Fu Xuzi's spectral image appeared within Lin Ming's spiritual sea. A wild, unrestrained grin spread across his face. At the sight of that smile, Lin Ming immediately confirmed his suspicions. Sure enough, something was off about Fu Xuzi. He was determined to see exactly what the old fox was plotting. Senior, may I now receive the cultivation technique of the Wujich? Lin Ming asked. I will give you the technique, but not to you as you are now. Fu Xuzi replied. Senior, what do you mean by that? Lin Ming feigned confusion as he asked. When your body falls into my hands, you'll understand. Fu Xuzi suddenly snarled, his expression twisting into something sinister, and a dark, malevolent aura began to seep from him. Dao Shi. The word slipped out from Lin Ming's mouth. You're sharper than I thought. Fu Xuzi chuckled. At this point, he no longer saw the need to hide his intentions. After all, this vessel was already his. Finally, he could break free from the shackles of the Rongyuan ring. Senior, why are you doing this? Lin Ming deliberately let a hint of panic show on his face. You talk too much. Fu Xuzi snapped impatiently. There was no reason to waste words on a dead man. He needed to take over this brat's body as soon as possible. He certainly didn't consider a mere Lingtai realm cultivator a threat. The only thing on his mind was reclaiming his original body as quickly as possible. Oh, and the kid's junior martial sister is quite a looker. I guess I'll just take good advantage of her for him. No, wait, to be precise, she's actually my junior martial sister. At that thought, Fu Xuzi couldn't be bothered to talk anymore. Without another word, he lunged straight at Lin Ming's soul, attempting to devour and take over his spirit. From this moment on, he would become Lin Ming. But in the next instant, his soul body suddenly froze in place, completely immobilized. What the hell is going on? Fu Xuzi's face paled in shock, his eyes nearly popping out. He stood there stunned. Why couldn't he move? This is boring. For a second there, I really thought you were one of those old masters tagging along to protect me. Lin Ming said with a disinterested look on his face. He had assumed this old guy was a life-saving guardian, only to find out he was trying to steal his life instead. You? How is this even possible? Fu Xuzi blurted out, his expression shifting to one of total disbelief. He quickly realized that this kid had never trusted him at all and had been watching him like a hawk the entire time. But for his soul to be trapped like this? That wasn't something just anyone could pull off. How did you? Maybe you should ask yourself how you're going to stay alive from now on. Lin Ming replied with a smile. You think you've got me figured out? Fu Xuzi snapped back, finally regaining his composure. He wasn't about to give up his plan just like that, even though he had no idea how Lin Ming had managed to pin him down. Dark energy began swirling around Fu Shuzi as he used it to slowly break free from the mysterious restraint. The moment he broke free, he launched another attack at Lin Ming's soul. But Lin Ming didn't panic. Instead, he calmly formed a rope from the energy in his hand. With a casual flick of his wrist, he sent the rope flying toward Fu Shuzi, aiming to bind him once more. Go! The dark energy surged forward, trying to corrode the rope, but in a single strike, it was torn apart and scattered. As soon as the rope wrapped around him, Fu Shuzi sensed something was off, but it was already too late to escape. The rope naturally ensnared his soul body, and this time, he was truly and completely paralyzed. Who exactly are you? Zishuzi could no longer hold back and stormed toward Lin Ming, demanding answers. He was clearly just a spirit platform cultivator. How could he possess such overwhelming soul power? I am Lin Ming, a disciple of Zichen Peak at Yuanshu Mountain. Lin Ming's spiritual form appeared before Zishuzi and spoke slowly. Spare me, please. Zishuzi immediately began begging for mercy. If he could have run away, he would have done so already. But with no escape in sight, he had no choice but to plead with Lin Ming. Give me one reason, Lin Ming asked curiously, why I should let you live. I know a lot of things you don't secrets, Zishuzi replied. The moment the words left his mouth, his soul body shattered. It was now Lin Ming's turn to deal with Zishuzi. Since he couldn't get any useful information, there was no point in keeping him alive. There were some leads he intended to follow himself. No need to be polite with this guy, it was just a waste of time. Even in death, Zishuzi couldn't wrap his head around it. Though he was only a fragment of a soul, he was still a high-level cultivator at the crossing the analogy stage. How could he have been defeated so easily by a mere spirit platform brat? While dealing with the body, Lin Ming casually probed through Zishuzi's soul essence. After the soul search, a look of realization crossed Lin Ming's face. It turned out that Zishuzi was indeed his real name, but he wasn't actually an elder of the Infinite Pavilion. He was, in fact, a sect elder of the Devil Sect, Nimo Jiao, at the 8th level of the crossing the analogy stage. Later on, the Nimo Jiao had been completely wiped out by the Infinite Pavilion. As one of its elders, Zishuzi had been hunted down by an enemy cultivator, overwhelmed and unable to resist. In desperation, he abandoned his physical body and sealed his soul into the Rongyuan ring. For years, he had remained there, guarding the ring and waiting for a destined person to come along, one he could take over and use to start anew. Yet of all those he had encountered, not a single one had suited him. Take the Bloodslaughter Elder Demon. For example, Fu Shuzi didn't even bother glancing at the corpse Lin Ming had slain. This guy's potential had clearly reached its limit. Besides, 3 years ago, it was Fu Shuzi himself who pulled the Bloodslaughter Elder Demon back from the brink of death with his own sword. Otherwise, that old devil would have died long ago. As for Lin Ming, the main reason was that Fu Shuzi's soul was gradually becoming too weak to sustain itself. He urgently needed to find a suitable host for soul transference. So, he reluctantly chose Lin Ming as his target. Using the identity of a disciple from Yuanshu Mountain could serve as a decent cover. But no matter how carefully he planned, there was one thing he never, ever expected: this chosen target of his was actually a cultivator at the Nirvana stage. If he had known that from the start, even if he had 100 lives, he wouldn't have dared to make such a move. This is the treasure vault of the Rebel Devil Sect. Lin Ming also caught sight of a memory that interested him. The memory revealed the secret treasure vault of the Rebel Devil Sect. Although the sect had long been eradicated, their hidden vault remained intact, untouched, and unopened by anyone to this day. Fu Shuzi had claimed it as his own private stash, planning to use its treasures for future cultivation. But now, all of it had fallen into Lin Ming's hands. Everything now belonged to him. I should make time to check it out. Lin Ming glanced at the vault's location. It was definitely no ordinary place, but if the opportunity arose, he wouldn't mind paying it a visit and rummaging through for some good loot. Besides that, he also came across some gossip and hidden secrets of the cultivation world. But Lin Ming wasn't particularly interested in those. Still, this trip had been quite fruitful. From the storage ring, he pulled out pile after pile of mid-grade yuan stones. Then, he shifted his focus inward, returning his awareness to the sea of consciousness. and opened the first page of the wordless heavenly book. At once, an invisible force emanated from within the book. In the next instant, the spiritual energy contained in those mid-grade spirit stones was sucked dry. They crumbled straight into a heap of powder. Lin Ming. Realm, Nirvana 9th turn. Cultivation method, primordial refining the Void Sutra, 9th layer incomplete. Techniques, Void Tribulation Finger Perfection, Roaming Dragon 9 Transformations Perfection, Profound Extremity Seal Perfection, 5 Elements, Thunder Arts Perfection. Divine Abilities, none for now. Secondary Professions, Alchemist Tier 9, Artifact Refiner Tier 9, Array Master Tier 9, Spirit Plant Master Tier 9. Origin Spirit, 10,000 points. 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones had netted him 10,000 points of Origin Spirit. But for Lin Ming, that amount wasn't of much use right now. His cultivation realm couldn't be pushed any further for the time being. As for his cultivation method, his primordial refining the Void Sutra was only at the 9th layer to fully complete, and perfect, it would take 10 million points of Origin Spirit. However, to deduce just the next layer, 100,000 points would be enough. As for those secondary professions, crossing from Tier 9 to Saint Grade would take 500,000 points of Origin Spirit apiece. To raise all four, he'd need 2 million points. That was indeed a hefty sum, but scraping together that many spirit stones was ultimately just a matter of time. Lin Ming wasn't in any rush. For now, the one thing he had in abundance was time. Everything takes money, Lin Ming muttered. He turned and walked into the alchemy room. Since he was here, he might as well refine the pills for Jiang Xiyuan and the others after all. They were his patrons, he couldn't afford to slight them. Blood Butcher is dead. On a mountain bristling with black trees, a chill voice sounded. Did he take out the target? No. Figures. Useless trash couldn't even handle a trivial task. A pity. He still had some use left. Then switch personnel. Send Ghost 10. Understood. Ghost 10's cleanup on his end is just about wrapped up anyway. Let them have a few more days of chaos at Yuanshan Peak. As soon as the words left his mouth, the dark forest fell silent once again. Still beneath the same tree, still on that same reclining chair. Life had returned to calm for Lin Ming. Well, at least a little more populated than before. Standing on the open ground not far behind him, Su Lianxue continued her cultivation. This junior martial sister was even more obsessed with her training than he was, practicing in the morning and never stopping in the afternoon. If it weren't for her body being unable to endure the intense training, she'd probably be training through the night too. A 9-segment, half-talent truly extraordinary. Lin Ming murmured with admiration. Su Lianxue's relentless cultivation had indeed brought results. It had been less than a month since she joined Zichen Peak, and she had already completed 7 body tempering sessions at the Qi tempering stage. Granted, she had the help of top-grade Qi and blood pills and medicinal baths, but even so, her progress was far beyond the norm. That was the terrifying part about having a 9-segment half-aptitude. At this rate, she might finish her 9th body tempering session by next month, which would finally qualify her to ascend to the spirit drawing stage. Of course, this was all under the condition that she stopped after the 9th tempering instead of continuing further. But given her 9-segment half potential, stopping at 9 would definitely be a bit of a waste. Still, that was entirely Su Lianxue's own choice to make. Lin Ming had no intention of interfering. After all, this was her own path of cultivation, she had to make her own decisions. Come to think of it, he hadn't seen Yu Yaoqin lately. In the past, that girl always liked to come bother him. But ever since that incident with the blood slaughter demon elder, she hadn't shown up at Zichen Peak at all. Could it be that she was traumatized by what happened and decided to retreat into seclusion, focusing solely on her cultivation? For Lin Ming, it was actually a good thing his quiet, uneventful days could stretch on a while longer. The thought alone soothed him. Senior brother. Just then, a voice came at the worst possible moment, right by Lin Ming's ear. It shattered the calm in his chest and yanked the corners of the smile he'd just started to raise back down. Why is it that the moment I think of this girl, she shows up? Am I not supposed to think about her? Yu Yaoqin's figure slowly came into Lin Ming and Su Lianxue's view. Junior sister, long time no see. Did you miss your senior sister? Yu Yaoqin greeted Su Lianxue as well. Senior sister. Su Lianxue stopped what she was doing and nodded in reply. Senior brother, I've comprehended a complete sword intent. Yu Yaoqin hurried up to Lin Ming to deliver the good news. It was that blood butcher attack that forced her to face the fear of death for the first time after returning to the mountain. She turned that fear into drive under her mother's guidance. In the end, she grasped a complete sword intent and could finally call herself a proper sword cultivator. For Yu Yaoqin, it was a real opportunity. Then congratulations, junior sister, Lin Ming said, forcing a faint smile. She really mastered sword intent. Su Lianxue had heard Yu Yaoqin's claim. In her view, only those who comprehended sword intent deserve to be called sword cultivators. Those who have no right to the title. For someone Yu Yaoqin's age to reach sword intent, Su thought her talent was quite good, just nowhere near Lin Ming's. Ever since that fight with Blood Butcher, Su Lianxue had realized she underestimated Lin Ming yet again. Lin Ming's sword intent was probably more than just 5 layers deep. It might even have reached the 7th or 8th level. Senior brother, you don't look very happy. Yu Yaoqin noticed the slight rigidity on Lin Ming's face and asked with concern. No, really, nothing's wrong. Lin Ming shook his head in response. As long as she didn't disturb the peace he'd already settled for himself, Lin Ming would already be satisfied. Really? Yu Yaoqin looked at him with a skeptical smile. Congratulations, senior sister Yu, on comprehending sword intent. At this moment, Su Lianxue also offered her congratulations to Yu Yaoqin. Junior sister Lianxue, once you reach the spirit drawing stage, why not consider becoming a sword cultivator? I can teach you sword techniques. Yu Yaoqin, no longer dwelling on Lin Ming's earlier words, turned to her and said, I'll think about it. Su Lianxue nodded in agreement. Perhaps taking the path of a sword cultivator wasn't a bad choice after all. Oh, by the way, senior brother, have you completed this month's tasks yet? Yu Yaoqin asked. As disciples of Yuanshu Mountain, everyone had monthly mission quotas, which varied based on their cultivation levels. For Lin Ming, who outwardly showed the Lingtai stage, the quota was 4 missions per month. Under special circumstances like a breakthrough or recovery from injury, missions could be postponed and completed in the following months. If disciples failed to meet their quotas, they would face corresponding punishments, and the sect would assign additional missions based on their cultivation level. As for newcomers like Su Lianxue, there were no mandatory mission requirements at the body tempering stage. The compulsory quotas only began once a disciple reached the spirit drawing stage. There's also one more thing. Lin Ming thought for a moment before speaking. Turns out there was still one task left on his monthly quota. No wonder he'd been feeling so hollow inside. At the start of the month, Lin Ming had already knocked out 3 missions, just one more, and he could go back to taking it easy. But then his master called him out to help pick a junior sister. Once he started sorting through candidates, he forgot all about the mission. It wasn't until Yu Yaoqin reminded him just now that he remembered there was still one left unfinished. He needed to hurry up and get it done. It was already close to the end of the month. He couldn't keep dragging his feet. Senior brother, you're too lazy. You actually still have one you haven't finished. Yu Yaoqin put on a look that said she'd known it all along and teased him with a smile. Lin Ming's laziness was practically famous. Everyone had seen it for themselves. He even missed his monthly quotas all the time. Don't forget, for the disciples of Yuanshu Mountain, these missions are a major source of income, especially for those without any particular craft. They basically rely on sect-issued jobs to get resources. But Lin Ming Yu Yaoqin couldn't quite figure him out. He didn't like taking missions, and he didn't seem to have any skills. So where did his cultivation resources come from? For a moment, she wondered if Elder Yinhua was secretly bankrolling him, but she quickly dismissed the thought. After all, Elder Yinhua isn't the type to do that. Could senior brother be hiding a secret she didn't know? All kinds of guesses bubbled up in Yu Yaoqin's mind. Well, I should go do the mission. Lin Ming pushed himself up from the lounge chair and stretched lazily. Since he had the time, he might as well finish the last one now, so he wouldn't forget again. He headed down the mountain. Lianxue, junior sister, come on. Let us go watch senior brother do a mission. With that, Yu Yaoqin grabbed Su Lianxue by the arm. What is so interesting about me doing a mission? Lin Ming looked at Yu Yaoqin, puzzled. Why does this girl have to butt in on everything? I'm going to carry out a mission, not to have fun. What is the big deal? Anyway, Senior brother, you're not the type to take those dangerous gigs, Yu Yaoqin said with a smile. Given what she knew about him, he really didn't accept high-risk assignments. Besides, junior sister Lianxue will have to do missions sooner or later. Wouldn't it be good to let her get familiar? Su Lianxue hadn't planned on going to the mission hall, but Yu Yaoqin's words persuaded her. She hadn't been there, yet she'd have to go sooner or later anyway. So getting acquainted now wouldn't hurt. Senior brother, Su Lianxue looked at Lin Ming and said, "Then let us go," Lin Ming sighed. He'd known from the start that the moment this girl showed up, she'd disrupt his once peaceful days. "Come on, junior sister Lianxue. I'll take you to get familiar with the mission hall," Yu Yaoqin said, grinning. The mission hall didn't belong to any of the 7 peaks. It sat between Yuanshu Peak and Feiyun Peak of the sect master's lineage. Before long, the 3 of them arrived. A grand hall came into view, with plenty of disciples going in and out. "Well, if it isn't senior brother Lin," came a somewhat affected voice from behind. A young man with dyed blonde hair stepped into view. "Luo Lingfeng, what's with the yellow hair this time?" Lin Ming shot him a glance, a hint of disdain in his tone. He remembered the last time he'd seen this guy. His hair was blue in the blink of an eye. Blue had turned to yellow. "It's not yellow hair, it's blonde. I fine-tuned this shade," Luo Lingfeng said, dead serious. Only with that blonde head of his, that supposed air of righteousness looked anything but convincing. "This must be senior apprentice sister Su Lianxue," Luo Lingfeng said. At this moment, Luo Lingfeng's gaze also landed on Su Lianxue. Sure enough, just as the rumors said, she truly was a beautiful girl. "Apprentice sister Su, don't get too close to this guy," Lin Ming warned immediately upon seeing this. "Senior brother, you really hurt my feelings saying things like that." Luo Lingfeng's face instantly dropped, and he turned toward Lin Ming. But he quickly realized Lin Ming wasn't even acknowledging him, and was walking straight toward the mission hall. The 2 women followed closely behind. Inside the mission hall, the missions were categorized into different ranks based on the cultivator's cultivation level. Of course, there were also some special missions that didn't fall into any specific rank. Lin Ming glanced at the rows of posted missions hanging on the wall and found that practically none of them were easy. If there had been, they would have already been snatched up long before he got here. Seeking a Dao companion, Mu Minjun of Lingxiao Peak. Requirements: under 30 years old, handsome appearance, no limit on cultivation level. Mu's senior sister was recruiting again. Lin Ming's expression turned somewhat odd. This bounty had been posted for half a month already. Just then, Luo Lingfeng walked over and asked, "How did Mu's senior sister's latest Dao companion end up dying this time?" Yu Yaoqin couldn't help but ask curiously as well. Mu Minjun was practically a legend at Yuansu Mountain, having already reached the spiritual treasury cultivation stage. But what made her unforgettable to most people was that she was a widowmaker. She already had 18 Dao companions, each of whom died under strange and bizarre circumstances, never natural deaths. Their deaths varied. Some had suffered from cultivation mishaps. Others had been secretly attacked during missions, devoured by demonic beasts, or even caught in the middle of someone else's affair and silenced. At first, everyone assumed that Mu Minjun had cultivated some forbidden enhancing technique or had some dark fetish that led her to deliberately kill her partners. The sect had even investigated the matter personally and concluded that Mu Minjun had nothing to do with her cultivation partner's death. It was simply bad luck on the deceased's part. People began calling Mu Minjun a woman who brings misfortune to her husbands. "This time, the way he died is actually quite interesting," said Luo Lingfeng, a faint, indescribable smile appearing on his face. That very smile stirred the curiosity of Lin Ming and the other 2. "Stop teasing us and just spit it out already," Yu Yaoqin said with mild irritation. She couldn't stand people who spoke in riddles. "This one died in a woman's bed," Luo Lingfeng said plainly, no longer playing coy. "He died in Mu's senior sister's bed?" Yu Yaoqin exclaimed in surprise. Could it really have been on Mu's senior sister's bed? Could she really have been that ruthless? Yu Yaoqin herself had no personal experience in that area, but that didn't stop her from having a rough idea. "Not exactly," Luo Lingfeng replied with a slight smirk. "It wasn't in Mu's senior sister's bed, it was in a pleasure house." "A brothel? Now that's interesting," Lin Ming said, unsure how else to react. Dying in a woman's bed, it was honestly a rather humiliating way to go. You could say this senior brother just had bad luck, running into someone from the Yinhua Pavilion. He was completely drained dry, Luo Lingfeng said, shaking his head. Yinhua Pavilion was a demonic sect that practiced a cultivation technique based on extracting male essence to nourish female energy. There were rumors that Yinhua Pavilion and Wanhua Pavilion had once been one and the same, but for unknown reasons, they eventually split, going their separate ways. One embraced the path of cultivation, while the other became a high-class brothel. Yeah, that's definitely some really rotten luck, Lin Ming said, shaking his head as well. Getting drained dry by a demonic sect member? Truly the unluckiest of fates. But at the same time, it indirectly confirmed the so-called husband-killing aura surrounding Mu Minjun so far. Not a single one of her partners had survived. Yet despite that, senior sister Mu was still obsessed with finding new cultivation partners. Even after one died, she would always find another. It just goes to show how much she truly values her partners. There are always some cocky types who think the whole husband-killer thing is just baseless superstition. Plus, senior sister Mu is beautiful, and she's in the Lingzong realm. Those two facts have made plenty of people set their sights on her. They figured they could mooch off her, but every single one met a bad, and ultimately, they all paid with their lives. What's this? Senior brother Lin is interested too? If it's you, I'd say senior sister Mu would probably be willing to become your Dao companion. Luo Lingfeng looked at Lin Ming and said, by Yuanshu Mountain standards, Lin Ming's looks aren't bad. If he wanted to pair up with senior sister Mu, it probably wouldn't be an issue. I'd like to live a few more days. I'm not looking to die that soon. Lin Ming gave Luo Lingfeng a cool glance and replied offhand. 18 Dao companions, 18 corpses laid out side by side. Neat as can be. No, wait, there were even some whose bodies were never found. Goes to show senior sister Mu really does jinx her men far beyond what ordinary folks can handle. What a pity, Luo Lingfeng said, feigning regret. Just then, the mission notice on the wall suddenly vanished. Clearly, someone had taken the mission and actually become senior sister Mu's Dao companion. There are always people who refuse to believe in curses. Luo Lingfeng noticed as well, shook his head, and spoke. The place erupted at once. Whoa, who's the brave soul this time? I want to know too. Someone actually became senior sister Mu's Dao companion. He's really not afraid of dying? 18 already, and now they're SA 19th. Savage. Absolutely savage. Lin Ming found himself a bit curious about the bold man, even looking forward to seeing how the 19th fellow would meet his end. Does the sect just not step in on something like this? Su Lianxue asked with a puzzled look. If it's a husband-killing curse, shouldn't the sect do something about it? It's a matter of mutual consent, not some demonic path mess. The sect won't meddle too much. Luo Lingfeng shook his head. In truth, the sect had tried to talk Mu Minjun out of taking a Dao companion. But she's stubborn and insisted on finding one, brushed the sect off by calling it a private matter. And her cultivation isn't weak, plus she's got solid backing. The sect can't do much about it. All they can do is warn the male disciples. If you want to stay alive, don't try to be Mu Minjun's Dao companion. But if someone's dead set on courting death, the sect really can't stop them. As for why that job ended up posted in the mission hall, he wasn't quite sure. Senior brother Lin, have you decided which mission to take? Luo Lingfeng looked over at Lin Ming and asked. Once the commotion died down, it was Lin Ming's turn to keep picking through the missions. I'll just take a look, Lin Ming replied coolly. Senior brother, this one's pretty good. There's a red flame tiger's beast core and essence blood, Yu Yaoqin said, pointing at a listing. Too far, too much trouble, Lin Ming said with a shake of his head. He crossed off hunting beast errands first. They're time-consuming and a slog. There are a lot more patrol missions, though, Lin Ming noted, scanning the board. These patrols weren't confined to the sect grounds. They'd been expanded across the various regions of Yuanshu Mountain. Clearly, this round of patrols was covering every inch of Yuanshu Mountain's territory. We've got you to thank for taking care of old demon bloodslaughter, Luo Lingfeng said to Lin Ming. I just borrowed my master's strength. That's all, Lin Ming shook his head. The story of Lin Ming slaying old demon bloodslaughter had spread through the sect. Everyone knew he'd done it with true monarch Yinhua's help. If not, With his current spirit platform realm cultivation, going head-to-head with that old fiend would have been a death sentence 9 times out of 10. All eyes were still fixed on the blood butcher old fiend. No one had expected a demonic cultivator at the Bittersea realm to swagger straight into Yuanshu Mountain-S territory and even lay hands on the daughter of Hidden Sword Peak-S Lord. That was basically treating Yuanshu Mountain like it didn't exist. So Yuanshu Mountain began combing through the lands under its control. Anyone identified as demonic was to be killed on sight. And with that, patrol missions were rolled out. Senior Brother Lin, are you interested in a patrol assignment? Luo Lingfeng asked. This one then. Lin Ming's gaze settled on one of the tasks. He stepped past Luo Lingfeng and walked toward the assignment counter. Senior Brother Lin, you weren't like this before. Luo Lingfeng couldn't help saying when he saw how cold Lin Ming was toward him. Maybe it's that blonde of your senior brother doesn't care for it? Yu Yaoqin chimed in. That shouldn't be it. I put a lot of effort into getting this shade just right. Senior Brother Lin doesn't like it? I'll try red next time. Luo Lingfeng muttered to himself after a glance. I'm here to take a mission. Lin Ming reached the counter, produced his identity token, and spoke to the disciple in front of him. Senior Brother Lin, which mission do you want? The disciple clearly recognized him and asked with a touch of respect. 431. Lin Ming reported the mission number. Mission 431. For disciples have already taken it. Tomorrow we'll head for the Great Yin Dynasty. Assemble at the Sect S Mountain Gate at the Sea Hour. The disciple handed things over. Here are your mission warrant and the demon-seeking compass. Remember to return them when the mission is complete. Senior Brother, you're going to the Great Yin Dynasty? Yu Yaoqin asked. What? You're going to the Great Yin Dynasty too? Lin Ming looked at her and shot back. He had chosen the patrol assignment bound for the Great Yin Dynasty. The Great Yin Dynasty lay within the jurisdiction of Yuanshu Mountain and was naturally governed by it. Lin Ming stared at the pile of tasks. None of them seemed easy. He finally picked one that looked simple, a patrol mission. Cultivators from the Devil's Sect? Where would there be so many Devil's Sect members? Especially within Yuanshu Mountain-S territory, any Devil's Sect cultivator who dared show their face would be killed on the spot. Besides, the Great Yin Dynasty itself wasn't weak, it just happened to be quite far from Yuanshu Mountain. For Lin Ming, this mission was just a convenient detour. He wanted to check on his investments in the Great Yin Dynasty anyway. Forget it. I should just focus on cultivation. Yu Yaoqin shook her head and said. She had originally wanted to go out, but unfortunately, she was under house arrest. Since that attack, her mother had forbidden her from leaving the mountain, insisting she stay and recover properly. Maybe after this cleanup operation, she'd be allowed to go out again. Damn those Devil's Sect bastards, causing all this trouble and even stopping her from stepping outside. Then you'd better stay put in the mountains. Lin Ming said with a smile. After accepting the mission, Lin Ming didn't linger at the mission hall and immediately returned to Zichen Peak. Senior Brother Lin, don't you like yellow hair? Luo Lingfeng caught up to Lin Ming's pace and asked as they walked. I actually think black looks pretty good. Lin Ming glanced at Luo Lingfeng and replied. Black does look nice, but I still want to try something different. Luo Lingfeng said seriously. But honestly, his bright yellow hair just didn't look funny no matter how you looked at it. Won't Elder Hong have a problem with this? Lin Ming frowned and asked. This kid dyed his hair however he wanted. Wouldn't Hong Shan, his master, have something to say about it? My master is away on a trip. He probably won't be back for a few months. Luo Lingfeng said with a grin. Master was away, and that was exactly why he dared to dye his hair however he wanted. If Master found out, he'd definitely get scolded and punished. By the time Master came back, he'd just change his hair back to black. That should be fine. Then work a little harder. Lin Ming replied lazily, not bothering to say much else. Got it, Senior Brother. One day, I'll definitely create a cultivation technique that lets you change your hair color anytime you want, Luo Lingfeng said firmly. Lin Ming's lips twitched slightly. If he actually managed to invent such a technique, it would definitely leave everyone speechless. Soon after, Lin Ming and Su Lianxue returned to Zichen Peak, while Yu Yaoqin went back to Cangjian Peak to continue her training. Junior sister, Lin Ming said to Su Lianxue, I'll be leaving for a while. You should stay on the mountain and cultivate by yourself. He had no intention of taking her with him this time. It would be better for her to stay behind and focus on her training, striving to complete the body tempering stage as soon as possible. Senior brother, what about the medicinal bath? She asked. Truthfully, she didn't even want to go with Lin Ming. It would just slow down her progress too much. She had planned to complete body tempering 9 times within a month, then push forward to 10, 11, or 12 times. Traveling with her senior brother would waste far too much of her time. But she was worried about the medicinal bath. If she couldn't take it during her next tempering session because he wasn't around, that would be a huge waste. It could even affect her progress later on. That was something she absolutely refused to accept. I'll teach you tonight, Lin Ming answered. The method for preparing the medicinal bath had to be taught by him personally. Otherwise, he felt like he was Su Lianshua's babysitter, constantly making pills, cooking meals, and preparing medicinal baths for her. At this rate, he might as well be doing her laundry too. Actually, doing her laundry wasn't that big of a deal, to be honest. All right, Su Lianshua nodded in agreement. Not long after, Lin Ming made his way up the mountain alone and arrived in front of the cave residence of Master Yunhua, where thick mist still shrouded the entrance. Lin Ming wasn't entirely sure whether his master was actually in seclusion. After all, the formation guarding the cave was nothing special, just an ordinary 6th grade formation, one he could easily bypass. He could even peek inside without triggering it and see what his master was up to. But after a moment's thought, he decided against it. His master was, after all, at the Nirvana stage. If she caught him spying, he'd be in serious trouble. From what he knew of her, Master Yunhua was no simple cultivator. Master, Lin Ming said respectfully, I'll be heading to the Yin dynasty tomorrow to handle some business. I'm not sure when I'll return. I'll leave my junior apprentice sister in your care. Whether or not his master was in retreat, he still needed to make things clear. The next moment, Lin Ming sensed a strange shift in the mist. Suddenly, a jade bracelet shot out from the fog, flying straight toward him before stopping midair in front of him. Take this to the Min herbal shop in the Yin dynasty and hand it to someone named Yin Su. Master Yunhua's voice whispered in his ear. So she wasn't actually in seclusion after all? He had suspected all along that his master might not be in true retreat. This so-called retreat was probably just an excuse to avoid certain people within the sect. But that wasn't his concern, and he had no interest in getting involved. Oh, and take Su Lianshua with you, Yunhua added. Master, my junior sister is still at the body tempering stage. It would be better for her to stay here and cultivate. Lin Ming replied immediately. Come on, now is he supposed to be her babysitter? Who is the master here, you or me? Ever since Su Lianshua arrived at the mountain, Yunhua had only given her a single life-saving artifact and a few mid-grade spirit stones. Everything else, absolutely everything, had fallen to Lin Ming to handle. Master was way too careless with her decisions. But truth be told, back in the day, his own situation hadn't been much better than Su Lianshua's. Thankfully, he had the Wordless divine book to help him out, otherwise things could have gotten really messy. The entire world is a path of cultivation. Taking her along might not be a bad idea, said Yunhua Jinjuan. I still think it's better for my junior sister to stay within the mountains. Lin Ming couldn't help but object again. But Yunhua Jinjuan remained silent, which meant the decision was final. Lin Ming had no room to refuse. He's basically treating me like a babysitter. Lin Ming muttered under his breath, frustrated. He felt annoyed deep down, but what could he do? He had no choice but to accept it after all. He was stuck with a master who loved to take advantage. He really wished he hadn't gone to inform Master in the first place. He should have just sneaked off on his own tomorrow morning. Thinking this, Lin Ming turned and walked away. Junior sister, it's time for you to come with me, Lin Ming said to Su Lianshua. It's Master's order. After hearing that, Su Lianshua knew there was no way out. She could only accept the situation helplessly. She really couldn't figure out what Master was thinking. If it was a mission for her senior brother, why did she have to come along too? The next morning, early, Lin Ming brought Su Lianshua to the sect's main gate and waited at the location given by the disciple from the mission hall according to the coordinates. Already waiting there were 4 other disciples, obviously the rest of the team for this mission. Senior brother Lin. A young man stepped forward and greeted Lin Ming. Back when he was the sole disciple of Zichen Peak, many people had come to know him. And because of Su Lianshua, even more had taken notice of Lin Ming by association. Are all of you here for the patrol mission to the Great Yin Dynasty? Lin Ming asked, looking at the four of them. 2 men and 2 women, all at the spirit platform cultivation stage. Yes, senior brother Lin. Zhu Yuankong was the first to nod in response. He glanced at Su Lianxue, genuinely surprised that his senior brother had brought her along on this mission. Just then, a spirit vessel flew in from the distance. It circled above them briefly before beginning its descent. This was the very vessel bound for the Great Yin Dynasty. The four of them presented their mission credentials and boarded smoothly. Since Su Lianxue didn't have an official mission, she had to purchase an additional pass to gain access. Lin Ming paid for her boarding fee right then and there. He would keep this expense under Su Lianxue's name for now, and once she saved up enough spirit stones in the future, she could pay him back. Big brother really is stingy, Su Lianxue muttered under her breath. She hadn't expected the cost to be charged to her after all. She hadn't even wanted to come along on this mission with her senior brother in the first place. If you're going to talk trash about your big brother, you'd better do it when I'm not around. Lin Ming gave her a calm glance and said, "Got it." Su Lianxue replied obediently. It seemed like this girl was finally starting to loosen up. She wasn't as quiet and reserved as she used to be. Lin Ming was quite pleased with this change. He wouldn't want his pretty junior sister to turn into a brooding, silent stone. Where was the fun in that? Besides the 6 of them, quite a few other disciples had boarded the same spirit vessel. Their final destination was the Great Yin Dynasty, but the vessel would make several stops along the way. Brother Lin, maybe we should introduce ourselves to each other. After all, we'll be working together on this mission. Zhu Yuankong spoke up to Lin Ming. That works. Lin Ming nodded. For the next leg of the journey, the 6 of them would be operating as a team. It was better to get to know each other first. I'll go first. I'm Zhu Yuankong, a disciple from Shangyang Peak, and I'm at the 3rd stage of the spiritual terrace. Zhu Yuankong introduced himself. I'm Fang Jichen, a disciple from Zhangjian Peak, and I'm at the 4th stage of the spiritual terrace. Fang Jichen, his sword strapped across his back, said emotionlessly. Disciple Tong Lingwei of Zhangjue Peak had reached the 2nd heaven of spiritual platform. Disciple Du Yu of Zhangjue Peak had reached the 3rd heaven of spiritual platform. Lin Ming, a disciple from Zichen Peak, had attained the 4th heaven of spiritual platform. Oh, and this is my junior apprentice sister, Su Lianxue. She won't be joining this mission. Lin Ming added. This didn't surprise the other 4 in the least. After all, Su Lianxue had just joined the sect and was still at the body tempering stage. Naturally, she wasn't qualified for a patrol mission. This mission involves using a demon-seeking disc to inspect the capital of the Great Yin Dynasty. Specific assignments will be given once we arrive at the capital. Zhu Yuankong spoke up. We'll get our orders once we reach the capital. It's a long way from the sect to the Great Yin Dynasty, 2 full days by spirit ship. We'll all have to endure the journey aboard the ship for now. I'll head back and rest for a bit then. Lin Ming said, turned around, and left immediately, returning to his room. Su Lianxue also went back to her quarters and began cultivation the moment she walked in. She didn't want to waste any time after all. She had nothing else to do. That wench Yunhua's disciple has already left Yuanshu Mountain and headed toward the Great Yin Dynasty. In a gloomy graveyard, a figure in black robes stood before a tombstone. The very same bitch. Several eerie, soft voices echoed simultaneously from around the graveyard. If we can't kill that bitch Yunhua just yet, then let us deal with her disciple first. Perfect. The arrangements in Yin are nearly complete. The black-robed figure replied coldly. Leave it to me. I'll send him on his way straight into Yunhua's arms. Before the last word faded, an unusually pale and delicate arm suddenly burst from the earth behind the tombstone. 2 days later, a massive city came into view beneath them. Yanjing, the imperial capital. This was the royal capital of the Great Flame Dynasty. Though the dynasty's strength couldn't match Yuanshu Mountain, the royal clan still had a powerhouse at the true lord of the other shore level holding the fort. In the Qingyuan realm, it was a force to be reckoned with. The spirit boat glided to a stop atop a great mountain just outside the dynasty's borders. A Taoist temple had been built in the mountain Yuanshu Mountain's outpost within the Great Flame Dynasty. As an affiliate of Yuanshu Mountain, the Great Flame Dynasty naturally had sect personnel stationed there. with one of them doubling as the court's imperial preceptor. Normally, Yuanshu Mountain didn't meddle in politics. Only when foreign enemies invaded, or in times like this when the demonic path needed purging, would they step in. The spirit boat settled on the clearing before the temple, and 6 people filed out from within. By our master's orders, this disciple has been waiting here for you. Martial uncles, a young man said respectfully as he stepped forward. Lead the way. Lin Ming nodded in response. They followed him into the temple and stopped before a room. Greetings, senior brother, they said, bowing to the elder inside. According to the task hall's dossier, the elder hailed from Shanyang Peak, and his cultivation had reached the spirit repository realm. After years without a breakthrough, he had volunteered to come to the Great Flame Dynasty and take up the post of imperial preceptor. At Yuanshu Mountain, this was common. Many disciples whose cultivation had stalled or who were getting on in years would apply for assignments outside to serve the sect and make use of their remaining strength. Some went down the mountain to found families and establish clans, which also funneled fresh blood back to the sect. Junior brothers and sisters, I know why you're here. Rest for today. Tomorrow I'll take you into the city. Bai Cheng nodded. As for tasks entrusted by the sect, he would, of course, cooperate without reservation. At first light the next day, under Bai Cheng's lead, they entered Yanjing, made their way into the royal palace without incident, and were received by the reigning sovereign of Great Yan. I know why you're here. You'll have my support, Li Yi said, clad in a dragon robe, his face grave. Bai Cheng had already given him a heads up about the matter, so he was prepared. Besides, this involved demonic cultivators. If demonic cultivators were truly hiding in the capital, that would spell trouble for him, so he was more than willing to cooperate. Then please seal the capital, Your Majesty. Let people in but no one out. All commoners must submit to our inspection, Lin Ming said as well. As the sovereign, the man deserved some deference besides. His cultivation was nothing to scoff at. He had already reached the 9th heaven of the spirit platform realm. By my decree, seal the capital. Entry allowed. No exits, Li Yi said, glancing at the eunuch at his side and issuing the order on the spot. At once, the eunuch accepted the command and withdrew. Just then, 5 more people entered the grand hall, 2 men in their prime and 3 elders. These 5 are the director and deputy director of Great Yan's Demon Suppression Bureau, along with several enshrined elders. They'll be assisting you, Li Yi added. He didn't know why Yuanshu Mountain had sent a few spirit platform realm cultivators, but since this touched on demonic forces, for the safety of Yuanshu Mountain's disciples, he mobilized spirit treasury realm combat strength to guard these spirit platform cultivators until their departure. Activate the demon-seeking array discs. 5-point triangulation. U4, take up positions at the east, west, south, and north, Zhu Yuankong instructed the 4. In essence, the demon-seeking discs were a formation split into 5 plates by cross-positioning and overlapping their coverage. They could sweep an area for demonic cultivators. Part of their mission this time was also to field test the array. The formation's controller was Zhu Yuankong. Though his cultivation was only at the spirit terrace realm, in the path of formations he already reached the level of a 5th-tier formation master. He might look like a young man, but he was actually 45. Reaching 5th tier in formations at that age marked him as an exceptionally gifted prodigy. Your Majesty, do you have a map of the capital? Zhu Yuankong asked Li Yi. Go fetch the map of the capital, Li Yi ordered at once. Before long, a map of Yanjing was laid out before them. Following the map, Zhu Yuankong assigned positions for the 4 of them, and they each headed to their designated locations. Naturally, Lin Ming followed the arrangement. As a 9th-tier formation master, he recognized at a glance that this demon-seeking formation disc was 5th tier, but only low grade, the workmanship clearly crude. He remembered the sect had far better demon-seeking formations. Why were they using something this rough? Junior sister, are you staying or coming with me? Lin Ming asked, looking at Su Lianxue. I want to go with you, senior brother, Su Lianxue said with a slight frown. Ever since stepping into the royal palace, she felt a vague, inexplicable unease, a warning from her soul. She figured it was safer to stay close to her senior brother, especially since he was concealing his true cultivation. Then let us go, Lin Ming nodded. An elderly man led the way ahead of them. He was Ming Ran, director of the Great Yin Demon Suppression Division. His cultivation had reached the ninth heaven of the spirit repository realm, only a step away from becoming a bitter sea true person. If Lin Ming weren't the disciple of Zichen Peak's Peak Lord, Li Yi would never have asked Ming Ran to personally protect him. If anything happened to that true monarch's disciple under their watch, they wouldn't be able to shoulder the blame. Lord Ming, may I ask you a few questions? Inside the carriage, Lin Ming lifted the curtain and looked at the bustling city of Yanjing, then turned to the elderly man beside him and asked. Go ahead. Ming Ran replied with a warm smile. Lord Ming, are you familiar with the Wang family? Lin Ming asked. You mean the family of Marquis Zhenwu? Ming Ran thought for a moment before responding. In Yanjing, there's really only the Marquis Zhenwu's family that can be considered truly influential. That's right, Lin Ming nodded. You've probably already heard, but the Marquis's eldest son was taken in as a disciple by one of the elders from the Wanxiang sect. Ming Ran roughly guessed what Lin Ming wanted to ask. The Wanxiang sect's strength is nothing to scoff at. It rivals great orthodox sects like Yuanshu Mountain. He was actually taken in as a disciple by an elder from the Wanxiang sect? Lin Ming asked, somewhat surprised. You didn't know? Ming Ran blinked, then asked again. No, I only heard rumors from the mountains that the Marquis's eldest son had some kind of strange illness. That's why I was curious, Lin Ming answered. This boy's original illness was indeed rare. I've never seen anything like it before, and even Elder Zhao Ming from Yuanshu Mountain was at a loss about it. Ming Ran nodded. However, it said that the Wang family invited some unknown expert who managed to cure the illness. Later on, an elder from the Wanxiang sect, who was traveling through the area, noticed him and decided to take him in as a disciple. He was quite fortunate. That so-called expert was none other than Lin Ming himself. He had simply learned by chance about the illness of the Wang family's eldest son. At the time, the Wangs also happened to possess something he needed, so they struck a mutually beneficial deal. Besides, that so-called illness wasn't really a sickness at all, it was more like a unique, innate constitution. That elder from the Wanxiang sect was just lucky to scoop up a hidden gem. Lin Ming himself didn't think much of it. About half an hour later, the carriage came to a stop. They had arrived at their destination. Under the Moon Pavilion. What? Is this what they call a pleasure house? Su Lianxue stepped out of the carriage and looked at the moonlit pavilion before her, saying as she did. It was obvious the moonlit pavilion was a pleasure house, and not just any pleasure house, but the largest one in Yanjing. A quick glance was enough to see scantily clad, exceptionally beautiful women walking about upstairs, while numerous men bustled in and out. Looks like this time, Master Zhu really picked a great spot for us, Lin Ming said with a shake of his head. But according to the demon-seeking compass, the moonlit pavilion really was the most suitable location. Didn't you say you often visit places like this, senior brother? Su Lianxue said with a smile, teasing him slightly. Don't believe a word that girl Yiakin says, Lin Ming replied, clearly annoyed. He really shouldn't let his junior sister spend so much time around that girl Yiakin. She was a bad influence. Calling me a regular at a brothel? I've only been to one, maybe 3 times total. Each time I just listened to some music and watched the dancing. Honestly, he'd only ever been caught once by that girl. And now, apparently, that one time was enough to earn him a reputation like this. Lin Ming glanced at the two beside him, then walked ahead into the moonlit pavilion. 3 guests tonight. As soon as the trio stepped inside, a madam came bustling over with a warm, well-practiced smile. Her eyes swept over the 3 until they landed on Su Lianxue, at which point she froze. It wasn't because Su Lianxue was a woman after 30 or 40 years in this business. She'd seen all kinds of customers. Some men brought girls from outside to play with her courtesans. Some customers were even women themselves, with a preference for female company. No, what made her freeze was the girl's beauty. It was the most breathtaking sight she had ever seen, and for a moment, she couldn't even find the words to describe it. If that girl was truly from the Moonview House, she had to be the top courtesan, the only one. The Demon Suppression Bureau had come to investigate. Lin Ming didn't feel like wasting words and simply pulled out his badge from the bureau. In the Yin dynasty, having the bureau's name made things much easier. The moment he flashed the badge, many of the onlookers were cowed, and some even quietly slipped away from the Moonview House. So even officers from the Demon Suppression Bureau come to my place for pleasure? The Madam S smile slowly faded when she saw the badge. She wasn't afraid of the legendary Demon Suppression Bureau after all. Everyone doing business in the capital had some kind of backing, and her own backer just happened to look down on the bureau. So she faced Lin Ming calmly. Still, sometimes you had to give the bureau a little face. Effective immediately, the Moonview house is closed. Everyone must leave, no one stays behind. Lin Ming declared. Is the Demon Suppression Bureau trying to shut down my establishment? The Madam S expression changed, her tone now edged with anger. This didn't seem like an official investigation at all. It was clearly an attempt to force them out of business. Of course, she would never agree to that, nor would her backer simply stand by and watch. I made myself very clear. The Moonview house is temporarily shut down. When it reopens will be decided later. Lin Ming spoke bluntly. But the madam across from him looked like she wasn't about to give in. Are you saying the Demon Suppression Bureau wants to cross swords with Prince Ming's mansion? The madam shot back coldly. She had just revealed her backing the Prince Ming Li Jueming, the younger brother of the emperor and the most powerful protector of this brothel. No one knew what exactly the Moonview house had done to warrant the bureau shutting it down. Just then, a sound came from the third floor. A young man was making his way down the staircase from the third floor, flanked by two women on each side. When he caught sight of Su Lianxue, his eyes lit up. He immediately dismissed the women beside him and quickened his pace. A strange sense of familiarity drifted toward him, instantly sparking Lin Ming's interest. Master Yu. The madam greeted Yu Xia with a warm smile as she saw him. And who might you be? Lin Ming asked, speaking up. I am the son of the current Minister of Revenue, Yu Xia replied proudly. This young lady. May I have the honor of making her acquaintance? Yu Xia's gaze fell directly on Su Lianxue. As for Meng Ran, he had no interest in the old man whatsoever. Not interested, Su Lianxue replied coolly, glancing at Yu Xia. Her indifference, however, only fueled Yu Xia's desire further. He became even more determined to pull her into his arms and shower her with affection. Son of the Minister of Revenue? Then does your father know you're using his money to visit a pleasure house like this? Lin Ming asked with a slight smile. Another poor soul captivated by his junior sister. Well, she was just naturally beautiful after all. That's none of your concern. Yu Xia shot back coldly, shooting Lin Ming a sidelong glance. In his eyes, Lin Ming was just a low-ranking squad leader from the Demon Suppression Bureau, nothing worth taking too seriously. That was precisely why he dared to step forward. He might even earn some favor from Prince Ming. Besides, whether or not his father knew about his visits to the brothel was purely a family matter. Outsiders had no right to interfere. Why is the Demon Suppression Bureau shutting down the Moonlit Pavilion? If you can't provide a reasonable explanation, you're all free to leave, Yu Xia said icily. Truth be told, he hadn't heard of any major political developments lately. Even if they really intended to shut down the Moon Pavilion, they still need official orders and someone from the Demon Suppression Bureau who could actually show authority. That guy over there looked like nothing more than a low-ranking squad leader, hardly worth his attention. Right now, he was already thinking about how to get Su Lianxue for himself. If a beauty like her never ended up in his bed, that would truly be a waste. He planned to take her for himself before those others even had a chance to realize what was happening. The son of the Minister of Revenue dares to speak to a demon suppression officer like this? Seems like the Bureau isn't as powerful as it used to be. Lin Ming twirled his badge in his hand and said with a smile. Of course, Lin Ming had said this to Meng Ran beside him. The Demon Suppression Bureau's reputation didn't seem to carry much weight anymore. If just anyone dared to step on them. The people around them felt something was off too, as if implying Lin Ming didn't even look like a real officer from the Bureau. Bold move, impersonating an officer of the Demon Suppression Bureau. Yu Xia heard the remark. His face darkened, and he coldly shot back. This time, he finally had something on Lin Ming. Whether Lin Ming was actually with the Bureau or not, speaking so brazenly was enough to cast suspicion on him as an imposter. And once that happened, he'd have a reason to act. Yu Xia, you really have guts. A voice came from behind Lin Ming's group, as someone stepped forward and sharply rebuked Yu Xia. Wei Xiaoyuan, this doesn't concern you. Don't go looking for trouble. Yu Xia saw Wei Xiaoyuan and slightly frowned, responding coldly. But Wei Xiaoyuan ignored Yu Xia completely and walked straight toward Meng Ran. Disciple Wei Xiaoyuan pays respects to the bureau chief. He said respectfully, his expression full of reverence. That's right, the man standing before them was undoubtedly the chief of the Demon Suppression Bureau, Meng Ran. Although Wei Xiaoyuan had only met Meng Ran a few times before, the face of such a powerful figure had long been etched into his memory. Who would have expected that someone like the bureau chief would actually appear in a pleasure house like this? If I hadn't heard that the Demon Suppression Bureau was going to shut down the Moonlit Pavilion, I wouldn't have come in at all, let alone run into Lord Siju here. You must be Wei Gang's son, Meng Ran said, glancing at Wei Xiaoyuan as he spoke. Wei Gang was a general in the Great Yin Dynasty. Yes, my father is Wei Gang. Wei Xiaoyuan quickly replied with a nod. Out of the corner of his eye, he shot a glance at Lin Ming, curiosity stirring in his mind about the young man's background. Siju? Just those two words sent a shockwave through many of those present. Everyone in Yinjing knew that there was only one person in the capital who could be addressed as Siju, the Siju of the Demon Suppression Bureau. In an instant, the moonlit pavilion fell into a sudden silence. The Madame S. smile vanished, replaced by a look of fear. If it was really him, then they were in serious trouble. Why would someone of his stature appear in a place like the moonlit pavilion? And who exactly was this young man beside him? Lord Siju? How could the head of the Demon Suppression Bureau come to a place like this? Yu Xia's eyes flickered with panic, though he quickly suppressed his emotions, trying to steady himself. The head of the Demon Suppression Bureau being here, it was simply impossible. Wayward disciple, are you coming down on your own, or must I drag you down myself? Meng Ran ignored Yu Xia, shifting his gaze toward the upper floor and speaking in a calm tone. The next moment, a young man leapt down from the second floor in one fluid motion. Master, he said awkwardly, walking up to Meng Ran and bowing respectfully. When Yu Xia saw him, his entire body stiffened. He nearly collapsed to the ground. This man was none other than the seventh disciple of the Siju of the Demon Suppression Bureau, which meant the old man truly was the Siju himself. Now that this was confirmed, everything from their earlier conversation suddenly made sense. Yu Xia knew it was over. All of it completely over. Once the crowd confirmed that the old man was indeed the Siju of the Demon Suppression Bureau, the atmosphere in the room shifted dramatically. Every pair of eyes was now fixed firmly on Meng Ran. Everyone from the Demon Suppression Division was wondering how someone like that could show up here. Master, what are you doing in a place like this? Mo Wuhan asked carefully. Did I not check the almanac before heading out? I go to a brothel and run smack into my master? When he first saw his master, Mo Wuhan thought he was seeing things. Once he realized it wasn't an illusion, he wanted to slip away quietly. But he felt eyes on him. In that instant, he knew his master had already noticed him. At the same time, Mo Wuhan casually cast a glance at Lin Ming. He couldn't recall seeing this man at the division. Thinking back to what had just been said, it felt even stranger. Did master bring another disciple back from somewhere? I'm actually getting a junior brother? Clear out the moonlit pavilion. Everyone out. As for Prince Ming's manor, someone will go explain it to His Highness. Mo Wuhan's weathered voice echoed through the moonlit pavilion. No one dared talk back. This was the chief of the Demon Suppression Division, at the peak of the Spirit Repository realm, said to have 1 foot already in the sea of bitterness. The guests hurried out one after another, leaving only the girls behind, looking a bit lost. Girls, let us go, the madam said. She fell silent for a moment, but in the end, that was all she could say. At this point, she had no room to refuse. She was just the madam of a small brothel, facing the head of the Demon Suppression Division. It wasn't an exaggeration to say she normally didn't even rate an audience with him, let alone the right to refuse. A group of girls followed the madam toward the back of the moonlit pavilion. Only Yu Xia still sat slumped on the floor, panic plain on his face. He wanted nothing more than to slap himself a few times. Why do I have to stick my neck out? Was this really something I should be meddling in? A flood of regret surged through him in an instant. How come the Minister of Revenue's son is sitting on the ground? Do you have a problem with our decision? Lin Ming stared at Yu Xia, who was still sitting on the floor, teasing him further. Truth be told, he had actually enjoyed Yu Xia's arrogance earlier, but now it had all crumbled away somewhat disappointing. No, no, not at all. Yu Xia hurriedly stood up, his body trembling slightly as he quickly walked out. Yu Xia was indeed the son of the Minister of Revenue, though only the second son. Rumor had it he had long been abandoned by his father. Mo Wuhan glanced at Yu Xia's retreating figure and casually explained to Lin Ming. Just another neglected son, yet he had the audacity to show up at the Demon Suppression Bureau and even dare to provoke his master. Mo Wuhan could already guess what kind of fate awaited this fool. Everyone had already been cleared out of the moonlit pavilion. Now, only 4 people remained inside. Lin Ming, Su Lianxue, Meng Ran, and Mo Wuhan. Go guard the entrance. No one gets in. Meng Ran gave his useless disciple a final instruction. Got it. As long as I'm here, no one's getting through. Mo Wuhan practically slid to the door of the moonlit pavilion like someone with oil on his feet, standing there like a vigilant gatekeeper. Meanwhile, Lin Ming took out his demon-seeking array disc. He began placing mid-grade spirit stones one by one into the disc, allowing it to absorb their spiritual energy. Roughly a quarter of an hour passed. The array disc suddenly lifted from his hand and floated midair, its engraved patterns slowly glowing red. Now we wait, Lin Ming said. Once everyone was ready, they could activate the formation. And once activated, it would still take some time to complete the detection. Prince Ming's mansion. Inside the courtyard, a rotund middle-aged man lay resting, attended by several beautiful women. Your Highness, a figure appeared behind him. Speak. Li Jueming, the Ming king, slowly opened his eyes and spoke. The man proceeded to report everything that had happened at the moonlit pavilion to Li Jueming. Master Mengran, brother, are you planning to come after me? Li Jueming slightly furrowed his brow. He had grown accustomed to living the easygoing life of a carefree prince, so why was his own elder brother now coming after him too? Your Highness, this matter may involve Yuanxishan. The man continued. He then informed the prince about the imperial sage entering the city with his men and the subsequent lockdown of the royal capital. Call everyone back and have the moonlit pavilion suspend operations for now. Li Jueming smiled faintly. Since Yuanxishan was involved, it had little to do with him. He didn't think someone like him, a disengaged and idle prince, was worth a move from Yuanxishan. Yes, sir. The matter of Yuanxishan and the capital's lockdown soon reached the tables of various powerful factions and cultivation families. Most chose to remain silent after all. Yuanxishan wasn't an easy opponent, and no one dared provoke them recklessly. Still, curiosity lingered. Many went straight to the palace, hoping to pry some information from the king himself. Yuanxishan sure acted fast. Sir, Wei confirmed it, his disciple is definitely in there. Perfect. That lowly woman. I'll start collecting some interest through her disciple. A burst of wild laughter echoed through the room. Are we ready? Sir, we're waiting on your command. Suddenly, a red glow lit up the space. The formation disk emitted a crimson light. In an instant, a streak of red shot straight into the sky. The formation disks in the palace and the 4 cardinal directions all flared with the same fiery hue. This spectacle immediately drew the attention of the capital's citizens. What the hell is going on? Who knows? Hey, did you hear? The capital's under lockdown. I just heard about this myself. It seems like they're hunting down a criminal, so the city's been locked down for now. Do you think it could be related to that? Who can say for sure? A moment of silence followed. The murmurs of discussion hadn't stopped since. But no one really took it seriously. After all, this was the imperial capital of the Great Flame Dynasty, guarded by a sage of the Bitter Sea, and not just any sage, one who had nearly stepped into the shore beyond. With someone of that caliber watching over the city, they felt the capital would be fine. Besides, the Great Flame Dynasty still had Yuanxishan standing behind it. Inside the building, under the moonlight, it would probably take about a day. Lin Ming had made contact with Zhu Yuankong through the demon-seeking array disc, and it really did take a full day for the formation to cover the entire city of Yinjing. For the entire day, Lin Ming had to stay by the disc, keeping a close eye on it in case anything went wrong. Miss Su, I'll be staying here for the next day. There's something I need to ask you to do, Lin Ming said, turning to Su Lianxue. What is it? Su Lianxue asked. Deliver this bracelet to a man named Yin Su at the Min Herbal Pharmacy. Lin Kong had also passed on his master's task to Su Lianxue. He pulled the bracelet out and handed it to her. Seeing this, Su Lianxue accepted it. Where is Min Herbal Pharmacy? She asked. That, you'll have to find out on your own, dear senior apprentice sister. Lin Ming replied. He didn't know the way himself and had never been there, so he could only ask her to figure it out. If the young lady doesn't mind, let this old man's disobedient disciple accompany you. Meng Ran spoke up at this moment. Then we'll trouble Master Meng. Lin Ming nodded in agreement. Since someone was willing to help, he naturally couldn't refuse. Wayward disciple, what are you waiting for? Get in here. Outside, the voice of Master called out. Mo Wuhan rushed in hurriedly and hurried to stand before his master. Master, why did you personally come out here and seal the moonlit pavilion? Is this young man your new disciple? Mo Wuhan was unusually talkative at the moment and quickly blurted out. Rebellious apprentice, Master Meng said calmly. Take this young guest from Yuanshan with you and go to Min Medicine Shop. Yuanshan? Mo Wuhan was stunned for a moment. He looked as if he had seen a ghost. He had originally thought this was Master S' newly accepted disciple, only to find out it was someone from Yuanshan instead. Then it hit him. A person from Yuanshan showing up in Yinjing and boldly sealing off a brothel. What was going on? Aren't you leaving yet? Meng Ran commanded. Yes, sir. Mo Wuhan responded obediently. It's Min Medicine Shop, right? I'll take you there right away. He turned to Su Lianxue and said this. If even the old man was acting this way, then this Yuanshan disciple must be someone of great importance. He couldn't afford to be careless. Su Lianxue gave a slight nod in response. And so, the two of them left the moonlit pavilion. Min Medicine Shop is in the southern part of the city. It'll take us some time to get there, Mo Wuhan said while they were inside the carriage. Su Lianxue merely replied, showing little interest in conversation. Mo Wuhan didn't mind. In his eyes, if someone was from Yuanshan, a little arrogance was only natural. About half an hour later, they arrived at the location of Min Medicine Shop. The shopkeeper there has a bit of an odd temper, but the herbs he sells are all top quality, Mo Wuhan remarked. He occasionally visited Min Medicine Shop himself and naturally knew exactly where it was. Snow Su stepped into the apothecary, immediately hit by a strong aroma of medicinal herbs, an intoxicating blend of countless ingredients filling the air. Welcome, miss. How can I help you? A young girl approached and greeted her politely. I'm here to see Yin Su. Snow Su stated her purpose bluntly, wasting no time. Boss, someone's here for you, Lingyue called out, turning toward the back room. I'm not seeing anyone. A deep, commanding voice echoed from inside. I'm sorry, the boss won't meet with you. Lingyue apologized with a slight frown. I'm a disciple from Yusu Mountain. I'm here to deliver something. As soon as Snow Su spoke, a middle-aged man stepped out from the back. Which sect are you from? Yin Su's sharp eyes landed on Snow Su as he asked. This man was clearly no ordinary person. Snow Su studied. Yin Su carefully, her instincts told her he was someone truly unusual. A disciple from Zichen Peak, here to make a delivery, Snow Su said, pulling out the bracelet Lin Ming had given her. The moment Yin Su saw the bracelet, he hurried forward and took it in his hands. He stared at it intently, his face shifting through expressions nostalgia, relief, and even a hint of liberation. The item has been delivered. I'll take my leave now. Snow Su turned and walked out without another word. Boss, you actually know someone from Yusu Mountain? Lingyue asked in surprise. She hadn't expected her boss to be acquainted with someone from such a prestigious sect, and it suddenly dawned on her that he was probably no ordinary apothecary owner. Lingyue, pack things up. We're closing shop. We're leaving. And just like that, the day passed quickly. Lin Ming remained stationed beside the demon-seeking formation, his spiritual senses stretched across the entire city of Yinjing. In that time, he managed to detect a few intriguing things. The crimson light faded away, and the yuan energy within the demon-seeking formation disk was completely drained. The disk slowly descended from the air and returned to Lin Ming's hand. Let us go back to the palace, Lin Ming said, gripping the formation disk in his hand and smirking slightly. How did it go? Mengran asked. You'll find out once we reach the palace, Lin Ming replied. The trio immediately made their way back to the royal palace. Meanwhile, the other three also returned to the palace. Everyone, how did it go? Li Yi asked as he saw the group returning. There's no trace of any demonic cultivators in Yinjing, Zhu Yuankong answered. After a full day of investigation, they were almost certain that there were no demonic cultivators in all of Yinjing. However, although the formation covered the entire city, some areas within the palace could not be detected. Zhu Yuankong thought this was somewhat normal. In that case, excellent. Then allow me to properly entertain all of you. Li Yi nodded. If there were no demonic cultivators present, that was certainly good news. At the same time, Li Yi also wanted to build a good relationship with the disciples from Yuan Su Mountain, especially Lin Ming, the disciple of the Purple Chun Peak Master. That won't be necessary. We still need to return to our sect to report our findings. Zhu Yuankong declined politely. Honorable guests from Yuan Su Mountain rarely visit our great yin. You should at least take the time to enjoy the scenery of our land, a middle-aged man said as he walked into the grand hall, followed by two others. Chengdi, Li Yi greeted his younger brother with a nod upon seeing him. If you could all stay in our great yin forever, that would be even better, Li Cheng continued. Chengdi, what exactly do you mean by that? Li Yi furrowed his brows and asked. The group from Yuan Su Mountain also sensed something was off. Exactly what the words imply, Li Cheng replied, his smile slowly turning cold. If all the disciples of Yuanshu Mountain die here, that would certainly be quite a spectacle. As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhu Yuankong and his group immediately became alert. Chengdi, what exactly are you trying to do? Li Ye's expression darkened as he sternly demanded an answer. What do I want to do? Obviously, I want to become the king of the great Yin dynasty and lead the empire to even greater strength. I won't let you, a useless fool, drag it into ruin. Li Cheng stared at Li Yi coldly with contempt. Guards, Li Yi, momentarily stunned, thought Li Cheng had gone mad for daring to utter such treasonous words. Stop shouting. The palace guards are all under my command now. Li Cheng replied coldly. The palace guards had all been replaced by his own men. Tonight was destined to become a turning point in the great Yin dynasty. He would make Yin strong again, not reduce it to a mere dog of some sect. So it seems you've been planning this for a long time. Li Ye's face gradually turned even grimmer. He had never realized how ruthless his younger brother had truly become. As for the disciples of Yuanshu Mountain, you'll all stay here forever. Li Cheng's gaze then fell on Lin Ming and the others. Meng Siju sees him. As Li Yi spoke, his eyes locked onto Meng Ran, giving the order. Yes, sir. Meng Ran acknowledged. In the blink of an eye, Meng Ran vanished from his spot. As the head of the Demon Suppression Bureau, how could he allow Li Cheng to run wild like this? But the moment Meng Ran moved, a man from behind Li Cheng moved as well. The man blocked Meng Ran's path and struck first. The two blurred figures collided at incredible speed. Meng Ran grew more alarmed with every exchange. This opponent's strength was no weaker than his own. Boom. A strange, eerie aura erupted from the man's hands. After a single clash, Meng Ran quickly pulled back. A cultivator of demonic arts. Meng Ran's expression changed. There was no mistake, he was definitely facing a martial cultivator of the demonic path. Chengdi, how could you have conspired with those damned cultivators of the evil sect? Li Ye's face darkened instantly. His own brother not only plotted to usurp the throne, but now had also allied himself with the evil sect. So what if they're from the evil sect? As long as they can help me realize my ambitions, what harm is there in working with them? Li Cheng laughed loudly. Power was power whether it came from the righteous path or the evil one. He didn't give a damn. In an instant, the atmosphere in the grand hall tensed like a bowstring ready to snap. Don't you dare forget the promises you made, Li Cheng suddenly said. Of course we won't, came a cold, chilling voice. A man cloaked in a sinister, icy aura suddenly appeared inside the hall. His gaze swept over Lin Ming and the others, finally settling on Lin Ming himself. So you're the disciple of that wretched woman, Yinhua. Ku Ming sneered. And just who are you, the one my master knocked flat last time? Lin Ming stared back, his tone sharp and unyielding. That kind of resentment was usually reserved for someone who'd already felt the wrath of his master. Ha ha ha. Ku Ming let out a cold laugh. You dare speak to me like that, the disciple of that bitch? Just wait until you see what's coming to you. With a flick of his will, a chilling, oppressive aura erupted from Ku Ming, surging toward Lin Ming and the others like a tidal wave. Everyone involuntarily took a step back. Just then, an old man appeared. The patriarch. Li Ye's expression finally steadied when he saw the elder. It was none other than Gu Yin Jinjuan, the ultimate powerhouse of the great Yin dynasty and a revered ancestor of the imperial family. Gu Yin Jinjuan exuded a blazing, searing aura that instantly crushed Ku Ming's icy oppression. Humph, not bad. Ku Ming sneered coldly. Then, the surrounding spiritual energy roared like crashing waves, sweeping violently toward Lin Ming and his companions. Gu Yin Jinjuan responded in kind, unleashing his power to meet the onslaught head-on. Boom! The Grand Hall exploded into rubble. Two true lords from the other shore clashed, and the Grand Hall couldn't withstand the force. It collapsed completely. Lin Ming and the others rushed out from the crumbling ruins, suffering no serious injuries. "Are you all right?" Zhu Yuankong asked the group. "We're fine." Everyone's gaze remained fixed on the battle raging in the sky. A fight between true lords was never something they could get involved in. "Ancestor is here. Everything should be okay," Li Yi said grimly. But was it really going to be okay? Not necessarily. Lin Ming's eyes remained locked on the aerial battle. From the way that demonic cultivator fought, he had a rough idea of the opponent's identity. "You should worry about yourselves first." Li Cheng reappeared in their line of sight. He wouldn't let any of them escape. He'd make sure none got away. "Get ready for battle," Zhu Yuankong said calmly. At this point, there was no other choice but to fight. Still, he knew clearly the real battlefield wasn't here. The fight above would decide the outcome. Boom. In an instant, a figure plummeted from the sky and landed right in front of Lin Ming and the others. "Ancestor." Li Ye's face twisted in shock as he stared at the scene before him. A mere old fool at the sixth heaven of the other shore. Kumu slowly descended from the air, his eyes locked on Gu Yin, true lord, who was struggling to rise from the ground, his expression filled with disdain. This old man's cultivation technique was somewhat unique, but aside from that, he wasn't much to speak of. "You all should retreat first," True Lord Gu Yin said in a low voice. The enemy's power was clearly beyond expectations. He likely wouldn't be able to win. "Wanna run? Do you really think you can escape?" Kumu sneered coldly. If he let them flee like this, all his years of cultivation would have been for nothing. "What do we do now?" Zhu Yuankong and the others were starting to feel panic creeping in. Up against a demonic cultivator at the other shore true lord level, they really had no way out. Were they just going to sit here and wait to die? "Senior brother, do you have any ideas?" Su Lianxue turned her gaze to Lin Ming. If there was truly no other choice, she'd have to reveal her trump card. Even so, she instinctively looked to Lin Ming. But she quickly dismissed the thought. This demonic cultivator's strength had likely reached the late stage of the other shore. No matter how heaven-defying senior brother's talent was, it was unlikely he'd reached late stage other shore at his age. She was overthinking it. Even so, she noticed how unervingly calm Lin Ming was, completely different from the flicker of panic on everyone else's faces. Could senior brother really have some move their master left him? "I remember now, you must be that mangy cur." Mangy cur? The instant the words left his mouth, every gaze snapped to Lin Ming. Especially Ku Ming, his face went instantly overcast. The temperature around them dropped again. Good, good, good. Ku Ming laughed in fury, a dense killing intent pouring off him. Zhu Yuankong and the others could feel that other shore true, lord-level killing intent firsthand, so overwhelming they could barely withstand it. Just as they were about to collapse, it vanished from their senses. Or rather, the middle-aged man who had suddenly appeared before them was blocking it. Mangy Kerwell said, "Ku Ming, you mongrel, you're actually still alive?" Yin Su looked at Ku Ming, smiling as he spoke. "Ku Ming? Demon Lord Ku Ming? The Demon Lord Ku Ming of the Ghost Nether Sect?" At that name, Fang Jinshin seemed to put it together. Horror flooded his face, and he was struck speechless. "That's right, the very Ghost Nether Sect my master wiped out 100 years ago." Lin Ming nodded as he spoke. Lin Ming recognized Demon Lord Ku Ming mainly because that nominal master of his had once, in idle chatter, mentioned her glorious exploits from years past. Among the demonic sects, the Ghost Nether Sect had some pedigree. It was one of the few that survived the Great War 500 years ago. 2 other shore true lords sat in town there, and one of them was Demon Lord Ku Ming. About 100 years ago, while traveling abroad, True Lord Yunhua stumbled upon the Ghost Nether Sect's nest. He immediately led a raid and wiped the sect clean from top to bottom. Those two other shore-level demonic cultivators were no match for Yunhua. He slaughtered one, and the other escaped by sheer luck. The one who slipped away was Quming. Lin Ming had also once accidentally browsed the Ghost Nether Sect's techniques. After watching Quming and True Lord Guyan trade blows, Lin Ming recognized that Ghost Nether set of techniques. With those arts belonging to the Ghost Nether sect, and other Shore Demon Lord personally taking action, and such deep hatred toward his master, Lin Ming really couldn't imagine anyone but Demon Lord Quming being behind this. The Ghost Nether sect's remnant, just a mangy stray cur. He deliberately put extra weight on the last phrase. Lin Ming's words infuriated Quming yet again, a mere spirit platform realm cultivator daring to humiliate her like that. Streams of nether chi surged up, but the middle-aged man merely raised his hand a little, and all that nether chi was blocked. "And who are you?" Quming's gaze settled on the middle-aged man as she spoke coldly. It wasn't just Quming who was puzzled. Lin Ming and the others were, too. He asked the owner of Min Apothecary, Yin Su Lianxua said. As she suspected, she felt he wasn't simple the moment she saw him, and now it seemed she was right. He was indeed an other shore-level powerhouse. Of course, here's the translated version of the passage, carefully adapted into natural, novel-appropriate American English, while preserving the tone, context, and nuances of the original Chinese. So the senior apprentice had already anticipated something like this would happen. That's why he wasn't panicking at all. Is it really Yin Su? Could it actually be him? After hearing Su Lianxua's words, Lin Ming wasn't surprised anyone chosen by their master couldn't possibly be ordinary. Moreover, Lin Ming had always known that there was someone like that in Yanjing. His spiritual sense had covered the entire city for a reason. Stray dogs should know their place and stay where they belong. As soon as those words fell, a ball of cyan flame appeared in Yin Su's hand. The flame quickly transformed into a lotus flower. As the lotus bloomed, its petals drifted toward Ku Ming. "So it's really you." When Ku Ming saw the flame lotus, his expression subtly shifted. Immediately, a spectral dragon made of dark, netherworldly energy appeared above Ku Ming. The dragon coiled in the air, then suddenly dove straight down. In the blink of an eye, it collided with the flame-laced petals. The burning petals landed on the dragon's body, igniting its form. "Do you even know who I am?" Ku Ming's voice echoed through the ears of everyone present. A faint smirk appeared on his lips as his gaze locked onto Yin Su. Yin Su Yin, the once feared Azure Flame Monarch, now hiding away as a mere apothecary shopkeeper. Ku Ming sneered. "That still makes him better than a stray dog like you." Su Yin replied calmly, meeting Ku Ming's stare. "Azure Flame Monarch? Su Yin? Could it really be him?" Zhu Yuankong stared at Su Yin, shock written all over his face. "Azure Flame Monarch? Why have I never heard that name before?" Tong Lingwei wore an expression of both surprise and confusion. She had never even heard of the title Azure Flame Monarch. He was once the genius of the Su clan of Tianyuan. He reached the Peerless Realm before he was even 500 years old. But a century ago, he vanished without a trace. Zhu Yuankong explained. "Let me know if you'd like me to continue translating the next section or adjust the tone further." Never would they have imagined that this legendary figure had opened an ordinary herb shop in the Yin dynasty and was now just a common shopkeeper. He had reached the other shore realm at the age of 500. Su Lianxua also turned her gaze towards Su Yin. To reach the other shore at such a young age, this kid would be considered a genius even in the upper realm. Looks like the lower realm truly hides more than a few hidden talents. "Su Yin, are you really willing to make an enemy of me?" The dragon and the blue flame collided and vanished into nothingness across the heavens and earth. Ku Ming stared coldly at Su Yin. This sudden appearance was indeed unexpected. But if this guy insisted on getting in the way, Ku Ming wouldn't mind sending him to his grave. "If you disappear from my sight right now, I'll let you go." Su Yin replied coldly. As soon as those words left his mouth, Zhu Yuankong and the others finally relaxed the tension in their nerves. With the Flame Sovereign on their side, they should be safe at least for now. Zhu Yuankong had already secretly sent a distress signal to their sect. As long as the Flame Sovereign could hold Ku Ming back until reinforcements arrived, that would be enough. "If you insist on walking the path to death, don't blame me for what comes next." As the words faded, a suffocating aura of dark, energy suddenly surged forth like a tidal wave. Su Yin stepped forward, and the space before him rippled like disturbed water. He swung his palm downward, and all that dark energy shattered and dissipated. A battle between experts of this level? It's a once-in-a-century sight. Fang Jincheng said excitedly. The Flame Sovereign and the Demon Sovereign, Ku Ming, both were seasoned powerhouses. A clash between two like them hadn't happened in 100 years. One was at the 7th stage of the Other Shore realm, the other at the 8th. This was a high-level Other Shore showdown, truly a rare sight. However, Lin Ming's attention was no longer on the two of them. His gaze had shifted beyond the capital city of Yan. By now, he had more or less figured out what the devil cultivators were planning. He always felt that the cultivators of the demonic path wouldn't go to such lengths as to send 2 beyond stage experts just to kill him. After all, he was merely a Lingtai stage cultivator. How could he possibly warrant such an overwhelming response? Outside the Yin Imperial City, ready, a masked figure stood on a small hill, gazing toward the capital as he spoke. Everything's set. We're just waiting on your order, a man behind him respectfully reported. Qingyan, true monarch, he's going to be a bit of a problem, the masked man said coldly. Problem or not, though, a single Qingyan true monarch wouldn't be enough to stop them. 15 minutes. Even as the words left his mouth, the masked figure had already vanished. Yes, sir. Huh. Strange. Zhu Yuankong looked at the scene before him and frowned. What's off? Do you turn to Zhu Yuankong, asking curiously. Once experts of the Beyond stage start fighting, they could easily reduce the entire Yin Imperial City to ruins, Zhu Yuankong explained. The destructive power of a Beyond-level expert was more than enough to obliterate the entire city. Yet now, both Qingyan True Monarch and Quming Demon Monarch had confined their battle within the palace grounds. That was what puzzled him. They could perhaps understand Qingyan's reasoning, but Quming? Cultivators of the demonic path had never cared about the lives of ordinary people. To them, commoners were merely resources for cultivation. Life was as worthless as grass to them. Yet both of them had chosen to limit their battle within the palace walls. That was not something either side could do on a whim. In other words, Quming had also deliberately restricted the fight to the palace. Exactly. At this moment, Guyan True Monarch also nodded in agreement. As an Other Shore-level powerhouse, he agreed with Zhu Yuankong's take naturally. He could see far more than Zhu Yuankong and the others. All the more so because he had once crossed hands with Demon Lord Quming himself, though he'd been defeated in just a few moves. Even so, he was still an Other Shore true monarch. What are these people really up to? Zhu Yuankong grew more and more curious. They had to have a plan. Just then, true monarch Guyan also sensed something. His expression shifted slightly. Lin Ming noticed the change too. Half an hour passed. In that half hour, both sides were locked in a standoff, neither able to do anything to the other. What exactly do you want? Su Yin said in a low voice. He wasn't a fool. He quickly saw that the old bastard Quming hadn't brought out his real skills at all and was deliberately stalling for time. Our goal? Just wait, you'll find out soon enough, Demon Lord Quming said with a laugh. What goal? You'll know soon enough. Quming admitted Su Yin was indeed strong, but his arrival wouldn't change the overall situation. It only made getting rid of that bitch's disciple a bit trickier. Quming reached out, and an invisible force swept past Su Yin, clawing toward Lin Ming and the others to bind them. True monarch Guyan stepped forward and shattered that invisible restraint on the spot. He couldn't compare to Quming, but dealing with that kind of attack was no problem. Quming, are you tired of living? Su Yin shot Quming a look, and a trace of wariness flickered across Gumming's face. Clearly, the power Su Yin had displayed so far was starting to become a real problem. Just then, several beams of purple light erupted into the sky from outside Yanjing's city walls. The purple rays surrounding the city connected in midair, forming a vast network. In the end, those beams of light wove together into a massive purple energy barrier, completely enveloping the entire city of Yanjing. What in the world is this? This sudden spectacle naturally drew the attention of all the citizens of Yanjing. The crowd looked up at the purple beams slicing through the sky, murmuring amongst themselves in confusion and curiosity. First, the capital was locked down. Then, the imperial palace was taken over by the military, heavily guarded by troops. Many people began to sense that something was seriously wrong, but there was nothing they could do about it. A formation? Zhu Yuankong stared at the purple energy barrier above, speaking with a hint of confusion. Danger. Su Lianshua's soul essence immediately sent out a warning, alerting her that the purple barrier was extremely dangerous. A single misstep could cost her life. In an instant, Su Lianshua's expression turned tense. Instinctively, she turned her gaze toward her senior apprentice brother. But to her surprise, he remained calm. This sudden appearance of the purple barrier hadn't stirred much emotion from him at all. The Qi Lian Yuan 2 formation. Lin Ming looked at the purple barrier covering the entire city and spoke the name aloud. So it was the Qi Lian Yuan 2 formation. No wonder they had made so many preparations outside the city. It had all been for this formation. The Qi Lian Yuan 2 formation. The moment Gu Yanjinjuan heard the name, his expression turned grim. Senior brother, are you serious? Zhu Yuankong took a while to recover, staring at Lin Ming in shock and fear as he asked. Exactly. Lin Ming replied firmly, confirming it without a doubt. As a ninth-stage formation master, there was no way he could possibly be mistaken. The formation set up by the demonic sect Shuesha Men, the Red Refinement Heaven-Slaughtering Array. The disciple of that wretched woman actually has some knowledge after all, Ku Ming said coldly. Upon hearing this, Lin Ming slightly furrowed his brows. Red Refinement Heaven-Slaughtering Array. You stray dog actually teamed up with Shuel Yinmin? Su Yan's expression darkened as he spoke. Clearly, he also knew exactly what the Red Refinement Heaven-Slaughtering Array was. Senior brother Zhu, what kind of formation is this exactly? Tong Lingwei immediately turned to Zhu Yuankong, sensing the tension and quickly asking. The Red Refinement Heaven-Slaughtering Array from Shuel Yinmin can drain the souls and blood essence of every living being inside. Zhu Yuankong replied with a grim expression. Only now did he realize their true intentions. They were planning to slaughter every living soul in Yanjing, draining their souls and essence to serve as cultivation resources for these demonic cultivators. What ruthless methods! They actually planned to refine the entire Yanjing. Su Yan said gravely. He had lived in Yanjing for so long, yet had failed to detect the actions of these demonic cultivators. Their concealment must have run incredibly deep. This isn't what we were told, sir. Li Cheng's voice suddenly came from behind Ku Ming. He looked at Ku Ming, disbelief clearly written across his face. Wasn't the deal that he would help me claim the throne of the great Yin dynasty? That was the reason he agreed to help. But now this is completely different. And yet now, these people were planning to destroy Yanjing itself. Li Cheng couldn't accept it. You talk too much. Li Cheng's expression immediately stiffened. The masked figure had suddenly appeared behind him, placing a hand on his head. You people are moving too slowly. Ku Ming said coldly. It's time to end this. The masked man spoke icily. In the next moment, Li Cheng's soul and blood essence were instantly drained. Li Cheng collapsed to the ground, and a crimson bead appeared in the masked man's palm. Cheng brother. Li Yi cried out in anguish at the sight. After all, that was his own younger brother lying before him, and seeing the situation, even he couldn't help but show signs of anger on his face. But there was nothing he could do but watch helplessly. I'll handle things here. You hurry up and get your hands on the item. Ku Ming coldly ordered the masked man. Leave it to me, the masked man replied. He cast a glance toward Lin Ming and the others before flying off in a certain direction. Do they have other intentions? Zhu Yuankong and the others overheard their conversation, and it became clear to them that these people weren't only targeting the people of Yanjing. They indeed had ulterior motives. It's so hot. At that moment, Dee spoke up. Suddenly, she felt the environment around her growing hotter and hotter, the temperature rapidly rising. And she wasn't the only one with this feeling. Others, even the common people in Yanjing, had also noticed it. It was getting unbearably hot. Some people even stripped off their clothes in the streets, yet still felt as if their entire bodies were on fire. The Qilian Yuan 2 formation has been activated, Zhu Yuankong said grimly. There was only one possible explanation for this sensation. The Qilian Yuan 2 formation had already been set into motion. But all he could do was watch helplessly. With only a Lingtai realm cultivation, there was absolutely nothing he could accomplish. Right now, all he could do was pray that Qin Yin Jinjuan could break the formation. Even if he couldn't break it completely, At least he could buy some time by delaying its activation until reinforcements from the sect arrived. However, Zhu Yuankong's hopes were destined to be dashed. At this moment, Su Yin was completely occupied by Ku Ming and couldn't possibly break away to deal with the Chilean Yuan 2 formation. Besides, the Chilean formation was no ordinary array, and Su Yin knew absolutely nothing about formations. Even if he had time, there was no guarantee he could figure it out. You're all on your own now. Yin Su had done everything he could. If he couldn't save Lin Ming and the others, then there was truly nothing more he could do. Right now, he was already engaged by the Ku Ming Demon Lord. That stray dog strength was no joke, much stronger than their last encounter. Ancestor. Li Yi turned to his sect's old ancestor at that moment. As the emperor of the great Yin dynasty, he couldn't just watch as Yin Jing and its people were destroyed. Heavenly flame break. Jin Jun of Tian Yin soared into the sky, and behind him, a blazing fire dragon quickly formed. The fire dragon charged fiercely toward the red refinement, soul, slaughtering formation. But no matter what, it couldn't break through the formation. At the same time, Jin Jun fired a massive seal from his palm toward the rear of the imperial palace. As the seal landed, the masked figure was forced out of hiding. Fool, you dare! The masked man shot a glance at Jin Jun, his voice filled with rage. Just a moment earlier, he had nearly succeeded in seizing that object. You'll never get it from me, Jin Jun said coldly. Even if he couldn't destroy the red refinement soul-slaughtering formation, he would never hand that artifact over to them. His suspicion was confirmed. Their true goal had always been that object. Yet, logically speaking, only he should have known about it. How had these cultivators of the evil sect found out? Humph. This pathetic great Yin dynasty isn't worthy of possessing it, the masked man sneered. In the next instant, he launched an attack on Jin Jun. Since this fool insisted on getting in the way, he'd just send him to his grave. Lin Ming watched all this unfold, shaking his head slightly. Clearly, Jin Jun didn't place the people of Yanjing as his top priority. Still, even if Jin Jun wanted to brute force his way through the red refinement soul-slaughtering formation, it wouldn't be easy. Ultimately, Guyan Jinjuan's strength was still too weak. In the end, it had to come down to him stepping in. If they didn't act first, once the formation was fully activated, his junior brothers and sisters would be refined into nothing in an instant. Lin Ming absolutely didn't want to witness such a scene unfold before his eyes. Thinking this, Lin Ming drew a long sword from his back. Senior brother, what are you planning to do? Zhu Yuankong hurriedly asked upon seeing this. Could it be that this senior brother actually wanted to get involved in this battle? With his level of skill, stepping forward now would be no different than walking straight into death. Zhu Yuankong had no intention of just standing by and watching Lin's senior brother throw himself into danger. This formation is just too annoying, Lin Ming said with a smile. Then he pointed his sword straight up into the sky. In that moment, his sword erupted with 9 sword auras, slashing simultaneously in 9 directions. Sword intent at the perfect stage. Su Lianxue stared at Lin Ming and the sword in his hand, shock evident on her face. There was no doubt about it. Absolutely no mistake. The 9 sword intents unleashed by Lin Ming had definitely reached the perfect stage. Moreover, Su Lianxue could clearly sense that these were all sword intents personally emitted by Lin Ming himself. Perfect level sword intent, something she had never even considered before. At first, she had estimated that Lin Ming's sword intent was probably only around 5 layers deep at most. But now, with these 9 sword strikes, Lin Ming had shattered her previous perception of him completely. A sword cultivation prodigy. Lin Ming had already reached that monstrous, almost absurd level of talent. To have refined his sword intent to perfection at only 20 years old, even in the upper realm, that kind of rarity was unheard of. She had never heard of any sword cultivator achieving perfect sword intent at the age of 20. Lin Ming was truly one of a kind. After the initial shock, Su Lianxue's thoughts immediately shifted to wanting to recruit him to her side as an ally. Perhaps this senior brother of hers really had the potential to become an emperor. Let me know if you'd like me to continue translating more sections. Will this really work? Seeing this, Diu couldn't help voicing her doubts. In her eyes, everything Lin Ming was doing was a waste of effort. A spirit platform realm cultivator probably couldn't change the tide of battle. Don't forget senior brother Lin has his master behind him, Fang Jincheng said in a low voice. Don't forget who Lin Ming's master is. She is the peak master of Zichen Peak, true Lord Yunhua. Within the sect, her strength is second only to the sect master. Some even say she surpassed him long ago. After all, true Lord Yunhua is the sect master's senior sister. There is even a rumor that when they were choosing the sect master back then, it came down to true Lord Yunhua and the current sect master, and Yunhua voluntarily stepped aside. True Lord Yunhua. True Lord Yunhua. For a moment, everyone turned their eyes to Lin Ming. Maybe Lin Ming really carried a life-saving trump card left by true Lord Yunhua, something that could help them weather this crisis. The 9 strands of sword intent surged out in 9 directions at once. As a 9th rank array master, Lin Ming had already seen through this so-called Crimson Refining Primordial Slaughter Array. For him, breaking this formation wasn't too difficult. He chose the most direct, simplest approach. He pinpointed the flaw in the array and blasted it open in one go. Pointless. The withered nether demon lord also sensed those 9 strands of sword intent and felt the power hidden within. He figured it was the life-saving trick that bitch true Lord Yunhua had left her disciple. But he didn't take it to heart. Short of that madwoman showing up herself, the Crimson Refining Primordial Slaughter Array would hold if she did. It probably couldn't stop her. Right now, his top priority was to tie up Su Yin so Su Yin could get his hands on that thing. After that, he'd find a way to get rid of that bitch's disciple, ideally refine the corpse into a puppet, and the next time he saw that bitch, he'd send her own D. Thinking of that scene, Huming couldn't help getting a little excited. Boom. Right then, cracks began to crawl across the violet barrier. They spread fast, and in no time the entire curtain of light was covered. What? The masked man's face changed at the sight. Gu Yin True Monarch struck, his blow landing on the masked man and knocking him back. The masked man had no mind to deal with Gu Yin True Monarch now. He stared only at the shattering barrier in the sky. He understood the Crimson Refining Primordial Slaughter Formation had been breached. Who was it? After all, once the Crimson Refining Primordial Slaughter Formation took shape, even experts at the level of an other-shore True Monarch might not be able to crack it. The Great Yin Dynasty had 2 other shore-level cultivators, but they set one up and forced him to leave. He wouldn't be back anytime soon. As for Gu Yin True Monarch, his strength wasn't enough to break the Crimson Refining Primordial Slaughter Formation, so they hadn't taken him seriously. Qing Yin True Monarch was a complete surprise. They never imagined the man who'd been missing for 100 years would show up in the capital. Could there be other powerhouses hidden in the royal capital that they didn't know about? Good. Gu Yin True Monarch smiled. Seeing this, he naturally knew the formation had been unraveled, most likely by Qing Yin True Monarch's hand. The capital was safe at last. Next, he had to deal with the man in front of him at the very least. Make sure they didn't snatch that item. Meanwhile, good. Su Yin also saw the Crimson Refining Primordial Slaughter Formation break and burst out laughing. Whatever tricks you have left, bring them all out. Staring at the ashen-faced Quming, Su Yin mocked him without mercy. That bitch. Quming practically ground the words out between his teeth. He felt like he'd just been slapped across the face. He hadn't expected that just a fragment of that wench's lingering power was enough to shatter the red refinement soul-devouring formation. Had that woman actually broken through to the Nirvana stage? In that instant, Ku Ming actually felt a flicker of hesitation. Senior Su. Lin Ming stepped forward and addressed Su Yin. Let me deal with this one. So you're Ku Ming, the demon lord. This man had repeatedly insulted his master, and in Lin Ming's eyes, that alone was a crime punishable by death. You? Su Yin raised an eyebrow, a look of confusion crossing his face. For a moment, he thought he must have misheard. He was well aware that it was most likely Lin Ming who had borrowed the power of Elder Yunhua to break the formation. But even so, formations were one thing, actual combat between cultivators was another matter entirely. Even if Lin Ming did have some hidden techniques left behind by Elder Yunhua, Su Yin still doubted that Lin Ming could stand a chance against Ku Ming. Unless, of course, Elder Yunhua had truly reached the Nirvana stage. But the Nirvana stage wasn't something just anyone could casually break through. Ha ha ha. Ku Ming barked out a harsh laugh, as if hearing the funniest joke of his life. A mere spirit platform cultivator daring to challenge him? Did he really think that just because he had a few tricks left over from that wench, he could stand against someone like him? What an utterly ridiculous notion. But if this fool was begging for death, then he'd be more than happy to oblige. Brat, I'll grant you this one chance, Ku Ming said coldly. He had been wondering how to deal with Lin Ming, and now the man had walked right to him. With the formation broken, part of their plan had already fallen apart. But this mission had never been about just one objective. Strictly speaking, the entire Yin capital was merely a secondary target. Their true goal was something far greater. Before their endgame is complete, I need to keep Su Yin occupied a while longer. Do you have any idea how big the gap between you two is? Su Yin waved that big hand of his. Those lotuses condensed from azure flames blossomed once more. This time, true monarch Ku Ming didn't hold back. There was no reason to. A tide of nether breath swept forth. Everything around was reduced to ruins as it slammed head-on into the flames. I know, but the methods my master left me are more than enough, Lin Ming answered. After all, he was a cultivator at the 9th heaven of Nirvana dealing with a demonic cultivator at the 7th heaven of the other shore. Wasn't he exactly hard? If he couldn't even handle that, he might as well go buy a block of tofu and smash himself to death right now. And his master, true monarch Yunhua, had in fact already broken through to the Nirvana realm. Using her as a shield seemed the safest choice. Besides, Azure Flame True Monarch might not be able to take Ku Ming out that easily. And since the Scarlet Refining Primordial Slaughter Formation had been broken, Ku Ming would probably be even more unrestrained. One misstep, and the entire Yin capital could be razed to the ground. After mulling it over, Lin Ming ultimately decided to step in and handle Ku Ming himself to head off trouble later. At the end of the day, it was because Su Yin was too much of a lightweight. Otherwise, he wouldn't have bothered to act personally. Then I'll leave it to you. Don't push yourself. Seeing this, Su Yin didn't try to stop him. He couldn't take Ku Ming down in a short time anyway. From that brief exchange just now, it was clear that after the Scarlet Refining Primordial Slaughter Formation was broken, Ku Ming had stopped holding back and was no longer under control. That was extremely dangerous for the Yin capital. Perhaps true monarch Yunhua's methods could suppress him for a while. Of course, if Lin Ming were in danger, he would definitely intervene. Kid, I'll give you a quick. In an instant, the sky-filling nether miasma sharpened into countless black spikes. They tore through the heavens, lunging straight for Lin Ming. Yet Lin Ming looked unervingly calm. The onlookers grew solemn at once, every gaze locking onto him. Everyone was curious how Lin Ming would face Demon Lord Quming and what else true Lord Yunhua might throw at him. Su Yin, meanwhile, was ready to strike at any moment. The Xuanji seal appeared. With a flick of his hand, a square seal manifested before Lin Ming, radiating an aura of deep, inscrutable power. He sent the seal hurtling forward. In a blink, the Xuanji seal slammed into the spikes. They burst apart. The moment they touched the seal, the spikes disintegrated, unable to withstand its force. Not good. Quming sensed the anomaly too. The Nether Dharma body manifested. Nether Chi gathered around him, condensing into a Dharma body. The instant it formed, the oppressive might of an Othershore powerhouse swept out. What is that? In Yinjing City, countless people felt the presence of that Dharma body and turned their eyes toward the royal capital. A heartbeat later, many crumpled to the ground, unable to bear the pressure unleashed by an Othershore expert, forced flat against the earth. Some even died on the spot. An Othershore true lord? Within a certain noble clan, a cultivator at the Bittersea realm was driven to one knee, barely managing not to collapse. He could tell this was the oppressive might of an Othershore-level powerhouse. What is going on? Did some unknown Othershore expert break into the royal capital? Inside the royal palace, everything had been reduced to rubble. The Nether Dharma body, this old ghoul, was getting serious. The moment that Avatar appeared, Su Yin stepped in front of Zhu Yuankong and the others, taking the brunt of that Othershore-level oppressive force for them. Without that, with their current strength, they would been snuffed out in an instant. Seeing the Avatar, Su Yin instantly realized the old ghost Quming was done holding back. Up till now, their exchanges had been restrained, neither had gone all out. Ever since the Crimson Refining Origin Slaughter Array was broken, Quming had been growing more and more brazen. Now it seemed this seal had begun to threaten him. Even though Su Yin wasn't the seal's target, he could still feel the danger it posed to him. If it locked onto him, he wouldn't fare much better about the same as that old ghost Quming. Myriad ghosts devour the soul. Quming gave a low shout. Strands of nether, ghost-like chi seeped off the avatar. As the avatar lunged at Lin Ming, those ghosts rushed in to devour him as well. In an instant, a cold, eerie chill shrouded the entire royal palace. Showing nonsense. Lin Ming's face didn't change. He knew a thing or two about myriad ghosts devour the soul. He'd heard of it from his so-called master. It was a signature art of the ghost nether sect. Boom. The ghosts swarmed in and, in a blink, swallowed the mystic apex seal. But within seconds, the mystic apex seal blew the specters apart and slammed head-on into the avatar. In less than a heartbeat, the seal punched straight through the avatar and drove for Quming. Quming shot into the air, choosing not to meet it head-on. Yet the mystic apex seal seemed to have locked onto him and kept chasing. Realizing he couldn't shake it, Quming stopped, dodging. A bone club suddenly appeared in his hand. Wreaths of black miasma coiled around the club as he swung it at the seal. A thunderous roar erupted, followed by a surge of dark, ominous energy that swallowed the entire area in shadow. In an instant, all eyes shot skyward. After a brief pause, the figure of Gumming finally emerged from the gloom. He plummeted from midair, crashing hard into the ground. With great effort, he pushed himself up, a thin trail of blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. "You damn bitch," Gumming spat. Gripping his bone staff, he barely managed to steady himself. Now he was almost certain the woman had likely broken through to the Nirvana realm. Even if she hadn't fully ascended, she was dangerously close. A wave of bitter jealousy surged from deep within him. Gumming turned to flee. As dark, ghostly energy enveloped him, he vanished from the palace and fled straight out of Yinjing. Clearly, the damage from that Xuanji seal had been severe, leaving him gravely wounded. If Lin Ming still had more of that woman's techniques up his sleeve, Gumming doubted he could survive another hit. Even if Lin Ming didn't have that kind of move left, Gumming was in no condition to take on someone like Su Yin right now. Staying here was extremely dangerous. Gumming made the decision to retreat immediately. As long as the mountains remain, there will always be firewood to burn. "Do you really think you can run away?" Lin Ming said coldly. Suddenly, a longsword materialized in Lin Ming's hand. After some consideration, he figured he should at least put on a show. Though he had many ways to kill Gumming, outwardly, he was still just a cultivator at the Lingtai realm. So, certain abilities had to stay hidden. The safest bet was to pretend this was a technique left behind by his master. He slashed his sword forward. The blade shot through the air like a streak of lightning, chasing after Gumming's fleeing figure. Gumming, sensing the relentless sword closing in from behind, didn't hesitate. He simply hurled his bone staff backward, using it to intercept the incoming strike. One clash, just one, and his own bone staff had been severed in two. This was a grade 8, low-tier Yuan artifact, a demonic weapon he had nurtured with the essence blood of tens of thousands of people. And yet, that man had cut it in half with a single sword strike. How could Gumming possibly accept this? But the truth was right before his eyes, and there was no time for him to dwell on it. That sword was already upon him. "Annihilate!" Gumming roared. A surge of chaotic Yin Ming energy erupted, tearing through everything in its vicinity. Even the space around them rippled. One strike. One sword pierced through Gumming's physical body and his very soul. Staring in disbelief at the wound on his body, Gumming then turned his gaze toward Lin Ming's location. He wanted to say something, but no words came out. Then, he simply collapsed to the ground, his life force vanishing in an instant. The sword returned to Lin Ming's hand and slid back into its sheath. "It's done." Lin Ming looked toward Su Yin and said coolly. Su Yin, however, was too stunned to speak, completely flabbergasted. Could it be that the demon lord Gumming had truly fallen? And fallen by Lin Ming's hand? Is the demon lord Gumming really dead? Zhu Yuankong had witnessed the scene as well. He could hardly believe it himself. He turned to Su Yin, hoping to confirm the truth from him. Don't forget he was a true sovereign-level cultivator from the demonic path, cut down with just one sword stroke by Lin Ming. Although most people assumed Lin Ming had relied on the power of true sovereign Yunhua. But even so, it still sounded utterly outrageous to them. This demon Lord Gumming was likely a high-tier, true sovereign realm expert. And yet, he had been killed by a technique left behind by Yunhua on Lin Ming. Just how powerful was Yunhua? Some among them even speculated that Yunhua had already broken through to become a Nirvana ancestor. Otherwise, even a peak true sovereign wouldn't be capable of such a feat. Of course, that was just their guess. He is already dead. Su Yan's expression was a bit complicated. Ku Ming was indeed dead. Even his divine soul had been erased, no chance of a feigned death or a corpse coming back to life. No wonder true Lord Yunhua left this item to you. She probably couldn't make use of it herself. Senior brother Lin Ming, you're amazing. Du's voice trembled slightly as she spoke. That was an other shore-level powerhouse, and he was cut down in such a sorry state. It was the first time she'd ever seen anything like it. If anything, it's peak Master Yunhua who is formidable. Tong Lingwei countered her. If she had mastered the methods left behind by that one, she wouldn't have feared demon Lord Ku Ming. True Lord Yunhua's methods? Of course not. Su Lianshua's gaze had been fixed on Lin Ming and still hadn't moved away. She didn't think the power Lin Ming showed just now was borrowed from true Lord Yunhua. She saw it more clearly than anyone else present. If someone really borrows another's power, it always leaves obvious traces or carries an aura at odds with their own. But none of those signs showed on Lin Ming. In other words, that mark at the beginning and the sword that slew Ku Ming were both Lin Ming's own strength. Even so, she found it hard to believe. That would mean Lin Ming's strength surpassed demon Lord Ku Ming's. Other shore peak? Or Nirvana? Back when Lin Ming cut down the old demon Bloodslaughter, the power he displayed had already made Su Lianshua feel he was close to the Sea of Bitterness peak, maybe even at the initial stage of the other shore. But now Lin Ming had slain a high-stage other shore demonic cultivator, and the force he showed wasn't, as people said, borrowed from true Lord Yunhua. It was, beyond doubt, his own true ability. On that point, Su Lianshua could be certain. In a barren backwater like the lower realm, hitting this level of power at 20 was truly rare. The more Su Lianshua thought about it, the more she felt her senior brother was like her, a reincarnator, as if some ancient monster had been reborn. She'd heard of people like that. Maybe in antiquity there really were those with heaven-defying talent. But the cultivation environment then and now was completely different, especially in the lower realm. She didn't believe someone like that could still appear today. So she concluded there was definitely something off about her senior brother, and not something small. A wave of curiosity slowly welled up in Su Lianshua's heart. Her curiosity about Lin Ming grew stronger and stronger. It's not over yet, Zhu Yuankong said in a low voice. Even though old demon Ku Ming had already been cut down by Lin Ming, the battle wasn't over. Another front was still in play. Over there, true Lord Gu Yan was fighting another demonic cultivator. Zhu Yuankong cast his gaze to the rear. It's already over, Su Yan said with a shake of his head as he looked back. He could no longer sense the other demonic cultivator's aura, only true Lord Gu Yan's remained. Either true Lord Gu Yan had wiped him out, or the man had withdrawn. Judging from the faintness of true Lord Gu Yan's aura, it was clearly the latter. His attention had been fixed on Lin Ming and Demon Lord Ku Ming, and he temporarily ignored the other clash. That guy ran pretty fast. Lin Ming looked ahead, the very direction the masked man had fled. He'd been splitting his focus, trading blows with Ku Ming while keeping tabs on the other battlefield. After all, Ku Ming alone wasn't enough to truly anger Lin Ming. As for that fight, the outcome had been decided quickly. True Lord Gu Yan was no match for the masked man and was suppressed from start to finish. But the masked figure didn't take Gu Yan Jinjuan's life, he only wounded him, then quickly dug something out from beneath a room and left in a hurry. Even if the masked man had truly intended to kill Gu Yan Jinjuan, Lin Ming would never have allowed it. After all, the Great Yin dynasty was a vassal force under Yuan Su Mountain, practically one of their own people. He naturally had to lend a hand. Ancestor. The group quickly rushed to where Gu Yan Jinjuan was. He was sitting on the ground, his face pale, blood dripping from his mouth one drop at a time. He looked utterly disheveled. I'm fine. Guyan Jinjuan managed a weak smile as he spoke. What did that person want? Su Yin asked directly. He wanted to figure out what else the masked man was plotting, aside from the Qi Lian Yuan 2 formation. I don't know. Guyan Jinjuan shook his head and replied. That thing, he absolutely would not speak of it. Even though it had been stolen, they still had a chance to get it back. Once the other expert from the great Yin dynasty who had crossed the shore returned, there would still be hope. You don't know? Everyone could clearly see that Guyan Jinjuan was lying. But since he didn't wish to talk, Su Yin didn't bother pressing further. This matter wasn't really his concern anyway, and everything that needed to be done had already been done. I'll wait until Yuan Su Mountain sends reinforcements before I leave. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yin vanished into thin air. He planned to wait until Yuan Su Mountain's backup arrived before leaving Yanjing, just in case the cultivators of the Devil Sect made a comeback. Li Yi, maintain order in Yanjing. Anyone who dares to cause chaos, kill them without mercy. Despite his injuries, Guyan Jinjuan spoke with firm resolve as he turned to Li Yi. Understood. Li Yi nodded solemnly, his expression heavy. The ancestor was right. Yanjing absolutely could not fall into chaos. Disciples of Yuan Su Mountain, Meng Ran, you take them to rest properly. Guyan Jinjuan turned his gaze toward Lin Ming and the others, then spoke. Because they still needed the power of Yuanshu Mountain, Meng Ran could absolutely not mistreat the people living there. Understood. Meng Ran nodded. The moment Li Cheng died, Li easily took control of both the Imperial Guard and the regular army. However, due to the chaos caused by Quming, both the Imperial Guard and the army suffered heavy casualties. As a result, the entire city of Yanjing had experienced losses that went without saying. Back in Yanjing, Meng Ran led Lin Ming and the others back to the Demon Suppression Bureau, arranging for them to rest in their respective rooms. Then, he ordered the members of the Bureau to join the relief efforts across the city. Outside the walls of Yanjing, in a ruined temple thousands of miles away, Quming had actually been killed. The masked man stood inside the broken temple, staring at the headless statue before him, stunned into silence. After all, the demon lord Quming had carried a special technique left behind by the senior elder of the Bloodforged sect, which was how he had kept track of Quming's condition. Back in Yanjing, he had sensed Quming's sudden demise, and precisely because of that, he had dared not stay any longer. Although the Red Flame Blood Sacrifice formation had been destroyed, their main objective had still been achieved, which was enough of a report to the sect. As for the demon lord Quming, now that he was dead, so be it. To the Bloodforged sect, he had always just been a tool. They did feel some regret over his death after all. Quming was a cultivator at the Bitter End realm, and his value had been extremely high. But outsiders were always outsiders. Theirs had been a relationship of mutual use. They had long known that old fox Quming had been secretly dealing with other sects, selling them intelligence from the Bloodforged sect. But since he was a supreme Bitter End expert, his worth far exceeded the value of whatever secrets he had leaked, so they had simply chosen to turn a blind eye. Was it the Flame's sovereign Qingyan, or maybe the Cloud Splendor's sovereign Yanhua? The masked man murmured to himself. Did Qing Jinjuan personally kill him, or was it the hidden hand of Yanhua Jinjuan? After all, according to the secret intel gathered by Shuelian's sect, it's highly possible that Yanhua Jinjuan has already taken that step. Besides, Lin Ming was her only disciple. There were definitely many protective measures hidden on him. So it's very likely that it was those very measures left behind by Yanhua Jinjuan that took care of Ku Ming. That outcome really caught him off guard. With Ku Ming dead, some of their plans would need adjustments. Thinking of this, the masked man immediately pulled out a black pearl and crushed it in his hand. As the pearl shattered, a surge of dark crimson energy surged forth, quickly coalescing into a shadowy figure. Great Elder, the masked man said respectfully, his tone laced with a hint of fear. How did Ku Ming die? The Great Elder asked slowly. The masked man then proceeded to report everything that had happened in Yanjing to the Great Elder. Su Yan. The Great Elder's expression flickered slightly upon hearing the name. Yanhua, I suspect she has already taken that step. The masked man stood silently, saying nothing more. It seems we'll have to revise our next move. With Ku Ming gone, they had lost a useful pawn, and the follow-up plans naturally needed reworking. The Great Elder wasn't particularly troubled by Ku Ming's death itself, but he understood the ripple effects it would cause. Adjustments had to be made. "Did you get it?" the Great Elder asked, turning his gaze back to the masked man. "Great Elder, the Tianyang Exine Hui grass is already in our possession," the masked man replied in a low voice. A plant, radiating intense heat, appeared floating in the palm of his hand. The moment the herb appeared, the temperature in the ruined temple shot up dramatically. This was the Bloodforged sect's objective this time, the supreme Yang spirit artifact, the Solaris Heartwort. The Bloodforged sect had learned by chance that the Great Yin dynasty was in possession of this ultimate Yang spirit treasure. After extensive investigations, they finally confirmed that it was hidden within the royal family itself. So they decided to make their move. "Correct. With this, I can take the next step forward." The Grand Elder chuckled aloud. If it weren't for his inability to act in person, he would have retrieved the Solaris Heartwort himself. Now that the treasure was in hand, he had even more confidence to proceed. "You must return as quickly as possible." The Grand Elder immediately issued the order. "Understood." The masked figure nodded in agreement. Then the Grand Elder's image dissolved into nothingness. Seeing this, the masked man prepared to leave the ruined temple. "I was wondering why the Bloodforged sect would target the Great Yin dynasty. So it was all for that Solaris Heartwort." A voice suddenly echoed in the masked man's ear. The sudden voice startled him, and he immediately spun around and took a step back. "Actually you?" Lin Ming's figure appeared before him. He recognized the other's identity in an instant. Lin Ming was a disciple of true Sovereign Yunhua. What was he doing here? Lin Ming looked at the masked man with an amused expression. From the beginning, he had no intention of letting this person go. Ever since that person fled from Yanjing, Lin Ming had been monitoring his every move. After resting briefly at the Demon Suppression Bureau, Lin Ming had secretly left the city and tracked this man to his hiding place. He had even overheard the conversation between this man and the Bloodforged sect's Grand Elder. That Supreme Yang artifact was none other than the Solaris Heartwort. Who would have thought the Great Yin dynasty actually possessed such a spiritual treasure? No wonder the Bloodforged sect decided to act, and now it made sense why Ancient Flame, true sovereign, lied. "Stop looking around. Elder Qingya hasn't arrived. It's just me here," Lin Ming said with a smile. He could tell the masked figure wasn't even focusing on him anymore. "Humph, seems like you're just looking for death." The masked figure spoke coldly. Of course, he didn't believe Lin Ming's words. How could a mere cultivator at the Lingtai stage possibly pinpoint his location and catch up with him? It was clear that someone must be secretly helping him. Yet, he himself had sensed no one else nearby. That made things a bit complicated for him. In the next moment, the masked man transformed into a streak of crimson light and quickly fled from the ruined temple, speeding away. Regardless of whether what Lin Ming said was true or not, he had no intention of continuing this confrontation. So much so that he even resorted to using the secret blood escape technique. "Just running away like that?" Lin Ming said in surprise. This truly caught Lin Ming off guard. After hearing the masked man's earlier words, Lin Ming had assumed he would attack. But instead, the guy turned tail and ran, something that actually surprised Lin Ming. Lin Ming lightly stepped forward and vanished from inside the ruined temple as well. The masked man was moving fast, so fast that only a faint crimson afterimage lingered in the air. "You're moving too slowly." Lin Ming appeared once again in front of the masked man, speaking with a calm expression. Seeing this, the masked man's heart tightened, but he didn't stop. He sharply changed direction, accelerated, and fled with all his might. Not long after, Lin Ming blocked his path again. "Who exactly are you?" This time, the masked man finally stopped and turned around, confronting Lin Ming with a sharp demand. He suspected that the person before him wasn't really Lin Ming, that it was someone impersonating him. "Who am I? Don't you already know?" Lin Ming gazed at the masked man with a half-smile playing on his lips. Judging from the reaction, this guy must have already been scared out of his wits. Throughout the entire confrontation, he had displayed nothing but the Lingtai realm. Yet, these successive actions were nothing short of impossible for someone at that level. No wonder he had become suspicious. The more things escalated, the more intrigued Lin Ming became. Seeing this, the masked man became too impatient to explain further and attacked directly. He knew this opponent wouldn't let him leave alive. If that was the case, then he had no choice but to settle things by force. Suddenly, A blood-red bell appeared in his hand. As he shook it, a piercing, ear-splitting sound rang out. On the ground, a demonic rabbit darting through the woods instantly exploded the moment the bell rang, its blood splattering across the earth. Not even a single bone remained. The surrounding beasts of the forest met the same fate, utterly helpless against the devastating power of the bell's sound. As the ringing spread, blood-colored phantom shadows emerged from the masked man and lunged toward Lin Ming. Ugh, that's one hell of an unpleasant sound. Lin Ming shook his head. He had to admit, the noise was truly unbearable. With the activation of the void-piercing finger, a single finger from Lin Ming extended forward, releasing an invisible force. In an instant, that one finger pierced through every single blood-colored phantom shadow. Not good. A sudden sense of danger surged in the masked man's heart. He wanted to flee, but realized too late that it was already impossible. Desperate, he shook the bell faster, continuing the blood-curdling sound, forming a barrier of crimson energy in front of him. But before he could even react, the barrier was instantly pierced like paper, offering no protection whatsoever. Boom. The masked man crashed heavily onto the ground. That one finger had pierced through his physical body and taken his life. Crack. With a sharp cracking sound, the mask on his face shattered as well. The mask shattered and clattered to the ground, revealing an incredibly ugly face. Who the hell are you? He stared at Lin Ming in disbelief, forcing the words out. But before Lin Ming could answer, he pitched forward and hit the ground, breath gone. Why won't you believe me? Lin Ming shook his head as he spoke. He already said he was a disciple of Yuanshu Mountain. Under true Lord Yunhua, how come none of them believed it? All he could do was shrug helplessly. Lin Ming walked up to the masked man, lifted a hand, and beckoned. 2 rings flew out of the corpse and dropped into his palm. Tianyang Resolute Grass. From one of the storage rings, Lin Ming drew out a stalk of Tianyang Resolute Grass. The moment it appeared, the temperature in the area began to climb. Seeing the herb, Lin Ming couldn't help but frown. These people really don't have a lick of common sense, he said coldly. A thread of green light flared in his palm, then burst out through the Tianyang Resolute Grass. After that, he tucked the herb into his robe. He had, after all, helped the great Yin dynasty avert annihilation. Once already he'd take this Tianyang Resolute Grass as payment for that favor. That wasn't too much to ask, was it? An azure flame bloomed in Lin Ming's hand. He flicked it, and it landed squarely on the masked man's corpse. In an instant, the body burned to ash. Blood-refining sect, don't mess with me, Lin Ming said coolly. The conversation between the masked man and the blood-refining sect's grand elder had reached his ears loud and clear. He couldn't be bothered to figure out what the blood-refining sect was plotting. But if they dared to provoke him and disturb his quiet life, he wouldn't mind sending them on their way, just like his master wiped out the ghost nether sect back in the day. Blood-refining sect. A piercing, bone-deep chill suddenly erupted, instantly shrouding the entire blood-refining sect. Within moments, everyone within the sect, disciples and elders alike, felt the pressure of that presence, yet not a single one dared to voice any anger toward its master. Who did this? Inside a hidden chamber, an old man was submerged in a pool of blood, his head the only part above the surface. He was the sect's grand elder, and the eerie, chilling aura from moments ago had come directly from him. Who exactly was it? A wave of uncontrollable fury surged from his body. Just now, he had sensed the death of the masked man. They had only just made contact not long ago, and yet that man had already been killed. But the Grand Elder wasn't truly upset over the masked man's death. Like the withered and decaying figures he associated with, the masked man had been nothing more than a tool, a means to an end. The only difference was one was an insider, and the other an outsider. But to the Grand Elder, that distinction hardly mattered. What truly enraged him was the young heartwort that had been in the masked man's possession. That rare, purely young herb had been his greatest desire. With it, he could take the next step forward, no longer trapped in this place, rotting away in a blood pool, barely able to step outside. Now, with the masked man dead, the herb had vanished along with him. To the Grand Elder, this was utterly unforgivable. Yuangsishan, the Grand Elder's face twisted with fury as he spat out those 3 words. In that entire region, the only ones capable of pulling off such a move were likely the Yuanxishan sect. Just you wait, Yuanxishan. I won't let this slide. The Grand Elder sank his entire body back into the blood pool, drawing his aura inward and concealing it once more. Yin Capital. After eliminating the masked man, Lin Ming returned to the Demon Suppression Bureau as if nothing had happened. Originally, he had one other place he wanted to go. After that incident, another idea he'd been entertaining was snuffed out for the time being. He wasn't exactly strapped for time anyway. Just as he was about to lie down, get some real sleep, and finally rest up, a knock sounded at the door. Senior Brother Lin. Between the pounding and the shouting, there was no peace to be had. The noise kept jarring him until Lin Ming had no choice but to get up and open the door. Senior Brother, the sect's reinforcements are here, Tong Lingwei said as soon as she saw him. Who did they send? Lin Ming asked. Elder Su Lan from Lingxiao Peak. Elder Su Lan of Lingxiao Peak was a mid-stage other shore cultivator. Once the sect learned the Great Yin dynasty had been plagued by demonic cultivators, they immediately dispatched an elder to support. Lin Ming headed to the main hall. A beautiful middle-aged woman sat in a chair, and the other disciples had already gathered. Greetings, Elder, Lin Ming said, taking the initiative to greet Su Lan. A day later, a firebird flew in from afar, arrowing straight toward the royal palace of the Great Yin dynasty. That should be the dynasty's #1 expert, the Crimson Extinction True Monarch, Li Wushu, Zhu Yuankong said, watching the firebird. He wasn't just Great Yin's foremost expert, he was of royal blood as well. Rumor had it, he was attempting a breakthrough to the Nirvana realm. Correct, Su Lan said with a slight nod, eyes on the firebird as it sped toward the palace and faded from view. If he'd been around, Yinjing wouldn't have been wrecked like this by demonic cultivators. Lin Ming also spotted the firebird and the old man within it and pierced straight through to his cultivation. 9th level of the other shore. So the rumors were true. This true monarch of the Great Yin royal house had reached the peak of the other shore and was preparing to assault Nirvana. But Nirvana was anything but easy to attain. With Heavenly Sun Resolve Grass, though, his odds would indeed tick up, if only a little. Unfortunately, the Tianyang Resolve Grass now fell into his hands. Inside the palace, Li Wushu stood before the ruins, his face dark with fury. Ancestor, Gu Yinjinjuan stood behind Li Wushu. The mark you placed on the Tianyang Resolve Grass has been erased, Li Wushu muttered. He had left a special mark on the grass precisely to prevent something like this from happening. Yet now, that mark had actually been wiped clean. Ancestor, what do we do now? Guyan asked, his expression darkening. He had assumed that once the ancestor returned, retrieving the Tianyang Resolve Grass would be a simple matter. After all, the grass was crucial for the ancestor's breakthrough into the Nirvana realm. But he hadn't expected those devil cultivators to actually erase the mark. He had truly underestimated them. Yet Li Wushu remained still, his expression growing even darker. We're leaving tomorrow. Su Lan addressed the group. Now that the old ancestor of Great Yin had returned, there was no need for them to remain in the Yin dynasty any longer. They only needed to leave behind a few disciples to assist in the rebuilding efforts. After all, Yin was a subordinate force of Yuansu Mountain, and they had a duty to offer some support. As for Lin Ming and the others, they would naturally return to the sect. Hearing that they would head back tomorrow, everyone visibly relaxed. For most of them, this mission had been extremely dangerous. Even a true monarch at the bitter end stage had appeared, and a devil cultivator at that. To be honest, there had been a moment when some of them truly thought they might die here. Finally, we can go back. Tong Lingwei let out a soft sigh of relief. Once back at the sect, she planned to stay within the mountains for a while and take a break from missions outside. Facing a true monarch of the bitter end stage had been a deeply unsettling experience. Senior brother, I'm about to begin my 8th body tempering session, Su Lianxua said to Lin Ming at this moment. Back when they faced the threat of Bayan True Monarch, under that suffocating pressure that felt like death itself, the medicinal energy still lingering inside Su Lianxua's body had been activated. This surge of medicinal energy directly merged into her physical form, beginning the process of tempering her body. Therefore, she was about to undergo her 8th body tempering. So this is what they call the rare 9 joints and a half cultivation talent. Zhu Yuankong, who stood nearby, couldn't help but exclaim while looking at Su Lianxue. He recalled that this batch of new disciples had only been initiated less than a month ago. Su Lianxue was already nearing her 8th body tempering. In just 1 month, her cultivation speed was simply astonishing. He remembered that it had taken him an entire year to complete 9 tempering sessions back when he was at the body tempering stage. As for going beyond 9 sessions, only true prodigies could dream of that. He never considered himself one. At the same time, he was also curious how many times Su Lianxue could actually temper her body. Such extraordinary talent couldn't possibly stop at just 9. Meanwhile, Su Lan's gaze had also settled on Su Lianxue. To nearly complete 8 temperings in such a short time was truly shocking. Looking across the entire history of Yuan Su Mountain, such a speed in body tempering would rank among the top. Right? I'll prepare a medicinal bath for you when you return. Lin Ming nodded as he spoke. He casually handed her the instructions for brewing the medicinal bath. At this rate, he really was turning into someone else's personal caretaker. Still, the girl's body tempering speed was indeed impressive, though just slightly slower than his own back in the day. Lin Ming recalled he had tempered his body once every 2 days back then. That was indeed a bit faster than Su Lianxue. Su Lianxue responded with a soft hum. After everyone dispersed, Lin Ming returned to his room, lay back down on the bed, and slowly closed his eyes. Night had fallen. Inside the Grandian Palace, Li Wushu sat cross-legged on a meditation mat, a surge of scorching energy rising from his body. However, the heat quickly receded back inside, only to surge outward again a moment later, then pulled back once more. This fiery current flowed back and forth in a cycle, continuing like this for about an hour. An hour later, Li Wushu finally ended his cultivation. He struggled to accept it actually being outmaneuvered by a demonic cultivator and losing the Tianyang heart grass, something crucial to his path toward nirvana. The incident shook him deeply. For a moment, his heart sank and his spirit wavered. Just who exactly are you? Just then, Li Wushu's expression suddenly shifted. A figure wearing a mask had appeared right in front of him, someone he hadn't sensed at all. Li Wushu immediately tensed up, and another wave of burning energy surged from his body. The temperature in the entire room began to steadily rise. Li Wushu, 9th stage of the other shore. So the rumors are true. It seems you're preparing for nirvana. Lin Ming looked at him and said with a faint smile. The masked figure was none other than Lin Ming in disguise. He hadn't come here to play games. Who are you? Li Wushu asked again, his tone edged with caution. Someone who could sneak in without him noticing was either a high-level other-shore cultivator or had already reached nirvana. Thinking of that, Li Wushu braced himself for a fight. But suddenly, his eyes locked onto Lin Ming's hand, more precisely, his right hand. In Lin Ming's grip was a single sprig of Tianyang heartgrass. Tianyang heartgrass, Li Wushu said in a low, heavy voice. How did this person get it? And why was it now appearing before him again? Was this man the same demonic sect cultivator who had stolen it from him before? That's right, Lin Ming replied calmly. This Tianyang heart grass, it belongs to you. Lin Ming decided to speak up as well. Are you from the blood refinement sect? Li Wushu's expression darkened further. Don't dare lump me together with those useless bastards. I ran into a few of their idiots on the road, so I killed them off, that's all. Lin Ming continued nonchalantly. What is it that you're after here? Li Wushu shot back with a question. Of course he couldn't take everything Lin Ming said at face value. After all, he knew absolutely nothing about this man. What if he was an imposter sent by the blood refinement sect trying to trick him? Still, the Tianyang heart grass in his hand was exactly what Li Wushu desperately needed. The fact that the other man had appeared holding it clearly meant he had an agenda. Although Li Wushu was itching to just attack and take the Tianyang heart grass back, he held himself in check. If the other party was a nirvana stage cultivator, then he would be the one in real trouble and he might not walk away alive. How about we strike a deal? Lin Ming said casually. What kind of deal? Li Wushu asked, his heart sinking slightly as he spoke. The Tianyang heart grass, you want to use it to break through to the nirvana stage. Lin Ming's gaze settled on the herb in Li Wushu's hand. And you're running out of time, aren't you? He added. Li Wushu remained silent. What Lin Ming said was true. His lifespan really was nearing its end otherwise. He wouldn't be in such a desperate rush to break through to nirvana, even though he himself wasn't particularly confident about succeeding. What exactly do you want in return? Li Wushu asked again. Just one Tianyang heart grass alone will only raise your chances by about 10 to 20%. Lin Ming didn't immediately state his terms. Instead, he continued speaking as if thinking out loud. But if you had a 9-turn void-breaking pill, now that would be a completely different story. The 9-turn void-breaking pill was a medicinal pill that could greatly assist a cultivator at the shorebound stage in breaking through to nirvana. And the Tianyang heart grass was one of the key ingredients required to refine it. Are you saying you can produce a 9-turn void-breaking pill? Li Wushu jolted and hurriedly asked. That was the 9-turn void-breaking pill, a 7th-grade elixir, hardly something just anyone could refine. Back when he obtained the Tianyang resolute heart grass, Li Wushu had toyed with the idea of refining a 9-turn void-breaking pill, but the thought of having to gather the rest of the ingredients and then find an alchemist capable of making such a pill made him abandon it. So he gave up. The man in front of him actually brought up the 9-turn void-breaking pill, instantly throwing Li Wushu's composure into disarray. With the 9-turn void-breaking pill's help, his chances of breaking through to the nirvana realm would jump to about 50%. What terms do you want? Li Wushu forced down the surge in his emotions, steadied himself, and asked again. Yuan stones. Lin Ming spoke the 2 words slowly. Yuan stones. Li Wushu wondered if he misheard. The other party wanted only yuan stones. He even prepared himself for the likely demands, betraying Yuanshu Mountain or years of servitude under the man's command. And yet the man only wanted yuan stones? A chill surged up from the depths of his heart. At some point, Lin Ming had silently moved behind him and laid a palm on his shoulder. And he hadn't reacted at all. Nirvana realm. This man was definitely a powerhouse at the Nirvana realm. On that point, Li Wushu was now 100% certain. Aside from yuan stones, there's nothing on you I want. Lin Ming returned to his original spot, openly showing his disdain as he spoke. He wanted to put a bit of his strength on display, to let the other man see his cards. That was enough. To Lin Ming, there was nothing in the Great Yin dynasty he needed besides yuan stones. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come out to negotiate this deal with Li Wushu in person. As it happened, his spirit herb garden held not only the Tianyang resolute heart grass, but also the other ingredients needed to refine the 9-turn void-breaking pill. Give me 5 years. In 5 years, I'll bring the 9-turn void-breaking pill. Whether you can gather enough yuan stones by then, that's on you. As for why the time frame was set at 5 years, there were other reasons besides giving him time to prepare the spirit stones. Actually, it had to do with the Tianyang Jushin Chao determined sun herb itself. The people before him didn't even understand this herb properly. Their techniques were crude, and as a result, they damaged its medicinal potency. So Lin Ming needed some time to restore the lost potency of the herb. Otherwise, the quality of the pills produced would drop significantly. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Ming's figure vanished from the room. 5 years spirit stones. Li Wushu's expression slowly hardened into determination. The other party was right, given that person's strength. Killing him, or even wiping out the entire Great Yin dynasty, would be effortless. Plus, the 9-turn breaking void pill was indeed a powerful temptation. He himself truly needed that pill. But at the same time, Li Wushu couldn't fully trust the other side either. Just 5 years. Let us see how much sincerity the Great Yin royal ancestor was truly willing to show. Lin Ming returned to his room at the Demon Suppression Bureau. This trip to the Great Yin dynasty had indeed been somewhat troublesome. But fortunately, it wasn't completely without results. The next day, Lin Ming and his group boarded a spirit vessel and began their journey back to Yuansu Mountain. On the vessel, Lin Ming sat comfortably, enjoying the scenery along the way. With a true monarch of the other shore guarding them this time, there shouldn't be any idiots daring to attack them. If someone actually did show up, then it was just bad luck, nothing more than asking for their own death. Senior brother Lin. Fang Jinshin approached Lin Ming and greeted him politely. Is there something you need, junior brother Fang? Lin Ming looked toward his usually serious junior brother and asked. I heard senior brother has comprehended sword intent. Fang Jinshin said. Where did you hear that from? Lin Ming asked in slight surprise. Wait a second. The sword conceal peak? It couldn't be Yao Qin, could it? After all, only a handful of people knew that he had sword intent. It was something senior sister you mentioned offhand. Fang Jinshan nodded and admitted it. Just tossed out like that? Hearing this, Lin Ming's mouth twitched slightly. What a convenient offhand mention. Bet the news had already made the rounds on Hidden Sword Peak. It's just comprehending sword intent. Nothing special on Hidden Sword Peak. Plenty of cultivators can grasp sword intent. Senior brother Lin, I hope for your guidance once we're back at the sect. Fang Jinshan went ahead and issued a challenge. Zichen Peak's first senior brother, true Lord Yunhua's sole disciple back in the day, had never once made a move at any formal sect function. Now Fang Jinshan wanted to test this first senior brother's strength, and after this mission, that urge was even stronger. A challenge? Lin Ming was a little surprised by the request. Just because he comprehended sword intent, Fang Jinshan wanted to fight him? But thinking it through, it wasn't strange at all. After all, the guy was a sword cultivator from Hidden Sword Peak. If anyone loves fighting, Hidden Sword Peak disciples are always at the top of the list. Sword cultivators live for combat, sparring within their own peak, competing with other peaks, even making a name for themselves outside Yuanshu Mountain. And Hidden Sword Peak's disciples are the most fervent of the lot. Now the commotion had landed right on his doorstep. Someone from Hidden Sword Peak had come knocking. Another day, maybe. Lin Ming answered casually. He had no interest in Fang Jinshan's challenge. He didn't care to bully others. But the other side clearly wasn't going to let it go. Got it. Once we're back at the sect, I'll visit Zichen Peak. Fang Jinshan nodded. He'd already taken Lin Ming's reply as tacit acceptance and planned to pay Zichen Peak a personal visit. He's basically asking to get thrashed. Su Lianxue cast Fang Jinshan a glance. It was pretty much settled unless Lin Ming deliberately held back. Fang Jinshan had no chance of beating him. She was already silently mourning for that person in her heart. At the same time, Su Lianxue was genuinely curious about her senior brother's true strength and wanted to know just how powerful he was. One thing was certain. His cultivation realm couldn't exceed the Nirvana stage, since that was the upper limit of this world. To advance further, one had no choice but to pursue the path of ascension. Even so, Lin Ming's power was still somewhat absurd. Either he was at the late stage of the other shore, or had already reached the Nirvana stage itself. With this answer in mind, Su Lianxue became even more intrigued. Still, she didn't know when she'd ever get to uncover the truth. A day later, they returned to Yuanshu Mountain. The spaceship, piloted by a true monarch of the other shore, moved twice as fast as the one Lin Ming and the others had previously used. Upon returning, Lin Ming headed straight for Zichen Peak. As for the matter of the Great Yin Dynasty, he had already explained everything clearly to Su Lan. What came next would be decided by the sect. Whether they would summon him back or not remained uncertain. Or perhaps they had other plans. Lin Ming himself wasn't too concerned about it. But he knew one thing for sure: Yuanshu Mountain wouldn't let this go so easily. Especially not the blood-refining sect. How dare a demonic sect act so brazenly on Yuanshu Mountain's territory? It was a direct slap in their face. And indeed, ever since learning of the demonic cultivator's attack on the Great Yin Dynasty, Yuanshu Mountain had been furious. Out of the 5 peak masters, 2 remained behind to guard the sect, while the other 3 led elders and disciples from the 5 peaks to launch a campaign, wiping out hostile forces within their territory. At the same time, a bounty and wanted notice had been issued against the blood-refining sect. However, these matters were no longer directly related to Lin Ming. Right now, all he wanted was to return to Zichen Peak and continue living his easygoing life, lying around whenever he felt like it. As he and Su Lianxue were just returning to the foot of Zichen Peak, an unusual commotion suddenly descended from the mountaintop. The spiritual energy across the mountain abruptly grew restless, surging upward like a rising tide toward the summit. And the disturbance kept spreading, expanding without pause. My so-called convenient master had finally decided to stop holding back. Seeing this, Lin Ming couldn't help but chuckle. It turned out that his master, who had already entered the Nirvana ascension, had chosen not to hide his strength any longer. This grand commotion was clearly a declaration to the entire sect that he had transcended the Nirvana realm. Could this be the aura of the Nirvana realm? Su Lianxue quickly caught on as well. From the disturbance above the mountain, she sensed a distinct presence of the Nirvana realm. She now understood her master had likely truly ascended to the Nirvana realm. There had long been rumors within the sect that Yunhua Jinjuan had already reached the peak of the true sovereign stage, standing just at the threshold of the Nirvana realm. Now it seemed those rumors were not baseless at all, and she had clearly crossed into the Nirvana realm. For Su Lianxue, this was naturally great news. In this world, the Nirvana realm was already the pinnacle of power. With a master who had reached Nirvana watching over her, her cultivation path would be far more secure. Did senior sister break through to Nirvana? Just then, Qin Weifeng appeared before Zichen Peak, staring at the spectacle before him with a complex expression. He had naturally sensed the anomaly on Zichen Peak from the very beginning. After all, their senior sister had advanced ahead of them, becoming the first among them to enter the Nirvana realm. Yao Ruochu also appeared on the spot, standing shoulder to shoulder with Qin Weifeng, gazing toward the peak. "I'll stay here and keep watch." Suddenly, an aged voice echoed from above them. An old man materialized midair above them, calmly observing the scene unfolding below. "Yes, ancestor." At this, Qin Weifeng and the others didn't linger any further. "You two come with me. Don't disturb your master." Yao Ruochu spoke to Lin Ming and the other man. Lin Ming casually cast a glance toward the old man. Yuanhe ancestor was the supreme elder of Yuanshu Mountain and currently the strongest cultivator in the mountains, having reached the 7th Nirvana ascension. His master-s breakthrough had also drawn his attention. However, whether this ancestor could see through the fact that his so-called master had long since broken through and that the current display was merely an act remained to be seen. After a soft chuckle, Lin Ming temporarily left with Yao Ruochu for the sword-hidden peak. Seeing that Qin Weifeng and the others had departed, Yuanhe ancestor strode forward, directly entering Zichen Peak and stepping into Yunhua's cultivation chamber. The moment he entered, he saw Yunhua sitting leisurely on a chair, showing no signs of someone who had just achieved a major breakthrough. Ancestor Yuanhe, barging in uninvited this isn't exactly polite. Yunhua didn't even rise upon seeing Yuanhe's arrival. He merely looked at him and spoke calmly. "So, you finally stopped hiding it." Yuanhe looked at Yunhua and spoke. Clearly, Yuanhe had long known that Yunhua had already advanced into the Nirvana realm. After all, it was Yuanhe himself who had covered for Yunhua when he first broke through into Nirvana all those years ago. "It's about time." Yunhua responded with quiet indifference. "As long as you know your limits, that's enough." With that, Yuanhe turned and left the chamber. As soon as Yuanhe was gone, a faint smile tugged at Yunhua's lips. Inside Sword-Hidden Peak, Master Yunhua is breaking through to Nirvana. Yu Yaoqin's face showed clear surprise upon hearing the news. "Mother, when did you reach Nirvana?" Yu Yaoqin immediately turned to her mother and asked. "The Nirvana realm is not so easily reached." Yao Ruochu shook her head in response. She herself hadn't yet reached the end of the other shore, let alone talk of Nirvana. It was still far too early for her. "Master Junior, the Nirvana tribulation will come for you sooner or later too," Lin Ming said with a smile. "Then I'll take your words as a good omen." Yao Ruochu nodded. "I wonder how long it'll take for Master Senior?" Yu Yaoqin glanced toward Zichen Peak and asked curiously. "That depends entirely on Senior Sister herself," Yao Ruochu replied. "But really, brother, your luck is seriously terrible." Yu Yaoqin changed the subject and turned her gaze back to Lin Ming. "First you run into Blood Slaughter Old Demon, then the Blood Forging Sect, followed by Ghost Shade Sect brother. Are you somehow fated to run into Devil Cultivators all the time?" Yu Yaoqin smirked at Lin Ming with a mischievous grin. As if anyone would actually want that kind of fate. Who could have guessed that just taking a random mission would lead to running into Devil Cultivators right within their own sect's territory? Meeting Devil Cultivators was bad enough, but 2 Periphery Realm experts at once? What kind of rotten luck was that? If it weren't for his own solid strength, things could be easily gone very badly indeed. "You want this fate? It's yours if you do." Lin Ming looked at Yu Yaoqin and said. "No thanks, I'd rather not." Yu Yaoqin immediately shook her head. She hadn't forgotten that near-death feeling and had no desire to relive it. "Don't worry. This time, we won't let any Devil Cultivators set foot in Yuan Su Mountain." Yao Ruochu said to everyone. Yuan Su Mountain's stance this time was firm. No devil cultivators would be tolerated anywhere within their territory. That was the bottom line. You all rest and recover at Sword Hiding Peak for now, Yao Ruochu added. Then she turned and disappeared from everyone's sight. Junior sister Yu, can I ask you something? Lin Ming then spoke up. What is it? Go ahead and ask. How unusual her senior brother actually had something to ask her. Yu Yaoqin put on an air of wisdom and replied. You're the one who spread the word about me grasping sword intent, aren't you? Lin Ming spoke slowly. As soon as the words left him, Yu Yaoqin's expression tightened. Well, I was sparring with someone and accidentally let it slip, Yu Yaoqin said, looking a bit embarrassed. She swore it had been unintentional, just an accident, nothing more. Really an accident? Lin Ming raised a brow, clearly skeptical. It was. Senior brother, do you really think your junior sister would do something like that? Yu Yaoqin straightened, trying to look serious. But the look on Lin Ming's face suggested he absolutely did. Junior sister Su, am I really that kind of person? Yu Yaoqin turned to Su Lianxue at once, hoping for a comforting word. But Su Lianxue's nod tapped open a tiny crack in Yu Yaoqin's heart. Wait, how did senior brother even find out about this? Yu Yaoqin suddenly thought of something. Senior brother, did someone from our peak come to you? She asked it carefully. There was a guy on this mission, Fang Jinqing. He told me, Lin Ming said. Oh, and he says he's coming to challenge me. Figures. Yu Yaoqin decided someone from Hidden Sword Peak must have approached Lin Ming, otherwise he wouldn't have known. Junior brother Fang, huh? Don't worry, senior brother, leave it to me when the time comes, Yu Yaoqin said, taking the matter on without hesitation. This kind of thing was no trouble for her. Hope so, Lin Ming said, glancing at her. 2 days slipped by. Their master's breakthrough was still ongoing. As time passed, word spread throughout the sect that true Lord Yunhua was breaking through to the Nirvana stage. All the disciples were hoping that Jinjuan Yunhua would successfully break through to Nirvana. Such an achievement would undoubtedly bring a significant boost to Yuanshu Mountain's combat strength. News of Jinjuan Yunhua preparing for his tribulation quickly spread to other sects as well. Some hoped he would succeed, while others secretly wished for his failure, and there were clearly more of the latter. Yet no one dared to disturb his cultivation at Yuanshu Mountain. Anyone foolish enough to try would be practically signing their own death warrant. At Zichen Peak, Lin Ming reappeared at a leisurely pace. Of course, his so-called master didn't sense Lin Ming's presence at all. He walked up to the waterfall and casually stepped through the curtain of water, returning to his cave dwelling. Inside, he entered the spiritual herb garden, already holding a sprig of solar heart grass in his hand. He planted the solar heart grass into the garden and harvested several matured spiritual herbs at the same time. Oh right, it was only then that Lin Ming remembered. His monthly meeting with those few people was coming up soon, and he hadn't even prepared the pills for the exchange yet. Thinking of this, Lin Ming entered the pill refining room. A blue flame bloomed in his palm before diving into the furnace, heating the pill cauldron until it glowed red hot. One after another, the spiritual herbs were tossed into the cauldron. Under the intense heat, they melted into liquid, their impurities burned away, leaving behind only their essence. As the essences fused together, they finally solidified into a batch of pills. Once he had finished refining all the pills required for the exchange, Lin Ming left Zichen Peak and headed back to Qian Peak. Senior apprentice brother, I'm about to undergo my 8th body tempering session, Su Lianxue said upon seeing Lin Ming. After 2 days of cultivation, she had finally reached the threshold of her 8th body tempering stage. She was ready to complete it at any moment, but she deliberately held back for the herbal bath. Then let's wait until tonight, Lin Ming said. Although they weren't at Zichen Peak, due to this mission, Lin Ming had brought along all the medicinal herbs Su Lianxue needed for her body purification, ready to use at any time. Tonight? What are you planning to do tonight? What are you going to do to Lianxue, huh? Yu Yaoqin popped out from nowhere. In an instant, she grabbed Su Lianxue and pulled her behind her back, eyeing Lin Ming suspiciously. She looked like she was staring at a pervert. You and your wild imagination again, Lin Ming said, looking at Yu Yaoqin with a mix of exasperation and sarcasm. You don't understand. I'm just protecting my junior sister. There have been so many guys trying to harass her these past few days. Yu Yaoqin said it with such seriousness it almost sounded sincere. Right? Right? Junior sister? She added, turning to Su Lianxue. Uh-huh. Su Lianxue instinctively nodded in agreement. During the past 2 days at Zhongjian Peak, many disciples had approached Su Lianxue because of her beauty, causing her quite a bit of trouble. Luckily, Yu Yaoqin noticed early and fended them off before things could get worse. But senior brother is just preparing the herbal bath for my 8th body tempering, Su Lianxue explained. The 8th body tempering? Yu Yaoqin was genuinely shocked. Junior sister, you've improved your cultivation so fast. Duh, with a 9-section plus spiritual root. How could she not be fast? Lin Ming shot Yu Yaoqin a glance. This was a 9-section plus talent, there was no reason to be surprised. You and your dirty mind. Always thinking the worst. Lin Ming stepped forward, flicked her forehead lightly with his finger. Ouch, that hurts, really hurts, senior brother. Yu Yaoqin covered her forehead, pouting in pain. Why? I could never dodge my senior brother's finger flicks, no matter what. If it hurts, that just means it's working. Little sis, your skin is so fair. Night fell. As he walked into the wooden hut, he saw Su Lianxue and Yu Yaoqin standing there, the herbal bath in the wooden tub steaming warmly. Yu Yaoqin's gaze landed on Su Lianxue, her eyes scanning up and down with a hint of envy as she spoke. Senior sister, I'm going to take the herbal bath now. Su Lianxue looked at Yu Yaoqin helplessly and replied, What is the big deal? We're both girls, no need to be so shy about it. Yu Yaoqin pretended to be indifferent, yet her eyes sparkled with anticipation for what was coming next. Little Miss Lianxue, don't let the medicine get cold, or it'll lose its effect. Yu Yaoqin added. Hearing that, Su Lianxue could only respond with another helpless look. In the end, she gave in. Right in front of Yu Yaoqin, she began to undress piece by piece. Even though it was another woman, this was her first time doing something like this. A faint blush crept onto Su Lianxue's cheeks, making her even more enchantingly beautiful. Little sis, you really are stunning. Yu Yaoqin couldn't help but say again. With a face like that, Su Lianxue was already among the top beauties across the 7 peaks. Yu Yaoqin even believed that Lianxue would one day be considered the most beautiful disciple of all. Su Lianxue didn't respond. She quickly stepped into the tub and submerged her entire body in the herbal bath. In that case, I won't bother little sis any longer. Yu Yaoqin grinned mischievously, her goal achieved, and decided not to linger. She turned and walked out of the room. Just as she stepped outside, she saw Lin Ming lying casually on a wooden chair not far away, looking extremely relaxed. You good-for-nothing senior brother, why don't you spend that time actually cultivating? Yu Yaoqin immediately started grumbling at him again. Look how hardworking Su Lianxue is. Seen this way, Lin Ming and Su Lianxue were practically polar opposites in their attitude toward cultivation. These past few days on Hidden Sword Peak, Su Lianxue had poured almost all her free time into training. Lin Ming, on the other hand, spent his days wandering around like a tourist, ambling all over Hidden Sword Peak. Come back and say that when you can beat me. Lin Ming shot Yu Yaoqin a glance. Same old line. When she can beat me, then she can tell me how to cultivate. You lousy senior brother, I'll definitely beat you next time. Yu Yaoqin said it in all seriousness, her expression firm. It was clearly not the first time they had this exchange. And every time, Yu Yaoqin looked brimming with confidence. All right, I'm going to rest. Go do whatever you're going to do. Lin Ming waved her away, looking thoroughly put out. Lousy senior brother. Yu Yaoqin made a face at him, then turned and left. An hour later, Su Lianxue finished her medicinal bath and stepped out of the cabin. She glanced at her senior brother lying on a chair not far away, then was about to head back to her room to rest. Just then, a figure approached their quarters. Senior brother Lin. Fang Jinshan's voice reached Lin Ming. He walked up to Lin Ming and spoke. It's the middle of the night, junior brother Fang. Not sleeping? What brings you here? Lin Ming looked at Fang Jinshan. Senior brother, please give me your guidance. Fang Jinshan said it with utter seriousness. He had come to Lin Ming to fulfill the promise he made earlier. He was here to challenge Lin Ming. A challenge? In the middle of the night? He came here to challenge me? Is this guy right in the head? Lin Ming's face went puzzled as he stared at Fang Jinshan. I know you don't like being disturbed, and you don't want to draw attention, so I picked this time to come find you," Brother Fong said seriously. Lin Ming was the senior apprentice of Zichen Peak, and he always kept a low profile. Over the years, he rarely showed himself in the sect, and most disciples only knew of his existence without knowing much else about him. However, during their recent mission together, Fang Jinshan had seen enough to realize that Lin Ming was no ordinary cultivator. Especially after hearing from Yu Yaoqin that Lin Ming had already comprehended sword intent. He finally understood. The senior apprentice of Zichen Peak had been concealing his true strength all along. As a swordsman who thrived on battle, this revelation immediately ignited Fang Jinshan's fighting spirit. That was why he chose to visit Lin Ming at night, assuming the latter preferred to keep a low profile and deliberately picking this time to challenge him. Lin Ming couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth slightly. Look at this guy. Was this something a normal person would say? Who goes around claiming someone likes to stay low, then shows up in the middle of the night to challenge them? What's the difference? Moreover, Lin Ming had already sensed several disciples from Zhongjian Peak hiding around the area, secretly watching this place. So he had no choice but to play along with Fang Jinshan's act. "Senior apprentice, won't we get caught doing this?" Behind a large tree, two disciples were hiding, and one whispered nervously. "Of course not. We're hiding really well," Yu Xian replied confidently. What he didn't know was that Lin Ming had already seen right through his hiding spot. Zichen Peak's senior apprentice. "I've never seen anyone with power like his before," Gao Liang murmured, casting a curious glance at Lin Ming. If he hadn't heard beforehand that this senior brother had comprehended sword intent, he wouldn't have even paid attention to him. This guy hasn't even participated in the sect's martial competition before. His strength has always been a mystery, Yu Xian added. His gaze swept casually around the area. Looks like they weren't the only ones curious tonight. Forget the sparring for now. It's already so late, let us just rest first. Lin Ming rejected him outright. To be honest, he had no desire to test himself against Fang Jinshan. This was a bit of a hassle. Whenever he ran into trouble, Lin Ming had always been the type to steer clear. "Senior brother, junior brother still hopes you'll give me some guidance." Fang Jinshan looked at Lin Ming with determined eyes as he spoke. This kind of persistence was unique to sword cultivators. But to Lin Ming, it was just another nuisance. Too lazy to acknowledge Fang Jinshan, Lin Ming simply turned his head and closed his eyes. Seeing this, Fang Jinshan didn't leave either, but instead sat cross-legged directly on the ground. It was as if he wouldn't leave until Lin Ming agreed. Not far away, Su Lianxue watched quietly, secretly hoping her senior brother would accept the challenge. Every time her senior brother took action, she could discover something new about him. Perhaps she could even deduce a bit of his true strength from it. "Well, look who's serious now, Brother Fang." Yu Yaoqin appeared from behind Su Lianxue, quietly commenting on the scene before them. "Senior sister, aren't you the one who said you'd help senior brother?" Su Lianxue turned to look at Yu Yaoqin. She remembered Yu Yaoqin had once said she would help block those challengers for senior brother. Well, maybe this one was an exception. "I can't beat Brother Fang." Yu Yaoqin said it plainly. The help she had in mind was stopping those disciples. She could handle. Fang Jinshan clearly didn't fall into that category. She truly couldn't beat him. If someone was beyond her ability, well then, let senior brother handle it himself. She was sure senior brother would understand her decision. Hearing this, Su Lianxue felt a bit speechless. But thinking back to Yu Yaoqin's usual behavior, this response was actually quite typical of her style. "Come on, junior sister, we should get some rest too." With that, Yu Yaoqin took Su Lianxue's arm and gently pulled her away. And just like that, the night passed uneventfully. The morning sun began to rise. Lin Ming slightly opened his eyes and turned his head, only to find Fang Jinshan still sitting on the ground exactly where he was, motionless. It seemed like he had been sitting there the entire night. It wasn't just Fang Jinshan. Lin Ming also noticed quite a few people hiding around, though not nearly as many as last night. These sword cultivators were really this persistent? Perhaps sensing Lin Ming's gaze, Fang Jinshan opened his eyes as well. He locked eyes with Lin Ming, his stare unwavering. After an entire night of waiting, his desire to challenge Lin Ming hadn't faded in the slightest. "Senior brother, did you rest well?" Fang Jinshan asked, finally speaking. "Out of all the disciples on Yuan Su Mountain, why specifically come after me?" Lin Ming sighed and countered. Why did it have to be me? I'm just a minor cultivator at the Lingtai stage. My cultivation is nothing special on Yuan-Su Mountain. At most, I've barely grasped the faintest trace of sword intent. And even that was nothing extraordinary. There were probably plenty of disciples in the Hidden Sword Peak who had also grasped sword intent. Please, senior brother, grant me your guidance, Fong Jincheng continued. Maybe I should accept his challenge and throw the fight on purpose? The thought suddenly popped into Lin Ming's mind. Defeat him, or don't bother returning to Zichen Peak. Just as Lin Ming was about to accept the challenge and plan his loss, his master's voice rang in his ears. Well, now he's already watching? He hasn't even completed his breakthrough yet, and his master was already peeking at his own disciple? Fine then. Lin Ming looked at Fong Jincheng helplessly and said, if I actually lose to him, that cheap master of mine might really kick me out of Zichen Peak for good. As the senior disciple of Zichen Peak, Lin Ming had no intention of being exiled and returning like some disgraced ghost. Looks like this fight was unavoidable after all, and he had no choice but to win. Senior brother, where shall we duel? Fong Jincheng asked. Let us just do it here. Lin Ming glanced around. He didn't feel like trekking to some formal dueling ground. There was a clear patch right here, so they might as well have it out on the spot. Fine. Fong Jincheng wasn't picky, so long as Lin Ming accepted his challenge. That was enough. He backed up a few steps, putting some space between them. It's about to start. Yu Yaoqin came out of the house just then. She happened to hear Lin Ming accept Fong Jincheng's challenge. She was a little surprised. She figured senior brother would make an excuse to dodge it, but he actually agreed. Su Lianxue stepped up from behind Yu Yaoqin, her gaze settling on Lin Ming as well. The disciples lurking around the area all turned their eyes to the two of them. Everyone knew Fong Jincheng was stubborn. He'd find a way to make this happen. Plenty of people had suffered at his hands. Fong Jincheng of Hidden Sword Peak humbly requests your guidance, senior brother. Fong Jincheng drew the long sword at his waist and addressed Lin Ming. Lin Ming of Zichen Peak. Lin Ming drew his own sword with a slight nod. The two stared each other down for several seconds. Fong Jincheng moved first. Flames sheathed his long sword, and he brought it down toward Lin Ming. With a single stride, Fong Jincheng was already right in front of him. Lin Ming casually lifted his blade and caught the strike. Fong Jincheng immediately launched his next offensive, the fiery sword energy extending from his blade, surging in like a tide. Seeing that, Lin Ming took a step back with a lift and a clean cut. He scattered those waves of fire one after another. But the instant the flames were cleaved, Fong Jincheng lunged again with an even fiercer attack. Senior brother looks pretty relaxed, doesn't he? Watching the exchange, Yu Yaoqin couldn't help saying so. Lin Ming appeared extremely composed as he faced Fong Jincheng. It reminded him of the way his senior brother used to fight, nearly identical. Su Lianxue wasn't surprised at all. For Lin Ming to deal with a swordsman at the Lingtai realm was practically effortless. Even if the power Lin Ming displayed was only at the Lingtai level, the situation remained the same. In her eyes, Lin Ming could have ended the battle long ago. Yet he dragged it out on purpose, fabricating a false sense of evenly matched combat. Do I really have to let my senior brother win? Yu Yaoqin muttered with dissatisfaction. If her senior brother actually won, wouldn't that mean he had been holding back every time they sparred in the past? That thought was hard for Yu Yaoqin to accept. At the same time, however, she truly hoped Lin Ming would win this match. Caught between two feelings, Yu Yaoqin found herself torn. In the arena, Fong Jincheng's attacks grew fiercer, his sword qi sweeping in all directions. Each strike he launched carried ruthless intent to kill, without a trace of defense. Still, Fong Jincheng had noticed every one of his moves was silently neutralized by Lin Ming. So, this senior brother's strength really wasn't simple after all. This only made Fong Jincheng more excited, and his fighting spirit soared even higher. Sword intent. With the next strike, the sword in his hand erupted with an even stronger wave of sword intent. Flames surged along with the intent, slashing straight toward Lin Ming. His sword intent had actually reached the second heaven? Lin Ming immediately sensed that Fong Jincheng's sword intent was extraordinary. It had already reached the second heaven stage. From Fong Jincheng's earlier moves to this current display, his talent was clearly evident. Clearly, This kid was a true prodigy among the sword-hiding peaks. Looks like I'll have to show a bit of real skill after all. With the bit of strength he is showing at the Lingtai realm right now, taking down Fang Jinshun would be tough. Time to reveal some real skill. With that thought, Lin Ming raised the sword in his hand. In the next instant, his whole demeanor shifted, no longer lazy, but sharp and intent. Most of all, the sword he held drew every eye. Threefold sword intent. At some point, Yao Ruochu had appeared beside Yu Yaoqin. Her gaze landed on Lin Ming, a hint of surprise in her eyes. "Mom, could you not pop up like that and scare me?" Yu Yaoqin jolted at her mother's sudden appearance. Why did her mom always show up like a ghost? Wait, threefold sword intent. Only then did it register for Yu Yaoqin, and her eyes locked onto Lin Ming. He did look different now, and she could feel that both of them were channeling sword intent. She also knew the two of them were both stronger than she was, and she lost to both. What she and expected was that Lin Ming had actually grasped the third layer of sword intent. That genuinely shocked her. She thought her senior brother was at best about the same as she was, maybe having reached the first layer. Threefold sword intent. She never even dared to imagine it. And she didn't think her mother would lie when it came to sword cultivation. Her mother was practically the foremost expert on Mount Yuanshu. In other words, Lin Ming's understanding of sword intent had reached the third realm. That was a bit outrageous. The third heaven of sword intent. Su Lianxue glanced at Yao Ruochu. What she said wasn't wrong. The level Lin Ming was showing now was indeed the third. In truth, though, his grasp of sword intent was already nearing perfection. It's a pity this bout doesn't show senior brother's abilities in other areas. Opponents were ultimately too weak to force Lin Ming to reveal his true strength. The flames had completely extinguished. A long sword flew through the air and plunged deep into the ground. The sword landed squarely on Fang Jinsheng's shoulder, pinning him down so he couldn't move. Of course, that flying sword was Fang Jinsheng's own. Lin Ming had knocked it from his grasp with a single strike. Fang Jinsheng stared at the scene before him, struggling to believe it. Actually, three-tier sword intent. He murmured gravely. He could now clearly feel the sword intent radiating from Lin Ming. A level even higher than his own. Fang Jr. brother, this is enough, Lin Ming said, sheathing his sword at this moment. The only reason this fight happened was because of his master's insistence. I concede. Fang Jinsheng nodded in response. This so-called three-tier sword intent. He didn't feel wronged by his loss. Moreover, aside from the three-tier sword intent, every single one of his techniques had been countered by Lin Ming during their clash, as if each move had been completely anticipated, utterly incapable of threatening Lin Ming. Clearly, Lin Ming had walked further down the path of the sword than he had. This realization earned Lin Ming Fang Jinsheng's sincere respect. Whoa, three-tier sword intent. That senior apprentice from Zichen Peak really knew how to keep a low profile. Yeah, mastering the third stage of sword intent. Lin Ming must be no ordinary opponent. This was obviously hiding his strength. If Fang Jinsheng hadn't forced him to reveal his true power, we wouldn't have known anything about this senior apprentice. The fight had stunned all the disciples secretly watching from the shadows. None of them expected that this senior apprentice from Zichen Peak, who usually kept a low profile, had actually comprehended the third tier of sword intent. This revelation made many disciples rethink their view of Lin Ming, realizing that the senior apprentice of Zichen Peak had been concealing his true abilities all along. Among the sect's younger sword cultivators, none had reached the third realm of sword intent. But that had just changed. Someone had, and he was standing right there, Lin Ming. In an instant, the looks thrown his way grew fervent. In those eyes burned the urge to fight. You can disperse for now. Yao Ruochu swept her gaze around, finally settling on the disciples nearby. Hearing the peak master, the disciples stirred, then withdrew. Senior brother, I'll ask for your pointers next time, Fang Jinshun replied at once. He wasn't discouraged by losing this challenge. If anything, it only stoked his competitive streak. With that, he didn't bother Lin Ming further and turned to leave. Peak master. Lin Ming cast a helpless glance in Fang Jinshun's direction, then walked up to Yao Ruochu. Third realm sword intent. You kept that hidden deep, Yao Ruochu said, a hint of surprise in her voice. Martial ant, I wasn't hiding anything, Lin Ming answered with a smile. He'd never deliberately concealed his strength. No one had forced him to bring out his real skills. That was all. Yu Yaoruachu was about to speak when she suddenly stopped, her eyes drawn toward Zichin Peak. Lin Ming and Su Lianxue looked that way as well. It's over. A trace of uncertainty crossed Yaoruachu's face. Her senior sister's breakthrough had concluded, but whether she truly stepped into the Nirvana realm was still unknown. After all, the Nirvana realm isn't something you break into easily. If the breakthrough failed, the backlash would be severe. Seeing Yaoruachu's expression, Lin Ming understood what she was worried about. The concern was unnecessary. She didn't know that so-called nominal master had long since been a Nirvana realm cultivator. She must have been watching from the shadows the entire time while I was fighting Fang Jincheng earlier. The moment I stopped fighting, she announced her breakthrough was successful. Lin Ming had every reason to believe that was intentional on her part. Let's go, we're heading to Zichin Peak. Yaoruachu led the three of them toward Zichin Peak. The journey was smooth, and they entered Zichin Peak without any trouble, arriving in front of Yuanhua's cultivation cave. To their surprise, the formation that once surrounded the cave dwelling had already dissipated, and the entrance stood wide open. Come in, don't be shy. Yuanhua's voice echoed from within the cave. As soon as Yaoruachu heard it, a hint of joy lit up her face. The four of them stepped inside and saw Yuanhua sitting alone on a chair, calm and composed. Senior sister, you've succeeded in your breakthrough. At this moment, Yaoruachu couldn't hide her smile, her tone full of certainty. In her eyes, Yuanhua now seemed like a cultivator who had reached the Nirvana realm. That's right. Sure enough, senior sister Yuanhua had successfully broken through. Didn't you figure that out a long time ago? Yuanhua smiled gently at Yaoruachu as she spoke. I always knew senior sister would definitely succeed in her breakthrough. Qin Weifeng's voice came from outside the cave before he strode in. All right, now that you've seen her, you can all go back. Yuanhua glanced at them and gave a direct dismissal. The two weren't surprised. They knew Yuanhua's personality all too well. As long as they had confirmed that their senior sister had successfully entered the Nirvana realm, they were at ease. Senior sister, then I won't disturb you any further. With a smile, Qin Weifeng turned and left, having stayed only a few seconds from the moment he walked in. In that case, this junior sister won't bother you either. Yaoruachu smiled and left with her daughter. Only Lin Ming and Su Lianxue remained behind. Congratulations, Master, on breaking through to the Nirvana realm. Ascension is surely within reach. Lin Ming took a step forward and respectfully said to Yuanhua, Congratulations, Master, on breaking through to the Nirvana realm. It seems you're on the path to ascension. Su Lianxue repeated Lin Ming's words in kind. All right, you little rascal. Yuanhua looked at Lin Ming. A faint smile actually appeared on her breathtakingly beautiful face. Triple sword intent? Even I, your master, couldn't see it. Yuanhua said, her tone tinged with surprise. She had known her disciple had grasped sword intent, but she never imagined he'd reached such a level as triple sword intent. So this disciple had hidden such talent in the way of the sword after all. All of this is thanks to my master's guidance. Lin Ming replied solemnly. I don't recall teaching you nearly this much. Yuanhua responded coolly. When it came to the sword path, she truly hadn't taught her disciple much after all. It wasn't exactly her forte. Maybe you just forgot, master. Lin Ming replied without missing a beat. All those wordless heavenly scriptures, those so-called game-changing advantages, he owed all of it to his master's teachings. Your current cultivation is still far too low. Yuanhua didn't dwell on the subject, quickly shifting her focus to Lin Ming's cultivation base. Spiritual platform realm, fourth heaven. Your progress is too slow. She continued. Master, there's nothing I can do about it. I cultivate day and night with relentless effort, yet my cultivation remains as it is. Lin Ming said, completely straight-faced. As soon as the words left his mouth, Su Lianxue's lips twitched slightly. Day and night cultivation? If she didn't know firsthand how her senior brother truly was, she might have actually believed him. But even their master, who had already entered the Nirvana realm, couldn't see through Lin Ming's true cultivation. Could it be that his cultivation base was actually higher than their master's? Or perhaps he was hiding some treasure that masked his true power? Day and night cultivation? Yunhua also smiled. As his master, she knew this disciple's nature better than anyone. He actually had the nerve to say those 4 words, cultivate day and night. What a smooth talker. If you still can't break through to the spiritual vault realm within 3 years, then you, my senior apprentice brother, can just go to another peak, Yunhua said to him like that. 3 years raising him from the 4th level of the spirit platform to the spiritual vault realm was already more than enough. Back in the day, she herself had taken far less time to make that leap. Master, doing this seems a bit inappropriate, Lin Ming said, his expression slightly changing. The spiritual vault realm. If he wanted to, he could break through right now, never mind 5 years. But doing so would definitely raise his master's suspicions and bring unnecessary trouble. As for that 5-year deadline, for Lin Ming, whose talent was considered mediocre, it was indeed a bit challenging. Inappropriate. You are my disciple. If you can't even handle something like this, then what right do you have to be called my disciple? Yunhua said, her beautiful eyes flickering slightly. Cultivation is the foundation of cultivation. You may have talent in sword arts, but don't forget about your cultivation base, she reminded him. I understand, master. Lin Ming replied with a touch of resignation. He knew there was no room for negotiation anymore. He could only agree. Looks like he'd have to find time to slowly boost his cultivation. He'd break through to the spiritual vault realm in 3 years and complete the task his master had given him. Yunhua's somewhat satisfied gaze shifted away from Lin Ming and landed on Su Lianxue. Lianxue, she called out. Master. Su Lianxue responded, stepping forward and standing shoulder to shoulder with Lin Ming. With your current talent, when you reach the body tempering realm, you should aim to complete at least 10 tempering cycles, Yunhua continued. That's exactly what I plan to do, Su Lianxue nodded. Of course, her goal was far beyond just 10 cycles. When you reach your 9th tempering, take this to the Earth Origin Spring in the sect. It will help you complete your 10th tempering. The token materialized in Yunhua's hand and immediately flew out, landing before Su Lianxue. Master, thank you. After receiving the token, Su Lianxue expressed her gratitude. Anyway, I'm a bit hungry. I'll go cook something. Yunhua looked at Lin Ming and said, Master, since I've already reached the nirvana stage, I've long since stopped eating. Lin Ming replied earnestly. Hungry? He took it at face value. Don't talk nonsense. Go cook now. Yunhua ordered immediately. Sure thing. Lin Ming quickly walked out and got to work in the kitchen. Master, I'll take my leave then, Su Lianxue said as she excused herself. Yunhua nodded in response. Not long after, a delicious aroma began to drift from the mountains. Your cultivation hasn't improved much, but your cooking skills have definitely gotten better, Yunhua said, seated at the dining table. Master, my cultivation has improved at least a little. Lin Ming immediately defended himself. Not at all. He can still increase his cultivation by 1 or 2 levels, though it did take him a full year. By the standards of smaller sects outside, his progress would definitely be considered genius level. But in front of his master, it just wasn't impressive enough. After all, his master and the current sect leader were known as the 2 most monstrous geniuses in the history of Yuan-Su Mountain. It's the same thing, Yunhua said indifferently. Master, are you planning to hold a Nirvana Ascension ceremony? Lin Ming asked casually. Every cultivator who reached the Nirvana stage usually held a ceremony to showcase their strength. I suppose I will, Yunhua answered. She personally wasn't too enthusiastic about such a ceremony, but for the sect, the emergence of a new Nirvana expert would significantly boost the overall strength of the faction. This enhancement needed to be made visible to the outside world in order to demonstrate her strength and solidify her position in the cultivation realm. That was why the Nirvana ceremony had to happen whether she wanted it or not. The sect would never agree to skip it. Well then, if that's how it was, she might as well go through with it. The sect would handle all the arrangements anyway. All she needed to do was show her face. Then let's start collecting the gifts, said Lin Ming. With Yuan-Su Mountain's reputation in the cultivation world, the Nirvana ceremony would surely attract many factions, and with them, a huge influx of ceremonial gifts. Fine, let's do it. Yunhua's face lit up at the mention of receiving gifts. She had actually forgotten about that part. After all, she was practically broke right now. She had spent nearly all her resources breaking through to the Nirvana stage, and what little remained wouldn't even support her next phase of cultivation. The Nirvana ceremony would bring in a windfall of gifts. How could she have forgotten something so important? Looks like the ceremony would have to happen after all. Actually, there's something I need you to take care of, Yunhua said, turning to Lin Ming. At that, Lin Ming's expression immediately stiffened. He thought to himself that maybe he shouldn't have spoken up just now. He had gone and volunteered for more work. 9 times, Su Lianxue said, lifting her pale, delicate hand as she soaked in the herbal bath. In just half a month, she had advanced from the 8th round of body tempering to the 9th. For most cultivators, reaching the 9th round of body tempering meant they were ready to attempt the spirit drawing stage. But for Su Lianxue, who aimed much higher, this was only the beginning. Every round of body tempering after this would be a new trial for her. Still, she carried great confidence. After tidying herself up and changing into a fresh set of clothes, Su Lianxue stepped out of the wooden hut. 9th layer of body tempering done. In a few days, I can head to the Di Yuan Spring. At that moment, Lin Ming glanced at her. This junior disciple of his was getting more and more beautiful by the day. Senior brother, there's something I want to ask you. Su Lianxue looked at Lin Ming and spoke. What is it? Lin Ming replied. Senior brother, how many times did you go through the body tempering stage back then? Su Lianxue asked curiously. I only tempered my body 9 times. My talent isn't that great, junior sister. Lin Ming answered casually after a moment's thought. Only 9 times. Of course, that wasn't the truth. Lin Ming clearly remembered he had tempered his body 16 times in total during the body tempering stage, breaking Yuan Shushan's record. But no one else knew except him. Just 9 times. She definitely didn't believe Lin Ming's words. Just as she had expected, he hadn't told her the real story. Junior sister, you should focus on your cultivation. Don't end up like me, only tempering 9 times. Lin Ming said, I'll be sure to push myself harder. Su Lianxue nodded with a forced smile. Lin Ming stretched lazily, stood up from the chair, and turned back to his small hut. Once inside his hut, a white, featureless mask appeared in Lin Ming's hand. In the night sky, the full moon hung high. On Shanyang Peak, in the mountain stream, Lin Ming, wearing the featureless mask, appeared before Jiang Xiyuan. Elder, Jiang Xiyuan said respectfully the moment he saw him. The item you requested has arrived. Lin Ming said indifferently, tossing over a storage ring. Jiang Xiyuan caught the ring swiftly. Then, he pulled out a small bottle from the ring. Inside were 2 emerald green pills. At the sight of these 2 pills, a flicker of excitement crossed Jiang Xiyuan's face. Thank you, Elder. Jiang Xiyuan said solemnly. It's just business. Lin Ming replied flatly. Seeing this, Jiang Xiyuan immediately threw another storage ring into Lin Ming's hands. Lin Ming cast a glance at the yuan stones inside his storage ring and gave a slight nod. Next, I'll be going into seclusion for a while, Lin Ming said solemnly. When will I get to see the senior then? Jiang Xiyuan hesitated, quickly asking. I'll let you know when the time comes, Lin Ming replied. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Ming vanished into the mountains. Seeing this, Jiang Xiyuan carefully put away the pills and prepared to leave. Just as he turned around, he froze. He was shocked to find that his master had somehow already appeared right in front of him, completely unexpected. After all, he had always kept the matter of that senior a secret. No one else knew about it but him. How did the master find out? Had the master already figured out the identity of that senior? Master, Jiang Xiyuan spoke cautiously. Who exactly is he? Luan asked gravely. As a master, Luan had always known quite a bit about his disciple. But over the past few years, Jiang Xiyuan's cultivation had skyrocketed unexpectedly, even earning him the position of top disciple among the younger generation at Shanyang Peak. He had once suspected that his apprentice might have taken a dark or forbidden path, but after a thorough inspection, he found nothing abnormal in Jiang Xiyuan's body, nor any signs of cultivating forbidden techniques. Perhaps his disciple had simply come across a rare opportunity. And this time, Jiang Xiyuan's departure had coincidentally been noticed by Luan. Out of both concern and curiosity, Luan had secretly followed him. What he witnessed next was exactly what he had feared: his own disciple meeting with a mysterious figure. From their conversation, he roughly figured out the reason behind Jiang Xiyuan's sudden growth. But more importantly, his presence had been discovered. The moment the masked figure appeared, an invisible force locked Lewin in place. He couldn't make a sound or move even an inch, standing frozen like a stone statue, staring blankly ahead. This incident made one thing clear to him: the masked figure was no ordinary opponent. Don't forget, his own cultivation had reached the sixth stage of Bitter Sea Realm. Someone capable of doing this must be at least at the middle stage of the Shore Beyond realm to pull it off. Who could it possibly be, and why go through such trouble? So they had been discovered all along. Lin Ming's figure appeared beyond the mountain stream. He glanced toward the stream, and upon seeing Lewin, recognized him as the master of Jiang Siyuan. If Jiang Siyuan had truly gone and told his master about him on his own, their partnership would likely end right here. He hated people who broke their word the most. But from their conversation and Jiang Siyuan's attitude, it seemed he had simply been careless and was found out by his master. Lin Ming wasn't surprised at all by this. He had already anticipated that their cooperation might be exposed, so he had prepared himself accordingly. It was always a possibility in his mind. Nothing in life is absolutely certain. Besides, with his guidance, they had indeed improved just a little faster than expected. Still, Lin Ming wasn't worried. With his abilities, unless he intentionally revealed himself, even Yuanhe ancestor himself wouldn't be able to recognize him. That was something Lin Ming was fully confident about. After thinking it through, Lin Ming stopped dwelling on it and turned to head toward his next destination. You're telling me this person is an elder from our Yuangshan? Are you absolutely sure? After listening to Jiang Siyuan's account, Lewin replied with half belief, half doubt. After all, Lin Ming was simply too suspicious. He had hidden his identity, and all his dealings with Jiang Siyuan had been done using spirit stones. Something about the whole situation just didn't sit right. At one point, Lewin had even suspected that Lin Ming wasn't from Yuangshan at all. The person who had infiltrated Yuanshu Mountain was, in fact, an undercover agent. That's why he felt it necessary to find out exactly who Lin Ming really was. We can confirm that this senior knows how to use the Lingju's seal, said Jiang Siyuan in a heavy tone. At first, he had also doubted Lin Ming's true identity. But after witnessing the Lingju's seal, his suspicions slowly faded away. The Lingju's seal was one of Yuanshu Mountain's core cultivation techniques, something no ordinary disciple could ever access. Moreover, anyone wishing to learn this technique had to first make a solemn vow. On Zongjin Peak, a sharp and spirited young girl made her way to the edge of a cliff. She stood quietly at the cliff's edge, as if waiting for someone to appear. Not long after, Lin Ming appeared before her. He walked step by step through the air, landing atop the cliff and approaching the girl. Senior, Zhao Qiubai said calmly, greeting Lin Ming. Good. You've already reached the second stage of sword intent. It seems you haven't been idle. Lin Ming replied with a nod. Zhao Qiubai was the top disciple among the younger generation on Zongjin Peak. Her cultivation had already reached the fifth stage of Lingzong, and she had mastered the second level of sword intent. Here, the term younger generation referred specifically to cultivators under the age of 50. Each peak within Yuanshu Mountain had its own top disciple among those under 50, and the sect as a whole also had a single chief disciple for the younger generation. As for Zichen Peak, since Lin Ming was its only disciple, the title of chief naturally fell to him. This status granted Lin Ming many privileges as the sect's top young cultivator. Senior, how can I master the third level of sword intent? Zhao Qiubai asked. She was no longer satisfied with the second level of sword intent and had long been striving for a higher realm of sword cultivation. Yet she had remained stuck at this level, unable to see a clear path forward. At this point, she had once sought guidance from her master, but the help he offered wasn't enough for her to grasp the third layer of sword intent. So Zhao Qiubai had no choice but to turn to Lin Ming for help. After all, it was thanks to Lin Ming that he had managed to break through from the first to the second layer. The third layer of sword intent. Lin Ming's gaze settled on Zhao Qiubai. A few seconds passed before Lin Ming took a few steps back. Attack me. Use everything you've got, he rasped. Zhao Qiubai didn't hesitate. Blades of sword light flashed with afterimages, manifesting as countless swords slashing toward Lin Ming. Lin Ming dodged all the attacks effortlessly while observing Zhao Qiubai's sword techniques. About a quarter of an hour later, he suddenly reached out and grabbed the sword in Zhao Qiubai's hand. He had more or less figured out the issue. "Hand me your sword," Lin Ming said. Zhao Qiubai complied without hesitation, passing his blade over. In an instant, Lin Ming thrust the sword toward Zhao Qiubai. The moment the blade stopped before him, the sword intent radiating from Lin Ming engulfed Zhao Qiubai completely. Zhao Qiubai froze, as if suddenly enlightened, and fell into deep thought. Lin Ming watched silently without interrupting. This state lasted about half an hour. By then, Zhao Qiubai's own sword intent had surfaced, subtly shifting toward the third layer. "Thank you, Senior," Zhao Qiubai said, stepping out of his trance. A rare hint of joy flickered across his otherwise calm face. The third layer of sword intent was now only a matter of time. "No need for thanks. It's just a deal," Lin Ming replied indifferently. Zhao Qiubai, well aware of the unspoken rules, promptly took out a storage ring and handed it over. "Senior, next time I'll bring another batch of spirit stones as well." Zhao Qiubai spoke lightly. "I'm going to retreat into seclusion for a while. When we meet next time, I'll let you know." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Ming's figure vanished. Zhao Qiubai bent down and picked up the sword lying on the ground. His expression gradually turned serious. "Just wait. One day, I will avenge you." "Master," that's how things went. Luan stood in front of Qin Weifeng, reporting the situation. He still had some lingering concerns about Lin Ming, so he took the initiative to seek out Qin Weifeng. "Don't worry about it. It's probably just one of those old masters from the sect who had nothing better to do and decided to give some guidance to a young one." Qin Weifeng responded indifferently. At first, he and Luan had their suspicions. But the moment they heard about the Lingjue seal, all doubts instantly faded away. It was likely just some old master from the sect amusing himself by mentoring a junior. After all, there were plenty of eccentric old masters on Yuanshu Mountain, and even as a peak master, he had to show them plenty of respect. Rather than focusing on that, it's about time we recalled everyone for the Grand Sect tournament. Qin Weifeng shifted the topic. "Is it for the Nirvana ceremony of Master Zichen?" Luan asked. He had heard some rumors about it, but nothing had been confirmed. "More or less," Qin Weifeng replied. In recent years, Yuanshu Mountain had kept a low profile in the cultivation world, and as a result, some people had started to forget their place. Nowadays, even the lowest of the low dared to strut around in front of them. It was time to remind the world that Yuanshu Mountain was not a force anyone could trifle with. Inside Zichen Peak, Lin Ming sat leisurely watching the cultivation of Su Lianxue before him, becoming somewhat of a scene on the peak itself. But for Lin Ming, this peaceful time would soon come to an end for a while at least, and the thought left him with a tinge of melancholy. At that moment, a figure appeared at the summit of Zichen Peak, making his way up the mountain. Of course, Lin Ming noticed someone approaching the peak, and to his surprise, it was someone he knew. "Senior brother Lin, greetings from Kai Ziyuan," Kai Ziyuan said as he reached the summit and bowed respectfully to Lin Ming. Yet, his eyes remained fixed on Su Lianxue. Back at the disciple initiation ceremony, Su Lianxue had stood out the most, naturally becoming the center of attention, drawing many admiring gazes. Kai Ziyuan was no exception. In fact, even before the ceremony, during the Sect's trials, Kai Ziyuan had already been captivated by Su Lianxue. Especially after she revealed her extraordinary talent, Kai became convinced that she was worthy of him. Although his own cultivation potential was slightly inferior to hers, he firmly believed that only he could walk beside her on her path of cultivation. Moreover, he had heard that her cultivation had reached the 8th body tempering stage, possibly even nearing the 9th. This only fueled his determination to train even harder. This time, he volunteered to come up Zichen Peak partly for the chance to see Su Lianxue again. However, Su Lianxue paid no attention whatsoever to Kai Ziyuan's arrival. She was currently fully focused on her 10th body tempering trial. "What does the Grand Elder's disciple want here?" Lin Ming asked casually. Still, he already had a rough idea of the other's purpose. "My master sent me to inform Master Zichen about the details of the Nirvana ceremony," Kai Ziyuan replied. At the mention of Master Zichen, Kai couldn't help but feel curious. He had heard she was the most beautiful woman in Yusu Mountain, and even in the entire cultivation world, she was considered a rare gem, though not quite claimed yet. That naturally sparked some anticipation in him. He couldn't help but wonder would he get to meet Master Zichen in person? My master is in retreat, stabilizing her cultivation base. If you have anything to say, just tell me, Lin Ming responded offhandedly. But of course, that stabilizing her cultivation was just a polite excuse. Because she hated dealing with people, her so-called master simply dumped all the responsibilities onto Lin Ming under the pretense of training. To make matters worse, Lin Ming also had to bring her 3 meals a day. Now he wasn't just Su Lianshua's caretaker, he'd also become his masteress. He really felt it was time to protest. The elders and other peak masters have decided to hold the Nirvana ceremony for the peak master of Zichen Peak in 3 months, said Kai Ziyuan. I understand. Lin Ming nodded in agreement. In 3 months wasn't that when the sect's grand tournament was scheduled? It seemed the sect planned to make use of this ceremony to make a political move involving his so-called master. After finishing his business with Lin Ming, Kai Ziyuan realized he wouldn't be able to meet the old ancestor Yunhua. So he turned his attention towards Su Lianxua nearby. He then started walking in her direction. Oh, had he taken a liking to his own junior martial sister? Lin Ming naturally noticed Kai Ziyuan's movement and watched the scene unfold with quiet amusement. He was actually looking forward to what would happen next. Su, fellow cultivator. Kai Ziyuan greeted her first, since she hadn't noticed him approaching. Who are you? Su Lianxua paused mid-action and glanced at him. Su, fellow cultivator. My name is Kai Ziyuan. We entered the sect on the same day. Kai Ziyuan quickly reminded her, a little surprised she didn't remember him. Kai Ziyuan. Su Lianxua thought for a moment. There was a vague memory of someone by that name, but she didn't recall much about him. What do you want? She asked coolly. I just wanted to get to know you better, Su, fellow cultivator. Kai Ziyuan smiled confidently. Well then, we've met. Su Lianxua brushed him off with that single sentence and ignored him afterward. She walked over to a tree, sat cross-legged on the ground, and began breathing in a steady, rhythmic pattern. With each breath she took, a few wisps of murky energy slowly escaped from her lips. This left Kai Ziyuan momentarily embarrassed. Things hadn't gone at all like he had imagined. He had originally hoped they could exchange a few words, leave an impression on Su Lianxua, and gradually win her favor. His ultimate goal? To convince Su Lianxua to become his cultivation partner, walking the path of martial cultivation together. But now, her cold and indifferent reaction caught him off guard. Besides, she was currently in deep meditation. Interrupting her now would truly be inappropriate. So, Kai Ziyuan could only suppress his thoughts for the time being. As he gazed at Su Lianxua's beautiful face, he instinctively clenched his fist, then turned and walked away. He knew in his heart he wouldn't give up easily after all. In his eyes, only he was truly worthy of Su Lianxua. Since she wouldn't even acknowledge him now, he resolved to win her over with strength later. With that thought, Kai Ziyuan quickened his pace down the mountain. That kid. Lin Ming watched Kai Ziyuan's retreating figure and shook his head. Su Lianxua's reaction was more or less what he had expected. That girl had never shown interest in anything outside of cultivation. Kai Ziyuan's plans were destined to fail. Still, Lin Ming could tell that Kai hadn't completely given up on his idea. And frankly, Lin Ming didn't think much of his chances. Even if he was a disciple of the Grand Elder, that wouldn't change his opinion. Finally, it's come to this. Lin Ming rose and walked up the mountain. He noticed that Yunhua wasn't inside her cave dwelling, but rather outside of it. She was lying on a chair, gazing up at the blue sky with a relaxed expression. Master, the Grand Elder has sent word 3 months from now. The Nirvana ceremony will be held. Lin Ming spoke to her that way. How troublesome, Yunhua murmured, slightly furrowing her brows as she replied. She naturally understood exactly what those people were after, but the frown on her brow soon eased. After all, she wasn't the one handling the arrangements. She just needed to show up eventually and collect a gift. Let them take care of their own plans. Since the time is set, you should head to the Myriad Manifestation sect, said Yunhua, immediately turning to her disciple. Master, are you sure I have to go in person? Can't you just post a mission task for someone else to handle it? Or have the sect send an invitation directly? Wouldn't that work? Lin Ming asked. He was supposed to personally go to the Myriad Manifestation sect and invite one of their elders to attend his master's Nirvana ceremony. Why make things so complicated? Truth be told, Lin Ming wasn't really eager to go out. The outside world was messy, and he preferred staying inside the sect, where things were more comfortable. But if he really had to leave, it wasn't a big deal. He had a few useless items on him anyway, he might as well get rid of them while he was at it. No, that person only recognizes you. If someone else goes, she won't even show any respect, Yuanhua said with a smile. That woman definitely needed to attend his nirvana ceremony. So sending her own disciple was the only option. And it would also be a good chance for Lin Ming to get some real experience instead of always staying cooped up in the sect. I understand, Lin Ming replied, nodding in agreement. Since his master had said it like that, he had no choice but to accept. Here, this is for your safety, Yuanhua continued, as two jade talismans materialized in her hand. Now that she had completed her nirvana, it was time to upgrade the protection she gave her disciple. Thank you, master, Lin Ming said as he accepted the talismans with a nod. Oh, and take your junior apprentice sister with you. She can return after she finishes refining the Earth Origin Spring, Yuanhua added. Take my junior sister with me? Isn't that unnecessary? Lin Ming hesitated as he replied. Su Lianxue was at a crucial stage in her body tempering cultivation. There was no need to drag her out into the wild. Going with him would only waste her precious cultivation time. There was something in the myriad manifestations sect that could help her advance further in the body tempering stage. Yuanhua spoke up. Of course, she wouldn't let Su Lianxue come all this way for nothing. It was precisely because there were resources in the myriad manifestations sect that would benefit Su Lianxue's cultivation that she had agreed to let her and Lin Ming set off together. As for that, Lin Ming couldn't find a reason to object. Su Lianxue's training at the body tempering stage was indeed crucial. This foundation had to be solid in order to walk further down the path of cultivation. I understand. Lin Ming nodded in agreement. Looks like once again, he was going to have to play babysitter on this trip. Oh, I want fish for dinner tonight. Yuanhua glanced at Lin Ming and added. Fine. Lin Ming replied flatly. Then this disciple will take his leave first. After confirming that his master had nothing else to say, Lin Ming bowed and left, returning to the mid-mountain area. He also made sure to inform Su Lianxue that they'd be traveling together. At first, Su Lianxue was somewhat against it. She didn't want to waste time here and delay her cultivation. But the moment she heard that the myriad manifestations sect had something that could help with her body tempering, her refusal vanished instantly. Little Junior, the Earth Yuan Spring is good for your skin. Soak a bit longer, endure it, and just push through. Outside the Earth Yuan Spring, Lin Ming teased Su Lianxue with a grin. But Su Lianxue remained completely expressionless, her face calm. She walked straight toward the misty fog ahead. Please show your identification. A guard disciple nearby spoke up. Su Lianxue casually pulled out her badge, which emitted a faint red glow. The mist immediately dispersed. She stepped through without hesitation, leaving Lin Ming alone outside, waiting. Isn't this Senior Lin? At that moment, a slightly sharp voice came from behind. A young man strode directly toward Lin Ming, followed by a couple of man and a woman. Who should it be? None other than my junior brother Feng. When Lin Ming saw the approaching figure, he replied with a smile. He intentionally drew out the word junior brother as he spoke. Feng Yuanfeng caught the hidden meaning in Lin's tone, and his expression immediately darkened. Junior brother Feng, Lin continued. You're here with disciples from your own sect to the Diwen Spring? You're not here alone either, are you? Feng Yuanfeng shot back. The gloom on Feng's face began to fade slightly, but when he looked at Lin Ming, his eyes still carried a hint of disdain. Lin Ming noticed all of this, but didn't let it bother him. After all, the other man was simply jealous. Let him keep on being jealous, for all he cared. You two go ahead first, Feng Yuanfeng ordered the two disciples behind him. Yes, senior brother, they replied, stepping forward, pulling out their sect tokens, and then walking inside. Senior brother Lin, are you going to participate in this year's inter-sect competition? Feng Yuanfeng suddenly asked. My cultivation isn't quite up to par, so I'll skip the contest this time, Lin Ming answered with a smile. But from what I heard, junior brother Feng here couldn't even last 10 rounds against Chu Xian last month, Lin added casually. At that, Feng Yuanfeng froze, and his expression darkened once again. Chu Xian's strength is indeed slightly above mine, Feng replied, staring at Lin Ming. That's right, Chu Xian is stronger than me, but dealing with you, Lin Ming, is child's play. So, senior brother actually bothers to keep track of me? Feng said mockingly. Oh, I just happened to be passing by the martial arts arena and caught the fight by chance, Lin replied with a smile. Keep track? Hardly. He wasn't even worth the attention. I really was just passing by the training ground when I happened to see them fighting. And as it turned out, Chu Xian, the one who had defeated Feng Yuanfeng, was exactly the disciple Lin Ming had invested in back at Feiyun Peak. Of course, someone he had personally backed would have no trouble defeating Feng Yuanfeng. If someone can't even defeat Feng Yuanfeng, who's at the second heaven of spirit storage, then how could they possibly be worth my investment? I'm actually looking forward to a little match with my junior brother, Feng Yuanfeng said with a mild tone. My current cultivation is no match for senior brother at all. Lin Ming politely declined with a smile. A match? More like you want to humiliate me. But Lin Ming wouldn't give you that chance for free. If you want to bully me, you'd better go cultivate for a few thousand more years. You probably won't even be alive by then. I believe my junior brother will catch up soon enough. Feng Yuanfeng said, a faint and enigmatic smile on his lips. That was the end of their conversation. Half an hour later, someone finally walked out. It was the boy from the two people Feng Yuanfeng had brought along. Senior brother. Wait your turn. 15 minutes later, the girl came out as well. Feng Yuanfeng didn't plan to leave with both of them right away. He knew Lin Ming had brought Su Lianxue into the Di Yuan Spring. He was actually curious to see how long this Su Lianxue, with her so-called nine-joint half prodigy talent, could endure in there. Another half hour passed. Still no sign of Su Lianxue coming out. Lin Ming, however, wasn't surprised at all. After all, she was a genius. Lasting a long time wasn't unusual. About 2 hours later, there was still no sign of her. Senior brother Feng, is there still someone inside? Lin Ming finally asked, seeing that Feng Yuanfeng still hadn't made a move. The two disciples behind him were already showing signs of impatience. They had already waited over 3.5 hours. I just want to see how long she can last. Feng Yuanfeng replied. An hour passed. Then another 2. Time kept slipping away. The sky gradually darkened. Luckily, Lin Ming had expected Su Lianxue would stay in the Di Yuan Spring for a long time, so he had brought her early in the morning. Otherwise, he might have ended up spending the night waiting. After a full 12 hours, the mist finally dispersed. Su Lianxue stepped out of the Earth Origin Spring. After the cleansing, she could clearly feel her body stronger, the impurities within her further purged. She'd soon be ready to attempt her 10th tempering. And for that 10th attempt, she now had roughly a 60% chance. 12 hours isn't bad. Junior sister, you almost broke the sect's record. Lin Ming nodded as he spoke. At 12 hours, she'd come close to setting a new sect record. Let us go? Feng Yuanfeng watched Su Lianxue emerge from the Earth Origin Spring, a flicker of greed crossing his face. But he forced it down quickly, turned, and led the two of them away. Senior brother, what's his deal? Su Lianxue watched Feng Yuanfeng's back, her brows knitting slightly. She could clearly feel the hostility coming off him. As far as she knew, she hadn't done anything to offend him. Him? Just someone who couldn't get into Zichen Peak, Lin Ming said, careless. He hadn't known Feng Yuanfeng at first. After running into him a few times and sensing the obvious malice, he asked around and learned his background. In short, the guy was jealous that Lin Ming had been accepted into Zichen Peak. Feng Yuanfeng's aptitude wasn't bad either, about 7.5 segments. They say that at the mountain entrance ceremony when he joined Yuanshu Mountain, he happened to catch a glimpse of the Zichen Peak master's face and was dazzled, and from then on he set his sights on Zichen Peak. But that supposed master never appeared at the ceremony. Stubborn as he was, Feng Yuanfeng went to the gates of Zichen Peak and knelt there, begging for an audience. In the end, he didn't even get to see the master's face before he was thrown out. He had no choice but to enter Feiyun Peak instead. Later, the peak master of Zichen Peak found Lin Ming outside and took him in as a disciple, which naturally drew envy from others. So whenever the two happened to run into each other, Feng Yuanfeng would always mock him, sometimes deliberately, sometimes not. He mostly jabbed at Lin Ming's cultivation and the like. Lin Ming never took those words to heart. After hearing Lin Ming's self-introduction, Su Lianxue let the matter go as well. People like that aren't worth dwelling on. Senior brother, who lasted the longest in the Dun spring? Master, of course he held out for 6.5 shurchen. Lin Ming replied with a smile. He'd gone into the Dun spring himself, but only lasted half a shurchen before coming back out. From then on, Lin Ming understood that conventional cultivation wasn't really suited to him. All right, pack up, we're heading out. The Myriad Phenomena sect is a long way from here, Lin Ming said. If he were going alone, getting to the Myriad Phenomena sect wouldn't take long. But with Su Lianxue in tow, things were different. They'd have to stick to regular travel routes. That would probably set them back a bit. The next day, Lin Ming and Su Lianxue left Zichen Peak, took a spirit boat to the Great Yin Dynasty, then set out from Great Yin, leaving Yuanshu Mountain's sphere of influence, and made for the Myriad Phenomena sect. Lin Ming had the route mostly mapped out. The rest would depend on the details. 2 days later, the two of them arrived in Yanjing. Since the last incident, Lin Ming and the others had returned to Yanjing, and most of the damaged buildings had already been repaired. Even so, Lin Ming could still sense a faint sadness in the air. Clearly, the losses both in lives and property had been heavy for Yanjing, hard to bear. Once they reached Yanjing, the rest of the journey would be on them. As soon as Lin Ming arrived in Yanjing, the first thing he needed to do was purchase supplies and, while he was at it, stock up on all kinds of fresh ingredients. This momentarily left Su Lianxue speechless, nearly making her think they weren't heading out on a mission, but on a pleasure trip instead. However, as soon as she recalled her senior apprentice brother's strength, Su Lianxue quietly accepted the situation. With his current power, unless someone at the Nirvana Ascension realm personally intervened, no one below that level could pose a real threat to them. And even if her judgment turned out to be wrong, they still had several life-saving measures left behind by their master. So when it came to safety, there was basically no need for too much concern. All Su Lianxue wanted now was to reach the Myriad Manifestation sect as soon as possible. Senior apprentice brother, how are we getting to the Myriad Manifestation sect? She asked. Before leaving their sect, she had inquired about the distance between the two sections. But there was a vast stretch of land in between, so getting there wouldn't be something accomplished overnight. Of course by spirit boat, Lin Ming replied with a smile. The two of them quickly reached the outskirts of Yanjing, and Lin Ming immediately took out a spirit boat. It was a top-tier 8th grade spirit boat he had personally forged himself, equipped with arrays for offense, defense, and concealment. It was practically a masterpiece he had painstakingly crafted. Moreover, due to his unique forging techniques, outsiders would find it extremely difficult to tell that it was actually an 8th grade spirit boat. Let's go. Lin Ming stepped onto the spirit boat first. He inserted spirit stones into the boat, set the direction, and then activated it, flying off toward the east. They didn't have to worry about bandits or rogue cultivators. Ever since Yanjing had been attacked by evil cultivators, Yuanxishan had mobilized its affiliated forces to completely eliminate all evil cultivators in the area, along with those rogue bandits as well. In the past, Yuanxishan wouldn't have paid much attention to these so-called rogue cultivators. But things were different now. All unstable factors had to be thoroughly eliminated. Boss, let's move. We shouldn't stay here any longer. On top of a mountain, a man with a fierce expression stood speaking to the young man before him. This damn cultivator of the devil sect ruined our business. A seductive woman standing beside him also spoke with clear displeasure. They were a gang of roving bandits, newly arrived and already setting their eyes on Yuan Su Mountain's territory. Originally, they planned to stay for a while, pull off a few heists, and leave before Yuan Su Mountain even realized what hit them. Then they'd move on to the next place and do it all over again. But after just one job, things went sideways. They nearly got caught red-handed by disciples from Yuan Su Mountain. Since then, they hadn't dared to make a move. For bandits like them, this kind of situation was absolutely intolerable. They had no interest in the pitiful coins of wandering cultivators. If they were going to rob, it had to be rich targets, merchant guilds, powerful families, people with real wealth. Those broke, low-level cultivators barely had 2 coins to rub together. Robbing them was just a waste of time. But now things were different. They couldn't act without being spotted, or Yuan Su Mountain would hunt them down without mercy. This time, even a peak expert from Yuan Su Mountain, a Realm King-level powerhouse, had been dispatched. Going up against a powerhouse like that with their current strength was basically suicide. Leave. Just leave now, Chao Mu said coldly. There was no reason to stay in Yuan Su Mountain any longer. For cultivators like them, the world was vast. They could go anywhere, carry out their business in any new territory. No need to risk everything in one place. Just then, Chao Mu suddenly looked up. He saw a spirit boat flying toward them at incredible speed. Boss, let's finish this last job first. Sun Heo also set his sights on the spirit boat. Though it looked plain and carried no insignia of any sect or noble family, it only made them more interested. Those old line clans are sticklers for appearances. They often fly their family crest on their spirit boats, so you can tell who they are at a glance. This spirit boat didn't carry any markings, probably not the vessel of any major power. That gave them the same idea. They were just about to leave Yuanshu Mountain, pull off this score, and they'd be gone. Chao Mu made up his mind quickly, thinking much the same as his lackeys. Honestly, it wasn't on anyone else. These folks were unlucky enough to run into them sooner or later. Their lives and their money would end up in their hands. In no time, a black spirit boat shot up into the sky and blocked their way. Senior brother, someone just cut us off. Cultivating on the deck, Su Lianxue spotted a spirit boat blocking the way ahead and warned Lin Ming. I see it. Lin Ming had been lounging in a chair. He sat up at once. He put on a bit of a show, and the spirit boat came to a halt midair. Friends up ahead, what is your business? Lin Ming stepped forward a few paces and shouted toward the other boat. Boss, that woman is gorgeous. Damn, can I have her? A brazen voice came from the black spirit boat. Sun Heo's eyes were greedy, locked straight on Su Lianxue. They hadn't expected to score a prize like this. Women, you think about them all day. Sooner or later a woman will be your downfall. Chao Mu's gaze settled on Su Lianxue too. With a woman that stunning, of course he wanted first dibs. Ran into bandits, did we? Lin Ming had thought the sect had long since cleaned out all the bandit cultivators in Yuanshu Mountain. He hadn't expected there were still fish that slipped the net, and that he'd be the one to run into them. Junior sister, looks like our luck's not so great. Lin Ming glanced at Su Lianxue and said in a teasing tone, Senior brother, I'll leave this to you. Sure, here's a natural and immersive translation of the passage into American English, keeping the novel's tone and character voices consistent. A faint look of disgust flickered across Su Lianxue's face before she turned to Lin Ming. What if your senior brother isn't even a match for these people? Lin Ming asked. There were 5 of them, 4 men and 1 woman. The strongest among them had reached the 9th heaven of the Lingtai realm, and the weakest was still at the 5th heaven. That kind of strength was no small thing, even among wandering cultivators. Surely they weren't saying they were outmatched? Su Lianxue looked at Lin Ming with obvious confusion. Look at you, she thought. What the hell kind of nonsense is that? Even if he really had only reached the Lingtai realm, with all the life-saving tricks he had on him, he could still wipe the floor with these guys. And let's not forget his senior brother looked like a practitioner from the Nirvana realm. Cough. Lin Ming, sensing Su Lianxue's gaze, pretended to cough slightly. These guys, he said, changing his tone. Leave them to me and my senior brother. Hey, you up ahead, surrender quietly, and maybe I'll let you live, Sun Heo shouted arrogantly. Clearly, he already considered Lin Ming and his group as good as caught. Male at the 4th heaven of Lingtai, female at the body-tempering realm. No one else on that soul ship, the seductive woman added. She had used some techniques to scan Lin Ming's soul ship and confirmed that only the 2 of them were aboard, with cultivation levels exactly as described. Most likely, some young master from a noble family sneaking out on a joyride. Old Hui, Chao Mu said, glancing at the silent middle-aged man behind him. The middle-aged man gave a slight nod, double-checking that there were no hidden enemies nearby. Good, Chao Mu said, a cruel smile spreading across his face. Leave them alive? Absolutely not. The man would be dealt with, and the woman? She'd be staying behind for some special treatment. Especially since she was so damn beautiful. He hadn't seen a girl like her before, and he fully intended to enjoy himself. To Chao Mu, the soul ship and Su Lianxue aboard, it was already his prey. As for Lin Ming, he was already dead in his eyes. Let's see if you actually have the skill. Lin Ming spoke calmly. Since he had nothing better to do, he figured he might as well play along and kill some time. In the next moment, Dozens of fireballs were launched from the enemy's spirit vessel, raining down toward Lin Ming's craft. Suddenly, a blue barrier flared into existence, blocking all the flames. The black spirit vessel quickly closed in on Lin Ming's ship. Seeing this, Lin Ming pretended to maneuver his vessel with great effort, charging straight toward the black one. Chao Mu, seeing this, broke into a grin. There, Haisha No, was a grade 4 inferior spirit vessel they had stolen from a merchant caravan and heavily reinforced with expensive upgrades, making it exceptionally sturdy. A typical spirit vessel would be destroyed instantly upon collision with the Haisha. And yet, this ordinary-looking vessel dared to ram into it? They must be tired of living. Since the opponent was so arrogant, he'd be more than happy to grant their wish. Ram into them, Chao Mu ordered coldly. The Haisha immediately accelerated. In the blink of an eye, the two vessels crashed into each other. Boom. Upon impact, fine cracks appeared on the Haisha's hull. Clearly, it couldn't withstand the force of Lin Ming's vessel and had been breached. Boss, the vessel is damaged. Hussein shouted in panic. The vessel violently shook and began spiraling out of control, plummeting toward the ground. What? Chao Mu's face paled instantly. How was this possible? Why was it turning out so differently from what he expected? Tsh, not even that worked, Lin Ming muttered, shaking his head as he watched the falling vessel. But then again, an 8th grade spirit vessel was significantly more powerful than a grade 4. It was a bit of a one-sided slaughter. Lin Ming then guided his vessel down to the ground, landing smoothly on an open field. Right ahead was where the enemy's spirit boat had crashed. They didn't know if anyone over there had survived. Chances are someone's still alive. After all, they were cultivators at the spirit platform realm. Falling from that height didn't mean certain death. Staying alive shouldn't be much of a problem. I'm going to kill you. A furious roar burst from the Black Reaper's hatch. Chao Mu shot out of the downed Black Reaper, radiating thick, killing intent. His eyes locked on Lin Ming's spirit boat. The other 4 rushed out after him, each looking the worse for wear. No doubt about it, as they stared at Lin Ming's spirit boat, their eyes were full of bloodlust. If he wasn't going to leave, he clearly wasn't taking them seriously. Then show me everything you've got. From above, Lin Ming looked down at Chao Mu and the others, a hint of provocation in his voice. Chao Mu's face grew even colder. He struck first. If the guy wouldn't leave, he'd make him regret it. He hacked down again and again. Chao Mu sprang up and slashed at Lin Ming on the deck. But his blade hit a glowing barrier and sent him flying back. It was the same for the other. For their assaults couldn't break the spirit boat's defensive array. Senior brother, did Master give you this spirit boat too? Su Lianxue looked over at Lin Ming and asked. She strongly suspected the boat had something to do with their master. She just didn't have proof. Correct, but don't expect a reward. Lin Ming replied with a smile. Their master made the perfect cover after all. Someone at the Nirvana realm giving him these things wasn't strange. Sure enough, she already figured he would answer like that. Then, senior brother, how do you plan to deal with them? His gaze settled on the 5 individuals attacking the spirit vessel, and Su Lianxue felt that, based on her senior brother's strength, he could easily deal with them. Yet, he hadn't made a move against them at all. Could it be because of her? Su Lianxue's suspicion wasn't off the mark. Part of it indeed had to do with her. Ming Lin had no intention of revealing his true strength for now. He needed another way to deal with these 5. They clearly made contact with him first, yet still dared to provoke him. If he simply let them walk away, that wouldn't be like Ming Lin at all. On the other hand, he was just plain bored and decided to amuse himself at their expense. Damn it, one punch. A punch full of brute force slammed into the spirit vessel, only to rebound and send Sun Erheo staggering backward. Boss, this guy's just playing with us, the seductive, striking woman said, halting her assault and addressing the group. Their repeated attacks couldn't even scratch this spirit vessel. Only now did they begin to realize this vessel was no ordinary one. What? Did you guys skip breakfast today? Ming Lin stood atop the spirit vessel, looking down on the 5 below with a smirk, his tone dripping with mockery. If they actually managed to smash my vessel, I, a 9th grade weapon crafter and formation master, would have to go buy a block of tofu and slam my head into it. Boom. A slash. Chao Mu leaped into the air, his fourth-grade mid-tier blade radiating killing intent as it sliced downward, aimed directly at Ming Lin. But once again, his strike was blocked by the protective barrier. He could only glare furiously at Ming Lin, rage twisting his face. "Well then," Ming Lin said with a sigh, shaking his head slightly at Chao Mu. "Looks like you really didn't eat breakfast." "Boss, what now?" Sun Heo approached Chao Mu, who had just landed, and asked. Hearing Ming Lin's mockery, he felt humiliated. He wanted nothing more than to chop Ming Lin into 8 pieces and feed him to the dogs. But no matter how hard they attacked, they couldn't break through the protective barrier of the spirit boat. "This kid's identity might not be as simple as we thought," the seductive woman said through gritted teeth. Judging from the situation now, his background didn't seem to be what they originally assumed. "Boss, bring out the Thunder beads." Lao Hui chimed in at this point. "Use them," Chao Mu said coldly, his face dark with anger. Whether his identity was simple or not didn't even matter anymore. Today, this man had to die. Dark-colored orbs began to appear in their hands, each about half the size of a fist. Thunder beads, you guys sure have a lot of toys," Lin Ming said, immediately recognizing them. Those things worked like bombs, and were at minimum 3rd-tier artifacts extremely powerful. "Kid, if you surrender now, I might give you a quick death," Sun Heo said, gripping a thunder bead while glaring at him. "You? A waste like you?" Lin Ming glanced at Sun Heo and replied with quiet disdain. "You're dead." Lin Ming's attitude only enraged Sun Heo further. "Blow it to pieces." Before the last word left his mouth, Chao Mu was the first to hurl a thunder bead forward. Although they had already considered this spirit boat as their own, destroying it still felt like a bit of a waste. Besides, using thunder beads against a spirit boat seemed like an unnecessary extravagance. But they had no other choice. They hadn't been able to break the boat's shield at all, and Lin Ming's arrogant attitude only made them angrier. It was as if he didn't even consider them a threat. That kind of condescension utterly enraged Chao Mu and the others. As ruthless bandits who lived by plunder and violence, they were determined to kill Lin Ming just to vent their fury. One by one, the thunder beads flew toward the spirit boat and slammed into its protective barrier. The moment they made contact, the beads exploded violently. Black lightning erupted in waves, surging over the surface of the spirit vessel. In an instant, the entire craft was swallowed by the violent energy. The dark thunder, packed with devastating power, continuously crashed against the glowing barrier surrounding the vessel. It was trying to break through the shield to completely shatter it. Time ticked away, second by second. The black lightning raged across the surface of the spirit vessel, but no matter how hard it struck, it couldn't break the defense. The quality of this spirit vessel was clearly higher than they had anticipated, and Lin Ming's strength was likely far greater than they had assumed. "Boss." The group's eyes immediately turned back to Chao Mu. If even the Thunder Pearl couldn't break through the vessel's protection, then they truly had no other options. Even Hussein was beginning to think about retreating. There was no point wasting time here, no point continuing to tangle with Lin Ming. If Lin Ming's backing force showed up by accident, the real trouble would fall on them. As the leader, Chao Mu also began to consider withdrawal. He wasn't some reckless fool. The fact that he had survived as a bandit cultivator until now was not only due to his strength, but also his sharp mind. Otherwise, he would have died countless times already. The longer it took to take down Lin Ming, the more Chao Mu forced himself to stay calm and composed. "Let us go." The moment the words left his mouth, Lin Ming's voice immediately followed. "Just like that? That's too boring." Lin Ming looked at the 5 of them and smiled as he spoke. He stepped off the spirit vessel on his own, leaping down from the deck, facing the 5 head-on. "Letting you 5 leave so easily? That's just no fun at all." So Lin Ming decided to change the game. "You're asking for death." Seeing Lin Ming actually step off the vessel, Sun Heo couldn't hold back any longer. Sun Heo charged straight at Lin Ming. The huge blade in his hand tore through the air, slashing downward like a tiger descending from the mountain, fierce, violent, and unstoppable. This scene also came into Su Lianxue's view. She hadn't been particularly interested in such matters at first, but when Lin Ming stepped off the spirit raft on his own, a flicker of curiosity stirred within her. She was actually eager to see what method Lin Ming would use to deal with this group of cultivators who sought to rob fate. Urheo, be careful, Husan whispered in warning. They were all used to Sun Urheo's reckless behavior by now. In any case, this was a good opportunity to let Urheo test the opponent's strength. That person actually dared to step off the spirit raft openly. It was obvious he had confidence. Only someone as brainless as Sun Urheo would charge in blindly like this. As soon as Husin spoke, Sun Urheo completely ignored him, brushing off the warning as if it had never been said. He had only one goal: to kill Lin Ming. A few quick steps and Sun Urheo was already standing before Lin Ming. He swung his blade straight at Lin Ming's head. Boom! The clash of steel rang out. With just one strike, Lin Ming blocked Sun Urheo's attack. And Lin Ming had blocked it purely based on his current foundation building cultivation alone. After all, his opponent was at the 5th stage of foundation building, while Lin Ming was only displaying the 4th stage, barely a level lower. It wasn't difficult to handle. Each time Sun Urheo swung his blade, he put even more force into it. But every strike was deflected by Lin Ming's sword, causing Sun Urheo to grow more and more impatient as the fight went on, his techniques becoming increasingly sloppy. You've got way too many openings. Lin Ming couldn't help but mutter in disdain. The man had so many weaknesses that Lin Ming couldn't help but speak out in mockery. You're asking for death. Sun Urheo took that as a provocation. In the next instant, 2 blade auras appeared at once, slashing down fiercely. Lin Ming only stepped back a single step. His sword intent trembled outward, and with a casual downward slash of his blade. Sword intent. Watch out. Chao Mu sensed the sword intent Lin Ming had unleashed, and his expression immediately turned grave. He shouted towards Sun Urheo. He actually comprehended sword intent. Which sex prodigy is this? Could he really be a disciple from Yuan Su Mountain? The thought involuntarily shot through Chao Mu's mind. We couldn't possibly be this unlucky, could we? On our final run, we actually ran into someone from Yuan Su. Didn't I tell you already? Your weaknesses are too many. One sword, straight through the heart. Lin Ming's blade first cleaved through his opponent's saber, then pierced directly into his chest. Sun Urheo didn't even have time to react, only watching helplessly as the sword impaled his own torso. Sun Urheo tried to shout something out, but he found himself unable to utter a single word. His vision darkened, and then he plunged into endless darkness. Lin Ming sheathed his sword. Sun Urheo collapsed as well, lying motionless as a corpse. Second brother. The other 4 men's expressions all changed. They hadn't expected Sun Urheo to be killed by Lin Ming so easily. Everything had happened too fast they didn't even have time to react. Big brother. Husan quickly regained his composure. Although Sun Urheo was gone, people like them cultivators who lived by robbery were used to death among comrades. They had long become indifferent to the deaths of their companions. But for the enemy to slay Sun Urheo so effortlessly proved that Lin Ming was not only powerful, but also of extraordinary background. That's exactly why he felt they should retreat. They shouldn't linger here and fight Lin Ming. Kill him and avenge second brother. The alluring woman, teeth clenched, said with a venomous glare at Lin Ming. What? Do you really think lowlifes like you have the guts to pull off highway robbery? Lin Ming sneered coldly, continuing to taunt. In an instant, Chao Mu's hand flickered, and he hurled out a Yin Thunder Pearl. Before even reaching Lin Ming, the Yin Thunder Pearl exploded first, unleashing black lightning that surged toward him like a storm. In the blink of an eye, Lin Ming was engulfed by the black thunder, letting it rage unchecked. Humph! Chao Mu snorted coldly. Sun Urheo's death had angered him somewhat, but that anger was mostly directed at Lin Ming. After all, he was just a subordinate. If he died, so be it, just replace him with a few more men. The cultivation world had no shortage of people, nor of those willing to abandon everything for personal gain. Truth be told, he hadn't been capable of dealing with Lin Ming before. But blame Lin Ming himself for stepping out of the spirit vessel, handing him the perfect opportunity. A 4th-tier Yin Thunder Pearl? Not bad. Not bad at all. Lin Ming's voice came from within the storm of dark lightning. Then, suddenly, blue lightning erupted from the heart of the black thunder, bursting outward. In an instant, it shattered the Yin Thunder completely. The black lightning scattered into the air, dissipating quickly. Lightning technique. Chao Mu's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze on Lin Ming, watching the arcs of electricity dancing at his fingertips. There was no doubt about it, this was the lightning technique. Undeniably so. This senior brother had clearly cultivated the lightning technique to an extremely advanced level. Su Lianxue watched Lin Ming, surprised. Normally, this senior brother always acted so carefree and flippant. Who would have thought he'd reached such a level? Are you from Yuanshu Mountain? Chao Mu asked in a low, heavy tone. Now, he was even more convinced that Lin Ming was a disciple of Yuanshu Mountain. Whether I am or not from Yuanshu Mountain isn't important, Lin Ming replied, shaking his head. At this point, it hardly mattered anymore whether he belonged to Yuanshu Mountain or not. That's all you've got, Lin Ming added mockingly. Let's go. We're leaving, Chao Mu said, ignoring the taunt. The moment he saw Lin Ming unleash the lightning technique, he had immediately regained his composure. This kind of thunder technique wasn't something just any faction could casually pull out. And now, Chao Mu couldn't even guarantee a certain victory over Lin Ming anymore. Faced with this unknown opponent, Chao Mu also had no desire to drag the fight any further. Losing just one Sun or Heo wasn't a heavy price to pay, it was a loss he could accept. Do you really think you can just walk away? Lin Ming said with a smile. After coming this far, if he just let them escape now, wouldn't all the time he spent chasing them be a complete waste? Retreat. Chao Mu immediately turned around, swiftly withdrawing with incredible speed. Seeing this, the other three quickly followed behind Chao Mu and fled the scene. Pretty decisive. Lin Ming nodded as he spoke, leaving without hesitation, truly efficient. But Lin Ming had no intention of letting them go that easily. Junior sister, just stay on the spirit boat and don't move around. With that, Lin Ming transformed into a blur of shadows and vanished from sight. Upon hearing his words, Su Lianxue instinctively nodded in response. Given the current situation, staying aboard the spirit boat was indeed the safest choice. As for her senior brother's safety, she didn't need to worry about that. Those four were practically already dead. It was just a matter of time. Her senior brother was no different. Even though he clearly had the strength to kill them outright, he still dragged things out to this point. She really couldn't figure out what he was thinking. Was it just to maintain the illusion of strength at the spiritual platform stage? As for that, Su Lianxue was somewhat confused, but she was too lazy to dwell on it. One day, she'd figure it out. For now, her priority was to focus on improving her own power. As she thought about all this, Su Lianxue sat down on the deck and began cultivating. She could already feel herself nearing the 10th body tempering stage. Meanwhile, the other four were dashing through the mountain woods. They were retreating from the area at their top speed. Lin Ming kept chasing them from behind, steadily closing the distance. The key was that the four ahead seemed unaware of Lin Ming rapidly approaching. Lin Ming watched the four figures ahead with growing interest. Suddenly, he swung his longsword. Four slashes of sword chi shot forth, aimed directly at the four cultivators. Watch out. Behind you. Chao Mu was the first to sense the threat from behind. He turned his head and saw the four waves of sword chi barreling toward them. He immediately dodged out of the path of the attack, and the other three barely managed to evade as well, thanks to Chao Mu's warning. At the same time, as they saw the sword chi, they caught sight of its master stepping into view behind them. You really won't stop chasing us, Chao Mu said darkly. He had already given up on killing that guy. Yet now, it seemed the guy was the one hunting them. You're the one chasing after us? Lin Ming let out a light chuckle. These guys really knew how to twist the truth. They were the ones who attacked first. Lin Ming was only defending himself. When did that become him chasing them? If you've done something like this, you should be ready to pay the price, Lin Ming said slowly. And the price is your lives. Team up on him. Chao Mu shouted as Lin Ming refused to back down, making his decision in an instant. His broadsword slashed horizontally, cutting through the air with force. At the same time, a few raindrops fell from above, landing behind Lin Ming and slowing his movements. The ground suddenly collapsed beneath him. Husan had both hands pressed against the earth, transforming the ground under Lin Ming's feet into a swamp. Lin Ming sank into it, and the more he struggled, the deeper he sank, unable to escape. So, you're using fusion techniques now, huh? Lin Ming smirked. Looks like this group of rogue cultivators actually had some skill. Boom. In an instant, blade met blade in a violent clash. A surge of killing intent burst from Chao Mu, spearing straight for Lin Ming's mind. Too bad for him, it didn't threaten Lin Ming at all. Old hag, your little rain trick doesn't work on me. Husan turned his head, glanced at the sultry woman, and said it. Shut up. Try me, I'll cut it off. The woman's face went instantly cold as she snapped back. She wasn't stupid, she knew her spell hadn't hurt Lin Ming. If that's the case, then try a different one. Gather. She formed another hand seal and cast it. Boss, fall back. Husan bellowed. Hearing him, Chao Mu retreated without hesitation. The rain turned into needles, fine points pelting down from the sky. At the same time, earthen spikes erupted from the ground, lancing up at Lin Ming to skewer him. Detonate. Old Gray condensed a clump of gray mist in his palm, flicked it forward, and as it neared Lin Ming it blew apart. The violent blast swallowed that patch of ground whole. It was the combo they drilled together. With this set, they messed up plenty of cultivators in the past. Lin Ming in that blast was very likely the next one. Even if it didn't kill him, it would peel a layer off him. They were sure of it. After all, Lin Ming was only at the 4th tier of the spirit platform realm. They used this move before to seriously injure cultivators at the spirit treasury realm. A mere 4th tier spirit platform, he should been easy pickings. The explosion finally died down. The smoke and dust slowly thinned. Be's easy. Suddenly, 4 bolts of lightning tore out of the haze, streaking for the 4 of them. Of the 4, only Chao Mu reacted in time and dodged the strike. The other 3 couldn't dodge in time and were struck directly by the lightning, collapsing to the ground, unable to move. Chao Mu had merely been lucky enough to avoid the first strike of the lightning. Under Lin Ming's control, the lightning seemed to lock onto Chao Mu, relentlessly chasing him down. The distance between them rapidly closed. There was no way to dodge now. Chao Mu realized it too, he had nowhere left to run. Murderous intent gathered at the edge of his blade. His killing intent had fully concentrated into the sword in his hand. He unleashed the 8th move of the Ghost Sundering Slash. A sinister arc of blade energy slashed out from his sword. In an instant, it collided head-on with the bolt of lightning. But that defense barely lasted 10 seconds before being shattered by the lightning's force. The lightning surged over Chao Mu's entire body. Moments later, he knelt on one knee, barely keeping himself upright by leaning on his sword, its tip planted into the ground. Damn it! That person must be a disciple from Yuanshu Mountain. Now Chao Mu was certain the opponent was from Yuanshu Mountain and definitely not an ordinary disciple. It seems you're in quite a predicament. At the same time, a voice laced with seduction whispered into Chao Mu's ear. This doesn't concern you. Chao Mu's expression darkened the moment he heard it. He practically growled the words out, his body still numb and movements sluggish. Not my problem. Then you're going to get killed by that guy. The voice continued. Even if death is coming, you still refuse my help. You're a demonic cultivator. Chao Mu spat out the 4 words. Demonic cultivator. That was exactly why Chao Mu remained so wary of this voice. If he were to ally with him, he might end up devoured completely, without even a bone left behind. Ha ha ha. The voice laughed. Demonic cultivator? You Taoist sect cultivators, don't fool yourself. What you've done, how is it any different from what we demonic sects do? A mocking voice drifted out. In his eyes, while Chao Mu's cultivation method wasn't of the demonic path, in every other way he was no different from the demonic cultivators. Someone like that belonged with them. A chill was written across Chao Mu's face as well. He looked to the near distance and saw Lin Ming walking toward him, one step at a time. He really could barely keep fighting, which was why he suspected Lin Ming had deliberately hidden his cultivation, keeping that sultry woman's tricks from probing his true strength. Whatever tricks you have left, bring them out. Otherwise, this farce ends here. Lin Ming's gaze settled on Chao Mu as he spoke. Chao Mu watched Lin Ming in silence, saying nothing. Thunder danced at Lin Ming's fingertips. He wasn't wrong. If these marauder cultivators had no more cards to play, this farce needed to be wrapped up. He said those words to Chao Mu not just because Chao Mu was the leader of the marauders. Lin Ming had also caught a whiff of something intriguing on him. That was why he let this drag until now. Can you guarantee I'll walk away alive? The thought rose quietly in Chao Mu's mind. He wavered. He had no choice. The options before him had narrowed to a single path. In his current state, beating Lin Ming was all but impossible. So to save his life, Chao Mu had to make that choice. Of course, not only will you live, you'll become even stronger. The voice answered at once, its lure battering against Chao Mu's mind. Thunder fell in a flash. With a point of his finger, the lightning at Lin Ming's fingertip surged toward Chao Mu. Don't forget what you promised. In that instant, Chao Mu finally decided. He was choosing survival. You won't be disappointed. In the next instant, Chao Mu's body was no longer his to command. Crack! Lightning slammed down. When Chao Mu raised his hand, a ribbon of purple-black aura arose from his palm. It met the lightning head-on, and both forces dissolved. An eerie smile spread across Chao Mu's face. He stared straight at Lin Ming, enough to make your blood run cold. Thanks to you. Otherwise I wouldn't have gotten this body so easily. Chao Mu fixed his gaze on his own hand and slowly worked this body, flexing it bit by bit. It had been ages since he felt this. The vessel was a little lacking, sure, but it would do for now. At least it was salvageable. So that is how it is. Lin Ming smiled as well. The feeling this Chao Mu gave him was a world apart from before, and the words he just said told Lin Ming plenty. He could more or less guess that an old monster's soul had been hiding inside Chao Mu, and now that old bastard had seized Chao Mu's flesh, which made him Chao Mu. As a token of thanks, I'll make it quick for you. Chao Mu turned his eyes on Lin Ming, smiling in kind. Purple-black aura welled up and condensed in his hand, then surged at Lin Ming as if to devour him. Seeing that, blue lightning sparked at Lin Ming's fingertips. He flicked, and the bolt crashed into the oncoming strike. So it's the inverse devil seal. Looks like me and your inverse devil sect really are fated to cross paths, Lin Ming said evenly. Wasn't he that the signature technique the inverse devil sect used? Seems the one who took over this bandit cultivator leader's body might be, same as the old man in the ring, another old monster from the inverse devil sect. You do have a keen eye. The smile on Chao Mu's face slowly faded. If the other guy could take his inverse devil seal and even peg his origins, then he wasn't some nobody. All the more reason not to let him walk away. The aura emanating from Chao Mu surged rapidly. Within moments, he broke through to the spiritual treasury realm, and his power kept climbing until it finally stabilized at the bitter sea realm. It wasn't that his strength could go no further, it was simply the limit this body could endure. Pushing beyond that threshold would cause his physical form to shatter under the pressure of its own power. Even so, defeating a mere nascent sage cultivator was more than feasible. Even if his opponent had mastered lightning techniques to an extraordinary level, the fundamental gap in cultivation could not be bridged by just a few lightning strikes. Time to go. Since the other party had taken over Chao Mu's body, he too intended to give them a swift end. Perhaps the other's original body would be more suited to his path. As the thought arose, Chao Mu quickened his movements, striding forward until he stood before Lin Ming. A hand cloaked in dark purple aura shot straight toward Lin Ming's head. But just then, Chao Mu abruptly froze mid-motion. It was as if an invisible force had locked his body in place. This sudden halt made Chao Mu realize something was off. So it's you lot from the Church of the Fallen Demons possessing others all this time. I thought only Fushuzi had survived. Lin Ming scanned Chao Mu up and down as he spoke. He had deduced this mostly from fragments of memories left behind by Fushuzi. Years ago, when the Infinite Pavilion wiped out the Church of the Fallen Demons, they had used a formation to completely seal off the sect's headquarters. No one escaped. In the end, two elders of the Infinite Pavilion at the Nirvana Realm personally intervened and killed the Church's Nirvana Realm Grand Elder. Fushuzi had witnessed the fall of their Grand Elder and watched as the rest of the Church's disciples perished. He had barely survived by using a legacy artifact left behind by the Church, the Yuan Fusing Ring, which allowed him to fuse his soul into the ring and escape annihilation. The headquarters had been sealed off by a formation, and with the demise of Elder Nirvana, Fushuzi assumed that no one but himself could have survived the catastrophe. Outside the headquarters, the majority of the disciples of the Reverse Demon Sect had been nearly wiped out. Lin Ming had learned all of this from ancient scrolls he found in the sect's archives. After the Wujij destroyed the headquarters of the Reverse Demon Sect, they launched a widespread purge across the Qingyuan realm and issued bounties as well. Nowadays, even if a few survivors still existed, they probably wouldn't dare to openly claim affiliation with the reverse demon sect. Only cultivators at the bitter end stage or higher who had reached the ability to separate their soul from the body could have possibly escaped. As for those individuals, needless to say, it was likely that the Wujij had already eliminated them long ago. They wouldn't leave any threats behind. After all, there were far too many precedents to learn from. But now, ironically, a hidden danger had surfaced. As for why the Wujij had wiped out the reverse demon sect, Lin Ming hadn't known at first. He had sifted through all of Fuxuzi's memories, but found no answers. He had only uncovered a few scattered clues hinting at some major plan the reverse demon sect had been plotting before the trail abruptly ended. There was no mention of this in the sect's official records either, which had piqued Lin Ming's curiosity slightly. But again, it was just mild curiosity, nothing more. Who exactly are you? Chao Mu's expression changed instantly. He hadn't expected Lin Ming to actually mention the name of Fuxuzi. Could there be some kind of connection between Lin Ming and Fuxuzi? Could it be that Fuxuzi had also survived that great battle? You're asking too many questions, Lin Ming said, shaking his head. He didn't have time to answer a bunch of questions from people already marked for death, nor did he care to. It would just be a waste of time. With that, he walked up to Chao Mu, extended a finger, and pressed it against Chao Mu's forehead. In an instant, the man's soul was forced out of his body by that single touch. It was beyond his expectations, but he quickly made a decision. He immediately chose Lin Ming and surged straight into Lin Ming's spiritual sea. Since Lin Ming refused to talk, he had no choice but to go looking for the answers himself. The moment he entered Lin Ming's spiritual sea, he regretted it. Nirvana. Only now did he realize that the Lin Ming before him was not even a spirit platform cultivator. He was a Nirvana stage ancestor. Only a Nirvana ancestor would exude such an aura. He was utterly stunned. A Nirvana ancestor disguising himself as a spirit platform cultivator? That was just too brutal. But now, it was already too late for words. At this moment, he was like a lamb on the chopping block, completely at the mercy of another, unable to take a single step forward. He struggled desperately, trying to escape. But with his current cultivation, there was no way out now. He couldn't even move. His soul essence was already crumbling. Lin Ming didn't waste any time and immediately began soul searching. So a survivor after all. After rifling through the man's memories, Lin Ming learned that he was indeed a high elder of the reverse demon sect, though nowhere near as powerful as Fuxuzi. On the day their sect was destroyed, this man had been out on a mission and thus narrowly escaped annihilation. Yet, even though he had survived, just as he was preparing to defect to another demonic sect, someone had discovered and reported him. In the end, he was killed on the spot by an elder from the Boundless Pavilion. A ring appeared in Lin Ming's hand. A Yuan fusing ring. This was the very key needed to open the reverse demon sect's treasure vault. To open that vault, a total of 7 rings were required. Now, Lin Ming held 2 Yuan fusing rings, 2 keys. Perhaps he really should pay the reverse demon sect's treasure vault a visit. After all, it was left behind by a sect of the Devil Dao and most likely filled with a great deal of Yuan stones. Lin Ming stowed the ring away, placing it alongside the other Rong Yuan ring. A single slash of his sword instantly settled the matter. Lin Ming ended Chao Mu's life then and there. This had dragged on long enough. It was time to finish him. He casually took the man's storage ring as his spoil. Then, Lin Ming approached the other 3, one by one. The shock of the lightning strike had thrown them to the ground, leaving them temporarily paralyzed. "Spare me, and I'll be at your command." A look of bitter resentment crossed Hussein's face. He didn't want to die like this. Terrified of death, all he wanted was to be allowed to live. And so, Lin Ming thrust his sword into the man's heart, sending him to join his leader. "My lord, spare me, and I'll do anything you ask. Anything to please you." The seductive woman, leaning against the side, pleaded relentlessly with Lin Ming for her life. Her fragile, pitiful demeanor was indeed enough to stir one's pity. A single, clean slash to the throat, no wasted motion. The last of them, a middle-aged man, simply watched Lin Ming with a cold gaze, having already come to terms with the deaths of his companions and his own impending fate. Lin Ming showed him no mercy, sending him on his way as well. He incinerated their bodies with a burst of flame, then collected their storage rings. The spoils of battle, after all, could not be forgotten. With his work done, Lin Ming returned to the spirit vessel. Junior sister, you really weren't worried about my safety at all, were you? Lin Ming said, glancing at Su Lianxue, who was still deep in her cultivation. If you decided to give chase, senior brother, you must have been confident in the outcome, Su Lianxue replied, her expression serene. She had, in fact, sensed the aura of a sea of bitterness realm cultivator moments before. But even when the enemy had unleashed their full power, Su Lianxue hadn't been the least bit concerned. Besides, her senior brother always had a habit of hiding his true cultivation level. If anything, that was even more reassuring. Even if senior brother really does reach the spirit platform realm, he still has that set of life-saving safeguards our master left on him. Su Lianxue wasn't worried about Lin Ming's safety at all. Instead of fretting for nothing, it's better to put more energy into cultivation. Junior sister, you're not cute at all. Lin Ming couldn't help taking another jab. He then guided the spirit boat and continued flying forward. About 10 days later, the spirit boat was still cutting through the sky at high speed. In those 10 days, they didn't run into any more robberies. They did get hit by a few demonic beast attacks, but the spirit boat just rammed once and sent them scattering. Pathetically poor, Lin Ming muttered as he looked through those raiders' storage rings. He flipped through them, and with just a glance realized there wasn't much worth anything. All the spirit stones added up to only a few hundred low-grade and a few hundred mid-grade, plus a handful of second-tier and third-tier yuan artifacts. There were some healing pills, poisons, and other odds and ends. There were even aphrodisiac stuff you're embarrassed to bring up. These guys really had all sorts of twisted hobbies. These raider cultivators were dirt poor, no doubt about it. Senior brother, Su Lianxue stepped up to Lin Ming and looked at him. It's time to begin the 10th tempering. Lin Ming said it with certainty. Su Lianxue nodded in response. Thanks to the combined effect of the Earth Yuan Spring and top-grade Qi and blood pills, Su Lianxue's progress in the body tempering realm had been drastically accelerated, and she was already close to the threshold of the 10th tempering. As for completing the 10th tempering, she now had at least a 70% chance. Then let us get ready. Lin Ming stood up as he spoke. They were still out in the wilderness, with a ways to go before the next city. The spirit skiff settled by the lakeshore. Lin Ming parked it there to prepare for Su Lianxue's 10th body tempering. He brought along the materials for an herbal bath, all of it meant for her tempering. The girl was advancing so fast, he had to be ready. With his sword, Lin Ming shaved a rock flat, wedged it under the rim of the wooden tub, and pried it up. An azure flame bloomed in his palm, heating the bottom of the tub until it glowed faintly red. He tossed the herbs into the tub one by one. Junior sister, we've got a bit of trouble, need you to handle it. He turned and called to Su Lianxue. She sensed it too. A pack of wolves appeared behind them, crowding into view. Drawn by the commotion, they set the two of them as their target. Rank 1 demonic beasts body tempering realm. Even the strongest was only at the 7th level. Perfect for letting junior sister get some practice. She'd been training this long, and still hadn't had a real fight. Besides, with him watching, nothing should go wrong. He wasn't about to coddle his junior sister into a hothouse flower. Keep that up, and you'd be wasting her talent. Got it. Su Lianxue didn't refuse. She stepped forward to face the wolf demons, thinking much the same as Lin Ming. Ever since reincarnating, she barely fought for real. These wolf demons would do nicely to work the kinks out. The lead wolf let out a harsh roar, and the pack lunged at her first. Su Lianxue struck back at once. She took a single stride to meet a wolf demon and drove a fist into its jaw, knocking it back. Not bad. Sure. Here's the American English translation of the novel excerpt, adapted to fit the tone and context of a fictional narrative. Su Lianxue handled the group of wolf demons with ease. Watching her, Lin Ming felt a mix of admiration and surprise. He hadn't expected his junior sister's very first battle to be this impressive. In fact, he had already braced himself to jump in and help from the start. But now, it seemed there was no need for him to intervene, at least, not yet. Lin Ming redirected part of his attention back to the medicinal bath. Since she was nearing her 10th body refinement session, It was time to give his sister a little boost. At the thought, a bright red fruit appeared in his hand. He tossed it casually into the bath. One punch, and the wolf demon was dead. Su Lianxue ended the life of the beast with a single fist strike. Then, without missing a beat, she spun around and delivered a clean, decisive roundhouse kick to another wolf demon that had been sneaking up behind her, sending it flying. To put it simply, these wolf demons were no threat to her at all. Roar! Seeing his subordinates fall one by one, the alpha wolf finally lost patience. It lunged straight at Su Lianxue without hesitation. The ground was littered with wolf corpses. Surrounding Su Lianxue were the bodies of fallen beasts. At her feet lay an 8th-tier wolf demon. Taking that one down had taken a bit of effort, and she had suffered a few minor injuries in the process. Junior sister, to achieve such results on your first battle, very impressive, Lin Ming remarked with praise in his voice. But Su Lianxue remained cold and expressionless as she replied. She said indifferently, "They were just a pack of wolf demons. The strongest among them was only at the 8th tier of body refinement. It was only natural that I won. Nothing worth bragging about. First, heal your wounds. Then prepare for the medicinal bath," Lin Ming said with a smile. Su Lianxue walked aside and took out some healing pills, applying them to her minor injuries. Roughly an hour later, she had fully healed and restored herself to peak condition. She was just one step away from her 10th body refinement. This moment was too crucial to afford any mistakes. The medicinal bath was also ready on Lin Ming's side. The crimson liquid simmered inside the wooden tub, exuding a strange yet fragrant aroma. Lin Ming sealed the scent inside the tub. After all, they were deep in the wilderness. If the scent attracted any beasts, it would become a real nuisance. He had to eliminate every possible trouble before it started. The flames gradually died down. "Disciple sister, it's done," Lin Ming said, turning towards Su Lianxue. Su Lianxue walked over to the tub, her gaze settling on the bucket of vivid red liquid. "Senior brother, why is it red?" she asked, curiosity lacing her tone. "Because this is your 10th body tempering session. I added some special spiritual ingredients to increase your chances of success," he explained. In truth, this formula for the bath was something Lin Ming had come up with during one of his idle moments. "Really?" Su Lianxue still sounded a little doubtful. "You'll know once you try it," Lin Ming replied, giving her a sidelong glance. "Well then, senior brother, you won't peek, right?" Su Lianxue stared at him seriously, then suddenly blurted out. Lin Ming simply responded with a flick of his finger. Ping! The flick landed right on Su Lianxue's pale forehead. Ouch! She winced, covering her forehead with her hand. "Don't pick up those silly habits from Yu Yaoqin. I'm not that kind of person," Lin Ming said gruffly. Most of the time, his disciple's sister acted quite normally, but occasionally she'd say something like this, clearly Yu Yaoqin's influence. "Peeping? Me? A real gentleman like me would never do something so lowly." Granted, his disciple's sister was indeed breathtakingly beautiful, but he still wouldn't stoop to such behavior. Lin Ming was a man of principles. Without another word, he turned to leave. Before stepping away, he placed one hand on the ground. "Get up!" With a soft shout, a 3-meter-high earthen wall shot up from the ground, standing straight in front of them. "This should work now." Lin Ming clapped the dust off his hands, glanced at Su Lianxue, then stepped over the earthen wall and walked out. Su Lianxue stared at the wall and softly smiled. She knew her earlier remark had just been a joke. It had truly been a while since she last felt this relaxed. Her gaze returned to the wooden tub. She walked over, began peeling off her clothes piece by piece, revealing her pale, smooth thighs, and then lowered her body into the crimson medicinal bath. A sharp sting hit her. The moment she submerged herself, Su Lianxue felt a faint, piercing pain prickling her skin, spreading along her meridians throughout her entire body. Unconsciously, the energy flow within her body began to circulate. Soon after, her breathing grew rhythmic. With every inhale and exhale, her entire being seemed to activate, coming alive. She was advancing step by step toward the 10th stage of body tempering. The pain intensified, growing sharper, felt in every corner of her body. Yet she could faintly sense the medicinal power accompanying the pain, surging into her system, helping her push toward that 10th stage. Minute by minute, time passed. The sharp sting gradually turned into deep, burning pain, and it kept building. Even so, Su Lianxue remained expressionless. She should be fine, right? Leaning against a tree, Lin Ming glanced toward the earthen wall, tempering to the 10th stage. Given his junior sister's foundation, there shouldn't be any major issues. Although she cultivated at an astonishing speed, her roots were solid. There was no problem of instability or superficial progress. It was precisely because he saw this clearly that Lin Ming had prepared the medicinal bath for her. Otherwise, he would had her continue strengthening her foundation instead. An hour passed. The pain had long faded, and the once crimson medicinal liquid had now turned into murky water, tainted with impurities. Su Lianxue slowly opened her eyes, a faint smile playing on her lips. 10 body temperings, she had finally succeeded. She had truly entered the realm of tenfold body refinement. Stepping out of the wooden tub, she leaped into the lake and washed herself clean. Not long after, Su Lianxue changed into fresh clothes and walked back up. "You did it," Lin Ming said, watching her emerge from the water, nodding slightly. "Thank you, senior brother," Su Lianxue replied respectfully. Truthfully, on the path of cultivation, no one had helped her more than Lin Ming. "It's all thanks to your own hard work." "I didn't really do much," Lin Ming shook his head. 10 times of body tempering already, do you still want to continue?" he asked. "I want to try again," Su Lianxue replied, nodding firmly. Her goal had never been limited to 10 temperings. Now that she had come this far, naturally she wanted to push forward. At this moment, a surge of indescribable confidence welled up inside her. She believed she could complete the 11th tempering, surpass her limits, and ascend even higher. "All right," Lin Ming agreed with a nod. If his junior sister wanted to push further, as her senior brother, of course he would help. Besides, with Su Lianxue's talent, not allowing her to try would truly be a shame. "Tidy up. Let's go." Lin Ming turned around and strode toward the direction of the spirit boat. 5 days later, a massive city gradually came into view before them. Tianyuan City sat on the border of Yuan-Su Mountain. Once you passed the eastern gate, you were no longer within the mountain's domain. It had taken the two of them 15 or so days, traveling at full speed aboard an 8th-tier spirit boat, just to finally reach Tianyuan City. If he took the usual route on a regular spirit boat, it would take about a month to reach Tianyuan City. A round trip between Tianyuan City and the Wanxiang sect would be 3 months, and since he was only at the Lingtai stage, he could never scrape together that much time. Fortunately, that nominal master of his had already made arrangements. Tianyuan City. Entry fee is 5 lower-grade spirit stones per person. Lin Ming and Su Lianxue disembarked from their spirit boat outside Tianyuan City and walked in together. Tianyuan City was an affiliate power under Mount Yuanxiu. Its founder was a guest elder of Mount Yuanxiu, the Tianyuan swordsman who had reached the peak of the Bitter Sea realm. After paying the stones, the two entered the city without a hitch. "Senior brother, didn't you promise me a mask?" As they stepped onto the main avenue, Su Lianxue felt the eyes on her. Her pretty brows knit as she looked at Lin Ming and asked, "Maybe senior brother had a point when going out? She really should be wearing a mask." "I'll get you one later," Lin Ming said after a brief pause, smiling. He'd only been joking before, but Su Lianxue had taken it to heart. It seemed his junior sister really didn't like being stared at. After all, she was a peerless beauty. Of course she drew attention. It's just that being too pretty is sometimes nothing but trouble. Like right now. "Hey there, how about we get to know each other?" A sleazy-looking man lit up the moment he saw Su Lianxue. With a few cronies in tow, he blocked her path and grinned at her. The passers-by hurried to give them a wide berth. Quite a few shot Su Lianxue pitying looks. Such a gorgeous girl, she was probably about to be taken advantage of by that lot. This scene was all too familiar. Seeing this scene, Lin Ming slowly felt a vague sense of familiarity rising in his heart. He recalled that the last time he saw this person was at the Yuelu building, the son of the minister of the household department. Later, Lin Ming had also heard about him from a disciple under the master of the Demon Suppression Bureau. It was rumored that the man had been beaten half to death by his father and then expelled from Yanjing. No one knew exactly where he had been cast off to in the vast corners of the great Yin Empire. Originally, the minister of the household had even wanted to personally bring his son to apologize, but was stopped in his tracks by the Demon Suppression Bureau. Looking at the man before him now, judging from the expressions and whispers of the surrounding crowd, this guy was most likely a spoiled young master with some clout in Tianyuan City. Otherwise, the onlookers wouldn't have reacted this way. This beauty, Zhang Zhihui fixed his gaze on Su Lianxue. May I have the honor of treating you to a meal? He hadn't expected to run into such a rare beauty today, and naturally his mind started scheming. How could he possibly let such a chance slip through his fingers? Senior brother, Su Lianxue immediately turned to Lin Ming. When she couldn't make a decision, she instinctively sought him out. Right now, Lin Ming was her only reliable support. Let us go, Lin Ming replied, agreeing as soon as he saw his junior sister's silent plea. Without hesitation, he started walking past Zhang Zhihui, and Su Lianxue followed closely behind him. Zhang Zhihui's smile slowly faded. He gave a subtle hand signal, and several burly men stepped forward, blocking Lin Ming's path. Meanwhile, Zhang himself cut off Su Lianxue's escape route, his eyes shamelessly sweeping over her figure, glancing at Lin Ming only occasionally. Friends, aren't you giving Zhang Zhihui even a little face here? His tone carried a clear edge. Do you think you're that famous? Lin Ming stared back at him, his face expressionless. Truth be told, Lin Ming wasn't very familiar with Tianyuan City. He only knew of the so-called Tianyuan Sword Master, and that the city was known for mining a kind of stone called Lu Hui stone. As for everything else, he hadn't a clue. After all, this was Lin Ming's first time visiting the Heavenly Abyss City. Are you really that famous? This question caught Zhang Zhihui completely off guard, leaving him stunned for a moment. It was the first time he had ever encountered someone who didn't recognize him. After all, the Zhang family was one of the top 2 most powerful families in Heavenly Abyss City. Either these two were outsiders, or they were deliberately pretending not to know him. Either way, Lin Ming's attitude had already enraged Zhang Zhihui. The surrounding crowd was equally surprised, casting confused glances toward the pair. Could it be these two had some hidden background? You don't even know Master Zhang? Don't you know the Zhang family is the second most prestigious clan in Heavenly Abyss City? One of Zhang Zhihui's men, wearing a smug expression, stepped forward and sneered. The second most prestigious family? Since when did the Zhang family become number 2? I don't remember ever hearing that. A flippant voice rang out from the side. A man holding a folding fan in his hand strolled over slowly. As soon as he saw Su Lianxue, his eyes lit up and his pace quickened. In no time, he had arrived beside them. What a day both the number 1 and number 2 young wastrels of Heavenly Abyss City have shown up. Speak lower. Do you want to get yourself killed? If the Zhang family hears you, you'll be in serious trouble. What a shame for that girl, she's really beautiful. A wave of murmurs followed. Lin Ming didn't miss a word. Every whisper reached his ears. The top 2 young troublemakers of Heavenly Abyss City. The eldest brother of the current head of the Zhang family, once the 3rd disciple of the Heavenly Abyss Sword Sect. Zhang Zhihui was the youngest son of the current clan leader, arrogant, lecherous, and notorious for bullying others without restraint. The other man hailed from the Song family of Heavenly Abyss City, a descendant of the Song family's Grand Elder. Sure, here's a natural and stylistically appropriate English translation of the passage in a novel context, using American English tone and phrasing. The Zhang family also had a 4th disciple of the Heaven's Abyss Sword Sect named Song Xiaoya. His temperament was much like Zhang Zhihui's, so the two were often referred to together as the 2 most spoiled young masters in Heaven's Abyss City, neither clearly superior to the other. They were in luck this time. No sooner had they entered the city than they ran into these 2 playboys, both of whom had even set their eyes on their own junior martial sister. Well now, isn't this the young Master Song who was carried out of Drunken Blossoms after barely 15 minutes? Zhang Zhihui sneered as he saw the newcomer approach. Zhang Zhihui, I heard you were strung up on a beam and whipped all day half a month ago. Song Lin shot back. What? Did you heal so fast you forgot the pain? Song Lin's smile faded. If Zhang was going to call him out in public, he wasn't about to back down either. You're really asking for it, Song. Zhang Zhihui's face darkened with anger. Who's afraid of who? With your laughable strength, I could crush you with just one finger. Song Lin replied contemptuously. Fine, fine, fine. Looks like today I'll have to teach you a proper lesson in manners. Zhang Zhihui laughed bitterly in anger. In that case, We won't disturb you two any longer." Just then, a voice cut in at an awkward moment. Both men turned their gaze toward Lin Ming. "Let's go." Lin Ming glanced briefly at the two before walking past them and leaving without a second look. Su Lianxue followed closely behind him, departing as well. One of Zhang Zhihui's men started to step forward to block their path, but a single gesture from Zhang stopped him in his tracks. No one dared to move. With looks like that, even if you gathered every courtesan and drunken blossoms together, none could compare. Song Lin stared at Su Lianxue's retreating figure, a flicker of greed flashing in his eyes. "She's mine first, Song." Zhang Zhihui shot Song Lin a cold glance. Su Lianxue was his, and his alone. "You're saying she's yours first?" Song Lin sneered in contempt. "Of course, just like Yao Shu was." Zhang Zhihui laughed loudly, arrogantly, and without restraint. "Let me know if you'd like this adjusted for a specific tone, e.g., more dramatic, comedic, or action-packed." "I think you're asking for death." It was Song Lin whose expression darkened again, but the gloom quickly vanished. "I want that woman." With that, Song Lin left with his men. Zhang Zhihui could tell this was a declaration of war. Su Lianxue had become the prey in their little game, and now it was a contest to see who could claim her first. And Zhang Zhihui happily accepted the challenge. Last time, he had won. This time, the victor would still be him. He would never hand Su Lianxue over to anyone else. "Find out everything about those two," Zhang Zhihui ordered coldly. "Yes, boss," one of his men replied. The others nodded in agreement. They assumed the two weren't anyone important. If they were, they would have already heard something through the Zhang family's connections. After all, knowing their boss's style, the Zhang family wouldn't let him get involved with someone he wasn't supposed to mess with. What about the Plum Blossom Courtyard? A euphemism for a brothel or pleasure house? One of them asked cautiously. "Back off," Zhang Zhihui said, turning away. Originally, he had planned to pay a visit to the Plum Blossom Courtyard tonight and enjoy himself. But now, his mind was completely occupied by Su Lianxue. Other women didn't even register anymore. Meanwhile, Song Lin had already begun investigating Su Lianxue's background, preparing to make his move. After all, last time, the courtesan he had his eyes on ended up with Zhang Zhihui. This time, he would definitely not lose to Zhang Zhihui. Besides, Su Lianxue's beauty far surpassed that of the previous courtesan. He had no intention of letting her go. "Fellow disciple, we'll be staying in Tianyuan City for about 4 or 5 days," Lin Ming said to Su Lianxue. According to the information from the Grand Elder, the people from Wanxiang sect would arrive in Tianyuan City in about 4 or 5 days to discuss the purchase of Luwi stones with the city authorities. When the time comes, they'll head back to the Wanxiang sect with its people to visit Master's old friend. He was a little curious what the Wanxiang sect would use to get them back fast, hopefully not some bizarre contraption. Su Lianxue nodded as well. "Senior brother, those two just now were a pain," Su Lianxue said. "Those two wastrel disciples probably haven let it go. I'm afraid they'll keep coming after us in Tianyuan City. It's nothing serious, we've got someone backing us," Lin Ming said like it was no big deal. Just a pair of pampered brats. He didn't even put them on his radar. "As long as we make it clear we're disciples of Mount Yuanxiu, the trouble will drop off," Su Lianxue said. "Once we state our sect, a lot of hassle will dodge us. Remember, the Tianyuan swordsman is a guest elder of Mount Yuanxiu. Junior sister, that takes all the fun out of it," Lin Ming said with a wicked grin. This trip, they deliberately changed out of their sect robes just to see what interesting things they might run into. First thing after leaving, they ran into bandits. Then, upon entering Tianyuan City, they bumped into some spoiled young master who had eyes for junior sister. One thing after another. To Lin Ming, none of it even counted as trouble. Truth be told, Lin Ming hadn't wanted to go out at all. He'd rather stay at the sect basking in the sun, and slacking off life was nice and easy. This time, though, he'd been forced to leave. So he changed his tune. The more interesting this trip got, the better. "Senior brother, you've changed," Su Lianxue said, watching him. "I've changed. How?" "Got even more handsome, right?" Lin Ming touched his face without thinking. "You've gotten more narcissistic," Su Lianxue shot back. "That's not narcissism, that's confidence." Lin Ming quickly corrected with a smile. "Don't worry. Leave these two to me, your senior brother. I'll handle it." and everything will be fine," Lin Ming said with a chuckle. Su Lianxiu naturally wasn't worried about them getting into trouble. Forget those other clans, even if they were mentioned, they'd still have to bow before her and Lin Ming. After all, not only were they disciples of Yuanshu Mountain, but they were also apprentices of a Nirvana stage cultivator. The fact that the master of Zichen Peak had broken through to the Nirvana stage had been widely publicized by Yuanshu Mountain, and now nearly half the cultivation world knew about it. As apprentices of a Nirvana stage cultivator, practically no one dared to mess with them. Besides, her senior brother's cultivation wasn't as simple as it appeared on the surface. You could say he had a bit of a twisted sense of humor. As long as it didn't interfere with his cultivation, she didn't mind letting him do as he pleased. With that, Su Lianxue didn't say anything else. The two checked into a random inn in Tianyuan City, then wandered around the city aimlessly, looking for something delicious to eat or fun to do. Shopping didn't interest Su Lianxue much, so she continued focusing on her own cultivation. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Inside the Zhang estate. "Master, we couldn't find anything on the people you asked us to investigate," one man reported to Zhang Zhihui. Zhang Zhihui had even used the clan's resources to dig up information on Su Lianxue's background. Yet still, they couldn't uncover anything. At most, they found out when the pair had entered the city, where they had been staying the past 2 days, and their general movements around the city. "You useless idiot," Zhang Zhihui said coldly. "If even this much can't be uncovered, our clan's intelligence network is worse than I thought." But regardless, Zhang Zhihui had already made up his mind. No one could stop him from claiming Su Lianxue. At that moment, a young man walked in his face bearing a striking resemblance to Zhang Zhihui's. "Second brother, what brings you here today?" Zhang Zhihui smiled as he greeted Zhang Hanyang. "Father asked me to tell you that a few days from now, people from the Myriad Manifestation sect will arrive in Heavenly Abyss City. Until then, stay home and don't run around," Zhang Hanyang said coldly. "I see," Zhang Zhihui replied with a calm nod. After making himself clear, Zhang Hanyang turned and left without hesitation, no unnecessary words. "So the Myriad Manifestation sect is coming, huh? Looks like I need to get Su Lianxue under my wing before they arrive. If that guy Song Lin gets to her first, it'll be unbearable. But if even I couldn't find anything, then Song Lin won't find anything either." "This meat tastes great," Lin Ming said as he sat in a street-side restaurant, complimenting the dishes in front of him while eating. The dishes made from beast meat were indeed delicious. He was even thinking of sneaking a few cooking tips so he could recreate them later. "What a shame my junior sis couldn't come and try this." Lin Ming shook his head slightly. She never cared much for shopping or strolling around, preferring to stay behind at the inn and cultivate alone. She'd miss out on all this delicious food. Still, as her senior brother, he couldn't let her miss out completely. After all, these beast-based dishes might actually help Su Lianxue with her body-tempering cultivation. "Waiter, bring me another full set of everything. And pack it up to go," Lin Ming called out. "Coming right up, sir. Please wait a moment," the waiter replied cheerfully. Before long, Lin Ming stepped out of the restaurant, a box of food in hand. Just as he was about to head back to the inn, someone blocked his path again. "Excuse me, sir. Might I have a word?" Zhang Zhihui approached and greeted him. "Lord Zhang, what can I do for you?" Lin Ming looked at Zhang Zhihui, keeping his expression calm as he asked. From experience, Lin Ming didn't even need to think to know what this was about. 9 times out of 10 it was about Su Lianxue. "Now you know who the Zhang family is," Zhang Zhihui said with a slightly teasing tone. Now that the Zhang family's reputation was out, things would naturally become easier. "I know a little," Lin Ming replied with a smile. "If you know, why don't you introduce your junior sister to young Master Zhang?" A man behind them sneered, cutting in arrogantly. Lin Ming and the others had already been under their surveillance. They knew the two were staying at an inn. But Su Lianxue had remained inside the inn the entire time, never stepping foot outside, which put Zhang Zhihui in a bit of a bind. After all, that inn had some background connections, so he couldn't just barge in and demand to see her. However, he knew that Lin Ming often went out alone, so he decided to target him first. "Shut up," Zhang Zhihui snapped coldly. He turned his head and shot the man a glare. The moment that icy gaze landed on him, the man clamped his mouth shut, too scared to utter another word. "I'd like to get to know your junior sister." Would you mind introducing us? Zhang Zhihui said to Lin Ming with a smile. Sorry, young Master Zhang, but my junior sister isn't interested in meeting you, Lin Ming replied, shaking his head. Then, without another word, he walked past Zhang Zhihui and left. The smile on Zhang Zhihui's face froze. You're really not giving me any face, Zhang Zhihui said icily. In an instant, several of his men surrounded Lin Ming. Young Master Zhang, are you planning to start a fight in public? Lin Ming said with a smirk. I'm not that kind of person, Zhang Zhihui replied. Even though he had the Zhang family behind him, it didn't mean he could act recklessly in Tianyuan City. After all, the Zhang family hadn't yet reached a point where they could control everything with a single hand. If he actually dared to lay a hand on someone in public, his father would probably hang him from the ceiling beam and give him a thorough whipping. He'd never do anything that could backfire on himself. But that didn't mean he couldn't find ways to mess with Lin Ming. When it came to someone who didn't show him respect, he had plenty of tricks up his sleeve. Isn't that Master Zhang? Just then, a group of people in uniforms walked out and appeared before Zhang Zhihui and his men. The leader of the group wore a sly, fawning expression as he addressed Zhang. Perfect timing, Captain Wei. I suspect this man has ties to a demonic cultivator. Would you mind taking him in for questioning? As soon as Zhang saw them arrive, a smile crept across his face. He had just been thinking about how to mess with Lin Ming and deal with this uncooperative bastard. Demonic cultivator? Wei Tao's face immediately turned serious. But the people behind him weren't taking it seriously at all. Everyone knew exactly what kind of man their captain was, and they all understood what kind of person the Zhang heir really was. Tied to a demonic cultivator? With this young master's track record, actually discovering a demonic cultivator's trail? That was about as likely as the sun rising in the west. Many cast sympathetic glances at Lin Ming. Poor guy, no one even knew what he had done to offend Zhang Zhihui, and now he was being slapped with this kind of accusation. If there's a connection to demonic cultivators, you're coming with us for questioning, Wei Tao said, his expression turning grim. Some guy just says I'm involved with demonic cultivators, and that's supposed to be the truth? Lin Ming shot back. What a move, just slap that label on him like it's the real deal. Smooth play. Master Zhang is one of us from Tianyuan City. We won't treat the safety of Tianyuan lightly. Please come with us. If the investigation clears you of any connection to demonic cultivators, we'll release you. Wei Tao spoke with calm authority. In Lin Ming's eyes, this was nothing more than an excuse to lock someone up. Exactly. If you really had nothing to do with those devil cultivators, I'll personally apologize to you face to face, Zhang Zhihui said with a fake, insincere smile. In Tianyuan City, catching an outsider was actually way too easy. As for those so-called senior and junior fellow disciples, they were probably just random apprentices from some tiny, insignificant sect. What if I don't cooperate? Lin Ming replied calmly. Then that only makes you more suspicious. Wei Tao immediately shot back, his expression turning cold. Refusing to cooperate? Then we'll just pin the blame on you. Right now, everyone's on high alert searching for those devil cultivators. Better to mistakenly punish 100 than let one suspect slip away. Besides, since the accusation came directly from Zhang Zhihui, Wei Tao naturally had to make sure everything went off without a hitch. Listen, my friend, I suggest you cooperate. Going against Tianyuan City means going against Yuanshan Mountain itself. The man behind Zhang Zhihui, the one who had shown hostility toward Lin Ming earlier, chimed in. Crossing Tianyuan City meant burning every bridge with Yuanshan Mountain. Today, they had already decided Lin Ming was theirs to deal with. Fine, I'll go with you, Lin Ming said after a brief pause. For now, he'd play along. He wanted to see exactly what kind of tricks they had up their sleeves and just how deep the noble families had sunk their claws into Tianyuan City. Slapping a devil cultivator label on someone had clearly become routine. Make sure our guest is, well, taken care of, Zhang Zhihui said with a grin. Dealing with an outsider like you? No big deal at all. Take him. We're leaving, Wei Tao said, clearly understanding Zhang Zhihui's meaning. He ordered his men to keep a tight watch on Lin Ming and led him away. And just like that, for the first time since arriving in this world, Lin Ming found himself locked behind bars. Go deliver a message to that beauty of yours if she wants to save her senior brother. Tell her to come find me. Zhang, you really know how to play this game. The news had also reached Song Lin's side. They locked Lin Ming up in jail under the accusation of being a demonic cultivator, using that as leverage to threaten that beauty. How come I didn't think of that move myself? Big brother, we need to make our move too, or that beauty will end up in Zhang's hands. Someone beside him quickly said to Song Lin, "You guys send a message to that beauty. Tell her that her senior martial brother is under my protection, Song Lin. All she has to do is have one meal with me, and I guarantee her senior brother's safety." Song Lin replied coldly, "Zhang Zhihui can reach into the city patrol guards? I can do the same. Perfect. His move might actually help me get that beauty for myself." Just thinking about Su Lianshue's looks made Song Lin's blood boil with excitement. Back at the inn, "Senior brother, you just go and play around all you want." Su Lianshue replied, her expression blank. Moments ago, she had received messages from both Zhang Zhihui's and Song Lin's camps. They said Lin Ming was possibly involved with demonic cultivation and had already been thrown into prison. If she wanted to save her senior brother, she would have to bow to one of them. In response, Su Lianshue simply ignored everything as if she had seen nothing at all. No need to overthink it, it must have been something her senior brother did on purpose, probably just messing around out of boredom. With her senior brother's status, no one in the entire Tianyuan city would dare to touch him. It's just that he hadn't revealed his identity yet. Su Lianshue didn't care to figure out what scheme Lin Ming was up to. He could do whatever he wanted, as long as he didn't disturb her. She ignored those messages completely. Want me to submit? They weren't even close to being worthy of such a thing. Shoving all that aside, Su Lianshue focused once again on her cultivation. Inside the Tianyuan city prison, Lin Ming was thrown straight into a private cell. Not bad. They even gave me a private room. Lin Ming nodded slightly and muttered to himself. He thought he'd be crammed in with the other inmates, but he was actually given a single cell. Not bad, as far as treatment goes. If anyone is to blame, it's you went and crossed the Zhang clan's young master. Outside the door, one of the two city watchmen who brought Lin Ming and called out to him. "Oh, and what happens if you cross him?" Lin Ming asked, a touch curious. He wanted to see just what kind of consequences offending Zhang Zhihui would bring. "That's enough," the other guard cut in. He patted his companion on the shoulder, then turned and left. The first guard clamped his mouth shut and followed. Still, from the look on that guard's face, people who offended young Master Zhang didn't end well. "Kid, looks like you've pissed off Zhang Zhihui," came a voice, a bit world-weary, from the next cell, just as Lin Ming casually found a place to sit. "And what makes you so sure it's Zhang Zhihui?" Lin Ming shot back. "Because no one else can just toss people into the City Watch's lockup on a whim except that Zhang clan young master." A sharp voice chimed in from another cell. "What a pity. If you've provoked him, you'd better pray you make it out alive." "Hard to say. The last guy who crossed Zhang Zhihui came in here and supposedly hanged himself. Yeah, he was a young one too. Rumor has it someone set their sights on his Dao companion. He refused, so they slapped a trumped-up charge on him and threw him in here, worked him over for a few days. In the end, the Lin Ming's spiritual sense swept across the prisoners, scanning them. He found that most of them were at the body tempering or spirit drawing stage, with only one or two reaching the sea-opening realm overall, not very strong cultivators. Probably for similar reasons, Lin Ming said indifferently. "Then best of luck, kid," came a voice filled with schadenfreude. A mocking laugh followed, as if they had already foreseen Lin Ming's fate. Clearly, they expected him to end up just like that young man before taking his own life, never leaving this prison alive. "But what about you guys?" Lin Ming countered. "How did you end up locked up? What had these people actually done to be imprisoned here?" Most of them hesitated and mumbled, avoiding the question, though a few answered directly. Things like killing an enemy in broad daylight, or pickpocketing someone they shouldn't have messed with. Judging by it all, Lin Ming might very well be the only one here who was truly wrongfully imprisoned. The next second, the aroma of meat suddenly filled the air, spreading rapidly. The scent slowly enveloped the entire cell. "Kid, you actually brought food in here? Give me a bite." "Damn, that smells amazing. I haven't had anything decent in ages. The food in this hellhole isn't fit for humans, it's more like pig feed. Simon, share a little, just a taste." The food Lin Ming had brought instantly awakened everyone's hunger and desire. Originally, it had been meant for his junior sister, But now that he was in prison himself, she wouldn't he be able to enjoy it. It seemed he'd be the only one eating it after all. Speaking of Su Lianshua's safety, Lin Ming wasn't he worried at all. Even if she heard about his imprisonment, he doubted she'd even frown, let alone be intimidated or threatened by anyone. Most likely, his junior sister was still peacefully cultivating somewhere. Everyone, to be honest, my time here is probably short. So I want to be sharing this with you, Lin Ming said with a smile. Simon kid, don't talk like that. What if you really do manage to walk out of here alive? Yeah, we're all in this together. If someone else got something good, we should all get to enjoy it. Kid, if you really end up dead, who else gonna help you once we're out of here? Lin Ming couldn't care less. He kept his head down and ate his food. That drained the last of their patience, and they started taking turns cursing him. You deserve to get thrown in here. I'm gonna watch you die. Just you wait, you little bastard, they'll teach you a lesson. Who the hell knows where you crawled out from? Your grandpa is gonna watch you die, so don't come begging later. You piece of shit, trying to bait your grandpa with crap like that. Their mouths got filthier by the minute. Lin Ming remained calm, as if he hadn't heard a word, eating at his own pace. City Lord's mansion, Tianyuan City. Senior brother, has Master still not come out of seclusion? A woman looked at the middle-aged man in front of her and asked. Not yet. Jize shook his head. Master had stayed in seclusion, seeking to step into the other shore realm. But the other shore realm isn't something you reach easily. Master had been shut away for 50 years now. If Jize didn't have a way to confirm Master was safe, he would suspected failure. People from the Wanxiang sect will arrive in 3 days, Qin Lu said. As for the Wanxiang sect, junior sister, you can receive them this time, Jize said after a glance at Qin Lu. Third junior brother and fourth junior brother along with their families are getting more and more out of line, Qin Lu said, worry showing on her face. Ever since Master went into seclusion, those two and the clans behind them have grown increasingly unruly. It's been especially obvious these last 10 years. I know, Jize said, expressionless. Since Master shut himself away, almost everything in Tianyuan City has fallen on his shoulders. He knows the city's situation inside and out. Come to think of it, there were indeed things he couldn't do anything about. But those two and their families were stretching their hands a bit too far. It was time to teach them a lesson. Oh, and regarding the warning from Yuanshu Mountain, I'll leave that to you, senior, said Jize. Of course, Yuanshu Mountain had already informed them about the matter with the demonic cultivators. They had also specifically reminded them about the situation in Tianyuan City, which sat on the edge of their territory. Naturally, Tianyuan City took the warning seriously. When it came to matters involving demonic cultivators, there was no room for carelessness. If there really were hidden demonic cultivators in Tianyuan City, trouble would inevitably fall on their heads. I understand. Qin Lu nodded and replied. With that, she turned and walked out of the grand hall, leaving Jize alone inside. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Ming had been locked up in the prison for 2 whole days, and in that time, no guards had come to torment him. That's strange. Isn't this kid supposed to have offended Master Zhang's son? Why hasn't anyone come after him? Very odd indeed. Could it be that Master Zhang's son has changed his style and decided to just leave him hanging for a few days? Either way, this kid is as good as dead. There's no way he's walking out of here alive. Though they found it odd that Lin Ming hadn't been tortured yet, they still believed he was doomed. With the temper of Master Zhang's son, there was no way Lin Ming would survive. This is getting really boring. Lin Ming leaned against the wall, wearing a look of pure boredom. He had spent the past 2 days waiting for the so-called torment to arrive. And yet, nothing happened. It was getting a little too dull. I think it's time I left. He stood up and stretched lazily. The timing was about right. The people from Wanxiang sect should be arriving soon. He couldn't afford to waste any more time here. Besides, there were still a few scores he needed to settle. He couldn't have come all this way to just sit around doing nothing. Lin Ming stood up, walked to the jail cell door, and with a casual slap, the door flew open. He strode out without hesitation. The commotion naturally drew the attention of everyone nearby. Escaping? Is this kid trying to run? Kid, you're practically asking for death, trying to escape from here. Looks like this rich boy's had enough of life. Lin Ming's actions were shocking, and at the same time, amounted to a death sentence. Everyone knew that Tianyuan City had an extremely strict policy regarding escape attempts. Anyone caught fleeing would be sentenced to death, no exceptions. In their eyes, if Lin Ming hadn't tried to escape, he might still have a sliver of hope. But now he chose to run. That was practically signing his own death warrant. Escaping? You're just asking for it. The guards were startled by his actions, quickly drawing their weapons and blocking his path. They didn't know much about this man. All they knew was that he had angered Zhang Zhihui. But there were also rumors that Liu family's young master wanted to protect him. That left some members of the city patrol in a difficult position. So they had decided to leave him alone for now and not provoke him. But now the situation was different. By attempting to escape, he was openly defying the city patrol, even the entire Tianyuan city. They couldn't just let Lin Ming walk away. Still, this wasn't a decision they could make alone. But before anyone could act, Lin Ming dashed to one of the guards in the blink of an eye, knocked him out cold. Dealing with guards who were only at the body tempering or spirit drawing stages was like child's play to him. One by one, he knocked them all out. The guards didn't even have a chance to resist. Just who the hell are you? Seeing the situation spiral, someone panicked and shouted at Lin Ming. Bring me someone who can actually talk, Lin Ming replied calmly. These guards weren't worth talking to. Escape, kill him on sight. Suddenly, someone burst through the door, swinging a blade straight down at Lin Ming with full force. Lin Ming stepped forward, raised 2 fingers, and blocked the strike effortlessly. What? Luo Mingyu's heart jolted. He tried to pull his sword back, but found he couldn't budge it at all. The blade wouldn't move an inch, as if his strength had completely abandoned him. In that moment, Luo Mingyu realized this man was no ordinary opponent. Who exactly are you? He asked calmly. Even if the other man was stronger, he still had the backing of the Heaven Abyss City. Piercing second heaven, not bad at all, but still not enough to pull this off. Lin Ming flicked his finger, and the sword flew back with a clang. The force sent Luo Mingyu stumbling several steps backward, leaning against the wall to steady himself. He's not a match at all. Luo Mingyu finally understood he absolutely couldn't beat this man. Could he be a cultivation realm expert? The thought flashed through his mind and vanished just as quickly. Go get someone who can actually talk to me. I'll wait right here, Lin Ming replied indifferently. Luo Mingyu didn't say another word. He turned and left. The remaining guards watched him cautiously, none daring to step closer, only observing from behind the prison bars. He's no ordinary opponent. Lin Ming's display of power had stunned everyone in the cell block, and they all knew Luo Mingyu wasn't weak by any means. If even Luo Mingyu couldn't stand against him, just how powerful was this man? So what if he's strong? This is Heaven Abyss City. Someone scoffed. No matter how powerful Lin Ming was, this was still Heaven Abyss City, guarded by a sword master at the peak of the Bitter Sea realm. His 5 disciples were all stationed here, and even the weakest among them was a high-level cultivation realm expert. In their eyes, Lin Ming's fate had long been sealed. It was only a matter of time. Before long, Luo Mingyu returned, followed closely by a middle-aged man with a stern expression. The man was none other than Sun Xiuwen, the chief inspector of the city patrol and also a cultivator at the Lingtai stage. And you are who exactly? Sun Xiuwen was about to speak, but stopped himself mid-sentence. Lin Ming simply pulled out a token, holding it up in front of Sun Xiuwen for a moment. Sun Xiuwen, chief inspector of the city patrol of Tianyuan City, pays respects to the senior disciple from Yuanshu Mountain. A senior disciple from Yuanshu Mountain? As soon as those words left his mouth, everyone around froze. All eyes immediately turned to Lin Ming. This person is actually a senior disciple from Yuanshu Mountain? Could that really be true? How could someone from Yuanshu Mountain end up locked in a prison? That's a joke, right? Some of the prisoners doubted Lin Ming's identity. Aren't you going to verify it? Lin Ming said with a slight smirk. Sun Xiuwen hesitated for a moment. Then, Lin Ming tossed the token toward him. Instinctively, Sun Xiuwen caught it and began inspecting it closely. It was genuine, no doubt about it. This was truly a token from Yuanshu Mountain, proof that the man before him was indeed a disciple of the mountain. And whoever could produce such a token was certainly no ordinary disciple. But then how had he ended up in prison? That was the question puzzling Sun Xiuwen. Though filled with questions, Sun Xiuwen still returned the token with a respectful gesture. This entire exchange, of course, didn't he go unnoticed? Especially by the other prisoners in the cell, they were visibly unsettled. After all, just a few days ago, they had been hurling insults at Lin Ming. Now that they knew he was a disciple from Yuanshu Mountain, someone far beyond their reach, panic began to stir. How exactly did you come to be here, sir? Sun Shouwen composed himself and finally asked. Sure, here's a natural and contextually appropriate English translation of the passage in a novel-style tone, using American English expression and idioms where suitable. Let's talk outside first. Lin Ming finally spoke up. After you, Sun Shouwen replied, catching on to Lin Ming's meaning. This place is full of loose-lipped criminals. I don't much care for their kind of tongue, Lin Ming said, turning back as they reached the door. Then he stepped out. I'm leaving this matter to you, Sun Shouwen immediately said to Luo Mingyu. Understood, Luo Mingyu responded, snapping back to focus. Just moments ago, he had gone after one of the upper cultivators from Yuanshu Mountain. That had left him shaken for a moment. He could only hope that the upper cultivator wouldn't hold a grudge. Otherwise, his future was as good as ruined. But his master's words just now gave Luo Mingyu a faint glimmer of hope. Luo Mingyu turned and strode into the prison cell, glaring at the criminals inside with cold fury. Those locked up felt a chill run through them. That damn woman, she really knows how to slap a face that's been handed to her. Inside the Zhang residence, Zhang Zhihui spoke with a menacing look on his face. That woman had been holed up in the inn the entire time, not even moving like she didn't give a damn about her senior martial brother. It was starting to piss Zhang Zhihui off. On top of that, Song Lin, that useless piece of trash, had even pulled in the Song family's influence and still failed to squeeze any useful information out of Lin Ming from inside the jail. That just made his anger boil even more. His patience was slowly running out. Every woman he'd ever set his eyes on had never kept him waiting this long. Go tell Wei Tao to take care of that idiot who doesn't know when he's beaten, Zhang Zhihui said coldly. Don't worry about the Song family this time. If he pulls it off, I'll make sure he gets promoted higher in the city patrol office. Understood. At the Song estate. This woman just listened to reason. Song Lin groaned, slumped back in his chair as several beautiful maids massaged his shoulders and peeled fruit for him. Su Lianxue had ignored him completely and treated Zhang Zhihui with the same icy indifference. He caressed Su Lianxue, intentionally setting up a balance of power between them in order to protect his senior apprentice brother. But her actions had finally worn out even Song Lin's patience. He had no interest in continuing this charade with Su Lianxue any longer. If that was the case, then he'd make her senior brother suffer a little, force her to make a decision quickly. What he didn't expect was that Su Lianxue didn't care about them at all. Perhaps she had already forgotten them entirely. Huangqing doesn't need to protect that person anymore, Song Lin said coldly. Understood. After receiving the order, the man immediately turned and left. The courtyard was now left with only Song Lin and a few exceptionally beautiful maids. Song Lin casually pulled one of them into his arms. For a moment, passion filled the air. Master Lin, why were you thrown into prison? Sun Shouwen looked at Lin Ming sitting on the chair and asked again. That is something you'll have to ask someone here named Wei Tao. Lin Ming replied with a smile. Bring Wei Tao here immediately, Sun Shouwen said grimly. This was no small matter. If handled poorly, he might lose his position in the city patrol office. There were plenty of people waiting to take his place. Therefore, he had to get this right. He absolutely could not allow this Master Lin to hold any grudge against him. Soon, Wei Tao was brought in. Wei Tao was puzzled. Why had the director summoned him? Could it be that the Zhang family was making arrangements for his promotion? But as soon as he stepped into the room and saw Lin Ming seated at the main seat with Sun Shouwen beside him, his face changed completely. Could it be that he had arrested the wrong person? Still, Wei Tao forced himself to keep a composed expression and stepped forward respectfully. Greetings, Director. Wei Tao bowed to Sun Shouwen. Wei Tao, why did you arrest him? Sun Shouwen asked coldly, his tone sharp. That only confirmed to Wei Tao that Lin Ming's identity was no ordinary one. Chief, Zhang Zhihui concluded this man had ties to demonic cultivators. For the safety of Tianyuan City, I had him thrown into the cells. Right then and there, Wei Tao shoved the blame onto Zhang Zhihui. What a joke. How could a cultivator of Yuanshu Mountain have anything to do with demonic cultivators? Sun Xiuwen said in a low voice. Zhang Zhihui's pampered disciple. He really had no idea what that spoiled brat amounted to. Tying him to demonic cultivators was just a convenient excuse. Sun Xiuwen wasn't he buying it? A senior cultivator of Yuanshu Mountain. This man is actually a senior from Yuanshu Mountain. Wei Tao's knees went weak, he almost collapsed on the spot. Was Zhang Zhihui setting him up? If he'd known the man was a senior of Yuanshu Mountain, he wouldn't have dared throw Lin Ming into a cell in a million years. That bastard Zhang Zhihui had screwed him over, good and proper. Right now, Wei Tao wanted nothing more than to cut Zhang Zhihui down. Sir, I truly didn't know. Wei Tao's voice trembled. Take him away. Lock him up. Sun Xiuwen said coldly. Didn't he know? Doesn't he matter? As chief of the city patrol division, he knew some of his men had ties to those so-called clans, some even planted by them. Sometimes he turned a blind eye, sometimes he was helpless. There were people he really couldn't afford to offend. But this time was different. They dragged Yuanshu Mountain into it. He could use this as a pretext to purge the city patrol and take it firmly back into his own hands. Senior, I'll make this right for you. Sun Xiuwen turned to Lin Ming and said, Are you sure you can afford to deliver on that? Lin Ming looked at Sun Xiuwen with a hint of amusement. The Zhang clan's young master's backing turned out to be a disciple of the Tianyuan sword master. Would they really sit by and watch one of their own get hauled off by the city patrol? From what Lin Ming had picked up these past few days, that lot was fiercely protective. In Tianyuan City, the Zhang family usually handled their own affairs, which had bred a sense of recklessness among some of its members. Zhang Zhihui had become the representative figure of the Zhang family. This matter, the city patrol supervisor probably wouldn't be able to explain clearly. This explanation I can take care of personally to the upper realm. Sun Xiuwen said seriously. With anyone else, he might indeed be powerless, just like with that young man who had committed suicide in prison previously. Only after the young man's death had Sun finally pieced together the entire story. But that young man had covered his tracks too well, leaving Sun no choice but to punish a few prison guards. As for dealing with Zhang Zhihui, he really had no way in. But now, things had changed. Zhang Zhihui had provoked Lin Ming, and in doing so, had also crossed people from Yuanshan. And those from Yuanshan weren't ordinary disciples people Zhang couldn't afford to mess with. Besides, Sun himself wanted to use Lin Ming's hand to help the city lord properly deal with these arrogant bastards. These people could hardly be considered true masters of Tianyuan City. Then I'll give you that chance. Lin Ming nodded. He could roughly guess Sun Xiuwen's intentions. Lin didn't feel like exposing his little scheme. He was actually curious to see how this drama would play out. Ending it now would be too boring. There's also someone named Song Lin, include him too. Lin Ming added. As for Song Lin, there was no way he'd forget him. That guy had targeted his junior martial sister and kept harassing her. Naturally, Lin Ming wanted to settle the score on her behalf. Yes, upper realm. Sun Xiuwen nodded in agreement. So it seems Song Lin had somehow offended Lin Ming at some point. From Sun's perspective, this was actually a good thing. The Song family and the Zhang family had never been particularly close anyway. Don't reveal my identity for now, Lin Ming continued. He wanted to see just how arrogant these people could still be. Yes. Sun Xiuwen immediately understood what Lin Ming meant. He then left the Suncheng Sea with his men. This time, he decided to go in person to bring those people in. Otherwise, it would be hard to invite the young masters from those two families into the Suncheng Sea. How could I let my junior sister miss out on such a great show? Lin Ming said with a smile. As for the upcoming chaos, Lin Ming thought it was best his junior sister witness it herself. It was definitely not something to miss. Zhang Manor. Damn it. Zhang Zhihui wore a frown as he shouted in anger. He had been confined to the manor. Just because the Wanxiang sect had arrived, his family feared he'd cause trouble and locked him in. Did they really think he was an idiot who'd go picking fights with anyone? The Wanxiang sect was one of the top sects, standing shoulder to shoulder with Yuanshan. Only a lunatic would dare provoke them. At this moment, all he could think about was Su Lianxue. That beautiful woman had to be his. There was no way he'd let that good-for-nothing Song Lin get his hands on her. If it hadn't been for that useless bastard interfering, he probably would have already won her over. Once this was over and she was his, he'd make sure to teach that loser a proper lesson. Send Guzi and the others to watch the inn. Don't give Song Lin that good-for-nothing a chance to interfere, Zhang Zhihui said impatiently. Just to be safe, he needed to prepare a backup plan. There was no way he'd let Song Lin succeed. Yes, sir. Upon hearing the order, the man turned and left. You go? Call Xiao Tao and the others over here. Zhang Zhihui turned to a maid and gave the instruction. Yes, master. The maid replied in a similarly expressionless tone. Just then, a young man walked in. Master, the master has asked to see you. Why would he call for me? I haven't caused him any trouble lately, Zhang Zhihui muttered, stepping back slightly. His backside still ached faintly at the memory. Even though his wounds had long healed thanks to medicinal pills, whenever he heard or saw his father, Zhang Zhihui's body would instinctively react. Someone from the city patrol came by, saying they were here for the young master. The city patrol? Dad can brush them off. Why drag me into it? Zhang Zhihui said it with a show of indifference. He thought it was something major, turns out it was just the city patrol. Zhang Zhihui had never taken the city patrol seriously. Didn't think they had the standing to tell him what to do? Just give them a perfunctory response and be done with it. The old master wants the young master to come over. Fine. I know. Zhang Zhihui answered with a sour look. Obviously, he understood he no longer had the option to refuse. Still, it was just for show, at worst a waste of time. He didn't believe a piddling city patrol could do anything to him. He followed Zhang San to the Zhang family's main hall, where he met the chief of the city patrol. He toned it down a notch in front of his father and the chief. He had to put on a bit of decorum. Father. Chief. Zhang Zhihui offered the greeting. Yes, right here. If you want to take him, take him. Zhang Yuqing said it without expression. Take me? Zhang Zhihui froze, wondering if he misheard. His father was actually letting Sun Xiuan take him away? How was that even possible? Wasn't this supposed to be just for show? How did it turn into him being taken in? Was his own father really handing him over? For a moment, panic flickered across his face. Father, since this involves demonic cultivation, have the chief investigate thoroughly. Zhang Yuqing cut him off and turned to Sun Xiuan. Then thank you for your cooperation, Patriarch Zhang. Sun Xiuan said with a smile. Young Master Zhang, please come with us. Sun Xiuan glanced at his men, and two officers stepped forward and pinned Zhang Zhihui's arms. I won't trouble the Patriarch any further. With that, Sun Xiuan turned and led his people away. Father, help me. Father, Zhang Zhihui shouted at the top of his lungs. He was completely panicking now. No one had expected his own father would hand him over to the city patrol division. After all, his father had always protected him before, so why had he turned on him this time? You good for nothing. As soon as Sun Xiuan left, Zhang Yuqing's face darkened. Bring that useless son of mine over here. Zhang Yuqing ordered Zhang San. Yes, sir. In no time, the two young men who had been following Zhang Zhihui were dragged in and pushed to their knees. They stared nervously at Zhang Yuqing, visibly shaken and unsure what to do. Tell me exactly what happened. How did this ungrateful brat get mixed up with a demonic cultivator? Zhang Yuqing asked coldly. It was like this: the young master had his eye on a certain girl. One of the two men spoke up, summarizing the situation as briefly as he could. The next moment, both were sent flying backward from the force of Zhang Yuqing's aura. They died instantly. Useless. All of this just for a woman. Zhang Yuqing's expression turned even darker. As for those two, well, they were dead now. They were nothing but insignificant ants anyway. This ungrateful son of his had recklessly accused someone of being a demonic cultivator just for a woman. Under normal circumstances, even if such an accusation had been made, it might have been overlooked. But now, with Yuan Su Mountain cracking down hard, anyone even suspected of being connected to demonic cultivation would be thoroughly investigated. From the moment he had heard his son report someone as a demonic cultivator, something had felt off. With a son like this, even if a demonic cultivator stood right in front of him, he wouldn't have been able to recognize them. My son. At that moment, a middle-aged noblewoman stormed in. How could you let the city patrol take my son away? Since when does the city patrol have authority over our Zhang family? Her face twisted with anger and sorrow, her voice almost breaking as she confronted Zhang Yuqing. Who do you think turned him into this spoiled brat? You've been indulging him every single day. Zhang Yuqing furrowed his brows and glanced at the middle-aged woman before barking at her sharply. If you keep talking like this, he is still your son? Isn't? Are you really going to let the city patrol take him away? My son, he is really going to suffer now. The middle-aged woman remained sobbing and pitiful in her demeanor. People from the Zhang family still don't need the city patrol meddling in their affairs, Zhang Yuqing replied in a low, firm voice. That was no exaggeration. Even if someone from the Zhang family had committed a crime, the city patrol still had no authority to get involved. The reason was obvious. His elder brother was the third disciple of the Heaven Abyss Swordmaster. That alone was more than enough clout. Yet Sun Xiuwen had actually brought men to his doorstep, forcibly taking his son away without even giving him a chance to negotiate. Zhang Yuqing didn't buy the excuse about the matter of the demonic cultivator one bit. Sun Xiuwen was part of the City Lord's faction, openly supporting the eldest disciple of the Heaven Abyss Swordmaster. Could it be that Sun had acted with the eldest disciple's silent approval? Was it possible that the eldest disciple was finally making his move against them? Looks like he'd need to pay his older brother a visit soon. He had to tread carefully around anything that threatened the Zhang family. The same scene was playing out at the Song household. After Sun Xiuwen had taken Zhang Zhihui away, he had gone straight to the Song estate. He stood there with an unyielding stance, demanding to take Song Lin with him. Head of the Song family, I must take this person today, Sun Xiuwen said bluntly, without an ounce of politeness. Who do you think you are, Sun Xiuwen? You're not qualified to give orders in the Song family's affairs. An older man interjected before the head of the Song family could even speak. Silence. Song Yutong snapped loudly. His eyes had locked onto Zhang Zhihui, standing behind Sun Xiuwen. That was Zhang Yuqing's son. Did that mean Zhang Yuqing had already given in? Director son, I've brought the rebellious brat myself. Do with him as you please, said the Song family's grand elder, stepping forward at that moment. Without hesitation, he personally brought Song Lin out and handed him directly over to Sun Xiuwen. As the one at the center of it all, Song Lin looked especially flustered. After he saw Zhang Zhihui, the feeling that something was wrong only grew stronger. What on earth happened? Why was Zhang Zhihui being taken away too? I have to say, Elder Song is quite reasonable. Sun Xiuwen gave a faint smile and flicked his hand. The men behind him stepped forward and took Song Lin away on the spot. If anything comes up, you can find me at the city patrol. With that, Sun Xiuwen turned and left with his people. Patriarch, is he trying to make a move against us? Song Yushan asked in a steady voice. With his good-for-nothing son being taken away, Song Yushan didn't get too worked up. What he cared about was Sun Xiuwen's attitude and the fact that Zhang Zhihui had been dragged into this. In other words, Sun Xiuwen had first taken Zhang Zhihui from the Zhang family, then come straight to the Songs. As for the he Song Yushan meant, it wasn't Sun Xiuwen. He meant the city lord. He figured that without an order from the city lord, Sun Xiuwen wouldn't dare move against both families so easily. I'll go see my uncle, Song Yutong replied in a low voice. He was thinking the same thing as Song Yushan. If this really involved the city lord, it was out of their hands. City Lord's manor. Jizai sat cross-legged atop the pool. Concentric ripples spread across the water beneath his feet. Just then, Qin Lu walked in. Sensing her arrival, Jizai slowly opened his eyes, rose, and walked over across the surface of the water. Senior brother, are you going to make a move against the Zhang and Song families? Qin Lu asked. She had just received word that Sun Xiuwen had personally led men to make arrests at both the Zhangs and the Songs. That made her immediately wonder if her senior brother intended to strike at the two families. Why would you say that, junior sister? Jizai frowned and spoke. He did want to teach those two junior brothers and the clans behind them a lesson, just not yet. Sun Xiuwen took some men and went to the Zhang and Song families to make arrests. He has taken them to the city patrol office. Qin Lu said bluntly. Judging from Jizai's expression, it didn't seem like it was his order. Could it be that Sun Xiuwen acted on his own? Sun Xiuwen? What does he think he's doing? Jizai said, clearly confused. He didn't recall giving Sun Xiuwen any such command. I don't know. Qin Lu shook her head. If it wasn't ordered by her senior, then there must be something really going on with the Zhang and Song families for Sun Xiuwen to take action like this. The problem was they hadn't received any related reports at all. That was suspicious. Let us go to the city patrol office, Jizai said. No matter what had happened, Sun Xiuwen's actions could easily raise suspicions in his juniors. So Jizai felt it necessary to go there in person. Meanwhile, Lin Ming had returned to the city patrol office with Su Lianxue. The two waited quietly for Sun Xiuwen to come back. It would be interesting if Sun Xiuwen hadn't brought back a single prisoner. Su Lianxue found her senior's behavior a bit dull, but she still respected him as her senior martial brother. Besides, considering that top-grade blood chi pill, she didn't feel like arguing much. Junior sister, you should relax once in a while. Work and rest must go hand in hand, Lin Ming said to her. Senior brother, don't use that as an excuse just because your cultivation is lower. Su Lianxue glanced at him. Since she was at the body tempering stage, she naturally acknowledged that her senior had reached the spirit terrace stage. Careful or master will expel you from Zichen Peak. No, master would never do that. Lin Ming shook his head. Her so-called master wasn't the type to act rashly. Besides, by the time that happened, he would definitely break through his cultivation within the given time. It was really nothing to worry about. Senior, the office head has brought the prisoners back and asked me to come invite you over. At that moment, an officer from the city patrol entered and spoke to Lin Ming and the other person. He couldn't help but glance at Su Lianxue several times. Well, Director's son, you certainly acted fast, Lin Ming replied with a smile. He was surprised that the two had already been brought back so soon. It was clear that Sun Xiuwen was very efficient. Disciple, let's go meet these two honored guests. Do you two know why I had you brought here? Sun Xiuwen stared at them, placing a slight emphasis on the word invited. Director's son, have I offended someone from the city patrol? Song Lin asked quietly. Thinking it over, he couldn't recall doing anything that might have caused trouble recently. Besides, this was the first time Director's son himself had come looking for him. Director's son, that man is definitely connected to a demonic cultivator, Zhang Zhihui said confidently. At this point, he had no choice but to keep framing Lin Ming. He was determined to tie Lin Ming to the demonic sect. Truth be damned. Only this way could his family possibly help him get out of this mess. He refused to believe his family would abandon him so easily. Demonic cultivator? Which one of your dog eyes saw me with a demonic cultivator? Lin Ming's voice rang from outside the main hall. Moments later, Lin Ming entered the hall with Su Lianxue. His gaze fell on Zhang Zhihui and Song Lin. Demonic cultivator? Just as expected, the young master of the Zhang family still had that same stubborn mouth. Director's son, how could you release someone who's suspected of being a demonic cultivator? Zhang Zhihui's heart jolted when he saw Lin Ming walk in. Judging from his appearance, it seemed the city patrol had let him go. Zhang Zhihui, since you claim this person is a demonic cultivator, then explain yourself. Why do you accuse him of being one? Director's son said gravely. He wanted to see just how far this young master of the Zhang family would go with his lies, even daring to accuse a disciple from Yuanshu Mountain. Now, Zhang Zhihui found himself in a tight spot. Since the whole thing was nothing but his fabrication, he had no real grounds to claim Lin Ming was a demonic cultivator. In the past, he never had to waste words defending such accusations. Just slap a label on someone, and others would deal with the rest. But now that he was expected to explain himself, he simply lacked the ability to make himself clear. Still, there was no way Zhang Zhihui was going to admit he was just making things up now that he'd started this. He had no choice but to see it through. If Zhihui is certain this man is a demonic cultivator, he must have his reasons. Suddenly, a deep, steady voice came from outside. At the sound of the voice, Zhang Zhihui's face lit up with relief. He turned his head and saw a middle-aged man walk in. Big uncle, Zhang Zhihui called out. The man was indeed his uncle Zhang Yuquan, the third disciple of Sword Saint Master Tianyuan. Zhang Yuquan gave Zhang Zhihui a cold glance before shifting his gaze toward Lin Ming and the others. His eyes lingered briefly on Su Lianxue before moving on to Sun Xiuwen. Vice City Lord Zhang, are you here to interfere with my patrol division's affairs? Sun Xiuwen replied firmly. The Sword Saint Master had 5 disciples total. Jizhe was the eldest and currently the city lord of Tianyuan City. The other 3 became vice city lords, governing the city together with Jizhe. Zhang Zhihui was one of them. Meanwhile, the patrol division reported directly to Jizhe, so technically, Zhang Zhihui had no authority over it. Yet given the way Zhang Zhihui was acting now, it was obvious he intended to get involved. Just as expected, their influence was spreading further and further. I'm not here to interfere with the patrol division, Zhang Yuquan said with a slight smile. But since this concerns a demonic cultivator, We should proceed with caution. His words were clearly a message to Sun Xiuan. He would be getting involved, one way or another. Indeed, matters involving demonic cultivators must be handled carefully. Then, another voice came from the doorway as someone else stepped inside. Fourth uncle. As soon as the newcomers arrived, Song Lin let out a sigh of relief. For a moment, he had almost thought his clan was about to abandon him, but thankfully, that wasn't the case. Besides, this matter wasn't even really his fault. A cultivator of the demonic path? Where did that accusation even come from? He hadn't wronged Lin Ming at all. In fact, he had even arranged for someone from his family to be stationed in the city patrol division to protect Lin Ming. So how did this end up being pinned on him? A flash of resentment flickered through Song Lin's eyes. Song Yushan entered the room with a solemn expression, his gaze immediately landing on Zhang Yuquan. Zhang Yuquan gave him a slight nod, then turned his attention directly to Sun Xiuan. As for Song Lin, he was simply ignored outright. For such a hopeless troublemaker, one who couldn't even stand on his own 2 feet, Zhang Yuquan naturally saw no reason to get involved. Still, this incident might become an opportunity for his eldest senior brother to use against them and the clan. If that happened, there was no way he could just sit back and do nothing. At the same time, he himself could make use of this situation, and it seemed his third senior brother had the same idea. Although the two of them didn't always get along, they could temporarily find common ground on this matter. Sun Xiuan was somewhat surprised, yet not entirely, at the arrival of the 2 men. After all, this time he had come personally to arrest someone with a rather forceful attitude. It was only natural that the 2 would grow alert. Sun Xiuan also glanced briefly at Lin Ming. Seeing the calmness on his face, he felt somewhat reassured. Third senior brother, fourth senior brother, what wind blew you 2 to the city patrol division? Jize arrived shortly after. He had come with Qin Lu and now stood in the main hall. Senior brother, second senior sister. Zhang Yuquan and Song Yushan greeted Jize and Qin Lu. This matter involves a demonic cultivator. I believe we should take it seriously, Zhang Yuquan said gravely. A demonic cultivator? Who discovered one this time? Jize immediately turned to Sun Xiuan and asked, how come Sun Xiuan didn't report this to me and took action on his own? This left Jize feeling somewhat displeased. Lord City Governor, it was Zhang Jiehua's disciple, Zhang Zhihui, who initially suspected this man of colluding with a demonic cultivator. However, after investigation, there's no evidence of any connection. Sun Xiuan replied directly. But this only made Jize even more dissatisfied. If they had already confirmed that the man had no ties to the demonic cultivator, then by all logic, he should have been released. So why go to the Zhang and Song families to apprehend people in the first place? It wasn't that they couldn't make arrests at their homes, but Jize didn't want any unnecessary trouble at this time. If they were to deal with these families, it should wait until after this tense period had passed. Right now, he didn't want any chaos arising in Tianyuan City. Therefore, Jize still held some resentment towards Sun Xiuan's decision. Wait a moment. Zhang Yuquan suddenly spoke up. As for the matter regarding the demonic cultivator, how can we just let it drop so easily? Zhang Yuquan continued. Since things had escalated to this point, Zhang Yuquan was determined to make the most of this opportunity. You say there's no issue, can it really be that simple? If my nephew says this man has ties to a demonic cultivator, then he must have seen something, Zhang Yuquan said, turning to look at Zhang Zhihui. Exactly, uncle. This person definitely has something to do with the demonic cultivator. Zhang Zhihui immediately jumped in, fully understanding his uncle's intent. He cast a smug glance toward Lin Ming and the other man. Now that his uncle was stepping in, these 2 were surely headed for a bad end. Senior brother Zhang makes a valid point. Zhihui isn't the type to make things up. Song Lin quickly chimed in. As soon as those words left his mouth, many people present couldn't help but slightly wince. They could only pretend to believe such a blatant lie. As for the reputations of these 2 spoiled disciples, even City Governor Jize had heard something about them. Therefore, he advised Zhang Yuquan to discipline his own disciples properly. As for Song Lin's flattery, not a single word of it could be trusted. From those words, Jize understood, just as he suspected, his 2 junior brothers were indeed working together. What exactly are they planning to do? Jize asked aloud. Dig into this guy's background and get to the bottom of it, Zhang Yuquan replied, glancing toward Lin Ming. So he wasn't a demonic cultivator after all? Then they might as well label him a suspect linked to demonic cultivation. How do you plan to investigate? Jizai followed up. Just leave him to me and fourth junior brother. We have our own ways of getting to the truth, Zhang Yuquan replied. No way. Qin Lu shook her head firmly. There was no way she could agree to handing this over to them. If that happened, wouldn't everything be under their control? She absolutely couldn't allow that. We from the City Patrol Division have already checked him out. He should be clean. Sun Xiuan interjected in protest. Zhang Yuquan had clearly taken control of the situation, and he couldn't just sit back and let things unfold like this. Get to the bottom of it. I don't trust the City Patrol to do a thorough job. Let us double-check. If this really turns out to be connected to demonic cultivation, the consequences would be too much for any of us to bear, Zhang Yuquan said firmly. Third senior brother is right. Any matter related to demonic cultivators must be taken seriously. Don't forget the orders from Yuanshu Mountain. Song Yushu quickly backed him up, invoking the authority of Yuanshu Mountain. I can agree to the investigation, but I'm going to join you, Qin Lu replied. Since they had brought up Yuanshu Mountain, it was obvious they were trying to take over the case. That only made Qin Lu more certain they were planning something underhanded. She definitely couldn't let them have their way. No problem, Zhang Yuquan smiled. Once this was set in motion, he had ways to pin everything on this guy. By then, there would be no room left for them to interfere. His little junior sister really was still too young and naive. Jizai sighed inwardly, thinking how inexperienced his junior sister was. She had walked straight into Zhang Yuquan's trap. True, what Zhang Yuquan said did carry some merit. Dealing with the devil cultivator required extra caution. This situation also offered a chance to thoroughly investigate Tianyuan City. Viewed from a certain angle, it was actually a good thing. But for that couple, it was an unforeseen disaster. He needed to find a way to protect them both. The situation was now under Zhang Yuquan's control. Lin Ming glanced at Zhang Yuquan, thinking to himself that this guy really did have some skill. Senior brother, what do you think we should do? Zhang Yuquan turned to Jizai and asked. Regarding this devil cultivator matter, we must conduct a full investigation. Jizai nodded in agreement. I'll handle the investigation myself. Jizai still wanted to keep the initiative firmly in his own hands. Then we'll cooperate with senior brother, Zhang Yuquan replied with a smile. So far, everything was going exactly as he had anticipated. However, Jizai had also seen through his intentions. Now it was just a matter of who would strike first. Take these people down and lock them up. Interrogate them thoroughly. Song Yushu gave the order. Since things had already gone this far, Lin Ming and the others present, including Zhang Zhihui and Song Lin, were now considered suspects. And as suspects, they naturally had to be treated accordingly. Exactly. Zhang Yuquan nodded in agreement. At this moment, Sun Xiuan's gaze fell on Lin Ming. He wondered whether Lin was still planning to hide his identity. Even if he wanted to hide, there was no way he could now. There were plenty of people in the City Patrol Division, and even guards in the prison who already knew who Lin Ming was. Besides, Sun Xiuan himself didn't want Lin Ming to continue hiding. After all, if this matter remained unresolved for now, the city lord would scold him. At the same time, he didn't want to miss this opportunity either. You guys are just so boring. Lin Ming finally spoke. He scanned the room with his eyes and addressed everyone. This tedious little game had started to bore him a little. Now he didn't have time to waste with them any longer. Oh, are you saying you have ties with the devil cultivators? Zhang Yuquan looked at Lin Ming and spoke. He was determined to pin this accusation on Lin Ming. Old man, when exactly did I say I had any connection with the devil cultivators? If your ears are acting up, go get them checked. Lin Ming replied coldly and expressionlessly. Humph, I hope you still feel the same way later. Zhang Yuquan shot back with icy indifference. Such words wouldn't even rattle him. In his eyes, Lin Ming's fate was already sealed, so why waste time arguing with someone already marked for death? Guards, take these two away and lock them up, Zhang Yuquan ordered. A few of his men immediately stepped forward toward Lin Ming and his companion. Seeing this, Lin Ming didn't bother wasting words. He simply revealed a token, the insignia of Yuanshu Mountain. In an instant, Zhang Yuquan and the others froze. They thought they must be seen wrong, afraid they had misread what was in front of them. Was that really Yuanshu Mountain's token? What the hell was going on? Zhang Zhihui saw the token Lin Ming revealed and noticed the expression on his uncle's face. Could this guy actually have powerful backing? An ominous feeling instantly surged through him. It looked like that was exactly the case. Sun Xuanwen, upon seeing the token, allowed the faintest hint of a smile to flicker across his face, nearly imperceptible. From this moment on, everything had changed. City Lord Jizhe of Tianyuan City pays respects to the cultivator of Yuanshu Mountain. Jizhe was the first to recover. There was no mistake about it. That was definitely the token. The person standing before them was truly a high-ranking cultivator from Yuanshu Mountain. This also explained Sun Xuanwen's earlier behavior. He must have known Lin Ming's identity, which was why he had dared to act so boldly and arrest people directly. A high-ranking cultivator from Yuanshu Mountain? Zhang Zhihui's vision momentarily went dark, and he nearly collapsed. This person was actually a disciple of Yuanshu Mountain? How could he possibly be from Yuanshu Mountain? Zhang Zhihui had always thought Lin Ming was just some disciple from a minor sect. But a disciple from Yuanshu Mountain? That was a completely different story. Someone from Yuanshu Mountain was definitely not someone Zhang Zhihui could mess with casually. As for Song Lin beside him, the situation wasn't any better. His entire body couldn't help but tremble. With a Yuanshu Mountain disciple standing right there, where did he get the nerve to even think about provoking them? If he had known earlier that Lin Ming and the others were disciples from Yuanshu Mountain, he would run in the opposite direction without hesitation. This whole mess was entirely Zhang Zhihui's fault. Song Lin had already shifted all the blame onto Zhang Zhihui. If it hadn't been for him, none of this might happened. What? Don't believe my identity? Lin Ming asked with a smile, glancing toward Zhang Yuquan and Song Yushu. We've heard of Yuanshu Mountain's cultivation sect before. Zhang Yuquan managed a forced smile as he responded. Could it actually be a real cultivator from Yuanshu Mountain? He wasn't even doubting Lin Ming's identity anymore. Just from Jizhe's attitude alone, it was already clear that Lin Ming was indeed a disciple from Yuanshu. How in the world had his idiot nephew managed to provoke a disciple from Yuanshu Mountain? These spoiled brats really treated his words like idle chatter. He had even specifically instructed his family through his younger brother to avoid certain people at all costs. Anyone whose background couldn't be verified should be approached with extreme caution, if not avoided altogether. Although the Zhang family was a dominant force in Tianyuan City, outside the city walls, they were nothing special. He knew there were indeed some spoiled young ones in the family, and didn't have high hopes for them, so he tried his best to minimize the trouble they caused. But now, they had gone and provoked a disciple from Yuanshu Mountain directly. And Yuanshu Mountain was exactly the sect that Tianyuan City relied upon for protection. Accusing a Yuanshu disciple of being a devil cultivator, did they really want to die? Beside him, Song Yushu's expression also turned grim. I never expected Song Lin would bring such a huge problem upon him. At first, they thought this was their chance, but instead, it turned into a mess. That person was a disciple of Yuanshu, and he even showed up with a sect token, definitely not an ordinary disciple. So, how exactly do you plan to prove that I'm a demonic cultivator? Let's hear it, Lin Ming said slowly. How could a senior disciple from Yuanshu possibly be a demonic cultivator? Jizhe immediately shot back. They really had guts, daring to accuse a disciple of Yuanshu of being a demonic cultivator. But this actually gave Jizhe a great opportunity to teach them a proper lesson. Zhang Zhihui, right? What gives you the right to say I've become a demonic cultivator? Explain yourself, Lin Ming said, turning his gaze toward the fallen figure of Zhang Zhihui. Zhang Zhihui struggled to get up, trembling all over. He couldn't even look Lin Ming in the eyes directly, and for a moment, he was speechless. Speak clearly. Why did you falsely accuse a senior disciple of Yuanshu? Zhang Yuquan made his decision right then and there. He turned around, took a step forward, and confronted Zhang Zhihui directly. Under the invisible pressure, Zhang Zhihui stammered. Why did you slander a senior disciple from Yuanshu? At this moment, Song Yushu also made his decision. He, too, turned to question Song Lin. I didn't. Song Lin quickly defended himself. He never said that Lin Ming had become a demonic cultivator. Dare to deny it still? Song Yushu's face darkened as he spoke coldly. He really didn't. Lin Ming glanced at Song Lin, then spoke up. But he's been harassing my junior martial sister the whole time. Smack. Song Yushu slapped Song Lin across the face, sending him flying. Women, women again. This useless fool did nothing but chase after women all day. Now look at the mess he'd caused all because of a woman. If it weren't because Song Lin was family and fairly close to him, he would have killed him already. Struck by that palm, Song Lin immediately lost consciousness and collapsed. That was quite a decisive move. Lin Ming glanced at Song Yushu, then fixed his gaze back on Zhang Zhihui. Under Lin Ming's stare, Zhang Zhihui grew increasingly frantic. Senior cultivator, what do you plan to do with my nephew? Zhang Yukuan asked in a heavy tone. Compared to Song Lin, his nephew had clearly committed a far graver offense. Even so, Zhang Yukuan still wanted to save his nephew's life. It was his own flesh and blood, after all. Any punishment would be acceptable, as long as it wasn't excessive. The reason Zhang Yukuan remained calm was because he had backing an inner disciple from Yuanshu Mountain. And that disciple from Yuanshu was no ordinary figure. Precisely because of that support, Jizai had held some caution toward Zhang Yukuan. Otherwise, given the gap in their cultivation levels, Jizai wouldn't have found it difficult to deal with Zhang Yukuan at all. Disposition? Let me think about it, Lin Ming said with a slight upturn of his lips. All eyes fell on Lin Ming as everyone waited for his decision. About 10 seconds later, he doesn't need to live anymore. Keeping him around is just wasting food. Lin Ming finally spoke. People like him are nothing but a menace, Lin Ming thought. Better to send him off than let him run loose, might as well count it as doing a good deed. As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhang Yukuan's expression darkened further. Yet this decision from Lin Ming suited him just fine. Truth be told, whether Zhang Yukuan lived or died wasn't that important to the person behind him, it was just that he refused to bow his head. Senior cultivator, do you know Lu Zhenghua? Zhang Yukuan asked. Lu Zhenghua? Who's that? Lin Ming replied with a question. This name sounded vaguely familiar, but he just couldn't recall who it belonged to. I happen to be acquainted with Lu Zhenghua, the grandson of elder Lu Xinghuai from Sangjua Peak. Zhang Yukuan said with a stern expression. So you're trying to intimidate me with connections? Lin Ming replied with a faintly amused tone. No wonder the Zhang family acted so arrogantly in Tianyuan City. Besides having backing from the Heaven Abyss Sword Guest sect, they'd also hooked themselves onto the grandson of a senior elder. There indeed was an elder Lu Xinghuai on Sangjua Peak. I would never dare. Zhang Yukuan immediately denied. But everything he said clearly implied exactly that. Jizai had already expected this kind of response from Zhang Yukuan, and could only sigh helplessly. It seemed this matter would end here without further action. Is this about pulling rank? Lin Ming chuckled. It was obvious they were comparing backgrounds. And of all things, this was exactly what he feared the least. Almost forgot to introduce myself. Lin Ming continued. My name is Lin Ming, a disciple of Zichen Peak. A disciple of Zichen Peak. Everyone was stunned. Though they weren't disciples of Yuan-Su Mountain, they were no strangers to it. Among the 7 peaks of Yuan-Su, Zichen was one of them. But what was just one disciple from Zichen Peak? After all, Zhang Yukuan had the grandson of an elder backing him. A disciple of Zichen Peak? Are you one of Old Master Yunhua's students? Jizai was the first to catch on. It was no secret that Old Master Yunhua had broken through to the Nirvana realm on Zichen Peak and become a Nirvana ancestor. The news had long spread through Tianyuan City. Moreover, there were only 2 disciples on the entire Zichen Peak, a man and a woman, both under Old Master Yunhua. In other words, this very pair before him were Yunhua's personal disciples. Realizing this, Jizai stared at the 2 in shock. He had already suspected they were no ordinary people, but hadn't expected them to be actual disciples of a Nirvana ancestor. Could they be faking their identities? There were people from Yuan-Su Mountain stationed in Tianyuan City too who would dare impersonate a Nirvana ancestor on their own sect's territory. Disciples of Old Master Yunhua. After a long pause, the remaining people finally caught on to the meaning behind Lin Ming's words. Wasn't he, that disciple from Zichen Peak, already a disciple of Elder Yunhua, who had broken through to the Nirvana stage? Zhang Yukuan's smile vanished from his face, and the confidence in his heart had long since crumbled. How could the son of an elder compare to a direct disciple of a Nirvana stage grand elder? The weight of the 2 simply couldn't be placed on the same scale. Only now did he finally understand why Lin Ming had been so fearless from the very beginning. When Zhang Zhihui heard this, he nearly fainted on the spot. Could it be he had been wrongfully accusing the disciple of a Nirvana stage Grand Elder? In that moment, his mind reeled, and he felt dizzy, unable to tell up from down. Talk. Who else do you know among the elders' sons and grandsons? Spill it all out, I'll see if I know them or not. Lin Ming fixed his gaze on Zhang Yuquan and spoke coldly. Even if those elders, disciples, or their sons and grandsons had connections with sect leaders, none of it mattered in front of Lin Ming. The truth was, his master had already reached the Nirvana stage. And even if his master hadn't, dealing with those people wouldn't have been difficult. Don't forget, even the sect leader of Yuan Su Mountain called his master senior fellow disciple with respect. To put it plainly, with Lin Ming's current status, as long as he didn't commit any major offenses, he could basically do as he pleased within Yuan Su Mountain. The next moment, Zhang Zhihui made his move. In a single stride, he reached in front of Zhang Yuquan. Seeing the fear in the other's eyes, he raised his palm and struck straight at Zhang Yuquan's crown. One strike, and it was over. Zhang Zhihui collapsed to the ground, his breath cut short. Cultivator. Zhang Zhihui has falsely accused a senior cultivator and has now been executed. Zhang Yuquan spoke gravely. Are you kidding me? What use was his backing in front of Lin Ming? He and his clan simply couldn't afford to provoke this man. With just one word from Lin Ming, both he and his entire family could be wiped out the next moment. Zhang Yuquan knew exactly what was at stake. Therefore, Zhang Zhihui had to die. Only his death could appease this person's fury. That would be the most appropriate resolution. You really don't waste time, Lin Ming said with a smile. Indeed, both of them acted decisively. This is my duty, Zhang Yuquan replied expressionlessly. You two families each pay 100,000 medium-grade spirit stones, and this matter ends here, Lin Ming continued, glancing at both of them. Yes, both Zhang Yuquan and Song Yushu responded in unison, secretly exhaling in relief. If Lin Ming had insisted on pursuing the matter further, it would have become a massive headache for them. While 100,000 medium-grade spirit stones wasn't a small sum, it was manageable. They could grit their teeth and come up with it. City Lord Ji. Lin Ming then turned to Ji Zhe. What further orders from the upper sect? Ji Zhe quickly responded. This city has become too chaotic. As City Lord, you need to clean things up. Otherwise, it might be time for a change in leadership, Lin Ming said coldly. Yes, understood. Ji Zhe nodded immediately. He seemed to have caught Lin Ming's meaning. So with that, Lin Ming's business here settled for the price of 200,000 medium-grade spirit stones was more or less concluded. But Lin Ming wasn't done yet. He intended to use this opportunity to send a strong message to these two families, and at the same time, sweep the corruption out of Tianyuan City. This was the chance Lin Ming had fought for, and it was exactly the timing he had wanted. He wouldn't let it slip away. All right, that's settled, Lin Ming said as he prepared to leave the city patrol office. Oh, and deliver the spirit stones to the inn where I'm staying. He suddenly stopped at the door, turning back to Zhang Yuquan and Song Yushu. And remember to notify me the moment the people from the myriad manifestations sect arrive in Tianyuan City. With that, Lin Ming left the office, accompanied by Su Lianshu, leaving Ji Zhe and the others behind. Third senior apprentice, fourth senior apprentice, make sure your families behave themselves accordingly. As soon as Lin Ming left, Ji Zhe turned his gaze toward his two junior apprentices, his expression icy as he warned them coldly. You've messed with someone you should never have crossed. This is the fate that awaits you. Thankfully, Master Yinhua's disciple wasn't a bloodthirsty person, or else even if their master had intervened, he wouldn't have been able to save them or their families behind them. Zhang Yunkuan glanced at Ji Zhe before walking over to Zhang Zhihui's corpse, scooping it up in one arm, and then leaving the city patrol office. Song Yushu did the same, except what he was taking away wasn't quite a corpse. In his eyes, Song Lin was no different from a dead man. You could say he was lucky barely surviving, but at the cost of 10,000 spirit stones. Senior brother, this person has appeared in Tianyuan City. How come we didn't hear a single word about it? Qin Lu, whose nerves had been tense until now, finally relaxed slightly. Ever since she learned of Lin Ming's identity, she had remained on edge. Lin Ming had come all the way to Tianyuan City, yet they hadn't caught even a whisper of it. That wasn't normal. Who can say? Jize shook his head as he replied. If he were to ask someone, who would he even go to? Little sister, this is actually an opportunity for us, Jize said, his eyes lighting up as he looked at Qin Lu. Lin Ming's words had just handed them the perfect chance. I understand. Qin Lu nodded in agreement. She caught the meaning behind Jize's words. Indeed, this was an opportunity. If they let it slip by, things would get complicated later. She and Jize thought the same way. They absolutely couldn't let this chance go. Little sister, how was I back there? Wasn't your senior brother pretty impressive? After stepping out of the city patrol office, Lin Ming turned toward his junior apprentice sister with a smile and asked. Finally, it was his turn to shine. He'd never gotten a chance like this back at the sect. Now that the opportunity was right in front of him, of course he wouldn't let it go. Su Lianxue eyed Lin Ming with a hint of confusion, feeling oddly that he had just acted a bit childish. To her, Lin Ming's actions seemed unnecessary, wasting precious time and interrupting her cultivation. So, senior brother, she asked, you came all this way just for those 200,000 mid-grade spirit stones? That must have been his real motive. Junior sister, you're thinking too shallowly. Do you really believe I'd go through all this for just a bit of spirit stones? Lin Ming shot back, his tone laced with disdain. To him, those 200,000 mid-grade spirit stones were nothing more than a small bonus, something he just happened to pick up along the way. You are, Su Lianxue replied firmly, nodding. So I don't hang around you Yaoqin so much, Lin Ming said with a sigh. In his eyes, his once aloof junior sister had changed, and he blamed most of that on you Yaoqin. Senior brother, the spirit stones belong to whoever sees them, Su Lianxue said stubbornly. To someone like Su Lianxue, who had only just entered the cultivation world, 200,000 mid-grade spirit stones was no small amount. Spirit stones were an essential resource, and she had played a part in helping Lin Ming obtain them. She wasn't about to let all of that go straight into her senior brother's pockets. Zhang Manor, my son. The middle-aged woman screamed when she saw Zhang Zhihui's corpse, rushing over to embrace the lifeless body and burst into tears. She couldn't accept what had just happened. Who did this? Zhang Yuqing's face darkened as he roared in fury. He had assumed Sun Xuanwen had merely taken his son away as a warning. He never expected him to come back dead, though he had never paid much attention to his son, and even felt some irritation toward the rebellious boy. Blood was still thicker than water. He was still his child. His son was already dead, and he was certain that this was the City Patrol Division declaring war on the Zhang family. You must avenge my son. The middle-aged, beautiful woman, her eyes filled with hatred, said as she looked at Zhang Yuqing. It was me who did it, Zhang Yuquan said coldly, watching the scene unfold before him. As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhang Yuqing froze, staring at Zhang Yuquan in disbelief. He couldn't help but wonder, had he heard wrong? Was it really Zhang Yuquan himself who had killed Zhang Zhihui, his own nephew? The middle-aged woman also wore a look of utter disbelief, staring at Zhang Zhihui. Brother, why would you do something like this? Zhang Yuqing asked, his voice trembling. Based on his understanding of his older brother, he knew that Zhang Yuquan must have had a reason for doing this. But what could possibly have driven Zhang Yuquan to kill his own nephew with his own hands? If he didn't die, our Zhang family would be next. Zhang Yuquan replied coldly, glancing at Zhang Zhihui. He dared to smear the name of the disciple master of Yusu Mountain Zichen Peak and drag the disciple of the Nirvana ancestor into this mess. Your son really brought disaster upon our family. Zhang Yuquan continued. Zichen Peak master? A disciple of the Nirvana ancestor? After hearing his older brother explain everything, Zhang Yuqing finally understood that his late son had actually offended a disciple of the Nirvana ancestor, and now he felt even more disgusted toward Zhang Zhihui. It's all your fault. You spoiled that useless brat every day, nearly dragging the entire Zhang family into ruin, Zhang Yuqing said without holding back. But still, he was your son. The middle-aged woman continued wailing bitterly, her face twisted with despair. Not anymore. Zhang Yuqing shot back harshly. As far as he was concerned, this child had become the root of a catastrophe that nearly wiped out their entire clan. He refused to even call him his son anymore. Prepare 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones and get the payment over to that person immediately, Zhang Yuquan ordered. The useless ones in the clan need to be dealt with too, so they stop stirring up trouble all day. To prevent anything like this from happening again, Zhang Yukuan figured the clan needed a serious cleanup. If Lin Ming hadn't let it slide, the Zhang clan might already have been wiped off the map in Tianyuan City. Compared to that, 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones is nothing. Also, my senior brother will probably make a move. Stay sharp. Some things, if they need to be let go, just let them go. Jize will seize on this incident to push hard that's basically a done deal. Especially after what Lin Ming said, there's a 9 in 10 chance Jize will crack down on clans like ours. We need to be ready for it ahead of time. I know, Zhang Yuqing said with a nod. The city lord putting pressure on them was already in their expectations, it was only a matter of time. But now that Lin Ming had shown up, there might be a new variable. They'd better brace for even heavier losses. Seeing that, Zhang Yukuan said no more and turned to leave. Someone, just dump this piece of trash at the mass grave and be done with it. Staring at Zhang Zhihui's corpse, Zhang Yuqing spoke without a hint of emotion. That's your son, how can you do this? A middle-aged woman shouted in fury. Zhang Yuqing acted as if he hadn't heard her. That piece of trash had nearly driven the Zhang clan to the brink of annihilation. From then on, he no longer considered him a son. Over at the Song clan, for them, 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones really did sting, but if it could calm Lin Ming's anger, it was worth it. Otherwise, the Song clan might not even still exist in Tianyuan City. Outside Tianyuan City, deep within the flowing radiant stone lode, in the pitch-black mine tunnels, a faint lick of flame suddenly flickered to life. The Bloodfiend sect didn't get it done, and they lost a lot of people. A vicious, grating voice rang out. If they hadn't acted on their own, we wouldn't be in this mess. The people from the Wanxiang sect are almost here. They're eyeing the flowing radiance lode too. We have to move fast. If they find out about that thing, we're in deep trouble. Separate intel says the disciple of Ancestor Yunhua has shown up in Tianyuan City as well. What? Planning to make a move on him? That venomous voice answered coldly. From what they dug up, the Bloodfiend sect's defeat really did have something to do with Lin Ming. Lin Ming had surfaced in Tianyuan City. Slaughtering the disciple of Ancestor Nirvana, just thinking about it was enough to make them giddy. They could even take the chance to sneer at those wastes in the Bloodfiend sect. Don't create complications. The Elder's orders are to find that thing and pull out immediately. Another voice picked up. Because Yuanshu Mountain had been swept clean on a large scale, the demonic path factions lurking in the range had been forced to withdraw for the time being. Of course, there were still people like them who remained inside Yuanshu Mountain on special assignments. If the Bloodfiend sect hadn't gone rogue, they wouldn't have been pushed into this passive spot. Funnier still, those Bloodfiend idiots tried to pull a fast one and ended up losing even more. The Wanxiang sect isn't that easy to deal with, especially with this being Yuanshu Mountain, their turf. If both the Wanxiang sect and Yuanshu Mountain discovered them and joined forces, whether they could escape unscathed was no longer a certainty. Not to mention the idea of killing Lin Ming, a disciple personally taken in by the Nirvana ancestor, could never be so easily eliminated. As the flame vanished, the tunnel once again sank into darkness. The next day, at the inn, Lin Ming was leisurely enjoying a table full of delicacies. Now, all he had to do was wait for the 200,000 mid-grade spirit stones to be handed over and for the people from the Wanxiang sect to arrive. He didn't have anything else pressing to do. Bang! Just then, a knock came from the door outside his room. Come in, Lin Ming responded. A middle-aged man walked in respectfully. He naturally knew Lin Ming's identity and dared not show even the slightest sign of disrespect. Senior cultivator, I come from the city lord's mansion. The people from the Wanxiang sect have already arrived at Tianyuan City. At the city lord's mansion, upon hearing that representatives from the Wanxiang sect had arrived, Lin Ming and Su Lianxue quickly made their way to the city lord's mansion. As they walked in, they saw 4 people dressed in the robes of the Wanxiang sect. Among them was one at the Sea of Suffering cultivation stage. Lin Ming's gaze landed on a particularly handsome young man among the 4. His cultivation had already reached the Sea of Suffering, 5th heavenly layer. Judging by his attire, he was clearly not an ordinary disciple, but rather a senior elder of the sect. This was getting interesting. Granted, the flowing light, or was valuable, but was it really worth sending a sea of suffering elder in person? Besides this elder, among the other three, one was at the second layer of Spirit Sea, another at the fourth layer, and the last at the ninth layer of Spirit Platform. None of them seemed like ordinary disciples from the Wanxiang sect. This made things even more intriguing. Could it be that there was some hidden truth behind this transaction that he wasn't aware of yet? As soon as Lin Ming entered the room, all eyes turned toward him. "May I ask, Senior Elder, which elder of the Wanxiang sect are you?" Lin Ming was the first to speak. "My name is Zhao Hong." Elder Zhao Hong gave a slight nod. "Are you too the disciples under Master Yanhua?" Zhao Hong asked, speaking first. It wasn't a secret that a female disciple from Yuanshu Mountain with a rare cultivation talent 9.5 tiers had become a student of Master Yanhua. Yuanshu Mountain was a top-tier sect in this world, and such matters weren't meant to be hidden. "Yes, that's right," Lin Ming nodded in response. "I've already been informed. After the incident in Tianyuan City, you'll be returning to Wanxiang sect with us," Zhao Hong replied with a nod. The other three couldn't help but eye Lin Ming with curiosity. After all, this man was a disciple of Master Yunhua, a legend in the cultivation world. Yet, none of them had really heard of him before. Yuanshu Mountain did have several young disciples who were well known in the cultivation realm, but Lin Ming wasn't he among them. Was he perhaps a hidden trump card of Yuanshu Mountain? For a moment, curiosity about Lin Ming grew among the group. "Lord City Governor Ji, would you be willing to take us to the Luhui mine?" Zhao Hong turned to Ji Zhe and asked politely. "You've all traveled far. Why not rest for a bit first?" Ji Zhe responded. The deal in question wasn't between Tianyuan City and Wanxiang sect, but rather between Yuanshu Mountain and Wanxiang sect. Luhui stones might appear to belong to Tianyuan City, but in reality, the city was merely a guardian. The true ownership rested with Yuanshu Mountain. Still, Tianyuan City benefited greatly from the mine, which served as a reward for their role as caretakers. This transaction had already been agreed upon long ago between Wanxiang sect and Yuanshu Mountain. Tianyuan City, as the guardian, only needed to properly host the representatives from Wanxiang sect and fulfill their duty. No need. Zhao Hong shook his head. He had no intention of wasting time here. He needed to get his hands on that item as soon as possible. "Then please, follow me." Ji Zhe nodded and led the way. "Lin Xiaoyu, would you like to come with us?" Zhao Hong extended the invitation to Lin Ming. "An honor to be asked by the senior. I wouldn't dream of declining." Lin Ming politely accepted. He was actually quite curious what could possibly be so important that a sect elder had come in person. Certainly not about the Luhui, or that much he was sure of. They climbed aboard the carriage prepared by the city lord's mansion, heading out of Tianyuan City. "You should know why we came here this time, right?" Zhao Hong started the conversation. "I don't." Lin Ming shook his head. How would he know the exact reason for Wuxiang sect's visit? He only knew there was a deal involving Luhui or between the sect and Tianyuan City, but nothing more. Zhao Hong looked slightly surprised. "We're here for a coexisting spirit item," Zhao Hong said slowly. "Something that coexists with the Luhui, or?" Lin Ming asked, clearly taken aback. "Precisely." Zhao Hong nodded. "Coexisting spirit item." Now everything made sense. Lin Ming hadn't expected the Luhui or to have a coexisting spirit item, but he had no reason to doubt Zhao Hong's words. And Zhao Hong had no reason to lie to him either. From what Zhao Hong had said earlier, it was clear that the sect already knew about this coexisting item in the ore deposit. It also seemed like there had already been some kind of agreement between the two sides. Otherwise, Zhao Hong wouldn't even bother telling him all this. If the ore deposit had a coexisting spirit item, then the quality of this mine must be extraordinary. What kind of coexisting spirit item is it? Lin Ming asked, intrigued. Lioli Heart Fluid. Zhao Hong replied. A 6th-tier spirit item, Lioli Heart Fluid. They had discovered it by accident during their last transaction, when disciples from Yuanshu Mountain and Wuxiang sect stumbled upon it. They still hadn't pinpointed its exact location yet, but they were certain that the coexisting spirit item of this Luhui, or mine, was indeed Lioli Heart Fluid. Lioli Heart Fluid. No wonder. That explained everything. Lin Ming remembered that the Myriad Phenomena sect had a special cultivation art that required the backing of various spiritual items, glazed heart due among them. No wonder they sent an elder in person. Clearly someone in the sect was cultivating that art, and needed the glazed heart due. Yuanshu Mountain had its eye on it too. The more spirit materials the better. Who would ever complain about having too many? Still, it wasn't strictly indispensable. Most likely Yuanshu Mountain wanted to use this chance to bleed the Myriad Phenomena sect for a hefty sum. If this spiritual item changed hands, it could very well mean one more formidable foe for the Myriad Phenomena sect. Yuanshu Mountain certainly wasn't going to hand it out for nothing. After about an hour of mountain roads, they finally reached the vicinity of the Luhui lode. All the miners inside the vein have been withdrawn, Jizai said, explaining the situation. At the Myriad Phenomena sect's request, Tianyuan City had pulled all the workers out of the mining area a few days ago, leaving only a handful of guards on watch. Good. Zhao Hong looked over the lode ahead and gave a slight nod. Then he took a round disc from his storage ring, a needle set on its face. The needle wavered back and forth, and only after a good half-minute did it come to a stop, pointing in a certain direction. Following where it indicated, Zhao Hong arrived at the mouth of a mine tunnel. Let us go? With that, he stepped into the tunnel first. The others fell in behind him. Jizai did the same. He hesitated at first, but in the end he followed them into the passage. Meanwhile, in a shadowed corner of the tunnel. Damn it! People from the Myriad Phenomena sect are here, and it's an elder. Even Ancestor Yunhua's disciple came along. These guys move fast, a shrill voice said coldly. The location has been confirmed, but it'll still take some time. If things really don't work out, I guess we'll have no choice but to handle it ourselves. Bang! Wei Bing pressed one hand against the rocky wall in front of him. The stone slowly softened, crumbling into dirt and falling away, clearing a path for them. Zhao Hong saw this and gave a slight nod. Looks like earth-based magic. Lin Ming looked at Wei Bing, thinking that he indeed had some skill in earth magic. But then again, he reminded himself this man was a disciple of the Wanxiang sect. It might not necessarily be earth magic at all. Everyone pressed forward, and as they went, the needle on the disc didn't move once. They broke through wall after wall. Boom. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. Be careful. Wei Bing's expression darkened as he shouted at the group. Right after, a series of explosions rang out, instantly engulfing their surroundings. The walls collapsed, burying the entire tunnel under rubble. I'll hold them off. The rest is up to you. Move fast. Tian Hen said coldly. But just one explosion wouldn't stall them for long, especially not with an elder from the Wanxiang sect among them. It wouldn't be easy to hold them back. He had no choice but to step in personally and buy as much time as he could. They had basically pinpointed the location of the Lingli heart fluid. Now, the key was to figure out how to stall the Wanxiang sect. Leave it to us. Are you guys okay? In the dim tunnel, a flame flickered to life, casting light across the space. We're fine. Lin Ming glanced at Su Lianxue and replied. When the tunnel had collapsed, Zhao Hong had acted quickly, shielding everyone from serious harm. None of them had sustained major injuries. There's someone, Jizai said grimly. That series of explosions earlier had clearly been intentional. Someone had set them off on purpose. In other words, someone had their eyes on whatever was inside the ore vein, even going so far as to deliberately trigger an explosion to collapse the mine shaft, either to stop them or to wipe them out entirely. Jizai's expression immediately turned grim. If something happened to the ore vein and foreign cultivators had sneaked in unnoticed, it would be a serious failure on the part of Tianyuan City. This was a direct slap to his face, especially in front of the Yusu Shan and Wanxiang sect factions. I'd like to see who dares to touch what belongs to my Wanxiang sect. Zhao Hong's face slowly turned cold. The Luli heart fluid had always belonged to the Wanxiang sect. It was likely that the enemy had come specifically for it. Anyone who dared to lay hands on what was his, he would never allow. There were still 3 people inside the ore vein. Lin Ming's divine sense instantly spread across the entire vein. Besides their group, there were 3 others inside the mine. One at the Bitter Sea stage, and 2 others at the Spirit Vault stage. Lin Ming's expression turned slightly strange. Since when had Bitter Sea cultivators become so common? After all, there was only one Bitter Sea stage cultivator in the entire Tianyuan city. That was the Tianyuan Sword Master, who had been in seclusion for years. Yet now, a Bitter Sea cultivator had suddenly appeared inside the mine. Whether he was a wandering cultivator or sent by some faction remained unclear. And these Bitter Sea stage cultivators were already very close, waiting right ahead of them, blocking the way. Could it be that they were buying time for the other two behind? Wei Bing, Zhao Hong said in a low voice. Yes, master. Wei Bing nodded in response. He stepped forward and stood before the collapsed dirt and rocks. Brown-colored yuan energy surged from his body and flowed into the ground. A path slowly began to reveal itself before their eyes. The dirt and rocks parted to both sides, forming a clear passage, and then solidified into a hard barrier, holding the passage open and stable. Before long, they stepped out of the passage into a slightly wider space, the area left behind by mining luminous ore. Who the hell are you? A black-robed figure appeared in front of them. Zhao Hong took a step forward and demanded, Who are you? Who I am doesn't matter, Tian Hen replied coldly. This path is closed. His cultivation at the Sea of Suffering realm flared fully into view. Even so, he was still behind Zhao Hong, at most a single tier lower within the Sea of Suffering. Leave this one to me. You go get the Glaze Heart essence. Zhao Hong stepped in again. He thrust out a finger, and an invisible force blasted toward Tian Hen. Junior brother, junior sister, we move. City Lord Ji will stay and guard the two of them. Wei Bing made the call on the spot, leading his juniors around on a detour. Their master had entrusted him with the disc. With it, he could zero in on the Glaze Heart essence quickly. And with someone posted here to block them, there were likely accomplices nearby, so they couldn't afford to waste time. As for Lin Ming and Su Lianxue, their cultivation wasn't enough yet, and their status was special, no accidents allowed, so Ji would protect them. Ji agreed at once. Junior sister, let us just stay here, Lin Ming said to Su Lianxue, as the three of them fell back to the edge of the mine tunnel. She watched the two Sea of Suffering cultivators trade blows. Both were holding back in this area, clearly restraining themselves with their abilities. If they cut loose, the entire load could collapse. Nobody wanted that. After all, until they had the goods in hand, the mine couldn't be allowed to cave in. That was the unspoken understanding between Zhao Hong and Tian Hen. Otherwise, given the gap between them, Zhao Hong figured taking Tian Hen down wouldn't be hard. Now, the two of them were locked in a tense standoff. Everything hinged on who would get their hands on the Lioli heart fluid first. Lin Ming wasn't focused on that, though. His spiritual awareness had already spread outward. In a spot where streams of radiant or clustered together, a wall of shimmering crystals glowed with light. At the center of all that brilliance sat a single, crystal-clear stone, inside which a thin thread of silver-white liquid flowed gently. That was the Lioli heart fluid. Suddenly, the rock wall exploded outward. Moments later, two figures stepped through the shattered stone. Finally found it, one of them said coldly. It's the Lioli heart fluid. Found it? Yeah, the other muttered. Don't waste time here. The first one urged. Grab it and get out fast. No need to stick around and risk trouble. Humph. Without hesitation, the two moved toward the heart fluid. But in the next instant, both collapsed at the same time. They hit the ground almost simultaneously, their life force already gone. Not long after, another section of the rock wall cracked open. Wei Bing appeared with his junior brothers and sisters, stepping out from the broken stone. Their eyes landed on the heart fluid immediately. One of them instinctively moved forward to take it. Hold on, Wei Bing called out. The body's on the ground. Only then did the other two notice the two lifeless figures lying there. Wanxiang Sect, their methods are truly ruthless. Tian Hen stepped back to the rock wall, pressing his body against it. He had sensed the two men's deaths earlier. They had died almost at the same time. It was obvious Wanxiang Sect had struck first. He had underestimated their power. To kill two cultivators at the Spirit Vault stage simultaneously? That was no small feat. This told Tian Hen one thing, clearly his chances of getting the heart fluid were slim to none. Still, not all hope was lost. This is the path you chose for yourselves, Tian Hen muttered, a cold smirk creeping across his face. Tian Hen cracked a grin, and Zhao Hong instantly felt something was off. This was your choice. Lin Ming's voice sounded out of nowhere. He stepped forward, and a jade token appeared in his hand. The token shattered with a snap. A wisp of breeze floated out from within, streaming straight at Tian Hen. He couldn't move. Tian Hen was pinned by some unseen force, frozen in place, forced to watch that wisp of breeze sweep past. That breeze carried endless terror, and it carried off his life. Only an empty shell was left, crashing heavily to the ground. Yuanshu Mountain. Zichen Peak. Yinhua's eyes opened a sliver. He gave a faint, helpless smile, then closed them again. Young friend, there's no need to call on your honored master's power just for the likes of him. Zhao Hong looked at Lin Ming, his expression solemn. That wisp of breeze just now wasn't something he could possibly withstand. Clearly, that was Ancestor Yunhua's handiwork. Even so, using Ancestor Yunhua's power just to deal with a spirit repository stage cultivator felt like a waste. Tian Hen hadn't imagined Lin Ming would even bring out Ancestor Yunhua's power. If he'd known, he'd have bolted long ago. No matter how good the glazed heart elixir was, it wasn't worth more than his life. It's fine. This is a life-saving trick my master left me before stepping into nirvana, meant to be used as needed. Lin Ming spoke lightly, unconcerned. It also served to hint that he still had methods from the nirvana ancestor he hadn't even brought out yet. Jizai and Zhao Hong were both left speechless for a moment. So this is the kind of dominance that comes with being a disciple of the nirvana ancestor? Let us go hurry up and get our hands on the glazed heart elixir, Lin Ming said. He didn't want to linger here. If these people hadn't stirred up trouble, they would be taken the glazed heart elixir long ago. The group immediately made their way down the tunnel that Wei Bing and the others had excavated, and Lin Ming casually took the storage ring off of Tian Hen's body as he passed. Jizai took the corpse with him. He was curious to find out who these people really were, daring enough to set their sights on Luhui, Oregon. Such a thing was unforgivable in his eyes. Following the passage that Wei Bing's group had dug out, they soon arrived at the place where the Lioli heart fluid was supposed to be. But what they saw instead was Wei Bing and his group standing at the end of the tunnel, hesitating and unwilling to step forward. What are you doing? Zhao Hong frowned, asking in confusion. Had the Lioli heart fluid already been taken? That would be a problem. Master. When Wei Bing saw Zhao Hong arrive, his face lit up with relief. He immediately pointed toward the two corpses lying on the ground not far away. We found the scene like this the moment we arrived, Wei Bing said solemnly. Could there have been someone else here? Zhao Hong furrowed his brow and immediately expanded his spiritual sense, scanning the entire area. At that moment, Su Lianxue turned her gaze toward her senior apprentice brother. Only he could have killed the two so suddenly. Su Lianxue's suspicion was spot on. It had indeed been Lin Ming who killed them. The Lioli heart fluid was a crucial item for a deal between Yuanshu Mountain and Wanxiang sect. It directly affected whether she could reach Wanxiang in time. Therefore, she absolutely could not allow it to fall into the hands of these people. Lin Ming had decided to eliminate the two immediately to prevent any further trouble. It's fine, Zhao Hong said as he stepped forward. He didn't sense the presence of anyone else or any living being. Then how did these two die? Zhong Ningming couldn't help but ask. Zhao Hong approached the two corpses. There were no visible wounds on the bodies, nor any internal injuries apparent. In other words, the attack had targeted their very souls. Let's just get the Lioli heart fluid first, Lin Ming said bluntly. He didn't think these people would be able to track down the killer of those two men after all. He was the murderer himself. Still, he didn't want to see them wasting time on this matter either. Zhao Hong responded with a nod. Lin Ming wasn't wrong right now. Their top priority was the Lioli heart essence. Zhao Hong walked up to the wall and chipped open a section of the special mineral. Then, using a unique technique, he extracted the Lioli heart essence and funneled it into the jade vial in his hand. He collected every last drop into the vial. Once the essence was secured, they had completed most of their mission. They didn't stick around longer than necessary and took all the bodies with them as they left. We'll head back to Wanxiang sect tomorrow. Inside the city lord's mansion, Zhao Hong said to the others. They had no intention of staying in Tianyuan City any longer than needed now that they had the Lioli heart essence. It was time to return. By the way, those people might have been devil cultivators. Lin Ming spoke up at this point. On the way back, he had gone through the loot and found among it some Yuan artifacts, cultivation techniques, and other items commonly used by devil sect practitioners. It was very likely those people had been devil cultivators. The moment those words left his mouth, Jizai's expression turned serious. Devil cultivators. That complicated things a bit. If it gets too serious, you should go ask Yuangsishan for backup. Lin Ming tossed the storage ring directly to Ji Zhe. He had no use for devil sect items himself, so he might as well hand them over as evidence. With this proof, Yuan Xishan would probably be more than willing to send assistance. I understand. Ji Zhe nodded solemnly. His master was currently in seclusion, and his junior female apprentice was helping manage Tianyuan City. His third and fourth junior brothers were locked in a power struggle, while his youngest brother was still traveling outside the sect. In short, the heavy burden of Tianyuan City now rested entirely on his shoulders. He couldn't afford to disappoint his master's expectations. Devil cultivators are troublesome. There have already been sightings of them in many places. Hearing this, Zhao Hong's face darkened slightly as he spoke in a low voice. Actually, it's not just Yuan Xishan that's under their influence. Even within our Wanxiang sect and many other regions, the traces of devil cultivators have already appeared. These fellows are starting to get restless, Lin Ming said. Only 500 years have passed, yet the devil cultivators are stirring up trouble again. If they're not content with their place, then we crush them again, Zhao Hong replied coldly. If we managed to suppress them 500 years ago, we can certainly do it again now. Devil cultivators? At this moment, Su Lianxue seemed to recall something, her expression turning serious. The next day, Lin Ming and his group arrived outside Tianyuan City with Zhao Hong's party. They all boarded a carriage and headed in one direction. Are we really taking a horse-drawn carriage to the Wanxiang sect? Lin Ming looked at Zhao Hong doubtfully as he asked. Just a carriage? When would they ever arrive at the sect at this rate? Of course, Lin Ming didn't believe for a second this would be their main means of travel. You don't know about it yet? Wei Bing looked at Lin Ming in surprise. He had assumed Lin Ming was already aware of the situation. But judging from his reaction now, Lin Ming seemed completely unaware of its existence. Know what? Lin Ming asked in return. He knew deep down there must be something he wasn't in on. You'll see soon enough, Zhao Hong said mysteriously. Seeing his master speak like that, Wei Bing didn't dare to say more in front of Lin Ming. As for Lin Ming, he was even more curious now. What exactly were they talking about? Had these people come up with some new contraption again? Roughly an hour and a half later, they reached the foot of the mountain. After disembarking from the carriage, the group made their way up the mountain path. Before long, they arrived at the gate of a villa-like estate. 2 guards stood at the entrance of the mountain villa. Wei Bing pulled out a token before they finally allowed him through. Senior Elder Luo Xian, Lin Ming exclaimed in surprise. As he entered the villa grounds, Lin Ming happened to run into a familiar face. Senior Elder Luo Xian. He was a senior elder from Feiyun Peak, an expert in formations whose cultivation had reached the 7th rank formation master, making him one of only 2 7th rank formation masters in Yuanshan sect. Back when Lin Ming first studied formations, he had even attended several of Luo Xian's lectures. Why would he leave the sect and come to such a remote place? Had he come here to retire? Lin Ming, congratulations on Peak Lord Zichun breaking through to the Nirvana realm. When Luo Xian saw Lin Ming appear, he smiled and greeted him. Save that congratulations for my master's Nirvana ceremony, and go offer it to her in person then. Lin Ming replied with a shake of his head. It wasn't him who had broken through to Nirvana. Why should he celebrate? Wait, actually, he had broken through long ago. More accurately, since it wasn't his ceremony, why should everyone be congratulating him? So this must be Su Lianxue then. Luo Xian said next, turning his gaze towards Su Lianxue. He had, of course, long heard of this peak disciple with a talent rating of 9.5 out of 10. Greetings, Senior Elder. Su Lianxue nodded slightly in reply. It's our first meeting, so I don't have much to give you. Take this mid-tier 4th grade red scale inner armor. Luo Xian produced a piece of armor from his sleeve and handed it to her. Thank you, Senior Elder. Su Lianxue accepted it with a respectful bow. Get ready. Just then, Zhao Hong suddenly spoke to Luo Xian. Luo Xian gave a slight nod in response. So what new trick have you guys cooked up this time? Seeing this, Lin Ming voiced his confusion again. But as he looked at Luo Xian standing there, a guess began forming in his mind. You'll see soon enough. Seeing the puzzled look on Lin Ming's face, Elder Luo Xian deliberately wore a mysterious expression as he spoke. You people always love to act so secretive, Lin Ming helplessly replied with a shrug. Follow me, Elder Luo Xian said with a smile, beckoning them forward. The group followed Elder Luo Xian's steps to the back of the mountain villa. A formation illusion? Lin Ming stared at the pavilion ahead. It looked more like a structure conjured from an illusionary array. Not just this, the elder explained. The entire villa is covered by arrays. There are maze arrays, binding arrays, and even killing arrays, layered one on top of another. And these aren't weak arrays either. As soon as they stepped into the pavilion, the scenery before them instantly changed. Suddenly, they were standing inside a mountain. You hollowed out an entire mountain. Lin Ming stared at Elder Luo Xian in front of him. Not quite that dramatic. Luo Xian smiled lightly. Just borrowing it, more or less. At the end of the mountain path lay a spatial gateway. That was exactly their destination. An array had been set up there. As soon as Lin Ming saw the formation, he realized it was no ordinary one. The surface-level array patterns hinted at a special underlying order. This is a space? In an instant, the suspicions swirling in Lin Ming's mind were confirmed. So they really did it after all. A spatial transmission formation. That was exactly what this was. Elder Luo Xian wore a proud expression as he spoke. You actually found a spatial transmission formation? Or did you create it yourself? Lin Ming asked, slightly surprised. Spatial transmission array. Yes, such formations did once exist in the Qingyuan realm, Elder Luo Xian replied. But that was 10,000 years ago. That catastrophe nearly destroyed the entire realm, and much of our heritage was lost in the disaster. All knowledge regarding spatial transmission arrays was completely lost back then. But now this formation appeared right before Lin Ming. Could it be that Elder Luo Xian had developed it? Of course, Lin Ming didn't believe that. Luo Xian was only a 7th-stage formation master. He simply wasn't qualified to research and develop a spatial teleportation formation. Even Lin Ming himself, as a 9th-stage formation master, couldn't set up such a spatial teleportation formation without the proper knowledge. That left only one possibility. Elder Luo Xian must have discovered remnants or related records of a teleportation formation left behind from 10,000 years ago. This is a spatial teleportation formation. Su Lianxue stared at the formation before her, unimpressed. Such things were everywhere in the upper realm, nothing particularly rare. Still, she clearly understood that this world had once suffered a great calamity, resulting in the loss of many things. I certainly don't have that kind of ability, Elder Luo Xian said with a bitter smile. He was merely a 7th-stage formation master, far from capable of developing a spatial teleportation formation. We discovered some information about the spatial teleportation formation inside the ruins of the Jioming sect's ancient sect headquarters, Zhao Hong said, no longer bothering with pretense. Jioming sect. The name sounded familiar, but he couldn't recall the details at the moment. It must have been a great sect from 10,000 years ago. Only a powerful sect could have left behind such ruins. If you only got partial information, then what's wrong with this teleportation formation? Lin Ming was concerned about Zhao Hong's mention of partial information. In other words, they hadn't obtained the complete formation technique. The downside is that it only supports short-range teleportation, Luo Xian replied. Using the knowledge they had obtained from the Jioming sect, combined with recent research efforts, they had indeed reconstructed the teleportation formation. However, this reconstructed version was nothing more than a short-range teleportation formation. Reporting, Elder Tianhen's soul lamp has gone out. In an eerie graveyard stood a man, pale as a sheet and hunched over. He spoke calmly to the tomb before him. If it weren't for those lunatics from the Bloodfiend sect, things wouldn't have ended up like this. An aged, icy voice drifted up from the grave. Have all our people withdrawn from Yuanshu Mountain? Yes, Elder. Yuanshu Mountain was never a major target for our infiltration, so we didn't have many people deployed in that territory. Aside from Tianhen and the other 2 who were killed, everyone else has already pulled out of Yuanshu Mountain. Have them lay low for now. Yes. The graveyard fell silent again. Guangling City. In a mountain village outside the city. So this is what a teleportation array feels like. Lin Ming materialized within the array that had flickered into view. It was his first time riding one, and he had to admit it felt pretty magical. From Guangling City, it's still about half a month's travel, Zhao Hong said, his voice low and steady. Both sides were studying teleportation arrays, but Yuanshu Mountain clearly had the edge. They set up the first short-range array and moved people from Tianyuan City to Guangling City. Guangling City doesn't belong to any faction. It was founded by a Sea of Bitterness realm true person named Lingwei. It's basically a city where rogue cultivators gather. The group stepped out of the array, left the little mountain village, and stopped just outside it. A spirit boat suddenly appeared in front of them. 25 days later, a vast chain of mountains unfurled before their eyes. So this is the Myriad Phenomena sect? Su Lianxue said, gazing at the mountains and the scattered buildings ahead. After what she learned about the sect over the past few days, it reminded her of a sect in the upper realm. This Myriad Phenomena sect might well be something they left behind. That old man loved nothing more than spreading chaos. Wherever he went, there was no doubt about that. The lower realm was naturally no exception. That's true enough. Lin Ming nodded as he spoke. Although it was his first time stepping foot into the Myriad Manifestation sect, he had already seen its full layout through other means. Lin Ming glanced casually at the sect before him, but his gaze quickly returned to Su Lianxue. The girl had already begun her 11th body tempering stage. In less than a month, she had completed her 10th round of tempering and was now preparing for the 11th. This pace had shattered the record at Yuan Su Mountain, of course, assuming Lin Ming himself wasn't counted. Your cultivation is progressing far too quickly, junior sister. Lin Ming replied with a smile. It's all thanks to senior brother's help. Su Lianxue quickly replied, expressing her gratitude. Her progress to this level was all due to Lin Ming's assistance. He had continuously provided her with top-grade blood qi pills, and every time she broke through a level, he arranged for her to take medicinal baths. These efforts had laid a solid foundation for her and greatly accelerated her advancement, significantly shortening the time she spent in the body tempering stage. At one point, Su Lianxue even suspected that those top-grade blood qi pills weren't actually given by their master, but instead personally refined by Lin Ming himself. But again, it was just a suspicion. She had no solid proof. As for her cultivation speed, hearing Lin Ming say that, Su Lianxue strongly disagreed. In her eyes, compared to her senior brother, her progress was just average. After all, her senior brother was likely already a master of the other shore, or even a nirvana stage expert. Even when she was at the same age as Lin Ming now, she hadn't possessed such strength. So when Lin Ming now told her she was cultivating quickly, she wouldn't buy it. I didn't help you that much. Lin Ming shook his head and said, however, you can use the lightning essence pool in the Myriad Manifestation sect to take that next step forward. That was what Lin Ming said. The Wanxiang sect's sacred artifact, the Thunder Origin Pool, can draw down the power of Heaven's lightning to temper a cultivator's body. For those who walk the path of thunder, it's unquestionably a priceless treasure. What Su Lianxue planned to make use of on this trip was, of course, that Thunder Origin Pool suited for the body tempering realm. She might even take the 11th step in that pool. Su Lianxue nodded. If she could use the pool's power to step into the 11th step, that would be perfect. That was the very reason she'd come to Wanxiang sect. The spirit arc stopped before the sect's mountain gate. Everyone disembarked and then went in on foot. But even before he crossed the threshold, Lin Ming had already sensed a formation draped over the land outside the gate. It was the Myriad Phenomena Celestial Cycle formation. Its grade hard to pin down, but its reputation was towering. In the Great War 500 years ago, two Nirvana realm patriarchs of the demonic path had led their forces in a sneak attack on Wanxiang sect. They bombarded it for nearly 7 days, and still couldn't break the formation. Rumor had it the Myriad Phenomena Celestial Cycle formation was a 9th grade array. Only now, Lin Ming felt it was anything but merely 9th grade. It seemed Wanxiang sect truly had quite the background. He'd heard a few offhand remarks about the sect's origins from his so-called master. Supposedly, Wanxiang sect wasn't native to the Qingxian realm at all, but a lineage left in the Qingxian realm by a cultivator from the upper world. Still, that was only conjecture, with no solid proof. But if that guess proved true, a lot of things would suddenly make sense. Most of the inheritances in the Qingyuan realm were destroyed in that catastrophe, severing many lineages. Take formations, for example. The strongest array master in the Qingyuan realm today is only 8th rank. Of course, that's not counting Lin Ming. And yet Wanxiang sect relies on a formation suspected to be Saint Tier for protection. Either it's a legacy from some sect 10,000 years ago that has survived to the present day, or it really is a lineage left behind by the upper world. The group pressed on and finally stepped through the gates of the Wanxiang sect. Along the way, Lin Ming and the others drew plenty of attention. Some people were watching because of Zhao Hong, others were drawn in by Su Lianxue. Su Lianxue's stunning features caught the eyes of many disciples. Some even wondered if she was a newly inducted disciple. If that were the case, they figured they'd not only get an eyeful, they might even have a chance to get up close and personal. Junior sister, you're pretty popular, huh? Catching the looks falling on Su Lianxue, Lin Ming teased her. Su Lianxue ignored him and kept walking on her own. Before long, they came to a row of buildings. You two, rest here for today. We'll pay a visit to Elder Mushan tomorrow, Zhao Hong said to them. Mushan was a friend of that nominal master of theirs, and the person they'd come to see. Lin Ming had met her before. All he could say was that she had a pretty eccentric temper. The next day, how do you two sleep? Wei Bing greeted them. Not bad, Lin Ming replied with a smile. Junior sister Su sure drew a lot of attention, Wei Bing said, shifting the topic as he looked at Su Lianxue. Ever since Su Lianxue joined yesterday, quite a few people had been asking about her. But given your status, Wei Bing had just brushed them off with a few perfunctory answers. What can you do? My junior sister's just that beautiful, Lin Ming said with a grin. I doubt you'll find many in the Wanxiang sect who can outshine her. Says who? A clear, crisp voice cut in, and a young woman stepped into view. Who says our Wanxiang sect doesn't have good-looking disciples? Meng Niantao snapped, bristling with indignation. But in Lin Ming's eyes, her expression actually looked somewhat cute. Meng Niantao first glanced at Lin Ming, then turned her head towards Su Lianxue. At the sight of Su Lianxue, she couldn't help but freeze for a moment. She had heard from other disciples that a remarkably beautiful girl had arrived at the sect, so out of curiosity, she came to take a look. She hadn't expected Su Lianxue to be even more stunning than she imagined. In that moment, an unexplainable flutter stirred in her chest, and a faint blush quietly crept onto her face. Niantao, my junior sister. When Wei Bing saw Meng Niantao arrive, he was first slightly startled. But after a moment's thought, his expression turned oddly complicated. Then tell me, in the Wanzhong sect, who else could possibly rival my junior sister's beauty? Lin Ming said teasingly. His words momentarily left Meng Niantao speechless. Indeed, there were many beautiful disciples in Wanzhong sect, but when she tried to think of someone even more beautiful than Su Lianxue, no one came to mind. Hearing the conversation, Su Lianxue fell silent as well. She stared emotionlessly at her senior brother. She wouldn't deny that her senior brother could sometimes be annoying bringing up such a pointless topic. Really? Lin Jr., don't forget why we're here. Wei Bing's lips twitched lightly. Once the topic had started, it had strayed further and further away. Senior Wei, are you going to take us there? Lin Ming asked. Wei Bing nodded in agreement. Where are you all going? Senior Wei, aren't they not even Wanzhong sect disciples yet? Meng Niantao quickly cut in. Just from Lin Ming's tone, it didn't seem like the two of them were brand new disciples. Let the adults talk. Kid, don't interrupt, Lin Ming said with a teasing smile. I'm not a kid at all. Meng Niantao pouted, her face flushed with indignation. She really wasn't a child anymore. Disciple Niantao, these two are here to pay respects to Elder Mushan, Wei Bing said helplessly. Elder Mushan. A trace of curiosity appeared on Meng Niantao's face. What business do you have with Elder Mushan? Elder Mushan isn't just anyone's to meet. This is adults' business. Children shouldn't meddle. Lin Ming replied with a smile. I've already said it before, I'm not a child. Meng Niantao began to protest again. Senior Wei, please lead the way. Ignoring Meng Niantao's objection, Lin Ming turned to Wei Bing. Follow me then. Wei Bing shook his head and walked toward the exit. Lin Ming and Su Lianxue followed closely behind him. Seeing this, Meng Niantao, now genuinely curious, trailed after them, as well eager to learn more about Lin Ming's background and why they wanted to meet Elder Mushan. So, which sect are you from? What brings you to our Wanxiang sect? Wow, your skin is so fair. Along the way, Meng Niantao kept firing questions at Su Lianxue. Trying to get Su Lianxue to talk more, Meng Niantao kept asking questions, But Su Lianxue remained silent, her expression blank. Before long, a grand palace slowly came into view. This is Elder Mu Shan's residence, the Kaihua Palace. Wei Bing explained. Huh, this place is way nicer than where my master lives. Lin Ming remarked while gazing at the palace. Judging just from the exterior, this palace was leagues beyond his master's humble cave dwelling. Thinking back to his own shabby wooden hut, a tinge of bitterness rose in his chest. Don't joke around, Junior. If she wanted it, a place like this wouldn't be a problem at all. Wei Bing responded. It wasn't just a joke. Lin Ming's master was Elder Hua, the venerable old ancestor Yun Hua, who had reached the Nirvana ascension stage. If she had asked, a residence like this would be nothing. Even though she hadn't officially become a Nirvana ascended elder yet, for her, this was still a trivial matter. It all depends on whether she's willing or not. Who do you mean? Meng Niantao had been listening quietly to the conversation all along. After hearing senior brother Wei's words, the identities of these two people indeed seemed far from ordinary. The group arrived in front of the palace's grand entrance. The massive doors were tightly shut. You go ahead. I won't be able to see Elder Mushin. Zhao Hong turned his head and said to Lin Ming. Generally speaking, unless it's something extremely important, one couldn't easily meet Elder Mushin. Even if there was a reason, it still depended entirely on her mood at the moment. Lin Ming stepped forward one pace. I am a disciple under the tutelage of Master Yun Hua from Zichen Peak, Yuanshu Mountain. I've specially come to request an audience with Elder Mushin. Lin Ming spoke in a calm, firm voice, each word carrying weight. A disciple under Yun Hua of Zichen Peak, Yuanshu Mountain? Meng Niantao looked at Lin Ming, shock clearly written across his face. He had heard every word of that conversation clearly. So it was true Lin Ming really was a disciple of the legendary Yun Hua. Everyone already knew about Yun Hua ancestors' breakthrough into the Nirvana realm, and Meng Niantao was no exception. Ka! As soon as Lin Ming finished speaking, the great doors slowly creaked open. Lin Ming stepped through without hesitation, and Su Lianxue followed closely behind. Wei Bing remained where he stood without entering, and Meng Niantao did the same. Without the elder's permission, the two naturally didn't dare to enter recklessly. You two may come in as well. A voice rang softly in both Wei Bing and Meng Niantao's ears at the same time. Upon hearing this, the two didn't hesitate and walked inside. As soon as they entered, the palace doors slowly shut again behind them. Inside, the first thing they saw was a large pond. Several spirit fish leaped from the water, each at least at the spirit drawing cultivation stage. Beyond the pond, they could see various spirit beasts darting about here and there. Ahead, a woman dressed in purple sat atop a white tiger, cradling a small cat in her arms, while a completely crimson bird perched on her shoulder. We greet Elder Mushin. Wei Bing and Meng Niantao stepped forward quickly to greet them. Both seemed a bit stiff, and in Meng Niantao's eyes flickered a trace of admiration. Xiao Ming, let me see. We haven't seen each other in 3 years, and you've only gotten better looking, said Mu Shan, who suddenly appeared in front of Lin Ming with a smile. Lin Ming returned her gaze with a smile of his own. It's been 3 years. Senior Sister Mu has become even more beautiful than before. Then between me and your master, who do you think is prettier? Mu Shan asked playfully. For now, you're still the more beautiful one, Lin Ming replied immediately. Such a smooth talker, Mu Shan said with a slight frown, clearly not satisfied with his answer. So you must be that old hag's new disciple? Mu Shan walked up to Su Lianxue, her delicate fingers reaching out to touch her face, sliding back and forth across her cheeks. Su Lianxue instinctively flinched, but she couldn't resist. Her cultivation was too low, and she was no match for Mu Shan. Back in the day, she would already thrown someone like this into the infernal flames, letting them burn endlessly in torment. But now, she could do nothing but endure. Why does that old hag get to have such a pretty disciple? Mu Shan muttered with clear dissatisfaction. Senior Sister Shiyun is also quite beautiful, Lin Ming replied. As for the old hag comment, he had already learned to mentally block it out. He had nothing to do with the rivalry between his master and Mu Shan. Don't mention that brat. We haven't seen her in 3 years. Who knows where she's run off to now? Mu Shan said with a hint of irritation. Head Elder Mu, the situation is like this. 7 days ago, Senior Sister Ji killed Ling Zong level Lang Ming, the young master of the Howling Moon Wolf clan in Songyuan Mountain. Now the Wolf clan has sent experts after her. The sect is already sending reinforcements, Meng Miantao hurriedly explained. That little brat up on Songyuan Mountain almost ran straight into the Demon Clan's turf, Mushan said. As for all that later talk about her killing the Howling Moon Wolf Clan chief's youngest son and getting hunted down, she couldn't care less. That old hag actually made her break through to the Nirvana realm. The topic swung back to Yunhua, and Mushan spoke through clenched teeth. Yes, Master has already broken through to the Nirvana realm. She invites you, sister, to attend the Nirvana Grand Ceremony, Lin Ming replied. Guess that old hag still has a shred of sincerity. Mushan pinched Su Lianshue's cheek, then drew her hand back. But you didn't come only for that, did you? Mushan turned her gaze to Su Lianshue. 10 rounds of body tempering, that's not bad. Wanting to borrow the Thunder Origin Pool for my junior sister is also Master's idea, Lin Ming said. Borrowing the Thunder Origin Pool isn't entirely out of the question. Mushan climbed back onto the tiger's back and spoke unhurriedly. 10 temperings and asking to use the Thunder Origin Pool, clearly you're aiming for an 11th tempering. That's rare in the Myriad Phenomena sect, and most attempts end in failure. If you want to borrow the Myriad Phenomena sect's Thunder Origin Pool, you've got to show real skill. Ordinarily, the Thunder Origin Pool, as the sect's sacred artifact, wouldn't be lent to outsiders. But Su Lianshue is a disciple of the Nirvana Patriarch and comes from Yuanshu Mountain. Our two sects are on good terms, so we can make an exception provided she has the strength. Sister Mu, what do you mean by that? Lin Ming pressed. He had more or less guessed her intent. Compete with a few of the Myriad Phenomena sect's body-tempering disciples. Win, and you can enter the Thunder Origin Pool, Mushan said bluntly. Lin Ming's gaze went back to Su Lianshue. In the end, the choice was hers after all. He wasn't the one who'd be going into the Thunder Origin Pool. This disciple is willing to give it a try, Su Lianshue answered without hesitation. With strength on her side, she absolutely feared nothing. She never believed that her power would be inferior to those disciples from the lower sects, and she had full confidence in this. Take them to the martial arts arena, Mushan said to Wei Bing. Understood. Wei Bing nodded in agreement. On Wanxiang Peak, Mushan arrived at the palace gate riding atop a white tiger. The white tiger stepped forward, entering the hall. Mu Xiaomei, this time the sect leader is holding the Nirvana ceremony. Will you be attending? Wan Chuan saw Mushan appear, but wasn't surprised. Senior brother, give me 2 spots in the Thunder Spirit Pool. Mushan said. Here, take them. Wan Chuan handed her the sect leader's token with a slightly helpless expression. He knew full well that Mushan wanted those spots in the Thunder Spirit Pool for those 2 kids from Yuanshu Mountain. After they entered the sect yesterday, he'd already found out about them and more or less figured out their intentions. The sect could spare 2 spots in the Thunder Spirit Pool. It was like planting a good connection. Let us go? After grabbing the token, Mushan patted the white tiger's head. The tiger immediately turned around and walked out of the hall. This time, let Mu Xiaomei represent Yuanshu Mountain, Wan Chuan said to the other elders as he watched Mushan's figure disappear. Are you sure that's okay? One of the elders raised doubts. He wasn't entirely confident in Mushan, not because he doubted her strength, but because he was worried about some of her methods. It's fine. That's decided. Wan Chuan nodded firmly. Third elder, have you confirmed it? Wan Chuan turned to the old man and asked. Lianhuan sect. The elders simply muttered those 3 words coldly. So it really was them. Wan Chuan said darkly. When the other elders heard the name, Lianhuan sect, their faces immediately turned grim. The Soul Refining sect was a dark faction, the same evil cult that the Myriad Manifestations sect had once fought against 500 years ago. Among the 2 Nirvana elders who had ambushed the Myriad Manifestations sect back then, one had hailed from the Soul Refining sect. That great battle hadn't completely wiped out the Soul Refining sect. After retreating alongside the rest of the dark forces, they chose to go into hiding. Now that 5 centuries had passed, these bastards were making their move again. It wasn't just Yuanshu Mountain that had seen dark cultivators. These old friends had also appeared on the Myriad Manifestations sect's own turf. This time, we must wipe them out completely. A flash of killing intent flickered across Wan Chuan's eyes. On the sparring platform, Lin Ming and his group's arrival also drew quite a few curious glances. Of course, most eyes were fixed on Su Lianxue. The sparring platform is where disciples of our sect usually come to exchange techniques and test their skills, Wei Bing explained. Senior Wei, is this a new junior sister? Why not introduce me as well? A disciple stepped forward, his gaze fixed on Su Lianxue as he asked Wei Bing with a smile. She's the disciple of an old friend of Elder Mu Shan. Wei Bing glanced at the disciple and replied calmly. At that name, the disciple's face immediately stiffened. Without a word, he turned and walked away, not even pausing for a moment. Those nearby who had overheard Wei Bing's words quickly abandoned whatever thoughts they'd had. Only a few still eyed Su Lianxue with lingering curiosity. There sure are a lot of people here, someone muttered. Not long after, Mu Shan arrived, riding atop her white tiger and making a grand entrance. When the crowd saw Elder Mu Shan appear, they all showed visible respect. Some even instinctively took a few steps back. Since there are so many people here today, how about we play a little game? A game? What kind of game? Someone asked curiously. Everyone turned their eyes toward Mu Shan. What kind of trick was Elder Mu Shan up to now? Could it be another one of those trials where she sent them into the mountains to capture spirit beasts, only ending once they succeeded? If it's just another trick like this, then forget it. Remember last time, when a lot of people were trapped inside that mountain for 3 whole months? If the sect leader hadn't finally stepped in, who knows how much longer they would have searched for that spirit beast. It's simple, said Mu Shan, pointing toward Lin Ming and the other person. Within the same cultivation realm, if you defeat either one of them, you'll qualify for a spot in the Thunder Essence Pool. At her words, the crowd immediately erupted into an uproar. Everyone knew how difficult it was to earn a place in the Thunder Essence Pool, even for disciples of the Myriad Manifestation sect. Now, with this opportunity suddenly laid out before them, how could anyone not be excited? At the same time, people began to grow curious about Lin Ming and Su Lianxue's backgrounds. Could it be that they were new disciples personally taken in by Elder Mu? Otherwise, why would Elder Mu do something like this? 2 people. Wait a second. Lin Ming paused, a little stunned. He remembered clearly that Mu Shan had said 2 people. But wasn't it Su Lianxue who was supposed to enter the Thunder Essence Pool? What did that have to do with him? He didn't even need a spot in the Thunder Essence Pool. Mu's sister, did you get this wrong? Lin Ming immediately asked Mu Shan. Mu's sister? That affectionate title only deepened the crowd's curiosity about Lin Ming's identity. At first, everyone had assumed Lin Ming was one of Mu Shan's disciples, but now it seemed that wasn't the case. That's right, Mu Shan confirmed. Defeat either of them, and you'll earn a spot in the Thunder Essence Pool. But each of them carries only 1 spot, and each of them can be challenged by no more than 10 people. Mu Shan added the additional rule. Elder Mu, exactly who are these 2? Someone finally couldn't help but ask. Since they weren't her disciples, which Elder sect did they belong to? These 2, Mu Shan replied, are both disciples under the peak master of the Ziqin Peak at Yuan Su Mountain. Mu Shan's lips quirked slightly as she spoke. Could it be the Ziqin Peak Lord? The very same Ziqin Peak Lord who broke through Nirvana and ascended to the rank of a Nirvana Patriarch? Damn, that's someone you don't mess with, a disciple of a Nirvana Patriarch. Ziqin Peak's Lord has always been extraordinary. Her disciple must be exceptional too. It's just, I don't think I've ever heard that disciple's name. Maybe they've been in closed-door cultivation at the sect, keeping a low profile. The moment Lin Ming and Su Lianxue's identities were exposed, the place erupted into an uproar. News that Venerable Yunhua, Ziqin Peak Lord of Yuanshu Mountain, had broken through to become a Nirvana Patriarch had, of course, long since reached the Myriad Phenomena sect. And now that Patriarch's disciple had shown up at the Myriad Phenomena sect, holding a slot for the Thunder Origin Pool, no less. You, step up first and state your cultivation. Mu Shan pointed at Su Lianxue as she spoke. Su Lianxue took a step forward. My name is Su Lianxue. 10 body temperings. I humbly ask for your guidance. She addressed the crowd below. 10 body temperings, huh? I always figured Venerable Yunhua's disciple would be something else already at the 10th tempering. 10. There can't be many on the mountain who reached that. Last time someone tried for the 10th tempering, They were laid up in bed for half a year before they barely recovered. As of now, I think there's only one person in the sect at the 10th tempering. As far as they knew, in the entire myriad phenomena sect, only a single person had truly reached the 10th body tempering. There were, however, plenty who gotten to the 9th. Among those at 9 temperings, even fewer dared attempt the 10th, maybe 1 out of 100. At present, the success rate for pushing through the 10th tempering in the myriad phenomena sect was under 10%. Failure could even cripple one's subsequent cultivation. So most people, upon reaching the 9th tempering, switched over to Qi induction instead. Even so, there were still those who would try for the 10th tempering. Out of the 10 contenders, whoever wins will earn a chance to enter the lightning core pool. If you haven't completed 8 body refinements, don't even bother stepping up and embarrassing yourself, Mu Shan said with a smile. No one stepped forward at first. For one, there weren't that many cultivators at the body tempering stage in the martial arena to begin with. And secondly, Su Lianshua's reputation being one of the rare few who had tempered her body 10 times discouraged many from even trying. As a result, those present who technically qualified chose to wait and see. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, half an hour had gone by. Su Lianshua stood alone on the martial stage, looking somewhat lonely. What? Are you all really that scared? Mu Shan said, her tone laced with amusement. If they were this easily intimidated, it would be too boring. This was definitely not the kind of show she was hoping for. I'll go. At that moment, a young man hurried in from outside. Without a word, he strode straight onto the stage and stood face to face with Su Lianshua. Since no one else was stepping up, he decided to be the first to take the initiative. Shen Lishuan, 9th stage of body tempering. Please give me your guidance. Shen Lishuan looked at Su Lianshua and spoke. So what if someone had tempered their body 10 times? It didn't necessarily mean they were unbeatable. He himself was also a body tempering cultivator. Facing an opponent at the 10th stage, he believed he still had a fighting chance. He wanted this spot for the lightning core pool too. Please give me your guidance as well. Su Lianshua replied politely. Good, Mu Shan nodded. At Mu Shan's signal, the battle officially began. In one swift motion, Shen Lishuan drew the blade at his waist and slashed straight down at Su Lianshua without holding back. Su Lianshua took a few steps back, narrowly dodging the attack. But this was only the beginning. Shen Lishuan wanted to seize control of the battlefield right from the start. He pressed forward relentlessly, launching wave after wave of attacks, forcing Su Lianshua onto the defensive and giving himself the upper hand in the fight. The thought was indeed beautiful. But Su Lianshua would never do as he expected. She saw it. Taking advantage of the moment, she precisely seized the opportunity, took a step forward, and in an instant, she was already right in front of Shen Lishuan. She threw a punch straight at his chest. Shen Lishuan didn't have time to dodge. The blow landed directly, hitting its mark. In that moment, his internal energy surged chaotically, and his entire body involuntarily stumbled backward. He fell right off the martial arts platform and crashed heavily onto the ground below. That single punch decided the outcome of the fight. From beginning to end, Su Lianshua had only thrown one punch. Just like that, the battle was over. This scene left the onlookers slightly stunned. Li Xuan, who had completed the 9th body refinement stage, had actually been defeated so easily. Could the gap between them really be this wide? Still, some people saw through part of the truth. It was true that Li Xuan lost due to a difference in strength, but that wasn't the full story. The key point was he had been completely read. Su Lianshua had seen through every move Shen Lishuan made. Because of that, she had spotted the opening and ended the fight with a single decisive punch. My junior sister's combat talent is truly impressive, Lin Ming said with a slight nod after witnessing the match. He knew very well in his heart that his junior sister did possess a remarkable gift in battle. She definitely had her own unique flair. That's why he hadn't worried about her losing, not even for a second, from start to finish. After all, Su Lianshua had already reached the 10th stage of body refinement. On top of that, her method of body cultivation was extraordinary on some level. Her strength even surpassed that of an ordinary practitioner at the 10th stage. Lin Ming, who had spent countless days and nights training alongside her, saw this clearly. Back when she was still at the 9th stage of body refinement, during her fight with the wolf demon, Lin Ming had already realized her potential. Let alone now, when she had already broken through to the 10th stage. What troubled Lin Ming now, however, was himself. How had he ended up stuck with Mushan like this? And to make matters worse, she hadn't even given him a chance to refuse. What started off as Su Lianshue's matter had now somehow dragged him into it, which left Lin Ming feeling rather helpless. Senior sister Mu, I don't think I need to step up. Why not just have my junior sister go instead? Lin Ming leaned close to Mushan and whispered beside her. What's wrong? Are you scared? Mushan glanced at him with a teasing smile. Senior sister Mu, what if I just admit I'm scared? Lin Ming nodded slightly and replied. Then even more reason to go up there. We cultivators can't let the word fear block our path forward. Mushan put on a serious expression as she spoke. The corner of Lin Ming's mouth twitched slightly. If he didn't know Mushan so well, he might have actually believed her words. By the looks of it, she was determined to push him onto that stage. The next one. On the martial arts platform, Su Lianxue said calmly. Defeating Shen Lishuan hadn't cost her much effort. Although Shen possessed considerable cultivation, he couldn't properly channel his strength, and thus posed no real threat to her. That Shen Lishuan had fallen so easily caused hesitation among the surrounding disciples who had been eager to fight. After all, he was considered mid to high ranking among those who had undergone 9 body tempering stages. If even he had been defeated so effortlessly, the gap in strength must have been significant. Still, some refused to give up. It was an opportunity for the Thunder Yuan pool, something they weren't willing to just let go. Besides, even if they lost, there wasn't much to lose anyway, perhaps just a few injuries at most. Wang Ding, 9 body temperings. Please, enlighten us. Before long, another disciple with 9 body temperings stepped onto the stage. He attacked Su Lianxue with 2 powerful fists, but just like Shen Lishuan, Su Lianxue had already seen through his techniques completely. As someone who had once reached the Emperor realm, Su Lianxue had lost count of how many battles she fought. The habits, instincts, and experience honed in combat hadn't vanished with her transformation. If anything, they were like marks carved into her soul. The body tempering cultivators before her were nothing but a piece of cake. Bang! The moment Wang Ding stepped onto the stage, he left an opening, and Su Lianxue knocked him off the platform with a single punch. Next, Su Lianxue continued. How was it? Someone asked Wang Ding. Can't win. Wang Ding fell silent for a moment before forcing out the words. In that brief exchange, every move he made had been effortlessly neutralized by Su Lianxue. He hadn't managed to threaten her at all. Instead, a strange suffocation had closed in on him. He couldn't help feeling there was a glaring gap between them. And that gap seemed even wider than the one between him and that person. Maybe even that person might not be a match for Su Lianxue. No kidding, the man snorted. She knocked you straight off the stage. Of course you weren't going to beat her. 2 people getting brushed aside in quick succession made plenty of others give up on the idea of stepping up. About 15 minutes later, a burly man took the stage. In less than half that time, he was knocked off as well. Next, another man walked up. A single punch sent him tumbling off the platform. And so it went, until the 7th person had been knocked down. She knew very well that even the disciples who had tempered their bodies 9 times would struggle to stand against Su Lianxue. No one had expected the gap between them to be so vast with a single punch. All of them were sent crashing down. Could it be that Madame Yunhua was about to raise another person just like herself? Time passed, but no one else stepped onto the stage. This dragging on was pointless. Mushan felt they might as well end this match and move on to the next. Just then, a handsome man hurried through the crowd and strode directly onto the arena. When the disciples saw him appear on stage, a flicker of hope ignited in their hearts. Yusu Mountain, a sect on equal footing with them, had been defeated one by outsiders, and it left a bitter taste in their mouths. But the gap in strength was undeniable. They understood that sending more disciples who had tempered their bodies 9 times would likely end the same way. Yet the arrival of this figure on stage gave them a glimmer of hope. Du Ziheng, currently the only cultivator in Wanxiang sect who had reached the 10th body tempering stage. Perhaps he could defeat Su Lianxue. Du Ziheng, since you've reached the 10th stage of body tempering, I look forward to your performance. Looking at Su Lianxue before him, Du Ziheng's eyes lit up, and he spoke first. Su Lianxue gave a light nod. In the blink of an eye, Du Ziheng stepped forward and launched the first attack. Before arriving, he had already learned of Su Lianshua's background like him. She had reached the 10th stage of body tempering and was also a disciple of ancestor Nyepan. Several of his fellow disciples, despite being at the 9th stage of body tempering, had been defeated without even landing a single move. With all this in mind, Du Ziheng approached her with extreme caution. He chose to strike first, determined to seize control of the battle. Facing Du Ziheng's assault, Su Lianxue followed her previous strategy. She didn't engage head-on immediately, but instead evaded his attacks. Du Ziheng wouldn't let Su Lianxue keep dodging forever. Suddenly, he accelerated, his body's blood and energy surging outward in that instant. From the very beginning, he had intended to fight at full strength, aiming for a quick resolution. Boom! In the center of the martial arts arena, Su Lianxue and Du Ziheng's fists collided. Both fighters took a step back simultaneously. Not bad, Su Lianxue remarked coolly. Anyone who had reached the 10th body refinement stage was definitely no ordinary opponent. Tiger roar. He lunged towards Su Lianxue like a tiger descending from the mountains. His blood energy surfaced on his skin, turning into blade-like force, hammering toward her relentlessly. Seeing this, Su Lianxue's eyes flickered with coldness. Her palm came down swiftly in response. Likewise, blood energy manifested on her palm's surface. The two forces clashed head-on again, entangling in fierce combat. However, after just a few exchanges, Du Ziheng began to fall behind, overwhelmed and pushed back by Su Lianxue. What the hell is going on? The more he fought, the more alarmed he became. It felt as if his opponent could see right through him. Every move she made struck at his weaknesses, and at times, he couldn't even counterattack. Has she already figured out my fighting style? No way. He had to win this fight. The spot at the Thunder Origin pool had to be his. Even if she was a disciple of the Nirvana ancestor, what difference did it make? Since their cultivation levels were equal, there was no way he'd lose to her. Tiger Cannon. Roaring like a ferocious tiger, he charged forward, locking Su Lianxue in place. Boom. Yet his attacks felt like they were hitting cotton, each one deflected effortlessly by Su Lianxue. A strange sense of helplessness welled up inside him. Before that feeling could even fade, Du Ziheng was already driven back by Su Lianxue. This time, it was Su Lianxue's turn to go on the offensive. She naturally wouldn't hold back any longer. In her eyes, this battle was already over. Just one palm strike. That's all it would take. A palm strike landed squarely on Du Ziheng, instantly shattering the flow of energy within his body. Caught off guard, Du Ziheng was clearly thrown into disarray by the blow. Before he could even react, Su Lianxue swiftly followed up with a powerful kick, sending him flying off the martial arts platform. Her movements flowed seamlessly, one after another, like a continuous stream. He didn't even have a chance to fight back. Wei Bing watched the outcome without surprise. Though the match appeared evenly matched on the surface, in reality, from start to finish, Su Lianxue had been in complete control. Every move Du Ziheng made had been seen right through. Though both were at the same cultivation stage, their combat abilities were clearly nowhere near the same level. The gap between them was simply too vast. This was actually the disciple of Elder Yanhua. Next, Su Lianxue's expression remained calm and composed, as always. Truth be told, defeating Du Ziheng hadn't cost her much effort at all. She was still more than capable of taking on more opponents. Du Ziheng looked up at her from the ground, his face filled with confusion. Then, silently, he turned and walked away from the platform. Du Ziheng's defeat completely discouraged every other body-tempering cultivator present from stepping forward. They now realized that challenging her would only lead to humiliation. Why bother going up there just to embarrass themselves? What? No one wants to step up? Seeing no challengers, Mu Shan's smile only widened. If you're disciples of Wanxiang sect, don't get too full of yourselves. There's always someone stronger out there, higher heavens beyond higher heavens. She added with a slightly lecturing tone. Truthfully, even she hadn't expected such a decisive victory from Su Lianxue. In a match between two 10th layer body tempering cultivators, the outcome could be gone either way. If Su Lianxue had lost, she wouldn't have qualified for the Thunder Origin pool. Mu Shan had always meant what she said. Yet this time, Su Lianxue had utterly dominated the fight, Du Ziheng never had a chance to turn the tide. That was something Mu Shan hadn't anticipated at all. This outcome wasn't bad, either. It was the perfect opportunity to knock some sense into his disciples and tone down their arrogance a bit. This spot is yours. Seeing that no one else was stepping up, Mu Shan turned to Su Lianxue and said, "Thank you." After stepping down from the stage, Su Lianxue walked back to Lin Ming. Next up was Lin Ming's turn. In the second round, the opponent was the first disciple of Master Zichun. Mu Shan looked at Lin Ming with a faint, barely there smile on her face as she spoke. That single glance sent a chill down his spine and made his scalp tingle. Apparently, she had no intention of letting him off the hook, practically forcing him onto the stage. From what he knew of Mu Shan, she probably wanted to see him embarrass himself. After all, she'd been in a rivalry with his master for years, and most of the time, his master came out on top. Mu Shan had taken quite a few losses because of that. Now that his master had even broken through to the Nirvana realm, it made Mu Shan's position even more awkward. She probably wanted to pick on him a bit, just for fun. In an instant, all eyes turned to Lin Ming. How strong was the first disciple of Master Zichun? Could he be at the Spirit Repository stage? Or had he already reached the Bitter Sea stage? The disciple of such a renowned master was definitely no slouch. Plus, Su Lianxue's performance was already proof enough, so naturally everyone was curious about Lin Ming. But there were also those who couldn't wait to test Lin Ming's true abilities. Yet Lin Ming really didn't want to go up there. He had absolutely no desire to step onto the arena stage. But now Mu Shan had backed him into a corner. He didn't have much of a choice anymore. If he refused to go up, it wouldn't just be his own dignity at stake. Frankly, he didn't care much about his own reputation. The real problem was that it would drag his master's honor down with him. If he really refused, once Mu Shan reported that back to his master, not only would their 3-year agreement be off the table, he might even get expelled from Zichun Peak on the spot. That was definitely not the outcome Lin Ming wanted. So in the end, Lin Ming still stepped onto the stage. Fourth heaven of the spirit stage. Please go easy on me. Let us just have a match and see what happens. Under no circumstances could Mu Shan be allowed to find an opening to whisper to Master in the end. It would be me who suffered the loss. Wait, he's actually at the Lingtai realm? That revelation shocked everyone present. They hadn't expected Lin Ming's cultivation to be at the Lingtai realm. After all, he was the eldest disciple of Elder Nyepan, so naturally, everyone had assumed he was at least at the Lingzong realm or higher. No one had even considered the possibility of him being at Lingtai or lower. Lingtai fourth heaven. Many people immediately began entertaining the idea of challenging Lin Ming. Same old thinking. If they won, they gained big. If they lost, it wasn't a total loss either. If someone could actually defeat Lin Ming, they'd instantly become famous. And why couldn't that someone be oneself? Just then, a burly man leaped onto the martial arts platform. Li Yongshan, Lingtai fourth heaven, respectfully request your guidance, Li Yongshan announced. He had stepped forward precisely with that sliver of hope. What if he actually won? Lin Ming tightened his grip on the long sword in his hand and pointed it directly at Li Yongshan. Wind, Li Yongshan muttered under his breath. A violent gust of wind howled through the air. Using the wind as cover, he swiftly closed the distance on Lin Ming. The gale roared toward Lin Ming like a beast. With one slash of his sword, it was cut clean in two. The wind shattered beneath Lin Ming's blade. But in the blink of an eye, Li Yongshan had already circled around to Lin Ming's flank. Those thick, muscular arms shot out, aiming straight for Lin Ming. Lin Ming spun around, sword flashing, forcing Li Yongshan to retreat. Fire! Qi gathered rapidly, and suddenly, a burst of flame formed before Li Yongshan. One of the 10,000 manifestations. Su Lianxue stared intently at Li Yongshan, or more precisely, at the technique he had just unleashed. In that move, she could clearly see the shadow of that old man. Flames erupted, surrounding Lin Ming completely. Lin Ming slashed forward with his sword, cutting straight through the fire, extinguishing it entirely. The tip of his sword came to rest on Li Yongshan's shoulder. So fast was the movement that Li Yongshan hadn't even realized what had happened yet. The 9 transformations of the Wandering Dragon? This kid actually mastered this move. Mu Shan gazed at Lin Ming, an unreadable smile tugging at her lips. I concede. The blade resting on his shoulder left Li Yongshan no choice but to yield. Lin Ming was so fast that people couldn't even react at first. Is that some kind of movement technique? How can he be this fast? It has to be a movement technique. Plenty in the crowd caught on. Lin Ming took this win on footwork and speed. But others fixed their eyes on the sword in Lin Ming's hand. I'll go. A figure vaulted onto the stage. Sang Xiling, Spirit Platform Realm, 5th layer. Please advise. Sang Xiling raised the long sword in her hand and addressed Lin Ming. Since the rules only restricted participants to the Spirit Platform Realm and didn't regulate the substages, her stepping up didn't break any rules. Besides, Lin Ming wanted a slot for the Thunder Origin pool as well. Once Sang Xiling made her move, there'd be a good show. When Sang Xiling took the stage, a few faces in the crowd curled into strange smiles. On paper, she is only at the 5th layer of the Spirit Platform Realm, but her true strength is far beyond that. She might just take Lin Ming down. Sword faced sword. Sword intent erupted from Sang Xiling's blade as her long sword, brimming with killing intent, cleaved toward Lin Ming. 2nd layer sword intent manifested. Lin Ming's brow creased slightly as he fixed his gaze on Sang Xiling lunging at him. Her sword chi had already sealed off the space around him. His only retreat was backward. Wanxiang sect clearly isn't a sword cultivator sect, yet they produced a prodigy of the sword path like this. Mushan looked at Sang Xiling and said with a smile, "A sword cultivator. Wanxiang sect doesn't walk the sword cultivator path in the sect. The sword is just one weapon among many. No one specializes in it. After all, anyone who truly aspired to the sword path wouldn't join the Wanxiang sect in the first place. In the cultivation world, sword sects are numerous. Take Yuan Su Mountain, for example. Its Zhongjian Peak lineage is widely recognized as one of the most powerful orthodox sects in the cultivation realm. Then there's the Tsang Hai Sword Pavilion in the Southern Sea and the Tianshan Sword Sect in the Tian Mountains. These sects are all strong enough to suppress the Wanxiang sect when it comes to the sword path. And yet, among all sects, it was precisely the Wanxiang sect that produced a promising young sword cultivator with real potential. It's even possible that this person could one day establish their own school within the Wanxiang sect, becoming a new lineage of sword cultivation. But this was just a passing thought from Mushan. Although the girl's talent wasn't bad, she was still only at the Lingtai stage. Whether she could break through to a higher level remained uncertain. On the path of cultivation, talent is only one piece of the puzzle. Over the past 1,000 years, Mushan had seen countless so-called geniuses fall before her eyes, prodigies who had crumbled and perished, while she alone had endured until today. Sword intent. At that moment, Mushan's gaze snapped toward Lin Ming. She saw Lin Ming's sword erupt with a surge of sword intent as he clashed with Sang Xiling, not backing down in the least. And shockingly, it was also 2nd-tier sword intent. This kid actually comprehended sword intent. Mushan was genuinely surprised Lin Ming had truly given her a shock, not just by possessing sword intent, but 2nd-tier at that. Even more puzzling was that Yun Hua, who knew nothing of the sword, had actually taken in a sword cultivator as a disciple. Had she secretly studied sword cultivation behind others' backs? 2nd-tier sword intent. A disciple from the Ling Tsang stage murmured from below the arena. Although he himself wasn't a sword cultivator, he had fought many sword cultivators before and had some understanding of sword intent. Didn't Sang Xiling already comprehend 2nd-tier sword intent? A fellow disciple beside him said, puzzled. Sang Ziling's mastery of 2nd-tier sword intent was no secret. Everyone in the sect who knew of her was aware of this fact. No, he said, Lin Ming also has 2nd-tier sword intent. Another person whispered, watching Lin Ming closely. The show had begun, and it turned out to be a clash of dual sword intents. Blades of sword light flickered rapidly. The two fighters moved with blinding speed across the martial stage. Sword chi swept through the air, triggering the protective formation around the platform, shielding the disciples watching below from harm. On the stage, the battle raged on. Each move Sang Xiling unleashed carried intent to kill. She wasn't holding back in the slightest, treating this not as a sparring match but a real fight. As long as he stood on this platform, Lin Ming was not just her opponent, but her enemy and rival. She saw no reason to hold back. Being merciful to an enemy was asking for your own downfall. Besides, she had to secure this spot. Yet, every attack she launched failed to land on Lin Ming, each one effortlessly neutralized by him. At one point, she nearly got hit by his counterattack. Clearly, Lin Ming was no ordinary opponent. The more she fought, the more thrilled she became. Had this battle ended quickly, she would have been disappointed. And the strength Lin Ming was displaying now was exactly what she wanted. A blur shot past. It was as if dozens of swords had suddenly appeared, slashing down at Lin Ming all at once. Lin Ming immediately saw through the flaw in her technique. Tricks like this were nothing new to him, utterly ineffective. Boom. Two beams of sword light collided. Sang Xiling used the recoil to leap back a few steps. "You're pretty good," she said to Lin Ming. "You're not bad yourself," Lin Ming replied with a nod. Judging solely by Sang Xiling's display of sword cultivation just now, it was truly astonishing. Had she been in the sword-hiding peak, she might very well have become the #1 disciple of her generation. Below, the words had barely left her mouth. The dual sword intent instantly dissipated, replaced instead by an even stronger triple sword intent. The moment that triple sword intent erupted, many younger disciples with weaker cultivation instinctively took steps backward. Triple sword intent. A disciple cried out. He couldn't be mistaken, could he? Who would ve thought Sang Xiling had actually comprehended the threefold sword intent. Yeah, that's the threefold sword intent. Someone nodded as he said it. It was unmistakably threefold sword intent. He'd crossed blades with those monstrous sword cultivators before and had been steamrolled by that kind of intent. Junior sister Sang's sword intent wasn't quite the same as those freaks, but it was threefold all the same. Holy shit, Junior sister Sang actually grasped the threefold sword intent. Is our myriad phenomena sect about to produce a monstrous sword cultivator too? Maybe that really could happen. The moment the threefold intent flared, every eye in the arena locked onto Sang Xiling. Truth be told, in the cultivation world, the threefold sword intent isn't exactly rare. The myriad phenomena sect might not be a major sword sect, but it still has a few sword cultivators with a decent foundation in the way of the sword. It's just that Sang Xiling is far too young. Threefold sword intent right here. She actually kept this up her sleeve, huh? Lin Ming watched the scene unfold, mildly surprised. Her sword came down like an azure dragon, cleaving straight through. It looked as if she sealed off all of Lin Ming's avenues of retreat. "We're screwed." Someone blurted it out without thinking. The instant the threefold intent appeared, he instinctively felt there was no suspense left in the fight. The outcome was already decided. Sword intent is divided into 9 tiers, and the gap between each tier is massive, practically worlds apart. If Lin Ming's techniques only reached the 2nd tier of sword intent, this bout would be basically settled. Threefold sword intent. The corner of Lin Ming's mouth quirked, and then threefold sword intent unfurled from him. That surge of threefold intent. As his opponent, Sang Xiling was the first to sense the threefold intent he revealed. The Lin Ming before her, like her, had comprehended the threefold sword intent. That only made Sang Xiling even more excited. Now this was getting interesting. In a flash, their long swords slammed into each other. Threefold sword intent, he's mastered it too? I figured it out a long time ago. A disciple of Patriarch Nirvana can't possibly be that simple. Come on, that's not what you said just now. Well, things are getting hard to predict now. It was actually triple sword intent. Lin Ming actually possessed triple sword intent as well. This unexpected revelation cast a thick veil of mystery over what had seemed a clear-cut situation. Triple sword intent? Could this kid actually be another sword cultivation prodigy? Morongshan couldn't help but gasp in shock. After all, just having dual sword intent had already surprised her greatly before. Back then, when she first met Lin Ming, he hadn't shown any particular talent in the sword path. Or more accurately, he had simply never revealed that side of himself to anyone. This guy had been hiding his strength incredibly well. "This is getting interesting," Morongshan said, regaining her composure. The duel was finally becoming exciting now. It was actually worth watching. Sword chi transformed into fine threads. Under Zixuan's control, ribbons of sword energy flew toward Lin Ming like silk strands. Seeing this, Lin Ming retaliated in the same manner. At that moment, Zixuan suddenly increased her speed. Her offense became even fiercer, and the killing intent within her sword aura grew heavier. Her attacks came in endless waves, not giving Lin Ming even the slightest chance to catch his breath. But that was only from her perspective. The spectators below saw it entirely differently. Lin Ming took a step back and lightly flicked his sword. Just that single stroke was enough to suppress all of Zixuan's attacks, blocking every last one. This startled Zixuan. However, there was little space to maneuver on the martial stage. She immediately launched a new wave of assault. Like flickering shadows, dozens of sword beams fell simultaneously, surrounding Lin Ming completely. Just one sword strike. Still only one sword strike. With a single slash, Lin Ming once again neutralized all of Zixuan's attacks. And this time, it was Lin Ming's turn to go on the offensive. Stepping forward, sword light erupted in an instant. Attack and defense switched places in the blink of an eye. Lin Ming launched an attack, forcing Sang Xiling into a defensive stance. Normally, she always relied on offense to defend. It was her usual style. But now, Lin Ming's sword techniques left her no choice but to play defense. Sang Senior's sister is actually being forced to defend? That's rare. Yeah, she almost never fights like this. I remember she always defends by attacking. If that's the case, she might be struggling a bit now. None of them expected that Sang Xiling, who had always been the aggressor, would now be forced onto the defensive against Lin Ming. The sudden shift in momentum caught them off guard, and it made them increasingly aware of just how formidable Lin Ming truly was. On the stage, Sang Xiling fought while slowly retreating. She was looking for an opening to counterattack, but Lin Ming's assault gave her no chance to strike back. If this kept up, she would definitely lose. In that case, Sang Xiling made her decision in an instant. Her sword intent gathered sharply, condensing onto the blade in her hand. Sangyue. It slashed through the air like moonlight piercing the void. Lin Ming froze for a full second. Then he stepped back and swung his sword downward. Rinjue, a move filled with annihilation, seeking to destroy everything in its path. Boom. The moonlight vanished in an instant. Sang Xiling's sword was knocked out of her hand, embedding itself into the earth beside the arena. Lin Ming's sword also fell to the ground in front of her. I lost, Sang Xiling said, her voice bitter and pained. Just now, that one strike she truly couldn't block it. He sheathed his sword. She stepped back. That sword strike. Mu Shan's eyes flickered with seriousness. Although it was just a match between cultivators at the spiritual terrace stage, Lin Ming's sword move felt different, unusual. She could sense its extraordinary power. Jimmy. Su Lianshua's face also showed a trace of shock. If she hadn't misread it, that last sword strike from her senior martial brother had carried a faint trace of stillness within it. The path of stillness wasn't something just anyone could hope to comprehend. Even back in the upper realm, she herself had only seen a handful of cultivators who had truly grasped the Tao of stillness. That alone showed just how difficult it was. Moreover, those who did manage to grasp stillness were, for the most part, borderline insane. The few she had encountered each carried a certain degree of madness. If her senior brother had truly comprehended stillness, would he also become a madman? But judging from her usual interactions with Lin Ming, he didn't seem like the type at all. Could it be that Lin Ming had always been holding himself back, hiding his true strength? Still, the fact that he had managed to grasp stillness meant his talent was nothing short of extraordinary. He really went too far this time. Lin Ming had definitely been careless and pushed things too far. He had even used that sword move. She had plenty of ways to defeat Sang Xiling after all. She had already seen through her attacks. Winning wouldn't have been hard. But in a moment of distraction, she ended up using that one sword strike. That move was called Human Oblivion. It was one of her self-created techniques. She had combed through the entire sword manual collection at Yuan Su Mountain, and then used the wordless heavenly scripture to refine and derive this single move. But even this move had cost Lin Ming a small fortune in spirit stones. And this was the first time he had ever used it in actual combat against a cultivator. Luckily, she had controlled the power properly, otherwise, Sang Xiling would have been reduced to dust long ago. Next, Lin Ming spoke. At this moment, his mindset had shifted slightly. Although the Thunder Origin pool wasn't of much use to him, Since he had already been forced onto the stage, he might as well win. Besides, defeating these opponents wouldn't expose too much of his true strength. Most they could guess was that he was at the Spirit Platform's mid-stage. Sang Zuling's defeat and the intense duel between the two had made one thing clear to the crowd. Lin Ming's combat power was far beyond that of an ordinary Spirit Platform Fourth Heaven cultivator. Even most mid-stage Spirit Platform experts would struggle to match him. Triple-layer sword intent on display is absolutely no joke. If it were only double-layer sword intent, a few of them could go up and take a shot. They might even have a chance to win. But the moment triple-layer sword intent shows up, it scares everyone off. Spirit Platform Realm, 7th Tier Zhao Yu. I look forward to your guidance. A few minutes later, a man appeared on the dueling platform. Senior brother Zhao Yu, wasn't he out on a mission? Going on a mission doesn't he mean he can't come back? If junior brother Zhao gets up there, he might be able to beat him. Yeah, junior brother Zhao is one of the few who mastered that set of techniques. Now this is getting lively. The Wanxiang sect and Yuanshu Mountain were both top-tier sects, packed with prodigies. Among the Wanxiang sect's Spirit Platform cultivators, Sang Xiling, who had been defeated by Lin Ming, was formidable, and having grasped triple-layer sword intent, her strength had climbed a rung. Even so, she wasn't the strongest at best. She ranked near the top. There were plenty of disciples stronger than Sang Xiling. The one stepping onto the stage now was one of them, Zhao Yu. Though only at the 7th tier of the Spirit Platform realm, his combat power didn't fall short of an ordinary peak Spirit Platform cultivator. The number of peak Spirit Platform cultivators and beasts he had slain was already in the double digits, proof of just how strong he was. Sorry, but the slot for the Thunder Origin pool is mine, Zhao Yu said. The technique he cultivated happened to require the Thunder Origin pool's aid for a key portion, so the slot mattered a lot to him. Although his opponent was a disciple of the Nirvana Patriarch, he was, after all, still just a Spirit Platform cultivator. Zhao Yu was confident he could beat Lin Ming, otherwise he wouldn't have stepped up. We'll let strength decide, Lin Ming said with a smile. If you want the slot, it's simple, let strength do the talking. Zhao Yu took a step forward. In the next instant, the ground beneath Lin Ming's feet turned into a mire, and his legs sank in at once. The marsh immediately hardened again, quickly trapping Lin Ming in place. Pillars of stone sprang up from the ground, forming a circle around him and sealing him inside. Just then, a sword came slashing down. With a flash of blade light, the stone pillars were severed. Wrapped in mud, Lin Ming's legs only needed a slight effort to break free, effortless, really. The arena began to tremble. Suddenly, a stone dragon formed from earth and rock burst from the ground, with Zhao Yu standing atop it. He controlled the dragon as it lunged at Lin Ming. This guy cultivates the Myriad Phenomena Sutra? Mu Shan glanced at Zhao Yu on the battlefield, then shifted her gaze toward Wei Bing. That's right, Myriad Phenomena Sutra, one of the core cultivation techniques passed down by the Myriad Manifestation sect. Yes, Brother Zhao cultivates the Myriad Phenomena Sutra, Wei Bing replied with a nod. And Wei Bing himself was also cultivating the Myriad Phenomena Sutra. Mu Shan gave a slight nod in response. If that's the case, then this kid Lin Ming is in serious trouble. But we can't rule out the possibility that Lin Ming still has other hidden cards to play. Ever since she saw him unleash triple sword intent, she had sensed that this boy wasn't simple. Especially since he was a disciple of that old woman. Who the hell knows what exactly that old woman taught him? Especially some of that woman's signature techniques. She had assumed Lin Ming didn't have the talent to learn them. After all, ordinary people couldn't even begin to grasp those skills. Even so-called prodigies or heavenly geniuses weren't guaranteed to master them. Who could blame them when the woman herself was such a freak, almost perverted in her abilities? But after seeing how Lin Ming performed in his last match, she had become less certain. If this kid really inherited even a fraction of that woman's power, things could get complicated. The stone dragon charged forward violently. The stone dragon charged wildly straight at Lin Ming. With a single move from Zhao Yu, several stone pillars erupted from the ground, pinning Lin Ming in place. Not bad, Lin Ming said, staring at the stone dragon with a smile. In an instant, his sword intent exploded into thousands of fragments. Dozens of sword beams slashed down simultaneously. The sword beams crashed into the stone dragon, slicing it to pieces within seconds. Seeing this, Zhao Yu immediately leapt into the air, using the wind to briefly hover mid-air. With a sweeping motion of his hand, the ground shattered. The battlefield was instantly engulfed in smoke and debris as rocks exploded all around. Looks like Brother Zhao isn't holding back at all. Well, of course, the opponent's strength is right there for everyone to see. With Elder Mushan watching over us, the worst that could happen is a few injuries. No real danger to life. Since an elder was overseeing the match, there was no real risk to their lives at worst, just a few bruises. Injuries during cultivation duels were common and hardly worth mentioning. As the dust settled, Lin Ming was still standing on the arena, completely unharmed. The explosion hadn't even singed his robes. My turn now. Lin Ming looked up at Zhao Yu in midair and spoke. With a single leap, he shot upward, his long sword cleaving straight toward Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu quickly formed a seal. A violent gust of wind surged into a whirlwind, wrapping both of them inside a storm. The swirling gales battered Lin Ming repeatedly, slowing his advance. His sword intent flared. He slashed through each gust of wind, blocking his path. But this was only the beginning of Zhao Yu's true attack. Blazing flames erupted from his hands, spreading with the wind and merging into the storm, quickly transforming it into a raging firestorm. In an instant, the entire arena was swallowed by the fiery tempest, trapping both fighters inside. Zhao Yu single-handedly manipulated the raging firestorm, hurling it violently toward Lin Ming in a deadly spiral. Wow, it seems like Junior Brother Zhao has made yet another breakthrough in the Sanluo Myriad Phenomena Sutra. It really looks that way. Several Spirit Vault cultivators gazed up at the firestorm above, their expressions turning grim. This was no ordinary firestorm, it was an attack born from the Sanluo Myriad Phenomena Sutra. Even at their level of cultivation, they couldn't help but feel a faint sense of danger. At this rate, Zhao Yu might actually manage to kill a Spirit Vault expert while still in the Spirit Platform stage. Within the Myriad Phenomena sect, there were only a handful of disciples who had ever achieved such a feat, those rare prodigies capable of slaying above their level. It seemed Zhao Yu was destined to join their ranks as one of the next generation's rising stars. For a moment, all eyes turned toward Lin Ming, who now stood surrounded by the raging inferno. How would he deal with this move? Wave after wave of scorching heat battered Lin Ming. Sure, it packed a punch, but it was still nothing more than a warm breeze to him. It couldn't truly threaten him, let alone harm him in the slightest. Enough was enough. Lin Ming spoke. He had played around long enough. It was time to end this duel. With that thought, he raised the sword in his hand. In an instant, several sword shadows flickered into existence. They slashed through the firestorm, tearing open a rift in the raging flames. The sword projections shot straight toward Zhao Yu. Just as expected, Zhao Yu wasn't surprised when he saw the firestorm split open. After all, threefold sword intent wasn't something easy to deal with. But he still had more tricks up his sleeve. Return, Zhao Yu called out softly. The firestorm immediately condensed behind him into a massive fire dragon composed of swirling winds and raging flames. Go! With a single command, the blazing beast roared forward, its gaping maw lunging straight at Lin Ming like a storm-driven tidal wave. At that very moment, Lin Ming sheathed his sword. With a swift motion, he pulled the blade back into its scabbard. The crowd below froze in place, shock written all over their faces. Just when the battle had reached a critical moment, Lin Ming suddenly put his weapon away. It was truly bizarre. Was he surrendering? But the thought was quickly dismissed after coming this far. Who would actually believe that Lin Ming would give up? It seemed more like he was pulling some kind of trick. Lin Ming raised his left hand and extended a single index finger. He suddenly jabbed forward. The Void Calamity Finger. Is that kid actually capable of this move? Mu Shan stared at the momentum unleashed by that single finger, exclaiming in shock. Her earlier suspicion had proven true. The boy had indeed mastered the technique passed down by that old woman. The fiery dragon instantly disintegrated. The finger struck the dragon without resistance, its flames scattered and dissipated into the heavens. Yet the force of the strike didn't stop, it shot straight toward Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu hadn't expected his technique to be so easily shattered, but he quickly regained his composure. This fight was far from over. Merge. Zhao Yu clapped his hands together. A green barrier rapidly formed in front of him, offering protection. But before Lin Ming's finger strike, the barrier seemed fragile, crumbling the moment it made contact, utterly incapable of blocking such force. This is bad. A sense of impending death surged through him. Xiao Yu actually felt the threat of death. This feeling was one he had only ever experienced when facing a few freakish opponents at the same spirit platform stage as himself. In other words, Lin Ming was at the same level as those terrifying individuals. What a joke. He was merely at the fourth stage of the spirit platform. How could he possess such power? As the barrier shattered, Xiao Yu had no time to employ any other technique and could only watch helplessly as that finger came down just as Mu Shan appeared. Mu Shan's figure suddenly appeared between the two. The moment Lin Ming saw her arrive, he pulled back his hand, and the force of his void tribulation finger dissipated. I honestly didn't expect you to know that move. Mu Shan looked Lin Ming over from head to toe and spoke. Just a coincidence. That's all, Lin Ming replied with a smile. Even if Mu Shan hadn't appeared, Lin Ming would have withdrawn the power of the void tribulation finger in the end. An invisible force supported Lin Ming and Xiao Yu, setting them steadily back on the ground. I concede, Xiao Yu said after a brief silence. He really had lost. There was no way he could withstand the force of that finger. Even Elder Mu personally intervened. What exactly was that finger technique Lin Ming used? No idea, but I'd say it was anything but weak. Well, no kidding. If it weren't formidable, would Elder Mu have stepped in herself? With Xiao Yu defeated, the only ones who can still stand up to him are probably those few. Probably, though who knows if they even show. Inside the sect's main hall, Wan Chuan and several elders were fixed on the light screen before them, which was showing the scene on the sparring platform. Void Tribulation Finger. Looks like Yuanshu Mountain has its fair share of hidden talent, Wan Chuan said with a smile. All the better to take these folks down a peg, an elder nodded. Has the Lioli Hard Elixir been delivered? Wan Chuan turned to that elder and asked. It's been delivered. Yes, making his preparations, the elder replied with a nod. Good. We'll do it that way. Next challenger, please step onto the stage. Half an hour later, after pretending to have finished resting, Lin Ming addressed the crowd below again. No one answered the challenge. Among the spirit platform realm disciples present, the strongest had been Xiao Yu, the one Lin Ming had already defeated. Since even Xiao Yu had lost, they figured they'd only be beaten as well, so they chose not to go up. Still, they weren't about to let a slot for the Thunder Origin pool be taken by an outsider just like that. Of the two slots, one had already been snatched, and by a disciple of the same realm, no less. As disciples of the Myriad Phenomena sect, they couldn't help feeling a bit sore about it. With only one spot left, of course they wanted one of their own to take it. So all their hopes fell on a handful of people, each stronger than Xiao Yu, the strongest crop in the sect's spirit platform realm. Some disciples had even gone to contact them directly. Half an hour went by, and still no one came forward to fight. What, is that all you've got? Before Lin Ming could speak, Mu Shan cut in, her tone dripping with mockery. I'll go. Ren Xian, spirit platform, 8th tier. Please instruct me. Maybe he wanted to stall for time, or maybe Mu Shan's barb had gotten to him. Ren Xian sprang onto the dueling stage and challenged Lin Ming. 3 moves, and that was that. Lin Ming needed only 3 sword strikes to knock Ren Xian off the platform. After that, another half hour passed, and still no one stepped up. One final hour, that's the cutoff. Mu Shan set a time limit. At this rate, they'd still be fighting tomorrow. She had no desire to waste that much time, so she drew a hard line. Another hour slipped by. None of the people they were counting on showed up, either in seclusion or out on missions. All right, we'll end it here. Mu Shan shook her head as she spoke. This match had run its course anyway. Go back and train more, so you don't keep embarrassing yourselves. Mu Shan delivered the line to the crowd below without the slightest mercy. Truth be told, she'd set this up to make Lin Ming look bad, and maybe even fix the image of him getting beaten in her mind. She hadn't expected Lin Ming to shock her instead. 3rd tier sword intent, and he had the void tribulation finger too. Especially that last move that was practically that madwoman's signature technique. Lin Ming had actually learned it. Her original plan had fallen through, but she quickly adapted and decided to use Lin Ming as a way to motivate the disciples at the Lingtai stage. Might as well give away the spot for the Yuan pool after all. It wasn't anything particularly valuable. As soon as Mu Shan finished speaking, faint signs of displeasure appeared on the faces of the Lingtai disciples present. Some among them were genuinely unsure of their own strength, while others believed the real strongest hadn't even stepped forward yet. Once that person made a move, it wasn't certain that Lin Ming would come out on top. But for now, they could only accept the outcome temporarily. As for the disciples of other realms beyond Cutie and Ling stages, each had their own thoughts, their emotions a complicated mix.